2,000 meters away, the yellow sand swirled in the air. Lin Mo lay concealed in the shadow of a sand dune, his body melding with the scorching ground. He was a phantom in this desolate land, codenamed Death. Through the scope, he observed a bearded target delivering a speech to his subordinates. Wind speed, 3.2 meters per second. Humidity, 5%. All data coalesced in Lin Mo's mind, transforming into the most precise trajectory. He adjusted his breathing, his index finger resting on the trigger. Then, he pulled the trigger. The bullet silently tore through the air, tracing a deadly arc across the 2,000 meters. The target's head exploded, splattering red and white matter onto the face of a nearby bodyguard. Mission accomplished. Lin Mo stowed his sniper rifle with fluid motions, devoid of any superfluous actions. The evacuation route had long been planned. He merely needed to vanish into the desert before the reinforcements closed in. However, just as he took his third step, a faint click echoed beneath him. Damn it! It was a pressure-triggered landmine. Cursed fate. This time, the reward was lost. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed him, plunging his consciousness into an abyss of darkness. Consciousness floated up from the infinite darkness. Lin Mo felt himself lying on a cold, hard surface. He attempted to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. His body felt so light, almost unreal, and his lower body was chillingly cold. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Before him lay an unfamiliar ceiling adorned with intricate and arcane golden patterns, forming a vast circular magic array that slowly rotated, emitting a soft glow. He found himself at the center of the array. Where am I? Heaven? No, heaven shouldn't look like this, should it? Lin Mo pushed himself up, attempting to sit. Then he froze. A cascade of silvery hair fell with his movement, draping over his chest. He looked down. What he saw was not his familiar desert camouflage uniform, nor his muscular physique and eight-pack abs. Instead, he wore an exquisitely crafted black miniskirt with two long, slender legs encased in black thigh-high stockings adorned with lace. On his feet were dainty leather shoes. Lin Mo slowly raised his hand. It was a delicate, fair hand with prominent knuckles, the nails trimmed neatly and tinted a healthy pink. This is not my hand. He abruptly touched his face. The sensation was smooth and refined, devoid of any stubble or the roughness left by years of sun and wind. He reached lower. Two soft, slightly protruding mounds. Lin Mo's movements halted. A wave of immense, absurd panic surged through him. Trembling, he reached beneath his skirt. A moment of exploration. Fortunately, his trusted companion from 30 years, the bull, was still there. Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. But in the next instant, he froze completely. But why has the bull turned transparent? This thing even has optical camouflage capabilities? Lin Mo was utterly shattered. Just as he was questioning his existence, a crisp female voice resonated from outside the array. Is this my heroic spirit? Lin Mo looked up. Standing outside the array was a girl. She wore a well-tailored white school uniform, her tall figure accentuated by long, flowing black hair cascading down to her waist. Her features were exquisitely unreal, yet her face bore no expression, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. An ice princess. The term flashed through Lin Mo's mind. The girl, named Xiao Lingyue, furrowed her delicate brows, scrutinizing Lin Mo at the center of the array. She beheld his embarrassing appearance in black stockings, sensing his almost negligible magical energy fluctuations. Extreme disappointment was unmistakably etched on her face. For this S-rank heroic spirit summoning, she had prepared for 3 years, exhausting her family's stock of precious materials. And yet, she had summoned this? A being that appeared utterly devoid of combat prowess. A decorative vase? At that moment, a contract notification entered her mind. Heroic spirit name, Lin Mo. Gender, male. Xiao Lingyue was taken aback. Male? She examined him closely once more. Silver hair to the waist, stunning beauty, delicate form, and clad in black stockings and a miniskirt. Is this really a male? The weak magical energy fluctuations were one thing, but a cross-dresser with peculiar preferences? Xiao Lingyue's expression shifted from disappointment to outright disgust. She felt profoundly insulted. Lin Mo also received the contract notification. Realizing that this ice princess was the master who had summoned him, he merely wished to find a crevice to hide in. How could the formidable Delta Special Forces soldier, codenamed Death, a relentless killer, now be expected to call a seemingly underage girl master? Truly, just in my life, already as he wrestled with his internal turmoil, contemplating whether to take his own life or find an escape route, a remarkably cheerful voice rang in his mind. Ding! Host soul successfully bound. The beautiful cross-dresser god system is now officially activated. This system is dedicated to transforming the host into the most beautiful and powerful cross-dressing war god in the universe, dear. Lin Mo, what the hell? Who wants to be a cross-dressing war god? I want to wear combat gear. I want to wield a gun. Newbie task issued. Please, within 10 seconds, use a sweet and soft voice to say the following lines to your master. Hello, master. Please take care of me. Task reward. Newbie gift pack X1 task failure penalty. Experience a 10,000-volt electrotherapy package. Countdown begins. 10-9. Lin Mo's face turned pale. Is this ridiculous system out of its mind? Sweet and soft? With an O? How could a hardened man capable of making recruits cry for their mothers utter such nauseating words? Honor is paramount. 876. The system's countdown continued, its tones still cheerful. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. It's just an electric shock, right? I've endured worse during interrogations in the Special Forces. You think you can make me yield? Not a chance to, one. The punishment is about to commence. ZZZT. A powerful current surged through Lin Mo's entire being, causing him to tremble as his hair stood on end. Damn, this system is serious. An electric shock pierced his very soul. It was 100 times more agonizing than any physical torture. Hello, master. Lin Mo could no longer hold back, his instinct for survival compelling him to nearly shout. Xiao Lingyue was startled by his sudden outburst, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. System prompt. Host, your tone is incorrect. It must be sweet. It must be soft and add a wave. Lin Mo truly wanted to curse. He looked at Xiao Lingyue's increasingly frosty face, steeling himself, closing his eyes, and with a quivering voice, began to stutter. Master, hello? Please take care of me. The final me was drawn out with a lingering tone, tinged with a hint of a whimper from a shock. Silence enveloped the air. Xiao Lingyue's expression darkened completely. She looked at this posturing, coy-voiced man, nausea churning in her stomach. Disgusting. Utterly revolting. What on earth did she summon? Ding. Newbie task completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a newbie gift pack, now stored in the system space. Please check it. The system's prompt chimed once more. Yet Lin Mo was far too disheartened to pay attention. All he desired was to perish on the spot. Exiting the summoning hall, Xiao Lingyue remained silent, striding ahead with an erect posture and swift steps, exuding an air that kept others at bay. Lin Mo trailed behind, awkwardly tugging at the hem of his short skirt. This garment was far too scant. A gust of wind sent a chill coursing through him. Once a towering figure at 185 meters, he now stood just above 1.6 meters, with slender limbs and skin that gleamed like porcelain. Most troubling was his attire: black stockings, a short skirt, and dainty shoes. He could feel the myriad of gazes directed at him from all directions: astonishment, curiosity, scrutiny, and unabashed mockery. Look, it's Xiao Lingyue, our academy's belle. And who is that beside her? A newly summoned spirit? Quite the beauty. Spirit? No, I sense no trace of spiritual energy. Just an ordinary person, I suppose. No way. Xiao Lingyue has prepared for 3 years to summon an S-class spirit. And this is what she conjured? Looks like just a pretty vase, useless otherwise. The murmurs wafted into the ears of both individuals, prompting Xiao Lingyue to quicken her pace. Lin Mo wore a stoic expression, though internally he was fervently cursing. Damn it, back on the battlefield, I was a one-man enhanced battalion. And now these kids dare to call me a vase? If it weren't for this damn system, I would show you what true physical prowess looks like. The pair traversed through hallways adorned with exotic flora, arriving before a stark white building radiating with technological sophistication, the Hall of Spirits. 3 large characters floated at the entrance. This was the venue for the official rating of all newly summoned spirits. Xiao Lingyue halted, casting a glance back at Lin Mo, genuinely reluctant to utter a word. She raised her chin, signaling him to enter. Inside, the Hall of Spirits was spacious and well lit, with numerous students and their spirits queued up. As Xiao Lingyue and Lin Mo stepped in, a momentary hush enveloped the hall, followed by a flurry of whispers. Is that the spirit summoned by Xiao Lingyue? Absolutely stunning. But the spiritual energy is quite feeble. What kind of being is this? Such a waste. With the materials she had, she could have summoned a C-class combat spirit with ease. Xiao Lingyue instinctively tuned out the noise, leading Lin Mo to an unoccupied rating station. The evaluator, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, glanced up and adjusted his spectacles. Name? Xiao Lingyue. Please bring forth your spirit. Xiao Lingyue stepped aside, gently pushing Lin Mo to the forefront. Place your hand on this crystal panel, the man instructed, gesturing to a softly glowing white crystal atop the table. Lin Mo complied. A chilling sensation coursed through his palm as the crystal panel suddenly burst forth with blinding light, projecting a series of data into the air. All attention was drawn to the display. Spirit name, Lin Mo, gender, male. Upon seeing this line, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. A male? What kind of joke is this? What a striking beauty, and you say he is a male. This world has gone utterly mad. Even the heroic spirits have succumbed to such absurdity. Xiao Lungyue's body swayed slightly, her complexion darkening further. The data on the luminous screen continued to refresh. Rank assessment, F-class lower tier. Type classification, aesthetic type, ultra rare. F-class lower tier. Aesthetic type. Upon the emergence of these two phrases, uncontrollable laughter erupted throughout the hall. Haha, an F-class lower tier aesthetic type. I have never witnessed such a marvel. Ultra rare. Indeed rare, to be reduced to such a state of worthlessness. Is that not rare? Xiao Lungyue was utterly humiliated. The Academy's top prodigy had summoned a mere decorative waste. A pseudo-girl. Yet, this was not the end. The final line of the special talent assessment gradually materialized. Special talent assessment. Appearance, SSS. Charisma, SSS. Innate skill, bed warmer. Bed warmer. These four words were prominently displayed, enhanced with shimmering effects. The entire hall of heroic spirits fell silent for a moment. Then, a cacophony of laughter ensued. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. The special talent is bed warmer, and it's officially certified. What a genius. This heroic spirit is truly extraordinary. Xiao Lingyue, why not sell him to that affluent lady in the Southern District? She would surely appreciate him, and you would make a fortune. Haha. The middle-aged evaluator struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Xiao Lingyue stood frozen in place, the atmospheric pressure around her plummeting alarmingly. Without uttering a word, she turned and seized Lin Mo's wrist, practically dragging him out of the hall of heroic spirits. Her grip was so forceful that it caused Lin Mo's wrist to throb with pain. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Lingyue slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. This was a single occupancy room, simply decorated, even somewhat sparse. Stay in this room, do not venture outside, and do not speak to me, she commanded curtly before retreating into her bedroom, slamming the door heavily behind her. The living room was left with Lin Mo alone. He flexed his reddened wrist and surveyed his surroundings. Stifling, oppressively stifling. He, the eminent god of death, was now reduced to a source of shame for another. A plaything under house arrest. Ding. Daily task initiated. That cheerful voice rang out again in his mind, utterly out of place. Task content. Please tell your master that she is not merely a decorative vase, and do so with an adorable head tilt gesture. Task reward. Charm points 20. Task failure penalty. A random female outfit, to be worn for 72 hours, perhaps a delightful bunny girl costume. Lin Mo's expression darkened. A bunny girl? No, that is absolutely unacceptable. He would rather endure another electric shock. He approached Xiao Linyue's door, gathering his emotions for a long while. Forget it. Better to die sooner than later. He knocked on the door. No response. He knocked again. From within, he heard Xiao Linyue's impatient rebuke. Get lost. Lin Mo steeled himself, constricted his throat, and spoke in a pitch that made him want to retch. The protagonist is truly not a mere ornament, he asserted, tilting his head in accordance with the system's demands and giving a slight wink. Please don't do that, he added, feeling he had flawlessly portrayed the whimsical tone of his words. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. After a few moments, Lin Mo distinctly heard a retching sound, as if someone were desperately suppressing nausea. Then, all fell silent once more. Ding. Daily task completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 20 charm points. Current total charm points, 148. Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had just emerged victorious from a fierce battle. He slumped onto the sofa in the living room, finally finding a moment to gather his thoughts. System, come forth, he summoned inwardly. Here. What can I do for you, dear host? What about that beginner's gift package? Ding. The beginner's gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Firearms Exchange Shop, beginner level. Detected that the host has completed the beginner task. Additional reward of 100 charm points. Current total charm points, 248. The Firearms Exchange Shop. Lin Mo's spirits soared as he immediately commanded the system to open the shop. A virtual interface, visible solely to him, unfolded before his eyes, displaying items he was all too familiar with. P226 handgun, includes 2 magazines. 15 rounds 100 charm points. K-Bar tactical knife, 50 charm points. MP5 submachine gun, includes 3 magazines. 30 rounds 300 charm points. M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, 1000 charm points. Gazing upon these cold instruments of death, Lin Mo felt a surge of warmth course through his veins. These were the possessions that truly belonged to him. Exchanged for the P226 handgun, he commanded without hesitation. Consuming 100 charm points, exchange successful. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and a heavy handgun materialized in his grasp. The cold metallic texture, perfect weight distribution, and familiar scent of gun oil enveloped him. Lin Mo expertly detached the magazine, checked the ammunition, chambered a round, and engaged the safety. The fluidity of his movements exuded power and precision, creating a stark contrast to his currently delicate appearance. He approached the window, parting the curtains slightly. Outside lay the dazzling nightscape of the academy, students bustling about, everything appearing peaceful and beautiful. Gripping the P226, the confidence and decisiveness belonging to the Reaper began to return to him, bit by bit. F-class subordinate? A decorative type? A warm bed? Very well. Just wait for me. Chapter 3. Just scared the life out of someone. The new student practical training course was set within the simulated ecosystem on the Academy's back mountain. The environment was intricate, sporadically populated with low-level magical creatures, intended for students to familiarize themselves with their spirits. Upon arrival, Xiao Lingyue became the center of attention, not only due to her reputation as the school beauty, but also because of the silver-haired girl following closely behind her, head bowed and tugging at the hem of her skirt. Look, isn't that Xiao Lingyue's F-class subordinate, a faux girl spirit? Yesterday, I witnessed an amusing spectacle in the evaluation hall. The specialty was warming beds, which sent me into fits of laughter. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that the scholarly prodigy, Xiao, has stumbled this time, summoning such a peculiar entity. How will they form a team for future quests? Lin Mo dismissed these discussions as mere background noise, for his mind was occupied with a singular concern. Why was the hem of his skirt rising on its own? After merely taking a few steps, it had shortened significantly, making him feel as though his posterior was intimately acquainted with the air. System notification: Dear host, this is a passive effect of the Absolute Domain Series short skirt. The greater the range of motion, the more the hem will ascend. Please strive to battle and showcase your graceful figure. Lin Mo inwardly gestured a rude sign at the system. Xiao Lingyue, a slightly arrogant male voice called out. A tall young man approached, flanked by several companions, clad in an expensive runic combat suit, accompanied by a robust flame lion, exuding the formidable presence of a C-grade spirit. Zhou Feng, a well-known rich heir in the academy, had long harbored designs on Xiao Lingyue. He scrutinized Lin Mo with unabashed mockery. So this is the S-grade spirit you've summoned after 3 years of preparation? I've heard much about you, a mere F-grade lower-tier observer type, specializing in warming beds, and a faux girl at that. Xiao Lingyue, your taste has become increasingly unique. Laughter erupted around them. Xiao Lingyue remained expressionless, not even sparing Zhou Feng a glance. She simply commanded Lin Mo, stand over there, don't move, and don't cause me any trouble. Her approach was straightforward. She treated Lin Mo as if he were air, utterly disregarding him. Understood, my master, Lin Mo replied obediently, retreating to stand beneath a distant tree. He wished to distance himself from the unfolding turmoil. Seeing that Xiao Lingyue ignored him, Zhou Feng, feeling bored, turned back to shout at Lin Mo, hey, faux girl, don't wet your pants when the monsters arrive. Your master won't have time to change your stockings. Lin Mo smiled, but internally, he noted Zhou Feng in his little book. Very well, man, you have successfully captured my attention. The practice sessions soon commenced. Students, under the guidance of their instructor, formed groups of 3 to engage in combat with some F-grade slimes and goblins. Fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades danced through the air, creating a lively scene. Zhou Feng's flame lion was particularly striking, incinerating a large number of monsters with a single breath of fire, eliciting gasps of astonishment. He cast a triumphant glance toward Xiao Lingyue, only to find her utterly indifferent, standing alone like a statue of ice. Meanwhile, her so-called useless spirit leaned against the tree, yawning with boredom. At that moment, a piercing alarm shattered the atmosphere of the training ground. Alert! Alert! The number 3 breeding zone has suffered a breach. D-grade monster Ripper has gone out of control. Repeat. D-grade monster Ripper has gone out of control. The instructor in charge of the course paled in horror. D-grade monsters? Such creatures were far beyond the capabilities of these new students. Everyone, immediately retreat to the safe zone. Hurry. The scene erupted into chaos. The students, in a state of panic, rushed towards the exit, while the once formidable spirits trembled under the oppressive presence of the D-rank monster. A dark silhouette darted out from the forest with astonishing speed. It was a humanoid creature, nearly the size of a cheetah, cloaked in black armor, with massive bone blades for arms that gleamed with a metallic sheen. A D-rank mid-tier beast, level 15, known as the Ripper, renowned for its swiftness and savagery. Zhou Feng's fiery lion let out a roar at the shadowy figure, only to be swiftly struck on the head by the Ripper's claw, howling as it was flung away. Rolling on the ground several times before it could rise, Zhou Feng's face turned pale with fear as he scrambled backward. The Ripper's compound eyes whirled, locking onto a singular target, Xiaolin Yue. She stood out prominently, her spiritual energy radiating with purity, a veritable feast for the monster. In an instant, the Ripper transformed into a streak of black, lunging towards Xiaolin Yue. It was too fast. She barely had time to conjure a thin ice shield in front of her. Yet, she knew that this shield would be utterly inadequate. There was no escaping. Just as the critical moment approached, a figure flashed past her side. It was Lin Mo. Everyone expected this adorable youth to be instantly shredded. However, the scene that unfolded next shattered their expectations. The soft, timid expression on Lin Mo's face vanished, replaced by an indescribable composure. He charged directly at the Ripper. At the moment of impending contact, he sank his entire body down, executing an astonishing maneuver, a tactical slide. The black skirt traced an arc through the air, while the lace-trimmed stockings swiftly rubbed against the grass. With an exquisite grace imbued with strength, he glided past the Ripper's sweeping bone blade with pinpoint accuracy. During his slide, his right hand grasped the air, revealing a pitch-black P226 pistol. The sequence of sliding, rising, aiming, and firing transpired in less than a second, fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The Ripper, missing its strike, turned, swinging its other bone blade with a whooshing sound. Yet Lin Mo was swifter. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 crisp shots echoed across the magic-infused battlefield, starkly out of place. 3 9mm bullets, arranged in a triangular formation, precisely penetrated the vulnerable spot between the Ripper's eyes. The Ripper's movements halted abruptly. Its massive form swayed and then collapsed heavily to the ground, twitching twice before lying still. 3 charred bullet holes in its forehead emitted wisps of smoke. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief at the scene before them. The once invincible D-rank mid-tier monster had simply perished. Zhou Feng's mouth hung agape, his eyes nearly bulging out. The instructor remained frozen, utterly perplexed by the events that had just transpired. What kind of skill was that? Some form of alchemical device? How could its power be so immense? And that movement, an unheard-of combat technique. Xiaolin Yue stood frozen in place, her body trembling slightly. She gazed at the silver-haired figure standing beside the corpse of the monstrous creature. The uniquely crafted weapon he had wielded had vanished, and a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the hem of his garments and cascading his long hair. Under the blood-red sunset, this scene exuded an eerie beauty marked by violent aesthetics. How could this be? Lin Mo, does he possess the combat prowess of an F-rank lower tier? She felt her worldview shatter under the weight of this revelation. Lin Mo exhaled a deep breath, regaining his composure. This was precisely what he was meant to do. Yet, in the next moment, a cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Sudden task issued. Cuddle after the crisis. Please leap into your master's embrace within 3 seconds and say, Master, that was just a tad frightening. You scared me to death. In a quivering voice. Task failure penalty. The hostess assets will permanently vanish. Lin Mo's face instantly turned green. You. Dog system. Are you a newborn? He turned to glance at the still-dazed Xiaolin Yue. The aura of decisiveness that had previously enveloped him vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression on the verge of tears and reddened eyes. He staggered towards Xiaolin Yue, resembling a frightened fawn, and dove into her embrace. Due to their height difference, his face nestled perfectly against her chest. So soft. This was Lin Mo's immediate reaction. Master. His voice trembled with just the right amount of sorrow, his body still slightly quaking. That was just a tad frightening. You scare me to death. Chapter 4. Is this truly an F-rank lower-tier spectacle? Lin Mo collided into Xiaolin Yue's arms, his face buried in an astonishing softness. Warm, pliable, and imbued with a faint scent of cedar. In his previous 30 years, he had only embraced cold weapons and lifeless bodies. This sensation was entirely new. His mind momentarily faltered. Goodness, is this what it feels like to be with a woman? So soft, so fragrant. Instinctively, he nuzzled his cheek against her, savoring the exhilarating touch. His body still trembled slightly from the extreme evasion and shooting moments ago, rendering him, to any observer, a small rabbit shivering in its master's embrace. Xiaolin Yue froze entirely. She could distinctly feel a man's face pressed tightly against her chest. That warm breath, that contact transmitted through fabric, sent her blood rushing to her head. Shame, anger. Yet there lingered a strange feeling that even she could not comprehend. She recalled the earlier scene, the one she had perceived as a mere childish fool, revealing extraordinary skills at the most perilous moment. the sliding maneuver, the impeccable timing, and the final, chillingly calm execution of 3 skills. The shock had yet to fade when the fellow in her arms began to squirm restlessly. Get off. Xiao Lingyue snapped back to reality, forcefully pushing Lin Mo away. The strength of her shove sent him staggering, nearly toppling to the ground. He steadied himself, lifting his head. A perfectly measured mix of terror and bewilderment gracing his exquisite features, evoking a sense of pity within me. Yet, internally, I was engulfed in a torrent of disdain.
How utterly callous. Just used and discarded? Ha, women! At that moment, the entire testing ground erupted. The silence shattered, engulfed by a tsunami of discussions. What had just transpired?
A student rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly dispatched that D-grade Ripper in an instant? In just 3 moves. What on earth was that? Neither fireball nor ice spear. What kind of weapon was it? I had never encountered a skill like that in the library. Can a spirit wield such armament? But is that the crux of the matter? The real issue is that he was classified as an F-grade ornamental type. An F-grade lower tier. Ornamental. Capable of slaying a D-grade creature in a single strike? Are you kidding me? My heavens, this effeminate fellow is rather ferocious. The expressions of everyone present froze in astonishment, countless gazes fixated on Lin Mo, brimming with inquiry, fervor, and incredulity. That so-called worthless effeminate, ridiculed by all, had staged a bloody comeback in a manner beyond anyone's imagination. Not far off, Zhou Feng's face was as pale as a sheet. He had nearly been frightened to the point of losing control by the Ripper, and his legs were still trembling. He glanced at the unscathed Xiao Lingyue, and then at Lin Mo, who stood in front of her, appearing delicate and fragile. The flames of jealousy nearly erupted from his chest. He is faking it. He must be playing the fool to catch the tiger. This despicable fellow is vying for Lingyue's attention in such a manner. Silence. A booming command echoed, as several men adorned with instructor badges swiftly entered the arena. One middle-aged instructor quickly examined the corpse of the Ripper, and upon seeing the 3 impeccably precise bullet holes in its forehead, he gasped in shock. He abruptly turned, striding towards Xiao Lingyue, his expression gravely serious. Student Xiao Lingyue. Yes, Instructor Wang. You and your spirit, come with me to the academic office immediately. Instructor Wang's directive brooked no argument. It was an order. Xiao Lingyue bit her lip, refraining from retort, merely nodding silently. She grasped Lin Mo's wrist, preparing to depart. Just then, a cheerful yet infuriating notification chimed in Lin Mo's mind. Ding. Detecting a surge of emotions such as shock, disbelief, and incredulity. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed a total of 588 points of emotional energy. Charisma value, 588. Current total charisma value, 836 points. Wow, what a windfall. Lin Mo felt an exhilarating rush. Over 500 points. This was enough for a significant upgrade. However, his elation lasted barely 3 seconds. Ding. Detecting a substantial increase in host charisma value, the system mall has automatically refreshed its recommended products for you. A brand new list of items unfolded before his eyes. New product recommendation 1. Deep V high slit, lace Chong Sam, seductive style, perfectly fitting the form, showcasing the ultimate allure of the fusion between classical Eastern and modern sensuality. Price, 200 charisma points. New product recommendation 2. Cat-eared maid outfit, includes collar and tail, designed to provide the ultimate satisfaction for the master. Price, 250 allure points. New product recommendation 3. Hollow competition swimwear, every inch of skin beckoning attention. Price, 300 allure points. Special recommendation, Pure Desire White Stockings Bunny Girl Combat Suit, includes movable bunny ears, a perfect fusion of cuteness and sensuality, creating wondrous physical effects when in motion. Price, 500 allure points. Lin Mo's expression darkened in an instant. What on earth is this? Each more absurd than the last. Especially that bunny girl combat suit, which purportedly has physical effects. Damn system. I will destroy you. He suppressed his anger, forcing himself to remain calm. The issue at hand was not about what to wear, but how to explain the recent incident. As he was led by the instructor to the administrative office, Lin Mo's mind raced. The secrets of the system and his transmigration must remain concealed. Claiming it was a combat skill possessed by a heroic spirit? No. That would fail to explain the F rating. The only solution was to weave a lie based on the fact of it being an F-rated ornamental type. Yes, that will suffice. This is a unique and exceedingly rare life-saving skill of ornamental heroic spirits. The skill could be named Fleeting Radiance or something similarly extravagant. The effect would involve sacrificing one's beauty or charm points to deliver a decisive blow. After use, there would be an extended period of weakness, perhaps even leading to a decline in attractiveness? I will craft it that way. The more ludicrous, the more likely it is to be believed. Just as he was formulating this narrative, a chilling intent to kill surged from behind, piercing his neck like a needle. Lin Mo did not turn around. As a top-tier Special Forces operative, his instinctual perception of killing intent was finely honed. It was that fellow named Zhou Feng. Lin Mo scoffed inwardly. It seems that after this matter, some cleaning up needs to be done. He opened the system shop, bypassing the glaringly absurd clothing section, and directed his gaze towards the weapons list. 836 allure points. MP5 submachine gun. Includes 3 magazines, 300 allure points. Glock 18. Fully automatic pistol. Includes 33-round extended magazine, 280 allure points. Tactical grenades, X3. 150 allure points. Very well. Once this turmoil has passed, I shall show you what the art of modern warfare truly entails. The journey was silent. Xiao Lingyue said nothing, merely grasping his wrist and moving swiftly. Her palm was cool, laced with a slight sheen of sweat. Clearly, her inner turmoil belied her calm exterior. They were led deep into a heavily guarded building. Enter, instructed Minter Wang, pointing to a heavy metal door. Xiao Lingyue guided Lin Mo inside. Bang! The metal door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud. The room was stark and oppressive, furnished only with a metal long table and 2 chairs. The walls glimmered with a cold alloy, and overhead, a red surveillance camera silently rotated. This is the highest level interrogation room of the Academy, where the atmosphere is palpably tense. Chapter 5, Awakening of the Bloodline? A strike of fate. The heavy alloy door slams shut behind him, the sound reverberating through the vast interrogation chamber. The air within the room seems to freeze. A cold metallic long table stands before him, at which 3 individuals are seated. In the center is an elderly man with graying hair, yet a vigorous spirit. He is the headmaster of this Demon Hunter Academy. To his left sits the academic dean, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, while to his right is a stern-looking middle-aged woman, her badge indicating her position as the chief researcher of the Academy. 3 scrutinizing gazes are fixed upon Lin Mo, an intensity surpassing even that of his past encounters with enemy intelligence agencies. After all, he had been clad in combat attire then, whereas now he dons a short black skirt. Sit, the headmaster commands, his voice resonating with authority. Xiao Lingyue pulls out a chair and takes a seat, while Lin Mo stands awkwardly behind her. He can feel the trio's eyes roving over him, from his silver hair to his impeccably chiseled features, and down to his legs clad in sheer black stockings. The cold white light of the room casts a near-translucent glow upon his skin, the fitted uniform accentuating a waist that defies grasp, while the legs beneath the short skirt, encased in black stockings, present a breathtaking curve. The academic dean even adjusts her glasses unconsciously. Damn, a bunch of lecherous old men, Lin Mo curses inwardly. The peculiar weapon, the headmaster resumes, delving directly into the matter, and that astonishing skill, explain their origins. A rush of anxiety grips Lin Mo, causing his body to stiffen momentarily before he relaxes again. He lowers his head, his long silver eyelashes fluttering, and tears begin to well in his eyes, adopting the innocent demeanor of a frightened fawn. He timidly glances at Xiao Lingyue, his lips moving silently, yet no words escape. His vulnerable and helpless posture is enough to soften the heart of even the most hardened man. Xiao Lingyue senses his silent plea for help, but remains still, equally eager to uncover the truth. The moment that shattered her understanding. The 3 skills and that strange weapon, what are they? Yet he is her spirit. Before outsiders, she must assert her ownership. Headmaster, Xiao Lingyue stands, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Mo. He is my spirit. I take full responsibility for him. If there are any issues, I will conduct the interrogation personally and submit a report to the Academy. Her stance is clear. He is mine. Do not interfere. The headmaster regards her with a measured gaze, showing no anger but rather a hint of approval. Xiao, we harbor no ill intent. However, the situation regarding this spirit is exceedingly unusual, an F-rank lower-level spirit capable of annihilating D-rank mid-level monsters. This transcends our current knowledge of spirits, and we must comprehend it. It is crucial for you, for him, and for the entire Academy. The Director of Academic Affairs chimed in, affirming, indeed, if this is a replicable ability, it would be a tremendous boon to humanity. Lin Mo, listening from behind, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Replicate? Sure, first. Let us remove your manhood, and then don the attire of a bunny girl. I shall guide you through it step by step. Ding. The script The Forgotten Bloodline has been loaded. Please commence your performance, host. Lines highlighted. Please pay attention to the coordination of emotion and action. Any failure to deliver will be at your own peril. A cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Lin Mo took a deep breath and began his performance. He gently tugged at Xiao Linyue's sleeve. Master, his voice was barely a whisper, tinged with tremor and confusion. I do not know what that is. All attention shifted back to him. I merely saw my master in danger, and my mind went blank. Then, it felt as though something within me awakened. As he spoke, he struggled to recall the script provided by the system. It was an ancient and sorrowful feeling. Fragmented images flickered in his mind, accompanied by a name. He paused, his effortful contemplation rendering him particularly endearing. It's called Fate S Strike. Fate S Strike? The three higher-ups exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's bewilderment. This skill Lin Mo continued, lowering his voice. It seems to require a sacrifice. The most precious things of mine, my spiritual energy, my beauty, even my vitality. With each use, I become exceedingly weak, and the cooldown period is remarkably long. I feel that if I were to use it a few more times, I might just vanish. As he concluded, tears genuinely welled in his eyes, a blend of performance and real fear. Fear that this wretched system might one day demand his sacrifice. To enhance his believability, he began to manipulate his body, inducing a state of weakness. This was one of the essential courses for special forces, simulating various states of injury through controlled breathing and heart rate. His complexion visibly paled, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and his body began to sway gently. Master, he extended his hand, grasping Xiao Lungyue's arm for support, leaning heavily against her. A significant portion of his weight pressed against her. His cheek rested against her shoulder. Warm breath cascading over her neck, while his soft chest, separated by layers of fabric, pressed closely against her back. Xiao Lungyue stiffened. She could distinctly feel the warmth of the young man's body and the slight tremors, as well as the mingled scent of body wash and faint sweat. A disquieting sensation spread from her back throughout her entire being. She contemplated pushing him away, but sensing his frailty, her hand hovered uncertainly in midair. The atmosphere in the interrogation room turned peculiar. The chief researcher, a middle-aged woman, adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing Lin Mo's condition as if analyzing data. The director of academic affairs wore a subtly complex expression. After a prolonged silence, the dean finally spoke. Throughout history, there have indeed been records of exceedingly rare sacrificial bloodline talents. These powers often wield immense strength, yet the price they exact is equally formidable, potentially consuming the very essence of heroic spirits. Your assertion appears to resonate with logic. He paused momentarily before arriving at a decision, choosing to provisionally accept your claims. Henceforth, you shall undergo a month of intensive observation by the Academy. During this period, you are strictly prohibited from utilizing the so-called fateful strike without my express permission. Do you comprehend? This was directed at Xiao Lingyue. Understood, Xiao Lingyue replied through clenched teeth. Very well, you may leave now. The principal gestured with a wave of his hand. Almost immediately, Xiao Lingyue stood up, dragging Lin Mo with her, not wishing to linger for even a second longer. The two exited the interrogation room. The corridor lay deserted, illuminated by dim, yellowed lights. The door behind them closed once more with a resounding thud. Silence enveloped the world. Xiao Lingyue abruptly released Lin Mo's hand. He stumbled slightly, leaning against the wall to regain his balance. Raising his gaze, he found the frail expression on his face had yet to fully dissipate. Xiao Lingyue stood before him, silent. In her beautiful eyes, the previous disdain and contempt had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable depth of coldness. She observed him in silence for a full 10 seconds, sending a chill down Lin Mo's spine. This woman was far more astute than he had anticipated. Just as Lin Mo braced himself for her to take action, she spoke suddenly. Well performed. Her voice was soft, yet it sent a jolt through Lin Mo's entire being. With that, she turned, striding towards the dormitory without a backward glance, leaving behind an icy and resolute silhouette. Lin Mo remained rooted to the spot, his expression gradually fading. He touched the back of his neck, feeling a chill. This was bad. It seemed that his icy master was not so easily deceived. Chapter 6. Armed JK and Lethal White Stockings. Leaning against the frigid wall, Lin Mo watched Xiao Linyue's determined figure fade into the distance of the corridor. Well performed. This woman held no belief in him. She was merely playing along, safeguarding him as her private possession in front of the principal. Trouble loomed. Lin Mo sensed a chill creeping along the back of his neck. It was easy to fool a gaggle of old men, but deceiving this intelligent, ever-present Ice Queen was an entirely different challenge. Just as he pondered how to navigate the impending internal scrutiny, a cheerfully irritating voice echoed in his mind, punctually appearing. Ding. Host has successfully resolved the crisis, and the relationship with the master has entered a new phase. A mandatory task is hereby issued to assist the host in solidifying their position. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Mo. Mandatory task issued. The birth of an idol. Task details. The host must don the specified attire of youthful JK uniform and pure white over-the-knee stockings. and engage in activities within the public areas of the campus for at least 2 hours within 24 hours. Task objective: accumulate over 1,000 points of admiration or jealousy emotion value. As Lin Mo beheld the contents of his task, a wave of darkness momentarily clouded his vision. A JK uniform? White stockings. This was far more outrageous than a black silk skirt. At least the latter could be associated with sensuality and maturity, but white stockings with a JK outfit. Was this the pinnacle of pure allure? Had the realms of the second dimension encroached upon reality? For a Delta Force special operations soldier like him to saunter through a campus in such attire for 2 hours? It would be more merciful to simply shoot him. Task reward: CQC Close Quarters Combat, Beginner. Task failure penalty: randomly switch to a more adorable outfit, for instance, a pink frilly princess dress, and be compelled to wear it for a week, with no possibility of change during that period. The traditional expletive nearly escaped his lips, but was stifled. CQC Close Quarters Combat. His heart inexplicably raced. As a top-notch marksman, he understood all too well that once an enemy breached 3 meters, the advantage of firearms dissipated entirely. In such dire circumstances, only fists and daggers could determine life or death. In this bizarre world, who knew what one might encounter? Mere marksmanship would prove utterly insufficient. CQC was an essential safeguard for his survival. As for the penalty for failure, a pink frilly princess dress? For a whole week? The mere thought of such an image churned his stomach. I'll accept it. Lin Mo forced the words through clenched teeth. Ding. The host has made a wise choice. The outfit has been dispatched to the system space. Please change promptly and commence your journey as an idol. Best of luck, dear. The system even kindly displayed the ensemble. A pristine white short-sleeved shirt, adorned with a delicate red bow at the collar, a deep blue pleated skirt, scandalously short, and a pair of white stockings radiating pure innocence. Lin Mo felt as though his very soul was wailing in despair. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Xiao Lingyue already present. She sat at her desk, poring over a thick tome of magic, the lights unlit. Only the flowing runes upon the pages casting a faint glow upon her impassive profile. She neither acknowledged Lin Mo nor spoke a word. The atmosphere in the dormitory was oppressively tense. Daring not to provoke her ire, Lin Mo tiptoed to the sofa in the living room, sitting upright as though awaiting a teacher's reprimand. From today onward, you will sleep on the sofa. After a long silence, Xiao Lingyue finally spoke, her voice devoid of warmth. Yes, master, Lin Mo replied obediently. Without my permission, you are not to step a single foot outside this door. Understood, master. Behave yourself, and do not cause me any trouble. Yes, master. Xiao Lingyue fell silent once more, and the dormitory descended into a suffocating stillness. Lin Mo remained on the sofa for several hours until dawn broke, at which point Xiao Lingyue rose, changed into her school uniform, and prepared to leave for class. She paused at the door, casting a glance back at Lin Mo. Remember what I said. With a resounding bang, the door closed. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, collapsing back onto the sofa. Being in the company of this woman was more exhausting than lying in ambush on the battlefield for 7 long days and nights. He glanced at the wall clock. Time was running short. He opened the system space, and there lay the humiliating JK uniform, quietly waiting. What a shame. Death holds no fear, nor does the fear of embarrassment. For the sake of CQC, for survival, he dashed into the bathroom, swiftly discarding the black silk skirt from his body, and began to don the new attire. The white short-sleeved shirt, made of thin fabric, clung closely to his skin, accentuating the contours of his slender waist and somewhat delicate chest. He felt as though he were ensconced in a layer of cling film, utterly uncomfortable. Next came the deep blue pleated skirt. He lifted the hem and gazed into the mirror. It was absurdly short. A slight bend at the waist revealed everything beneath. Finally, he adorned himself with the shimmering white knee-high socks. Lin Mo sat on the toilet seat, resigned as he grasped the stockings. The smooth fabric felt cool to the touch. He carefully slid the white material over his feet and gradually pulled it upward. The stockings embraced his calves snugly, then his thighs. Every inch of skin was enveloped in this pure white fabric, perfectly showcasing the lines of his legs. The delicate lace trim at the top of the socks rested at the fullest part of his thighs. Above were the skirt's hem, and below were his long, straight legs encased in white. The expanse of pale thigh skin in between formed an alluring contrast. Lin Mo stared at his reflection, momentarily entranced. The figure in the mirror, a girl with cascading silver hair and skin like freshly fallen snow, wore a white shirt and a red bow, exuding a youthful vitality. Beneath the deep blue pleated skirt, his legs, swathed in pure white stockings, radiated an indescribable allure. Innocence and seduction, two starkly contrasting qualities, harmoniously merged within him. Simply standing there, he could easily drive a man to madness. Damn it! Lin Mo slammed his fist against the sink. He felt the ironclad worldview he had built over 30 years beginning to crumble inch by inch. "Oh, I didn't expect you to pull this off rather well." A voice, cool and slightly teasing, unexpectedly broke through his thoughts, distinct from the system's cheerful tone. "Far better than that drab black outfit from before." Lin Mo froze. "Who? Is it you, system? Why have you changed your voice?" After a prolonged silence, the voice remained unresponsive. And soon the system's cheerful notifications returned. Ding. Detection confirms that the host has completed the outfit change. The essence of youth is palpable. Please commence your performance. Lin Mo had no time to ponder the peculiar voice. He was now faced with the gravest challenge of his life. He stepped out of the bathroom. Standing at the threshold, hand poised on the doorknob, yet hesitating to turn it. Outside awaited the entire faculty and student body of the academy. Inside lingered his crumbling dignity. Here goes. He shut his eyes and yanked open the dormitory door, bracing himself for yet another social demise. Chapter 7. Senior, may I add you as a friend? The dormitory door was abruptly flung open, allowing a cascade of brilliant sunlight and the refreshing morning air to pour in. Lin Mo stepped out, revealing a leg clad in white stockings. In that fleeting moment, the entire world fell silent. The bustling thoroughfare of the academy, once filled with throngs of people and the cacophony of conversation, vanished in an instant. Time appeared to be suspended. Instantly, hundreds of gazes converged upon Lin Mo. A boy, engrossed in his magical energy tablet, collided with a rune lamp post, producing a dull thud. He clutched his forehead, momentarily forgetting the pain, his expression frozen in astonishment. Another boy, riding a windsurfing skateboard, performed a sudden stop, launching himself and his board 3 meters away, spilling his breakfast soy milk everywhere. "Wow," someone exclaimed, shattering the oppressive silence. Then, a wave of fervent discussions erupted. "Who is that? Is there such a figure in our academy? That leg. That absolute realm. I think I'm in love. Is this a real person? Not a holographic projection? Is this beauty even reasonable? This is 1,000 times more stunning than those top idols." The boys, as if under a collective spell, craned their necks, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Conversely, the girls exhibited a starkly different reaction. They seethed with jealousy, glaring at their boyfriends or crushes, who appeared woefully inadequate in comparison, wishing they could stamp Lin Mo's face with their high heels. Just a vixen, is she? Dressed so provocatively. Who is she trying to impress? What is so special about white stockings? That skirt is so short, utterly shameless. Lin Mo felt akin to a newly released exotic monkey in a zoo, surrounded by countless onlookers, subjected to their scrutiny and commentary. His cheeks burned with embarrassment, and his toes curled awkwardly within his shoes. He swore he had never felt so desperate to disappear. Ding. Absorbing astonishment, charm value 10. Ding. Absorbing admiration, charm value 15. Ding. Absorbing jealousy, charm value 20. Ding. Absorbing desire, charm value 18. The system's notifications echoed in his mind like firecrackers during the new year. Lin Mo maintained a stoic expression, yet his heart bled internally. These values were all earned at the cost of his dignity. With his head bowed, he quickened his pace, eager to traverse this public spectacle as swiftly as possible. However, the more he tried to remain inconspicuous, the more attention he attracted. His downward gaze, in the eyes of others, appeared as girlish shyness. His silvery long hair swayed gently with each step, reflecting a holy halo in the sunlight. The white sailor uniform shirt billowed slightly in the breeze, accentuating his delicate waist. The deep blue pleated skirt swayed, pulling at the heartstrings of every boy around. Those legs, encased in pure white stockings, were straight, long, and perfectly proportioned, devoid of any excess flesh. From his exquisite little shoes to his graceful ankles and the soft curves of his calves, leading up to the area tantalizingly concealed by his skirt. It was an absolute realm that sparked boundless imagination. Such legs were simply not meant for a mere mortal. This is undoubtedly a divine masterpiece. System prompt, dear host. Merely walking isn't sufficient. A little interaction would amplify the effects. Lin Mo had yet to curse internally when he felt an empty sensation in his hand. A pen materialized out of thin air, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. This infernal system. Lin Mo froze in place, sensing the air around him grow increasingly torrid. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of gazes, he resignedly bent down. He endeavored to maintain grace, adopting a posture reminiscent of a ballet dancer. However, the skirt he wore was simply too short. As he leaned forward, the deep blue pleated hem soared uncontrollably, resembling a flower in bloom. A fleeting glimpse of pure white flashed by, though it lasted but a moment. It was sufficient for any male with vision exceeding 15 to see clearly. Gulp. A synchronized sound of swallowed breaths resonated through the crowd. Above, A hint of lace peeked out, while below, exquisite lace adorned the white stockings, revealing a hint of plush thigh flesh. The concept of an absolute territory was epitomized at that instant. Ding, ding, ding. Warning. Emotional energy reception overload. Charm value 100, 120, 155. Lin Mo swiftly retrieved the pen and stood up, his face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. He yearned to vanish into a crack in the ground. Just as he prepared to escape this place of turmoil, a figure blocked his path. It was a tall, reasonably handsome senior, his face flushed, clutching a book titled Fundamentals of Potion Making. Hello? Hello? The senior stammered, his nervousness rendering his speech incoherent. Lin Mo rolled his eyes internally. Go away. I feel absolutely dreadful. I am Liang, a second year in the alchemy department. I saw you dropped your pen. His words tumbled out, utterly disjointed. Lin Mo took a deep breath, initiating his performance. He raised his gaze, his large, watery eyes locking onto the senior, lashes fluttering like delicate wings. In a voice so sweet it sent shivers down his own spine, he spoke, "Thank you, senior." The final syllable dripped with a sugary lilt, infiltrating Liang's ears and rendering him weak at the knees. And no problem. Liang felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, summoning every ounce of courage. He extended his magic energy board. Can I get your contact information? Here it comes. Lin Mo's heart remained undisturbed, contemplating a swift throw. Yet, his lips betrayed a conflicted yet apologetic expression. I'm sorry. His voice softened, laced with a hint of grievance. My master doesn't allow me to casually exchange contact information. Those words detonated a bomb of intrigue. Liang was left speechless. All the eavesdropping students were equally stunned. Master? That term instantly ignited the gossiping spirit within everyone. A master? She has a master? Oh, I see. She is indeed the heroic spirit of Shaolin Yue. Just yesterday, she effortlessly defeated a D-class mid-tier rending entity. My goodness, yesterday she donned black stockings, and today she wears white. What a dramatic transformation. I cannot endure this. She is both innocent and alluring, and so obedient to her master. Who can resist such charm? Shaolin Yue truly knows how to play the game. How infuriating. Why can't I summon such a heroic spirit? Ding. The task objective has been exceeded. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. CQC hand-to-hand combat technique, beginner. The skill has been issued. The host may learn it at any time within the system space. The task has been completed. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. As a wealth of knowledge regarding close-quarters combat and muscle memory flooded his mind. He could no longer remain. He must leave. My apologies, I must take my leave. He offered a slight bow to the still-dazed Liang, then turned and practically jogged away. However, as he turned towards the path leading to the dormitory area, several unsavory figures obstructed his way. At the forefront was Zhou Feng, accompanied by a few lackeys, a sinister grin plastered across his face as he spread his arms, blocking Lin Mo's path. Oh, is this not our school's infamous bed-warming faux girl? Zhou Feng's tone dripped with mockery and malice. Dressed so beautifully. Are you in a rush to return and warm your master's bed? Unfortunately, it seems you might not be going anywhere today. Chapter 8. My apologies. I accidentally acted in self-defense. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of students lingering on the main thoroughfare, many of whom gathered, eager for the spectacle, pointing and whispering from a distance. It's Zhou Feng. He is causing trouble for Shaolin Yue's heroic spirit again. This is too much. How can they bully such a young girl? Or, well, a faux girl, like this? Shoo, keep it down. Zhou Feng's family is wealthy and influential, and his heroic spirit is C-class. Can you afford to provoke him? A few upperclassmen, initially intending to intervene, hesitated upon seeing Zhou Feng's fierce expression and his intimidating companions, retreating instead. After all, offending the Academy's bully over an unfamiliar faux girl was hardly worth the risk. Lin Mo found himself trapped in the middle, seemingly isolated and helpless. He took a timid step back, his body trembling slightly, and his large, watery eyes quickly filled with tears. Clutching the hem of his deep blue pleated skirt, he wrinkled it in distress. What do you want from me? His voice quivered, strained with emotion. If you come any closer, I will scream. His pitiful, tearful visage evoked an immediate surge of sympathy from the onlookers. Goodness, Zhou Feng is truly despicable. How can he frighten someone like this? Look how terrified the child is. It's appalling. Bullying a decorative heroic spirit is hardly impressive. Why not challenge someone in the top 10 rankings instead? Exactly. Such shamelessness. Accusations echoed from all directions, though faint. They coalesced into a discernible chorus. Zhou Feng's face flushed with humiliation. He had not anticipated that this delicate young man could evoke such sympathy with merely a tearful facade. Envy and anger clouded his judgment. Scream. He bellowed. Today, I shall make you scream. Enraged, Zhou Feng spat an oath and reached out with his large hand, aiming for Lin Mo's collar. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to your aid. He was determined to publicly humiliate this pretender who had stolen his spotlight. Just as Zhou Feng's filthy hand was about to graze the pristine collar of Lin Mo's white shirt, the terrified expression on Lin Mo's face vanished, replaced by an icy calm devoid of emotion. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, shortening the distance between them and entering the optimal range for close-quarters combat. A seemingly delicate hand, pale as porcelain, seized Zhou Feng's wrist with astonishing strength, akin to a vice. What's this? Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Mo pressed down on Zhou Feng's wrist while pivoting to the side, simultaneously raising his elbow. The motion flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Most crucially, his leg, clad in pure white stockings, ensnared Zhou Feng's ankle at an intricate angle. The smooth fabric glided over Zhou Feng's pant leg, and he felt his footing slip. In an instant, his center of gravity pitched forward, uncontrollably colliding with Lin Mo. Awaiting him was Lin Mo's elbow, deceptively frail, yet infused with formidable strength. A dull thud resonated as Lin Mo's elbow struck precisely at the soft tissue beneath Zhou Feng's right ribcage, one of the body's most vulnerable areas. Rich in nerves and devoid of bony protection, excruciating pain surged through Zhou Feng's body, as if he had been struck by a charging rhinoceros. His insides felt as though they were in turmoil. He gasped for breath, darkness clouding his vision, and he crumpled to the ground. Lin Mo released his grip and stepped back, while Zhou Feng, resembling a boiled shrimp, hunched over in agony, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, unable to emit a sound. Gasping desperately for air, Brother Feng, his lackeys, witnessing their leader felled by a single strike, were momentarily stunned. Regaining their composure, they charged at Lin Mo with furious shouts. How dare you touch Brother Feng? Kill him. One lackey swung his fist directly at Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo sidestepped effortlessly, turning with the momentum of his attacker. Swiftly positioning himself behind the assailant, he grasped the man's arm with precision, twisting it in the opposite direction. A sharp crack echoed through the air. A crisp sound of dislocated bones echoed through the air. One of the henchmen emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, collapsing to the ground while clutching his dislocated arm. Another henchman approached from the side and delivered a kick. Lin Mo, undeterred, simply lifted his leg and lightly tapped the assailant's shin bone with the tip of his shoe. A piercing scream followed once more as the henchman writhed on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. The last henchman, witnessing this scene, felt his legs turn to jelly and attempted to flee. However, Lin Mo swiftly advanced, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck. The henchman let out no sound, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious. The entire sequence, from Zhou Feng's initial strike to the moment all four henchmen lay defeated, transpired in less than 10 seconds, a breathtaking display of speed. The previously raucous crowd now stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. What had they just witnessed? A seemingly fragile young girl clad in a JK uniform and pristine white stockings had effortlessly dispatched 5 towering young men using an array of combat techniques that were foreign to their understanding. Was this even plausible? Wasn't he supposed to be a mage? How could he possibly possess such martial prowess? The fluidity and professionalism of those movements. Could they truly be executed by an F-class heroic spirit? Was this the legendary armed JK? My goodness. It seems I've glimpsed something I shouldn't have. This world is utterly insane. Lin Mo stood amidst the 4 groaning figures, gradually lowering his stance. The cold, lethal aura that had surrounded him dissipated in an instant, reverting to an innocent and delicate visage. He adjusted his somewhat disheveled pleated skirt before approaching Zhou Feng, who was still convulsing on the ground. With a deep bow directed at Zhou Feng and his companions, his skirt traced a dangerously enchanting arc through the air. Then, raising his head, he spoke in a tone imbued with innocence and regret. I'm so sorry. You were too close, and I felt a bit anxious. It was merely self-defense. Chapter 9. This is a martial arts master. Lin Mo's voice was soft and melodious, laced with just the right amount of apology and grievance. Yet, those words struck the ears of everyone present like thunderclaps. Self-defense? They glanced at the 5 imposing men sprawled on the ground, one kneeling and retching, 2 rolling about while clutching their limbs, and another lying unconscious. Then they turned their gaze to the innocent young girl standing amidst them, clad in pure white stockings. The tableau was nothing short of surreal. Was this truly self-defense? This was unequivocally a one-sided assault. Am I imagining things? Did Zhou Feng and his companions really fall so easily? The speed of those movements was beyond my comprehension. Could such prowess genuinely belong to an ornamental heroic spirit? What ornamentation! This was the work of a martial arts master. Look at that. Elbow strikes, leg sweeps, joint locks. Each move aimed to incapacitate. Professional. Utterly professional. Today, I have truly opened my eyes. My mother inquired why I was kneeling to observe the commotion. The murmurs of the crowd evolved from hushed whispers into uncontrollable gasps and fervent discussions. The gazes directed at Lin Mo transformed from admiration and sympathy to sheer reverence and dread. Particularly, those boys who previously harbored unrealistic fantasies about Lin Mo now felt an unsettling chill at the nape of their necks. This was no delicate senior. She was, in fact, a fearsome tyrannosaurus clad in rabbit fur. Those seemingly delicate, silken legs, which appeared capable of elegance for a lifetime, were, in reality, lethal weapons capable of shattering bones with a single kick. Ding! A significant surge of emotions such as shock, fear, and reverence has been detected. Congratulations, host. You have absorbed a total of 855 points of emotional energy. Charm value, 855. The system's notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind once more. What a windfall. His heart soared with joy, yet his expression remained one of impending tears. He even instinctively recoiled, as if startled by his own recent actions. Such acting prowess. The Oscars surely owe him a little golden statuette. What is everyone doing here? What is this gathering for? A booming voice rang out as the Academy's patrol team finally arrived. Leading them was a robust instructor, who, upon seeing a multitude sprawled on the ground, with the only one still standing being the infamous F-grade transgender spirit, was utterly bewildered. What on earth transpired here? The instructor pointed at Zhou Feng and then at Lin Mo, momentarily at a loss as to whom to question. At this moment, Zhou Feng finally caught his breath. Raising his head and seeing the instructor, he appeared as if he had found a savior. He pointed at Lin Mo, his face twisted with anguish and resentment. Instructor. It was him. He assaulted me for no reason at all. Quickly arrest him. Hurry. The instructor furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Mo. Tears streamed down Lin Mo's face, creating a poignant image of sorrow and fragility. No, instructor, he sobbed, his voice quavering in protest. They were bullying me and trying to capture me. I was terrified. I merely wanted to push him away. As he spoke, he extended his delicate, pale wrist, revealing a faint red mark, evidence from when he had gripped Zhou Feng's wrist too forcefully. This was irrefutable proof. The surrounding students chimed in. Instructor, we all witnessed it. Zhou Feng struck first. Yes, he even said he would make this senior scream to no avail. We can all attest to that. The poor girl, young student, was frightened to tears. She was merely defending herself. Who could have known Zhou Feng and his friends were so fragile? Public opinion swiftly tilted in Lin Mo's favor. Zhou Feng, infuriated, nearly gasped for air again. Fragile? With my C-grade physique, I was nearly injured internally by a mere elbow. How can you call this fragile? Whose side are you all on, you blind fools? Listening to the testimonies surrounding him, the instructor scrutinized Zhou Feng's bullying demeanor and Lin Mo's pitiful appearance. Arriving at a conclusion, he had never held much regard for students who abused their power. Take them away, to the Academic Affairs Office. With a wave of his hand, the mentor summoned several patrolling officers who promptly approached, lifting the still groaning Zhou Feng and his companions from the ground. The mentor then turned his gaze towards Lin Mo, his expression a blend of complexity. You should accompany them and provide a statement. Lin Mo timidly acknowledged, lowering his head as he followed the patrol officers, taking small, hesitant steps reminiscent of a frightened quail. As he passed by the gathering students, he could feel their intense stares, now mingled with an overwhelming sense of reverence. Beep. Daily task initiated. Task description. In the Academic Affairs Office, before your mentor and Zhou Feng. Convey to your master. This can be communicated via a device, that your master has gotten you into trouble again. Will you abandon them? Boo-hoo. Task rewards. 300 charm points and access to exchange for high explosive grenades. Task failure penalty. Dance in a bunny girl outfit at the center of the Academy Square. Lin Mo stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Damn system. Are you a devil? In the Academic Affairs Office. In front of so many people, uttering such humiliating words, and in a whiny tone. The penalty for failure loomed ominously in his mind. Dancing in a bunny suit in the square? He might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. High explosive grenades? How enticing. Let us do this. What a little embarrassment. I've already humiliated myself enough today. A few more lice won't itch, and a few more deaths won't cause worry. In the Academic Affairs Office, the atmosphere was grave. Zhou Feng and his entourage, sporting bruises, stood to one side, their parents already notified and en route. Meanwhile, Lin Mo sat forlornly on a chair across the room, his legs together, hands resting on his knees, appearing every bit the obedient child. The questioning was once again conducted by Mentor Wang. who observed this bizarre scene with a throbbing temple. Just yesterday, this effeminate spirit had annihilated a D-class monster, classified as possessing a rare sacrificial bloodline talent. Today, he had effortlessly dispatched a C-class master and 4 of his followers using an unheard-of fighting technique. Did this sacrificial bloodline also bestow martial prowess? Or did this lad possess a close combat mode in his Destiny Strike? Minter Wong felt his knowledge of spirit arts being trampled upon repeatedly. Lin Mo? Minter Wong endeavored to soften his tone. Please recount your circumstances in detail. Lin Mo raised his head, his eyes glistening with tears, and began his performance. I finished my morning classes and was heading back to my dorm when Zhou Feng and his friends stopped me, hurling some very hurtful words. I was terrified and wanted to run, but they wouldn't let me go. Zhou Feng even reached out to grab me. In my panic, my body seemed to lose control as if something else awakened within me. By the time I realized what was happening, they were already on the ground. Yet again, this same narrative. Minter Wong's lips twitched in frustration. Uncontrollable, and something awakened. Did he think this was a soap opera? Awakening a new ability every day? At that moment, Zhou Feng's father, a rotund man adorned in designer labels, stormed into the room. Who did this to my son? Mr. Zhou bellowed as he stormed through the door, his fury igniting upon seeing Zhou Feng kneeling on the ground. His wrath intensified when he followed Zhou Feng's resentful gaze to the strikingly beautiful girl seated calmly in a chair. Is it you, you little wretch? He spat, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Mo. I assure you, this matter is far from over. I care not who stands behind you. I will make you pay. Mr. Zhou. Master Wang interjected coldly, mind your language. This is the Office of Academic Affairs at the Demon Hunter Academy, not your personal enterprise. Master Wang. My son has been beaten to a pulp, and you still protect this perpetrator? Mr. Zhou exclaimed, his voice tinged with desperation. Whether she is a perpetrator or not will be determined by us. According to multiple witnesses present, it was your son who instigated the confrontation and attempted to strike first. As the dispute escalated, Lin Mo quietly retrieved his magical energy tablet. Before the gathered crowd, he opened his contacts list and dialed the singular, top priority contact, his master. The call connected swiftly, and the frigid voice of Xiao Lingyue emanated from the device. What is it? Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Lin Mo allowed his emotions to swell, and then he began to weep. Wah! His wail reverberated throughout the Office of Academic Affairs, drawing everyone's attention. Mr. Zhou stood momentarily stunned by the display. Master, I've caused trouble again, Wah. They're bullying me. Will you abandon me? His voice cracked with a sorrowful timbre. The final are resonating with an almost heart-wrenching pitch. The office fell into a profound silence. Master Wang's pen clattered to the ground, and Zhou Feng and his father stood frozen, as if turned to stone, captivated by the melodrama unfolding before them. On the other end of the line, a 5-second silence ensued, followed by Xiao Lingyue's voice, frigid enough to freeze the soul. Stay right there, do not move. I am on my way. Master, shall we share a bed tonight? The coldness of Xiao Lingyue's tone sent a shiver down Lin Mo's spine, half feigned and half genuine. He could vividly picture her face, colder than the icy peaks of Antarctica. Oh no, it seems I have gone too far this time. He ended the call, keeping his head bowed, shoulders shaking in a performance of tears, while internally he frantically strategized how to explain himself to Xiao Lingyue. Beep. Daily task completed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 charm points. A new item, high explosive grenades, is now available in the shop. Please check it out. Current total charm points, 2,091. Though the system's cheerful notification chimed in his mind, Lin Mo found no joy in it. He would gladly forfeit those 300 charm points to avoid the impending storm. In the Office of Academic Affairs, the atmosphere had grown palpably eerie, with Zhou Feng and his father still wearing expressions of sheer disbelief. They were utterly confounded, unable to comprehend how a martial arts master, who just moments ago could have left someone reeling in pain, could now be weeping with such heart-wrenching sorrow, even playfully pouting into the communicator. What on earth was this creature? Minter Wong, with his hand pressed against his forehead, felt as though he were on the brink of exhaustion. He was increasingly convinced that this Lin Mo was an unprecedented source of trouble. Moreover, his master, Xiao Lingyue, was no less formidable. Together, they seemed poised to usher in a tumultuous era at the academy. Barely 2 minutes had passed, when bang. The door to the Academic Affairs office was kicked open from the outside. It was not a gentle push, but a forceful kick. Clad in a pristine white uniform, Xiao Lingyue emanated an icy aura as she appeared at the threshold. Her exquisite visage was devoid of any expression, yet her dark eyes seemed to be brewing a cataclysmic tempest. All gazes were drawn to her. Without acknowledging anyone, she strode directly to Lin Mo. He looked up, tears glistening in his eyes, his small frame evoking sympathy from all who beheld him. Timidly, he called out to her, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp the hem of her garment. Xiao Lingyue did not even glance in his direction, her cold gaze sweeping over Zhou Feng and his father. The latter felt a pang of trepidation under her scrutinizing stare. Though he wielded authority outside, he felt a shiver of fear before the legitimate young lady of the Xiao family. The influence of the Xiao clan was beyond what a mere upstart like him could contend with. Zhou Feng's father was instantly subdued by her presence. You. Xiao Lingyue pointed at Zhou Feng, her tone void of emotion. Did you lay a hand on him? Zhou Feng's father attempted to argue. This is a misunderstanding. I ask you again, was it he who struck first? Xiao Lingyue's voice grew even colder, an invisible pressure causing beads of sweat to form on Zhou Feng's father's brow. Zhou Feng, terrified, instinctively nodded. Excellent. Xiao Lingyue shifted her gaze back to Mentor Wang and slightly inclined her head. Mentor Wang, my spirit has caused you trouble. The incident was initiated by Zhou Feng's provocation. My spirit acted in self-defense. Should the academy seek to impose punishment, I shall bear the responsibility. She paused, her eyes sharpening once more. However, should anyone attempt to exploit this situation to exert pressure, the Xiao family is not to be trifled with. Her words, neither servile nor arrogant, were laced with an unmistakable threat. Zhou Feng's father turned an alarming shade of red, rendered speechless. Mentor Wang sighed, recognizing the impossibility of resolving the matter amicably. Xiao classmate, please remain calm. We have a basic understanding of the situation. Indeed, Zhou Feng is at fault for instigating the conflict. Your spirit's actions were excessive in self-defense, but considering it was his first offense and he was provoked, we shall simply require him to write a 10,000-word reflection. Let this matter conclude here. As for Zhou Feng, his malicious provocation and bullying of others would result in a serious reprimand and a public apology to your spirit. This resolution clearly favored Xiao Lingyue. Zhou Feng wore an expression of reluctance, yet upon encountering the frigid gaze of Xiao Lingyue and witnessing his father's cowardice, he could only swallow his indignation. I have no objections, Xiao Lingyue stated coldly. Neither do I, Zhou's father quickly added, wiping the sweat from his brow. All right, everyone disperse. Instructor Wang waved his hand, feeling as though he had aged a decade. Xiao Lingyue fell silent and turned to leave. Lin Mo hastily scrambled to his feet, tailing her like a devoted shadow, mirroring her every step. The two walked along the corridor of the academy, with Xiao Lingyue's silhouette emanating an aura of icy detachment that was more pronounced than ever. Lin Mo dared not breathe too heavily. He was acutely aware that while the troubles at the academy had been resolved, his true predicaments were only just beginning. Silence enveloped them until they returned to the suffocating confines of the single dormitory. Bang! The door slammed shut with a forceful thud. Xiao Lingyue turned around, her gaze fixated on Lin Mo. Her eyes no longer reflected disdain or surprise, but rather an inquisitive scrutiny, as if she were examining an entirely unfamiliar creature. Are we done with the performance? Her voice was eerily calm. Lin Mo's heart sank. He realized that feigning ignorance would no longer suffice. Lowering his head, he murmured, Master, do not call me that. Xiao Lingyue interrupted sharply, a look of revulsion crossing her features. Lin Mo's expression froze. A sacrificial bloodline. Xiao Lingyue advanced a step, closing the distance between them to less than half a meter. Lin Mo could detect the pleasant aroma of pine emanating from her, yet at that moment, the scent felt perilous. Can you still awaken close combat techniques? She pressed forward again. Lin Mo found himself retreating until his back was against the cold wall. With nowhere left to escape, a series of moves, taking down 5 opponents, she continued, her movements precise and efficient, each strike aimed at vital points and weaknesses. Xiao Linyue's gaze was as sharp as blades, seemingly intent on dissecting Lin Mo from the inside out. Tell me, which F-rank ornamental spirit can achieve such feats? She reached out and seized Lin Mo's chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. Her fingers were icy, yet her grip was firm. What exactly are you? Lin Mo stared into her face, mere inches away, his heart racing at the suspicion and cold murderous intent reflected in her eyes. He understood that a single misstep in his words could lead this woman to purge him on the spot. His mind raced. What should he do? How could he explain? Claiming to be a special forces soldier from another world? Would she believe it? More likely, she would take him for a malevolent entity seeking to usurp control. Should he continue fabricating stories? She already doubted him. In that critical moment, the cool voice of a woman echoed once more in Lin Mo's mind. Fool, is this the time to act coy? Do you wish to die? Lin Mo froze. Acting coy? Would it be of any use now? Kiss her. The voice commanded again, imbued with undeniable authority. Lin Mo's pupils dilated in shock. Kiss her? What kind of absurdity was this? The woman now harbors thoughts of murder. Approaching her would be akin to courting death. Yet, inexplicably, in that fleeting moment, his body seemed to act of its own volition. He found himself drawn to Xiao Lunyue's lips, which appeared rather delicate due to their tight press. Caught off guard by his audacity, she momentarily forgot to react. Their warm, soft lips met, and time appeared to freeze in that instant. Xiao Lunyue's eyes widened in shock, her mind blank. Surprisingly, instead of the anticipated revulsion, she experienced a warm, soft sensation tinged with sweetness. The clean, pleasant scent of the youth invaded her senses unabashedly. At the moment their lips touched, Lin Mo was equally bewildered. Good heavens! I truly kissed her. Is this what a girl's lips feel like? So soft. Just as his mind momentarily crashed, the system's cheerful voice chimed in, akin to a death knell. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden task, the melting of the iceberg. Task content. Please utter the following lines to your master. Master. I apologize, I simply adore you too much. May I sleep alongside you tonight? Task reward. Unlock new skill, bullet time beginner. Task failure penalty. Complete disappearance for a month. Lin Mo. Damn you, wretched system. Chapter 11, bullet time. This reward is too enticing. Disappearance for a month. At this moment, the words adorned with pink hearts and wavy lines echoed in Lin Mo's mind, more terrifying than any death sentence. His 30 years of steadfast masculinity shattered in an instant. He slowly withdrew from Xiao Lunyue's alluring lips. Their faces remained close, allowing him to glimpse the lingering shock and bewilderment in her beautiful eyes. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks with palpable speed. This was the first time Lin Mo had witnessed an expression on her face that was not marked by coldness or disdain. Resolute, he closed his eyes. His acting spirit ignited. His eyes, which had just kissed Xiao Lunyue, swiftly filled with tears, transforming from panic to a profound, unwavering affection and humility. Master. His voice, laced with a hint of hoarseness and tremor, broke the silence. I'm sorry. He lowered his gaze, his long silver eyelashes casting a lonely shadow in the light. I just adore you too much. As he spoke these words, his voice was soft, like a clandestine secret. Xiao Lunyue remained frozen, her mind still in disarray. He likes me. So those inexplicable actions, vanquishing monsters and beating classmates, were all to protect me? To garner my attention? This thought, akin to a stone cast into the surface of a lake, stirred ripples in her heart that had been frozen for 18 years. She felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing uncontrollably. Just as her mind was a tempest of confusion, Lin Mo's voice, tinged with a tearful humiliation, resonated once more. May I sleep with you tonight, master? Upon uttering this phrase, Lin Mo felt as though his very soul had left his body. He wished for nothing more than to perish on the spot. What an outrageous proposition. A seasoned soldier, a mercenary king who had shed blood without hesitation, now found himself beseeching a barely adult girl for companionship? He wished for death. Truly, he did. The atmosphere was oppressively silent. Xiao Lunyue gazed at the girl before her. Head bowed, clutching the hem of her clothing, her face a canvas of desperate affection, and a wave of nausea surged within her. The fleeting, tender feelings that had sparked from the kiss were instantly replaced by overwhelming revulsion. You fancy me? You? A girl donned in feminine attire, speaking in a falsetto, perpetually on the verge of tears, and you wish to share a bed with me? Begone. Xiao Lunyue finally regained her composure and forcefully pushed Lin Mo away. The strength of her shove sent him crashing into the wall behind him with a dull thud. Return to your sofa, she nearly shouted. After her outburst, she did not spare him another glance, spinning on her heel and storming into her bedroom, slamming the door with a resounding bang. In the living room, Lin Mo was left alone. He leaned against the wall, gradually sliding down to the floor, exhaling a long sigh. Though he had been scolded and shoved, he had survived. Ding. Hidden task completed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill. Bullet time beginner. Skill has been granted. Please check your system space. The system's notification now sounded remarkably pleasant to Lin Mo. He immediately accessed the system panel in his mind. Host. Lin Mo. Gender. Male, cross-dressing form. Level. F-class lower tier, exhibitionist. Charm value. 2091. Equipped weapon. P226 pistol, includes 2 magazines. Skills acquired. Firearm exchange mall, beginner. CQC close quarters combat, beginner. Bullet time, beginner. Bullet time, beginner active skill. When activated, the host's dynamic vision and neural response speed will increase to 300 of normal for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Threefold reaction speed. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. This was nothing short of miraculous. He understood all too well what it meant for a marksman. In the rapidly shifting chaos of battle, a mere fraction of a second could mean the difference between life and death. And this skill granted him a full 5 seconds of divine time. In those 5 seconds, Enemy movements would slow to a crawl in his perception, allowing him to deftly evade attacks, aim for the most lethal vulnerabilities, and deliver the most precise shots. This reward was simply exquisite. The earlier humiliation no longer seemed insurmountable. He even began to anticipate what absurd tasks the system would unveil next and what outrageous skills it would bestow upon him. No, what was happening to him? Lin Mo quickly shook his head, casting aside this perilous thought from his mind. How could he entertain such notions? What about his dignity? His steadfast masculine spirit? He struggled to rise from the ground and collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. The sofa, modest in size, was just enough to accommodate his petite frame of barely over 1.60 meters. He closed his eyes and began to reflect on the day's experiences. Throughout the day, he had publicly executed a punishment while adorned in J.K. white stockings, subsequently engaged in a fierce confrontation with Zhou Feng, created a scene at the Academic Affairs office, and even forcefully kissed his icy master. It was a day filled with dramatic twists and exhilarating events. Naturally, the rewards were substantial as well. He not only earned over 1,000 charm points, but also acquired 2 life-saving skills, CQC and bullet time. He opened the firearms exchange shop. P226 pistol includes 2 magazines. 15 rounds 100 charm points. K-bar tactical knife, 50 charm points. MP5 submachine gun includes 3 magazines, 30 rounds 300 charm points. Glock 18, fully automatic pistol. Includes 33-round extended magazine, 280 charm points. Tactical Grenade X3, 150 charm points. High explosive Grenade X1, 200 charm points. M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, 1,000 charm points. Bulletproof inserts can be embedded in clothing, 400 charm points. Gazing at these familiar weapons, Lin Mo felt a renewed sense of security. Exchange, MP5 submachine gun. Consumed 300 charm points. Exchange successful. Exchange, Glock 18. Consumed 280 charm points. Exchange successful. Exchange, 3 tactical grenades. Consumed 150 charm points. Exchange successful. Exchange, 1 high explosive grenade. Consumed 200 charm points. Exchange successful. Exchange, bulletproof inserts. Consumed 400 charm points. Exchange successful. In a flurry of transactions, he swiftly spent over 1,000 charm points. Current total charm points, 761. A faint glow flashed, and an MP5, a Glock 18, for grenades, and 2 thin yet sturdy ceramic inserts materialized before him in the system space. Lin Mo picked up the classic MP5 submachine gun, expertly pulled back the bolt, and the crisp metallic sound was the most delightful music to his ears. For close-range engagements, nothing could be more reliable. The Glock 18, capable of fully automatic fire, was truly a formidable weapon in close combat, capable of unleashing 20 rounds in a mere second. With these armaments, coupled with CQC and bullet time, he finally possessed a modicum of self-defense capability. Just as he reveled in the joy of his new weapons, a soft click echoed. The bedroom door suddenly creaked open. Lin Mo's heart raced, and he hurriedly stowed all the weapons back into the system space. Xiao Lingyue cautiously peeked through the crack of the door, her delicate visage still tinged with a lingering blush. She gazed at Lin Mo, who was curled up on the sofa, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. After a moment of silence, she tossed a blanket and a pillow out from behind the door, the thud resonating as they landed upon Lin Mo. "It's chilly tonight. Cover yourself," she murmured softly, her voice laced with an awkwardness. Without waiting for Lin Mo's response, she abruptly slammed the door shut. Lin Mo stared blankly at the blanket draped over him, still infused with the pleasant scent of pine that mirrored the fragrance of her presence. Is this woman truly concerned about me? A surge of indescribable feelings washed over him. He unfolded the blanket, enveloping himself in its soft warmth. Closing his eyes, he prepared to drift into slumber. However, in the dead of night, he was jolted awake by a muffled, anguished whimper that pierced the silence. To his astonishment, the sound emanated from Xiao Lingyue's bedroom. Chapter 12. Master, you are burning hot in the stillness of the night. That suppressed, sorrowful whimper echoed starkly in the quiet dormitory. The sounds were intermittent, reminiscent of someone caught in a nightmare, enduring immense suffering. It was Xiao Lingyue. Lin Mo sprang upright from the sofa, wide awake. Something was amiss. Silently, he descended from the sofa, his bare feet padding softly like a cat, and approached her door. He pressed his ear against the cold door panel. The whimpers becoming clearer, mingled with the sound of chattering teeth and heavy, rapid breathing. So cold, Xiao Lingyue's voice, laced with tears, drifted through. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Was she ill? Or was there another reason? This world was rife with peculiarities. Perhaps she had fallen victim to some curse or negative affliction. He hesitated momentarily. Xiao Lingyue had explicitly warned him against entering her room. Yet, Given the current circumstances, if anything were to happen to her, as her spirit, he would likely share her fate. Saving her was paramount. Resolving to act, he gently twisted the doorknob. The door was unlatched. He opened it just enough to peer inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon everything within. Xiao Lingyue lay curled up on the bed, her body trembling violently beneath the covers. Beads of cold sweat dotted her forehead, her lips pale, teeth clenched tightly, and her face contorted in agony. The fluctuations of her spiritual energy had become exceedingly unstable, waves of frigid air emanating uncontrollably from her, causing the room's temperature to plummet several degrees. A thin layer of frost even formed in the corners of the walls. Was this a loss of control over her spiritual energy? Lin Mo quickly deduced. He had perused relevant materials in the Academy's library. Those with special bloodlines or who practiced unique techniques might experience a backlash against themselves when their emotions surged or their physical state weakened. Xiao Lingyue's ice attribute spiritual power evidently belongs to a category of high risk. Over the past few days, she has been stunned by his swift annihilation of monsters, repulsed by his public displays of affection, and overwhelmed by his unexpected kiss. Her heart, as frigid as an iceberg, must surely be in turmoil. With such emotional fluctuations, it is no wonder that she is on the brink of losing control. Lin Mo sighed, lamenting the predicament. He approached the bedside and gently touched Xiao Lingyue's forehead. The chill was penetrating, far from the warmth one would expect from a living being. If this continued, she might very well freeze to death. What to do? Increase the temperature physically? Use a fireball spell? That was not an option. He didn't possess such abilities. He was merely a physical powerhouse masquerading as a mage. Perhaps he could provide warmth with his own body? Lin Mo glanced at the trembling girl on the bed and then at his own thin JK uniform. It seemed he had little choice. Saving a life is worth more than building a grand pagoda, he mused, mentally preparing himself. He removed his shoes, lifted a corner of the blanket, and nestled inside. The bed felt like a frigid chamber. Xiao Lingyue's body resembled a block of ancient ice, exuding an astonishing cold. Upon contact with her skin, Lin Mo felt as if he had been plunged into liquid nitrogen, sending a shiver coursing through him. Gritting his teeth, he extended his arms and enveloped the still trembling form in a tight embrace. The girl's body was soft and slender, through the thin fabric of her nightgown. He could distinctly feel her curves and remarkable elasticity. A faint scent of pine lingered at his nostrils. Yet, Lin Mo had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He sensed his warmth being fervently absorbed by Xiao Lingyue's icy body, akin to a furnace struggling to radiate heat in a frozen abyss. It was unbearably cold. Xiao Lingyue continued to murmur unconsciously, instinctively drawing closer to him, her sole source of warmth. Her head nestled against Lin Mo's chest, her cheek pressed against his warm skin. His body stiffened momentarily. The sensation, though he was flat-chested, was undeniably corporeal. The warmth of her breath against his chest sent a ticklish sensation through him. Lowering his gaze, he beheld her face, rendered particularly pale and fragile in the moonlight. Tiny ice crystals had even formed on her long eyelashes. Lin Mo sighed and tightened his embrace. He began to employ the breathing techniques he had learned in his previous life, striving to elevate his body temperature. Gradually, he indeed felt like a small sun, radiating an unceasing warmth. Xiao Lingyue's tremors began to subside. She seemed to sense the warmth and safety, ceasing her struggles, and curled up in his arms like an injured kitten. Her breathing gradually became steady and prolonged. The room returned to a tranquil silence, with only the sound of their intertwined breaths remaining. Lin Mo held the delicate figure of his master in his embrace, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. In his previous life spanning 3 decades, he had taken countless lives, his hands forever stained with blood. He had never envisioned that one day he would cradle a young girl in this manner, using his warmth to comfort her. This sensation was extraordinary, softening his heart, which had been hardened to iron by the bloodshed and turmoil of his past. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At last, Xiao Lingyue's body ceased to feel so frigid, gradually returning to a normal warmth. The chill emanating from her gradually subsided, and her chaotic spiritual energy appeared to stabilize. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to release Xiao Lingyue and slip off the bed, the moment he moved, she furrowed her brow and emitted a discontented murmur, tightening her grip around him. She even draped one leg over him. Lin Mo found himself frozen in place. Such a bold sleeping posture. He could distinctly feel her long, supple thigh pressed firmly against his waist through the thin fabric, igniting a rush of warmth through his veins. He wished to shift her leg, but feared waking her. He was trapped in a dilemma, unable to move yet unable to remain still, a veritable torment. At that moment of internal conflict, Xiao Lingyue seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Suddenly, she stirred her lips and called out his name in a dreamy voice, Lin Mo. His heart skipped a beat. She was calling for him in her dreams. As he stood there in astonishment, a notification chimed. Ding! A daily task has been issued again. Task: before your master awakens, kiss her forehead and gently whisper in a doting tone, "Silly girl, did you have a nightmare?" Reward: unlock new skill, Eagle Eye Vision. Failure penalty: for the next 72 hours, the host's body will randomly manifest cat ears and a tail, which cannot be concealed. Lin Mo's face turned an ashen hue. Again, was this insidious system intent on mercilessly squeezing him dry? Cat ears and a tail? He envisioned the absurdity of strutting around the academy adorned with feline features. Absolutely not. Gazing at the serene beauty of her sleeping face, he steeled himself. Was it not merely a kiss on the forehead? Was it not just a playful remark? He resolved to go through with it. Lowering his head, he gently pressed a tender kiss upon her smooth, radiant forehead. Then, he leaned closer to her ear. Using the softest, most affectionate tone he could muster, he whispered, "Silly girl, did you have a nightmare?" His voice was soft enough to reach her in that delicate state between dreams and wakefulness. Having completed the task, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he prepared to withdraw, he noticed that Xiao Lingyue's eyes had opened at some point. Her strikingly clear gaze locked onto his in the dim light. Their eyes met, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Lin Mo's mind was a blank slate. Goodness, when did she wake up? Did she hear it? She must have heard it. Xiao Lingyue was equally taken aback. Upon awakening, she discovered herself enveloped in a warm embrace, a soft, gentle hug. Moreover, this tender figure had just pressed her lips to Lin Mo's forehead, addressing her as a fool in a tone that sent shivers down her spine. This soft girl was none other than her own pseudo-feminine spirit. The influx of information was overwhelming, nearly causing her CPU to overheat. Driven by an instinctual survival instinct, Lin Mo found herself explaining, You are so hot." The moment the words escaped her lips, she wished to slap herself. Indeed, Xiao Lingyue's gaze swiftly transformed from confusion to an overwhelming sense of peril. "You," she articulated slowly, each word slipping through her clenched teeth. "Get off me." Chapter 13, Eagle Eye Vision. Get off me. Though Xiao Lingyue's voice was not loud, every syllable was like ice pulled from a frigid cavern, imbued with a chilling aura and unabashed menace. Lin Mo felt a jolt throughout his body. His survival instinct peaked at that moment. Bang! He immediately tumbled off the bed, crashing heavily onto the floor. Hiss! Pain shot through Lin Mo, causing him to draw a sharp breath, but now was not the time to dwell on discomfort. He scrambled to his feet, rolling and rushing out of the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Bang! The entire sequence unfolded with fluidity and precision, showcasing the exceptional reflexes of a top-tier Special Forces operative in the face of imminent danger. In the living room, Lin Mo leaned against the door, panting heavily, his heart racing wildly. What an exhilarating experience. More thrilling than defusing bombs amidst a hail of gunfire in his previous life. He did not doubt for a moment that had he hesitated even a fraction of a second longer, he might have been met with an icicle capable of pinning him to the wall. However, ding. Daily task completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new skill, Eagle Eye Vision. Skill has been granted. Please check the system space for details. The system's notification tone seemed incredibly soothing at such a moment. Lin Mo promptly opened the skill panel. Eagle Eye Vision, passive skill. The host's visual capabilities receive permanent enhancement, with a maximum visual range extended to 3,000 meters, along with basic thermal imaging and low-light night vision capabilities. A passive skill, permanent enhancement. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. A visual range of 3,000 meters. What did this imply? It suggested that the tools he wielded in his previous life could finally find purpose. A sniper rifle. His furthest confirmed kill distance in his past life was 2,475 meters, achieved only with the aid of a top-tier optical scope and meticulous calculations. Now, he could discern targets 3,000 meters away with the naked eye. Coupled with thermal sensing and night vision capabilities, he was akin to a high-precision humanoid sniper cannon. This skill was an extraordinary boon for him as a marksman. Absolutely incredible. Lin Mo was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. He approached the window, gently drawing back a sliver of the curtain to gaze outside. Instantly, the world transformed before his eyes. In the distance, atop a dormitory balcony, he spotted a young man furtively smoking. He could even discern the brand emblazoned on the cigarette box. Further away, the clock tower of the academy displayed the precise time of 3:45 in the morning, its minute markings distinctly visible to him. With a mere thought, he switched to thermal imaging mode. The world morphed into a mosaic of vibrant colors. Within the dormitory, human figures radiating varying degrees of warmth were vividly illuminated before him. He could even infer their postures, whether reclining or seated, based on the distribution of heat. Switching again to low-light night vision mode, the once dim corners illuminated as brightly as day. Nothing concealed in the shadows could evade his sight. Impressive, Lin Mo marveled inwardly. Armed with this skill, alongside the M82A1 he had exchanged for, he now felt assured that he could eliminate any C-grade creature from 2,000 meters away with a single shot. As he reveled in the joy brought by his new abilities, the bedroom door creaked open once more. Startled, Lin Mo straightened his posture, adopting a contrite demeanor. Standing at the threshold in her nightgown was Xiao Lungyue, who remained just inside the doorway. Her delicate features were obscured in the darkness. Yet Lin Mo could sense her complex gaze fixed upon him. The two lingered in silence, separated by mere meters. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Lingyue finally spoke. Her voice slightly hoarse. You. It seemed she wished to inquire about something, yet the words faltered at her lips. She yearned to ask why he had been in her bed, why he had kissed her, and how his embrace had banished the bone-chilling cold that had enveloped her. But none of these questions found their way past her shame. Ultimately, she managed to utter a few terse words through clenched teeth. From now on, you are not to enter my room again. Yes, master, Lin Mo quickly nodded, eager to comply. And Xiao Lingyue hesitated. Thank you. With that, she forcefully shut the door. Lin Mo stood there, bewildered. Thank you? Is the sun rising in the west? He felt as though the world had become increasingly surreal. Scratching his head, he found himself perplexed by Xiao Lingyue's thoughts. The mind of a woman, indeed, is more inscrutable than quantum mechanics. Choosing to dismiss these thoughts, he returned to the sofa. Wrapping himself in the blanket that still held her lingering scent, preparing to drift back to sleep. However, just as he lay down, a notification chimed. Ding. A breakthrough has been detected in the relationship between the host and the master. Therefore, a main quest has been issued. Please continue your efforts. Another one. Lin Mo felt his eyelids twitching. Main quest, Phase 1, Night of the Hunt. Quest background. The simulated ecosystem on the back mountain of the Academy has developed minor fissures in the energy barrier due to the recent Ripper incident. Recently, high-level magical beasts have infiltrated through a rift, preying upon lower-tier magical creatures and causing an ecological imbalance. The Academy's upper echelons have decided to issue a substantial bounty task to eradicate this intruding beast. Task objective: independently hunt down the infiltrating sea-level superior magical beast, the Shadow Leopard, before anyone else. Task reward: 2,000 charm points, unlocking firearm modification capabilities, and acquiring a set of special operations attire with a transformable appearance. Task failure penalty: randomly transform into an adorable, fluffy creature, such as a kitten, lasting for 1 week. Sea-level superior magical beast, the Shadow Leopard. Lin Mo's gaze instantly shifted. A sea-level superior beast equates to a formidable entity between levels 30 and 39. Renowned for its speed and stealth, it is extremely perilous. Even the elite teams formed by students in the Academy would likely find it challenging to contend with. Yet, the system demands that he undertake this hunt independently. This presents quite the challenge. However, the rewards are exceedingly generous. 2,000 charm points. Firearm modification capabilities. For him, a weapon specialist, this is an irresistible temptation. He could customize his firearms with tactical grips, silencers, and red dot sights to maximize their performance. And the special operations attire. Although the system kindly indicated its transformable appearance, Lin Mo could easily surmise that it would likely transform into various peculiar female outfits. Nevertheless, it is still combat gear. As for the penalty for failure, Lin Mo shivered at the thought. He could not fathom the image of himself, adorned with a stunningly beautiful female visage, yet transformed into a fluffy little cat, being cuddled by Xiao Lingyue. The scene was too exquisite for him to bear. He accepted. Without hesitation, Lin Mo made his decision. Fortune favors the bold. After all, it is merely a sea-level superior beast. Before his M82A1's 127mm caliber bullets, all beings are equal. He opened the system shop, his gaze landing on the heavy sniper rifle he had long coveted. M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, 1,000 charm points currently. He had 761 charm points remaining. He needed over 200 more. It seems that before embarking on the hunt for that leopard, he must find a way to earn more charm points. Lin Mo's eyes unconsciously drifted toward the closed bedroom door. Perhaps he could. No, that thought was too perilous. Eureka! Lin Mo suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Tomorrow marks the Academy's weekly market day. At that time, all students would gather in the central plaza to set up stalls, exchanging various materials and items. A larger crowd means more emotional energy. As long as he stands there. Chapter 14. Master, could you help me change my clothes? The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows in the living room. Lin Mo had awakened early. Or rather, he had hardly slept at all. Upon contemplating today's lucrative scheme and the imminent acquisition of the M82A1, he felt an excitement akin to that of a schoolboy eagerly anticipating a spring outing. Rising from the sofa, he stretched lazily. The JK uniform he wore, having endured last night's escapades, had become rather wrinkled. Particularly, the white stockings had gathered a hint of dust and bore a slight tear at the knee from a recent tumble. Yet, rather than detracting from their allure, this added an inexplicable charm of battle-worn beauty that stirred the imagination. Lin Mo gazed at his reflection in the mirror, wrinkling his nose in disdain. It was time for a change of attire. He opened the system shop, his eyes scanning the array of splendid garments. Deep V high-slit lace Chong Sam, Temptation Edition 200 charm points, cat-eared maid outfit, includes collar and tail 250 charm points, hollowed death swimsuit, competitive edition 300 charm points, pure desire white stocking bunny girl combat outfit, 500 charm points. The corners of Lin Mo's eyes twitched. Each piece of clothing seemed more outrageous than the last, each more costly than the previous. Adorning such attire and parading about the plaza would undoubtedly see his charm points soar, yet his dignity would plummet just as swiftly. Alas, for the sake of the sniper rifle, he would endure. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the most cost-effective Chong Sam. Deep V high-slit lace. These three words together constituted a most cruel torment for any man. Exchange for the Deep V high-slit lace Chong Sam. Consuming 200 charm points. Exchange successful. Current total charm points, 561. A black Chong Sam materialized in his system space. Lin Mo took the Chong Sam and stepped into the bathroom. He shed the wrinkled JK uniform, revealing a form that would incite envy in any woman. His skin was as white as jade, flawless and unblemished. His waist was slender, delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand. His legs were long and straight, a perfect proportion, though unremarkable in the chest area. The slight swell added a touch of youthful allure. He picked up the Chong Sam, crafted from the finest silk, adorned with intricate golden embroidery of the ethereal flower. The fabric felt cool and smooth, akin to a lover's touch. As he donned the Chong Sam, the exquisite tailoring accentuated every curve of his body. The plunging V-neck design extended near his navel, and though nothing lay beneath, the expanse of exposed, fair skin itself was enticing. The high slits on either side of the skirt rose to the very tops of his thighs. With every movement, his long, elegant legs peeked through the black fabric tantalizingly. As he walked, the hem of the skirt billowed, revealing an enchanting display. Lin Mo gazed at himself in the mirror, nearly overwhelmed by the rush of blood to his face. This was undeniably alluring. He felt as though he had stepped out from a Republican-era magazine, a captivating spirit designed to ensnare the hearts of men. Just as he indulged in this self-appraisal, a sudden click sounded. The bathroom door swung open. Upon awakening, Xiao Lingyue rubbed her eyes and yawned as she entered the room. Clearly still in a daze, she prepared to wash up, completely oblivious to the presence of another person in the bathroom. And then she saw her, the enchanting figure clad in a black high-slit qipao, preening before the mirror. Xiao Lingyue's yawn faltered midway, frozen at the edge of her lips. Her eyes widened instantly as they locked onto Lin Mo's gaze. Lin Mo's body stiffened as well. What on earth? How did she get in here? Couldn't she have knocked first? Xiao Lingyue, taken aback by Lin Mo's attire, felt her mind short-circuit once more. Just yesterday, she was the epitome of innocence in a white silk JK uniform. And now she had transformed into a sultry and alluring qipao enchantress? The change in style was astonishingly swift. Unconsciously, her gaze trailed down from Lin Mo's face, skimming over her delicate collarbone, the slender waist, and finally resting on the long legs that peeked tantalizingly from beneath the split hem of the dress. Barefoot, those legs were exposed to the air, pale, smooth, and perfectly proportioned. She abruptly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. What on earth are you wearing so early in the morning? She admonished, her tone wavering between reprimand and embarrassment. Lin Mo's mind raced, desperately seeking a way to explain. Just then, the system's cheerful voice chimed in her head. Ding. Optimal opportunity detected for an intimate interaction with the host. Random task initiated. Task, please, in a cooing tone, asked your host. Could you help me with the zipper at the back of this dress? I can't reach it. Accompanied by an innocent blink. Task rewards, 200 charm points. Unlock new product, silencer, for pistol and submachine gun. Task failure penalty. The qipao slit will automatically rise by 10 centimeters. Lin Mo's face turned pale. Rise by 10 centimeters? Wouldn't that expose her waist? What difference would that make from being entirely unclothed? Almost without hesitation, Lin Mo slipped into character. She turned around, presenting her smooth, fair back to Xiao Lingyue. The back of the Qipao featured a row of exquisite frog buttons and a long zipper. The top few buttons were fastened, but the zipper was only partially pulled up, halting at her waist, revealing a generous expanse of her back, the delicate butterfly bones distinctly visible. This zipper at the back of my dress. Lin Mo turned her head, gazing innocently at Xiao Lingyue with her large, glistening eyes. I can't reach it, she whimpered, stretching her arm in a comically futile attempt to grasp the zipper, embodying a picture of helplessness. Could you please help me with it? The word please was drawn out in a sweet, melodious tone, dripping with allure. Following that, she gave Xiao Lingyue a vigorous blink. Xiao Lingyue felt as though all the blood in her body rushed to her head. Her gaze was fixated firmly on Lin Mo's exposed back, smooth, delicate, and fair-skinned, and that exquisitely sensual waistline, following the spine downwards. It disappears beneath the hem of the Qipao, forming an alluring crevice that stirs the imagination. Gulp. Xiao Lingyue heard the sound of her own swallowing. Her breath quickened, feeling an unusual warmth enveloping her. It was exceedingly hot. Hurry up, Lin Mo urged her again, a hint of playful reproach in his voice, noticing her lack of response. Shut up, Xiao Lingyue retorted sharply, attempting to mask her own discomposure. She extended her hand, her fingers trembling slightly. The coolness of her fingertips brushed against Lin Mo's warm skin on his back, causing him to shudder imperceptibly. Xiao Lingyue's heart skipped a beat in tandem. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure, then grasped the cold metal zipper pull, slowly lifting it upwards. The zipper glided over the smooth fabric, producing a faint hissing sound, akin to a whisper brushing against her heart. As the zipper ascended, that enticing glimpse of spring was gradually obscured until it reached its limit. All right. Xiao Lingyue withdrew her hand as if jolted by electricity, her voice dry. She sensed moisture gathering in her palms. Thank you, master. Lin Mo turned, offering her a sweet smile. That smile, illuminated by the morning sun, could render the flowers envious of its brilliance. Xiao Lingyue dared not look at him again, fleeing the bathroom in a near panic. I'm off to class. You're not allowed to go out today? She shouted this over her shoulder as she dashed away. Lin Mo watched her hurried retreat, his smile gradually fading. He touched his back, where the lingering chill of Xiao Lingyue's fingertips remained. This icy master seemed to be becoming increasingly intriguing. Ding. Random task completed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 charm points. A new product, the silencer, is now available. Lin Mo felt elated. Not allowed to go out. What a jest. Today is market day. I've been eagerly anticipating that coveted sniper rifle. Chapter 15. The demon-breaking silver bullet in the central square of the academy. A bustling market day was in full swing, drawing throngs of students. Groups of students gathered around various stalls, vociferously trading materials acquired from tasks, magic crystals, potions, and enchanted gear. Freshly made F-grade magic wolf claws, with a faint tearing effect. Don't miss out. Purchasing complete scales of D-grade flame lizards. Price is negotiable. Powerful healing potions. 3 for just 50 credits. A lifesaver in critical moments. The cacophony of vendors and haggling merged into a vibrant symphony of noise. Yet, at one moment, all sounds were abruptly silenced. There stood a figure. One that could make the heavens themselves fade in comparison. She wore a form-fitting black qipao. The golden spider lily blossoms alluringly upon her, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Her visage, exquisite beyond mortal comparison, is framed by cascading silver hair, casually secured with a simple jade hairpin, while a few rebellious strands flirtatiously drape against her cheeks, adding an air of languor and charm. Most striking is the style of her qipao. The deep, plunging V-neckline generously showcases her delicate collarbone to all onlookers. The hem, cut daringly high to her thighs, sways gently with each step she takes, revealing glimpses of her long, fair legs amidst the dark fabric. She wears no stockings, her legs basking in the sunlight, exuding a lustrous, ivory glow. One step, then another, she walks slowly, as if meandering through her own garden. The click of her high heels against the stone tiles resonates crisply, each sound echoing upon the hearts of all present. Gulp. A single individual, struggling to swallow, breaks the spell of silence, followed by a symphony of similar sounds. The square falls into a hushed stillness, the kind where a falling needle could be heard. Everyone forgets their purpose, transfixed by the enchanting figure gliding toward them. Am I hallucinating? A young man rubs his eyes, murmuring to himself, is this truly a student from our academy? Impossible. Such beauty cannot belong to us. My heavens, that figure, those legs, I feel faint. The boys appear as if their souls have been siphoned away, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Meanwhile, the girls seethe with envy. casting glances from the Qipao beauty to themselves, a wave of self-consciousness washing over them. What a brazen vixen, dressed so provocatively. For whom does she dress? Exactly. Clearly, she is not a decent person. She must be here to lure men. Uft. So what if her legs are long and her waist slim? What is so remarkable about that? Yet, at that moment, a sharp-eyed student suddenly exclaims, "Wait, look at her face. Doesn't it seem somewhat familiar? Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit. Oh my goodness. I remember now. It's her, the so-called pseudo-nymph of Shaolin Yue. What? It's him." This revelation detonates like a bomb within the crowd, transforming the square from a realm of silence into a cacophony of astonishment. Is it really him? The one who donned a JK uniform and fiercely confronted Zhou Feng yesterday. My word, just yesterday, he was clad in pure white stockings. And today he has metamorphosed into a captivating figure in a Qipao? How many outfits does he possess? The contrast is staggering. Both innocent and seductive. Both cool and commanding. Who could possibly withstand such a lure? If yesterday's JK uniform ignited curiosity and protectiveness in everyone, today's barefooted Qipao has set off a veritable explosion of hormones. Purity and seduction, these two extreme contrasts, are exquisitely embodied in a single individual, creating a visual impact that is utterly devastating. Lin Mo, the focal point of the entire gathering, wears a smile while exuding an air of composure. Yet internally he is overwhelmed by a torrent of sarcasm. Damn it, I feel as if I am being paraded like a commodity. Why do these gazes resemble that of famished wolves, as though they long to devour me whole? Ding. Absorbing stunning emotions, charm value 20. Ding. Absorbing desires, charm value 30. Ding. Absorbing jealousy, charm value 25. Ding. 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 Warning. Emotional energy reception overload, charm value 200. 230. 288. In his mind, the system's notifications resound in a cacophony. The charm value escalates at an alarming pace. 5617000900 swiftly surpasses the 1,000 mark. That is sufficient. The funds for the M82A1 are secured. Lin Mo's heart swells with joy, as his objective has been achieved. He yearns to escape the spotlight and evade the prying eyes. He quickens his pace, intending to traverse the square and find a secluded spot to make his exit. However, as he seeks to depart, someone else is intent on detaining him. "Excuse me, could you please wait?" A gentle voice calls out from the side. Lin Mo turns to see a young man clad in an alchemist's robe, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who appears both refined and scholarly, standing before a stall and smiling at him. This young man, Lin Mo recalls vaguely, is the vice president of the student council named Chen Mo. He is a well-regarded senior in the academy, known for his formidable abilities and humble demeanor. "Is there something you need?" Lin Mo inquires politely, halting his steps. Although he longs to flee, basic courtesy dictates that he does not rebuff someone who approaches with kindness. Chen Mo adjusts his glasses, his gaze momentarily lingering on Lin Mo's Qipao. A flicker of subtle admiration flashing in his eyes before he regains his composure. "Classmate, I perceive that you possess an extraordinary aura with a restrained spiritual energy. You must be someone of significance." Chen Mo smiles. "I have something here that may pique your interest." As he speaks, he retrieves an ancient wooden box from the stall. Upon opening it, a chilling and sharp aura emanates forth. Inside lies a single bullet, entirely silver, inscribed with intricate and mysterious runes. This is a demon-slaying silver bullet. Chen Mo explains, "I obtained it by chance from an ancient relic. It possesses formidable counteractive properties against D-class and above magical entities, particularly against vengeful spirits and phantoms. There is only this one. It is truly unique." Lin Mo's eyes instantly brighten. A demon-slaying silver bullet. What a remarkable find. Currently, he only possesses ordinary bullets exchanged through the system, which suffice against corporeal magical creatures, but fall short against incorporeal vengeful spirits. This silver bullet perfectly addresses his vulnerabilities. "What do you seek in exchange?" Lin Mo directly asks, knowing well that such a valuable item cannot be given away freely. Chen Mo smiled gently, his demeanor remaining warm. "I have no interest in your credits or materials," he said, looking at Lin Mo, enunciating each word with deliberation. "All I desire is your company for a meal." Chapter 16. Apologies, I have a master. His tone was mild, yet the content of his words struck like a colossal stone cast into an already turbulent sea of onlookers. The entire plaza erupted in astonishment. Goodness, it's Senior Chen Mo, the vice president of the student council. Is he really attempting to flirt with that effeminate spirit? He is using a priceless demon-slaying silver bullet just for a meal? How extravagant. Oh no, my idol has succumbed. Why not me? I wish to dine with her too. All gazes converged on Lin Mo and Chen Mo. One was the Academy's renowned Prince Charming, graceful and formidable. The other, a stunning enchantress, mysterious yet alluring. Together, they resembled the opening scene of an idol drama. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request. Accompany him for a meal? He glanced at Chen Mo, whose confident and sincere smile exuded an air of harmlessness. However, having encountered countless individuals in his past life, Lin Mo sensed a well-concealed calculation behind those golden-rimmed glasses. This man was no ordinary person. His interest in Lin Mo was surely deeper than mere curiosity. It was likely that since Lin Mo's swift defeat of the Ripper, he had already drawn the attention of the student council. This chance encounter was probably a carefully orchestrated scheme to probe his background, with that demon-slaying silver bullet serving as bait. Upon realizing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smirk internally. You wish to play mind games with me? You are still quite naive. He feigned a conflicted expression, his long eyelashes fluttering, appearing pitiful. Yet, he bit his lip and softly inquired, dining would take quite a while, wouldn't it? Not at all, Chen Mo promptly replied, his smile growing even warmer. We shall go to the best restaurant in the academy. I will treat you. An hour will suffice. An hour? Lin Mo tilted his head, his innocent contemplation melting the hearts of the surrounding boys. He began to calculate with his delicate, fair fingers. After dinner, you would surely need to escort me back to my dormitory, right? That's another half hour for the round trip, and we will undoubtedly chat along the way. Perhaps even stroll through the little garden, which would add another hour. Altogether, that's 2.5 hours. He looked up, his large, watery eyes filled with regret as he gazed at Chen Mo. I'm sorry, senior. My master will be upset. Boom. The mention of my master ignited the crowd once more. If Lin Mo had previously uttered those words in response to the senior's flirtation, it had sparked mere curiosity and gossip. Now, to declare it before the vice president of the student council transformed the context entirely. This was no ordinary rejection. It was a proclamation. It is a proclamation to all, particularly to those men who harbor feelings for her. I am taken. Do not entertain any thoughts. A chorus of heartbroken lamentations arose from the crowd of young men. Chen Mo's smile faltered, revealing a hint of rigidity. He clearly did not anticipate being rejected for such an absurd reason. Taken? He glanced at Lin Mo's exquisite face and her self-assured demeanor. An overwhelming sense of absurdity surged within him. Ding. Absorbed jealousy, charm value 35. Ding. Absorbed disappointment, charm value 30. Ding. Absorbed possessiveness, charm value 40. In Lin Mo's mind, the charm value began to escalate once more. She observed Chen Mo's increasingly awkward expression, her heart swelling with delight. Oh, you thought to play tricks on me? I shall bring forth the trump card of being taken. Let us see how you respond. Yet, Lin Mo seemed to feel this was insufficient, so she delivered another blow, lowering her voice to a tone audible only to the two of them. Laced with sweetness and pride, she softly declared, Last night, my partner held me as we slept. She said she couldn't rest without me. This statement pierced Chen Mo's heart like a searing knife, striking not only him, but all the young men eavesdropping nearby. Held you as you slept? And said she couldn't rest without you. How utterly scandalous. Chen Mo's expression shifted dramatically. What had initially been a mere rigidity was now a visage of distress. He inhaled deeply, suppressing an inexplicable agitation, and adjusted his glasses. Since that is the case, I shall not intrude further. He retracted the wooden box containing the enchanted silver bullet, his smile now strained. Consider this bullet a token of our acquaintance. As he spoke, he genuinely offered the box to Lin Mo. Oh, Lin Mo was taken aback. This fellow exhibited remarkable composure. After such a thorough rejection, he still wished to present a gift? Was he attempting to cast a long line for a bigger catch? Intriguing. Lin Mo graciously accepted the offering. One should never refuse a free treasure. Thank you, senior. She chimed, winking at Chen Mo. His heart skipped a beat, and he hastily averted his gaze. You're welcome, he uttered as he turned to weave through the crowd, hastily departing. His retreating figure appeared somewhat flustered, as if he were fleeing in disarray. Lin Mo observed his silhouette, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She weighed the wooden box in her hand. Her objectives had been fully accomplished, and it was time to make her exit. However, just as she turned to leave this tumultuous scene, a chilling and palpable malice emanated from a shadowy corner of the crowd, locking onto her with deadly intent. This malevolence was far more genuine than the petty grievances of Zhou Feng from the previous day, imbued with a stark and frigid desire to see her perish. Lin Mo's gaze abruptly sharpened. He swiftly turned his head, activating the hawk-eyed vision he had recently acquired, directing his attention towards the source of the murderous intent. His sight penetrated the throng of moving heads, precisely locking onto a singular target. It was an individual cloaked in black, their entire visage shrouded in shadow. The figure seemed taken aback by Lin Mo's perceptiveness, their body momentarily stiffening. Then, with a menacing gesture of drawing a blade across the throat, they issued a challenge laced with threat. Having completed this act, they silently melted into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Lin Mo stood rooted, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by an icy aura of determination. Excellent. At last, a worthy adversary had made an entrance. He opened the system's marketplace and without hesitation, invested the recently acquired charm value, exchanging for the M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle. Consumed 1,000 charm points. Exchange successful. Current total charm points, 486. Exchanging for a silencer. Consumed 150 charm points. Exchange successful. Current total charm points, 336. With his equipment now prepared, it was time to venture to the rear mountain and confront the so-called Shadow Leopard. Additionally, he intended to ascertain the nature of the rat lurking in the shadows. Chapter 17. A night of exhilarating hunts. The night was as profound as ink. The rear mountain of the Demon Hunting Academy, cloaked in darkness, resembled an ancient beast lying in wait, imbued with the essence of the unknown and perilous. The daytime clamor had long since dissipated, leaving only the rustle of the wind through the trees and the occasional distant roar of unknown creatures. A petite figure, illuminated by the moonlight, nimbly navigated through the dense forest. It was Lin Mo, having exchanged his ostentatious Chi-Pao for a new combat suit produced by the system. Of course, this so-called combat attire, under the system's whimsical modifications, bore a certain absurd charm. The core was a form-fitting black bodysuit adorned with tactical pockets, accentuating his exquisite figure. Over this, he wore a cropped camouflage jacket that barely reached his waist. His lower half was clad in knee-high black military boots and a pair of scandalously short tactical shorts, leaving his fair thighs exposed to the brisk air. Damn this system, couldn't it provide me with a proper pair of pants? Lin Mo grumbled internally while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. He had entered the simulated ecosystem of the rear mountain. The environment here was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Towering trees cast ominous shadows, the ground carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves that yielded softly underfoot, easily betraying his presence. The air was saturated with a damp, earthy scent mingled with decaying organic matter, and a faint trace of blood lingered in the atmosphere. Lin Mo paused, crouching low. He activated the low-light night vision mode of his hawk-eyed vision. Instantly, the world transformed into a vivid, green ocean before his eyes. He meticulously scrutinized the ground. Soon, he discovered a few drops of still coagulating dark red blood beneath a pile of fallen leaves. Beside the bloodstains lay several enormous paw prints, shaped like stars, footprints of a feline predator. He had found it. A cold smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. It seemed that the shadowy leopard was prowling in this vicinity. Rising to his feet, he did not pursue immediately. Instead, he sought a higher vantage point on an open rock, silently climbing to the summit. Hunting is an art that demands patience, especially when confronting a prey known for its speed and stealth. A rash chase would only lead to disadvantage. The optimal strategy is to occupy the high ground and wait for the prey to reveal its vulnerabilities. He lay upon the cold rock, his body blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Then, with a surge of focus, a flicker of light appeared. A magnificent, imposing, entirely black sniper rifle materialized in his hands. M82A1. Old friend, it has been too long. Lin Mo gently rubbed his cheek against the cold surface of the weapon, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This was his true armament. This was the romance befitting the harbinger of death. He skillfully attached a magazine, longer than his forearm, containing 10 rounds of 127mm armor-piercing incendiary ammunition. Subsequently, he retrieved the silencer he had just exchanged for, a sci-fi-esque, cylindrical silencer larger than his own head. He slowly affixed it onto the M82A1's lengthy barrel. Ding. Detected that the host is modifying the firearm. Would you like to open the modification interface? Yes. A technologically advanced virtual interface unfolded before his eyes, displaying various data regarding the M82A1. Weapon: M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle. Caliber: 127mm. Effective range: 1800 m. Magazine capacity: 10 modification slots. 3. Equipped accessories: large tactical silencer, epic quality. Accessory effect: significantly reduces firing noise and muzzle flame. Slightly enhances ballistic stability. There remained 2 vacant modification slots. Without hesitation, Lin Mo inserted the demon-slaying silver bullet he had extorted from Chun Mo that afternoon into one of the slots. Equipped accessory: demon-slaying silver bullet, rare quality. Accessory effect: your next shot will gain the demon-slaying attribute. inflicting an additional 500 damage to spiritual and ethereal entities, with a certain chance of causing a purification effect. Excellent. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Only one modification slot remained. He opened the system shop and began to search through the accessories section. Soon, he found precisely what he desired. 832X high-precision optical scope, 300 charm points. Although he currently possessed eagle-eyed vision, a good scope could assist him in better correcting his trajectory for precise long-distance shots. Exchange. Having consumed 300 charm points, the exchange was successful. Current total charm points, 36. The charm points were instantly depleted. Yet, Lin Mo felt no pangs of regret. Money is meant to be spent wisely. He affixed the brand new optical sight, replete with exquisite precision, to the last modification slot. Ding. M82A1 modification complete. Weapon. M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, specialized modification. Caliber, 127mm. Effective range, 2500 and magazine capacity, 1010. Attachment 1. Large tactical silencer, epic. Attachment 2. Demon-slaying silver bullets, rare. Attachment 3. 832X high-precision optical sight, fine. Gazing at this formidable weapon, armed to the teeth, Lin Mo was enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security and confidence. He propped the sniper rifle against his somewhat slender shoulder. Aligning his right eye with the sight, he began to regulate his breathing, allowing his heartbeat to slow, entering a state of serene calmness. Akin to the stillness of a deep well, he transformed once more into the dreaded reaper of the battlefield. Through the scope, the entire forest was magnified several dozen times. Becoming strikingly clear, he slowly maneuvered the barrel, much like a patient hunter, meticulously searching for his quarry. Time ticked away, minute by minute. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Lin Mo lay motionless on the rock, resembling a lifeless statue. Just then, his ears twitched slightly. He heard it. From a thicket approximately 800 meters away, a faint rustling of branches and leaves reached him. Immediately, he trained the scope in that direction. With the dual enhancement of eagle-eyed vision and high magnification, he discerned a creature lurking in the shadows of the bush. A being nearly the size of an adult cheetah, cloaked in black scales, with eyes shimmering a sinister crimson, was stealthily advancing. Its form seemed to meld with the shadows, nearly undetectable without careful observation. It was the C-class superior creature, the shadow cheetah. At that moment, the shadow cheetah was intently fixated on its prey. Not far ahead, an unsuspecting D-class creature, a tusked boar-like beast, was foraging among the roots of a tree. The shadow cheetah lowered its body further, muscles taut like a bowstring, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, unbeknownst to it, on a high ground 800 meters behind, a superior hunter had already locked onto its head with a cold scope. Wind speed, 1, 2 meters per second, a gentle breeze. Humidity, 75. Distance, 813 meters. All the data instantaneously transformed into a precise ballistic trajectory within Lin Mo's mind. He adjusted the angle of the barrel, centering the crosshairs on the left eye of the shadow cheetah. Then, his index finger gently rested on the trigger. He did not pull the trigger immediately. He was waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike. The shadowy leopard sprang into action, transforming into a streak of black lightning, silently pouncing upon the boar engrossed in its meal. Now was the moment. As the shadowy leopard leaped into the air, Lin Mo's index finger squeezed the trigger. A faint sound, akin to the popping of champagne, resonated. Under the immense silencer S effect, the thunderous report of the M82A1 was subdued to an almost inaudible level. A 127mm armor-piercing incendiary round, whistling like the harbinger of death, tore through the night sky, tracing a straight, lethal arc over a distance of 800 meters. In the next instant, the shadowy leopard, mid-pounce, had its head explosively shattered. Red blood and white brain matter, mingled with shattered skull and scales, erupted like a grand firework display in the air. The headless carcass, propelled by inertia, flew several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before becoming motionless. One shot, one kill. Clean, decisive. A testament to the aesthetics of violence. Lin Mo slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his expression devoid of emotion. To him, this was merely another routine assassination mission. However, just as he prepared to stow away his sniper rifle and descend to claim his spoils, his peripheral vision caught a detail in the scope. Not far behind the corpse of the shadowy leopard, a figure clad in black, almost blending with the tree trunk, stood there. This figure seemed equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. It was the cloaked individual who had made a throat-slitting gesture towards him in the square. He had been following Lin Mo all along. Moreover, judging by his position, he appeared to be intent on targeting the shadowy leopard as well. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Intriguing. A cold curve formed at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. He remained motionless, maintaining his sniper posture, eager to discern the intentions of this lurking figure. Chapter 18. Who is the oriole? Who is the cicada? The cloaked figure in the tree was evidently still in a state of shock. He seemed entirely unprepared for the sudden and gruesome demise of the C-grade high-level monster, which he had deemed exceedingly formidable. He had not even discerned the source of the attack. All he heard was a barely audible thud, followed by the disappearance of the shadowy leopard's head. What manner of attack was this? A powerful, instant casting spell? Or an exceedingly rare skill with an extraordinarily long range? The cloaked figure, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow tightly. His target had been the shadowy leopard. He had been lying in wait for 2 days, anticipating the perfect opportunity to strike. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to strike, the prey was snatched away by a mysterious figure that emerged from nowhere. This infuriated him immensely. To eliminate a sea-level superior monster in such an unprecedented manner, this hidden adversary was undoubtedly formidable. He perched upon a tree, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. Acting recklessly without understanding the enemy's true nature would be folly. He resolved to abandon the magic crystal of the shadow leopard and retreat. However, just as he turned to leave, a faint thud echoed. A deadly whistle tore through the night sky. The cloaked figure's body bristled with alarm. He sensed it. A wave of lethal danger surged from behind, sending chills down his spine. Without a second thought, he activated his life-saving skill. In an instant, his form became ethereal, as if merging with the air. Shadow Stealth. This was the signature ability of an assassin-type spirit, allowing him to enter a demiplane temporarily, rendering him immune to all physical attacks. Yet, he was swift, but the bullet was swifter. Just as his body was on the verge of complete phasing, a 127mm bullet struck his left shoulder with pinpoint precision. A sickening sound echoed as flesh was torn apart. In an instant, his left shoulder erupted into a gaping wound the size of a bowl. The immense force violently wrenched his entire left arm from his body. A piercing scream shattered the serene night. The cloaked figure plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily and clutching the gushing stump of his severed arm, writhing in agony. His face, hidden beneath the hood, contorted in disbelief and terror. How could this be possible? How could the opponent have detected him? He had employed the highest level of concealment techniques, blending seamlessly with the environment. Moreover, how could the attack disrupt his shadow stealth? That skill was supposed to grant immunity to all physical assaults. 800 meters away, on a rock, Lin Mo observed the writhing figure through his scope, a disdainful smile curling upon his lips. Trying to play stealth with me? In the presence of my thermal imaging, you could transform into a tree and still be as conspicuous as a firefly in the night. As for how I managed to hit you, what a joke. In the face of a 127mm bullet, your so-called demiplane is as fragile as a layer of tissue paper, easily pierced. The notion of physical immunity is merely a result of insufficient energy. Strength can yield miraculous outcomes. Lin Mo refrained from firing a second shot. He sought to capture him alive. He wished to uncover who had sent this sneaky individual. He stowed away the formidable M82A1 and leaped down from the rock, moving stealthily toward the direction of the cloaked figure like a nimble raccoon. In the woods, the cloaked figure continued to wail in pain. The excruciating pain from his severed arm nearly caused him to faint, yet he understood that this was not the moment to succumb to unconsciousness. That fearsome adversary could strike again at any moment. Enduring the agony, he retrieved a vial of deep purple elixir from his pocket, trembling as he brought it to his lips. This was an emergency restorative potion he had procured at great expense, capable of rapidly staunching blood flow and healing wounds. Upon consuming the potion, the horrific gash in his shoulder began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, ceasing its bleed. Although his severed arm could not be restored, at least his life was spared. Struggling to rise from the ground, he cast a glance at the corpse of the shadowy leopard, his eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled deeper into the forest, compelled to escape this perilous place. The unknown foe was far too terrifying. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a petite figure silently appeared before him, blocking his path. It was Lin Mo. Why are you running? Lin Mo's voice echoed in the stillness of the night, chilling and laced with a hint of amusement. Haven't we yet to have a proper conversation? The cloaked man's pupils constricted upon recognizing Lin Mo. It was him, the individual clad in a chi-pao from the square, the skilled combatant capable of slaying C-rank monsters. How could it possibly be him? How could an F-rank decorative spirit possess such terrifying power? It defied logic. Who are you? The cloaked man bellowed, feigning bravado while instinctively retreating. Who I am is irrelevant. Lin Mo advanced step by step. What matters is, who are you? Who sent you? Wish to know? Go to hell and ask Yama. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed the cloaked man's eyes. He realized that escape was unlikely today. If that were the case, he would fight. With his remaining right hand, he revealed a dagger shimmering with a ghostly green light. He lunged forward with all his might, aiming the dagger toward Lin Mo's heart. Venomous strike. This was his most potent single-target attack. The blade coated with a lethal toxin capable of claiming even the life of a C-rank master with the slightest scratch. He could not believe that this seemingly delicate individual could withstand such an onslaught. Yet, as the deadly strike approached, Lin Mo's expression remained inscrutable. He did not even attempt to evade. In the instant the poisoned dagger was about to pierce his chest, he moved. His body tilted at an angle incomprehensible to ordinary beings, evading the thrust with a precision that was nothing short of extraordinary, narrowly escaping the blade's edge. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out like lightning, not to block, nor to grasp, but to delicately pin the assailant's wrist between two slender fingers. The cloaked man felt as if his wrist had been seized by an iron vice, immobilizing him completely. Terror surged within him as he attempted to withdraw his hand. Lin Mo's other hand had already moved. With a swift and decisive motion, he delivered a precise chop to the wrist joint of his opponent. Crack! A sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed. The cloaked figure let out a muffled grunt, the pain causing him to lose his grip on the dagger, which clattered to the ground. Before he could react, Lin Mo's leg, clad in black military boots, had already lifted and then forcefully kicked his knee. Crack! Another sound of bones shattering filled the air. The cloaked man screamed in agony, unable to maintain his stance, collapsing onto one knee. The entire sequence was fluid and rapid, as swift as lightning, exuding a pure, violent beauty. The cloaked figure was engulfed in despair. His pride in speed and assassination skills seemed like mere child's play before this seemingly delicate adversary, easily countered and then brutally crushed in return. What manner of monster is this? Lin Mo placed a foot on his back, pinning him firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. He then leaned down, reached out, and yanked off the opponent's hood. A familiar face, twisted in pain and fear, was revealed in the moonlight. Is it you? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He recognized this face. It belonged to an inconspicuous lackey who followed Vice President Chen Mo in the student council. So, it was someone from the student council. Lin Mo smiled, a cold smile. It seems you are quite interested in me. He pressed down slightly with his foot. Speak. What does Chen Mo want from you? Also, you were the one who exuded murderous intent towards me in the square today, weren't you? The student council member, pinned to the ground and trembling in pain, still managed to hold his tongue. I won't say anything. If you dare kill me. Kill you? Lin Mo chuckled. That would be rather dull. He squatted down, leaned closer to the man's ear, and whispered in a devilish, seductive tone, I possess numerous ways to make you speak. For instance, stripping you bare and hanging you from the flagpole at the Academy's entrance. What do you think? Imagine the reaction when everyone discovers that a prestigious member of the student council is actually a pervert who lurks at night to spy on male classmates. The student council member shuddered at this remark, his eyes instantly filled with boundless terror. No, I beg you. Oh, now you're begging me? Lin Mo laughed. It's too late. He stood tall, looking down upon the thoroughly broken individual beneath him. Now, I grant you one final chance. Tell me everything you know about Chen Mo and the student council's plans, in full detail. Otherwise, he paused, his voice growing increasingly cold. I shall let you experience what true social death feels like. Chapter 19, The Student Council's Little Secret. The night breeze carried a chill through the forest, stirring up a mingling of blood and earth scent. Lin Mo's foot pressed down on the back of the man beneath him. The force not overwhelming yet reminiscent of a mountain, rendering the other unable to breathe with ease. My fellow student council member had his face forcibly pressed into the mud, mingled with fallen leaves, emitting indistinct sounds. I don't know. I truly know nothing. Know nothing? Lin Mo chuckled, his voice resonating with chilling clarity in the stillness of the night. You seem rather oblivious to the current predicament. He crouched down, retrieving the poisoned dagger from the ground, idly twirling it in his hand. The ominous green blade glimmered with a perilous sheen under the moonlight. This dagger's poison. It surely silences the throat upon contact with blood. Does it not? Imagine, if I were to carve hundreds of cuts across your face, then administer a healing potion to ensure your survival, leaving you to endure the slow decay of your visage. What a unique experience that would be, wouldn't you agree? The man's body convulsed violently. Or perhaps, I could spare you the torment. Lin Mo's tone took on a buoyant quality, as I mentioned earlier. I could strip you bare and bind you to the tallest flagpole in the Academy Square. Oh, and I would thoughtfully inscribe student council officer. First in peeping into the men's restroom upon you. Can you imagine the expression on Vice President Chun Mo's face when the entire faculty and student body gazes upon your predicament at dawn? Would he protect you? Or would he be the first to declare you the disgrace of the student council, swiftly expelling you? No. The man finally broke, his voice laced with desperation. I will tell you everything. I beg you, please don't treat me like this. Fear, at times, proves more potent than pain, particularly for those arrogant individuals who consider themselves the elite. The death of their social standing is far more unbearable than the finality of physical death. It would have been better had you spoken sooner. Lin Mo discarded the dagger, brushing his hands together. Now, speak, leave nothing out. For the next 10 minutes. The man on the ground, resembling a bamboo tube spilling beans, divulged all that he knew. This individual, Zhao Li, served in the student council's external relations department and was a devoted follower of Chen Mo. Just as Lin Mo had surmised. Since he had effortlessly dispatched the Ripper during the practical combat class, the student council had set its sights on him. An Ephrated, ornamental spirit capable of unleashing prowess far exceeding its classification was inherently suspicious and valuable. Chen Mo, known for his genteel demeanor within the academy, harbored immense ambition. He had been clandestinely recruiting promising students to expand his influence, aspiring to seize complete control of the student council before graduation and even sway the decision-makers of the academy. The emergence of Lin Mo, a mysterious master, immediately piqued his interest. Chen Mo believed that Lin Mo concealed a monumental secret or a method to rapidly enhance one's strength that could be replicated. Acquiring this secret would significantly bolster his plans for dominance within the academy. Hence, the seemingly coincidental encounter at the market earlier that day. The demon-slaying silver bullet served as bait, while the invitation to dine together was a mere test. Chen Mo sought to ascertain Lin Mo's true nature through close proximity. As a result, Lin Mo's retort, "My master will be angry," left Zhao Li feeling utterly humiliated, and he was publicly showcased in a disheveled state, disrupting his meticulously laid plans. Meanwhile, Zhao Li harbored a quiet jealousy towards Chen Mo, coupled with a tumultuous desire and resentment towards Lin Mo. This suddenly emerged enchanting beauty. Why should Chen Mo have the privilege to pursue what he could not? Thus, in the square, upon witnessing Lin Mo's playful affections towards Chen Mo, jealousy and fury clouded his judgment, compelling him to unleash murderous intent upon Lin Mo, even resorting to a provocative gesture of slashing his own throat. This night's undertaking was partially orchestrated by Chen Mo's directives and partly fueled by Zhao Li's selfish ambitions. Chen Mo's command was clear: follow him. Ascertain his activities in the back mountain, and if he was indeed hunting magical beasts, assess his true combat capabilities without taking rash actions. However, Zhao Li entertained ulterior motives. He yearned to eliminate the Shadow Leopard before Lin Mo could, thereby fulfilling his mission, acquiring the C-class magical crystal, and showcasing his prowess before Lin Mo, thus diminishing this pretender's arrogance. He had even envisioned approaching Lin Mo post-hunt, feigning surprise and asking, "Ah, dear Junior, what brings you here? It's quite perilous. You ought to return to your master." The mere thought of such a scenario thrilled him to no end. Alas, before he could even make his move, he fell prey to an unseen adversary who dispatched the leopard with a single shot, rendering him the next target of this lurking threat. So, Chen Mo merely intended to investigate me, and did not seek my demise. All of tonight's actions were your own design? Lin Mo calmly summarized after listening to Zhao Li's confession. Yes, Zhao Li stammered in response. The president merely wished to invite you to join the student council for a common cause. Common cause? Lin Mo scoffed, finding the words rather sweet, yet insincere. Is it not your intent to utilize me as a mere tool, draining me of my value? He continued. And was that murderous intent you directed at me today also your own conception? Yes, I was momentarily entranced. I was simply envious of your closeness with Senior Chen Mo. Zhao Li hurriedly explained, anxious that Lin Mo might misconstrue it as Chen Mo's orchestration. Lin Mo fell silent, realizing the situation's true nature. An ambitious vice president of the student council, accompanied by a cadre of individuals with their own ulterior motives. How intriguing. It appeared that the depths of this academy were far greater than he had previously imagined. Ding. Main mission night of the hunt completed. Mission objective: independently hunt the C-class magical beast, Shadow Leopard, achieved. Mission evaluation: perfect, additional neutralization of a C-class assassin, crucial intelligence acquired. Mission rewards being distributed. Congratulations. Host, you have received 1,500 charm points. Basic firearm modification rights unlocked. Special attire, elite agent tactical suit awarded. The system's cheerful notification echoed in his mind. Lin Mo glanced at Zhao Li on the ground, and then at the lifeless body of the Shadow Leopard not far away. The mission was accomplished, and the intelligence was secured. Now, what to do with this fellow? To eliminate him? That seemed unnecessary. To eliminate a student would create a significant uproar, attracting the attention of the higher-ups at the academy, which would be detrimental to him. Furthermore, based on Zhao Li's description, Chen Mo is merely in the stage of suspicion and probing. It has not yet escalated to a life-and-death confrontation. Retaining Zhao Li as a card could prove advantageous in the future. However, releasing him without consequence would be too lenient. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, bent down, and whispered a few words into Zhao Li's ear. Upon hearing them, Zhao Li appeared utterly struck, his complexion turning ashen, more ghastly than a corpse. He gazed at Lin Mo in terror, as if he had encountered a demon. Remember my words. Lin Mo stood up, brushed the dust from his hands, and commanded, now, leave. Do not let me see you again. Oh, and do relay to your master that you attempted to seize my prey, only to be chased off by me. As for the rest, discern what you ought to say and what you should keep to yourself. With that, he disregarded the now dumbfounded individual and turned towards the corpse of the Shadow Panther. Skillfully, he retrieved a dagger and opened the creature's skull, extracting a fist-sized black crystal that emanated a ghostly glow. A C-grade superior magic crystal successfully acquired. He stored the crystal in his system space, then glanced at the poisoned dagger lying on the ground. After a moment's thought, he collected that as well. Having completed these tasks, he oriented himself and, with a few agile movements, vanished into the dense night. Only Zhao Li remained, trembling in the cold night breeze. His gaze filled with fear as he watched Lin Mo's figure disappear into the darkness. Chapter 20. Master, I have returned. As the night faded, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The living room of the dormitory was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the monotonous ticking of the wall clock. Xiao Lingyue sat on the sofa, holding a thick tome of magical theory, yet for over an hour, she had not turned a single page. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards the tightly shut door. That individual had been gone for an entire night. Not long after she had settled into sleep the previous night, she had heard faint sounds emanating from the living room. She refrained from rising, opting instead to extend her mental perception. In that moment, she observed Lin Mo stealthily donning an eccentric outfit before silently slipping out of the dormitory. Her initial reaction was one of anger. She had explicitly warned him not to go out. How dare he defy her? She nearly rushed out to drag the disobedient fool back and give him a thorough reprimand. However, she restrained herself. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a nagging intuition that Lin Mo's nighttime escapade was not merely for foolishness. From his effortless dispatch of the Ripper to his easy subjugation of Zhou Feng and his companions, to his willingness to weave an outrageous lie involving a fatal strike to protect himself, this so-called F-grade ornamental spirit was shrouded in enigma. He resembled a monster concealed beneath a charming facade, leaving one perpetually uncertain of the astonishing actions he might undertake next. Thus, she chose to remain still, resolved to observe what this intriguing character intended to accomplish. As time inexorably slipped away, anger gradually yielded to another emotion, worry. The rear mountain was far from a safe haven. Although the academy had protective barriers and had eradicated most high-level magical beasts, danger still lurked within. It was not merely a matter for him, an F rank, but even some C rank students could easily find themselves unable to return if they ventured in alone at night. Would anything happen to him? Once this thought surfaced, it could no longer be suppressed. Xiao Lingyue realized she had lost all semblance of sleep. She sat on the sofa, waiting from midnight until dawn. It was astonishing even to herself. When had she, Xiao Lingyue, ever been so profoundly concerned for another? Particularly for a figure she both loved and loathed, a pseudo-girl spirit. Click. Just as her mind was in turmoil, a faint sound of the door lock turning reached her ears. Xiao Lingyue's heart leapt. She quickly averted her gaze, refocusing on her book, adopting an indifferent demeanor that conveyed she was merely engrossed in her reading, not waiting for anyone. The door creaked open, and a petite figure stealthily slipped inside. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Lin Mo. In that instant, her breath hitched. Lin Mo had donned an outfit she had never seen before, a black, exceedingly form-fitting jumpsuit that accentuated his slender waist and well-defined curves. Over it, he wore a camouflage short jacket, while his lower half was clad in outrageously short black hot pants paired with knee-high black military boots. Expanses of fair, taut thigh flesh were brazenly exposed to the air, seductive, poised, and imbued with a wild allure, far more striking than the daytime cheapao. Xiao Lingyue's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. How many such scandalous outfits did this fellow possess? Lin Mo, clearly taken aback to find Xiao Lingyue awake and seated in the living room, froze mid-motion as he closed the door. With a hint of unease, he called out, "You're still awake?" Ignoring him, Xiao Lingyue coldly raised her gaze from her book and cast a glance his way. Her eyes were like icy blades, causing Lin Mo to shiver. This was bad. It seemed she intended to settle accounts. His mind raced, pondering how to justify his absence from home. Yet, before he could formulate an excuse, he saw Xiao Lingyue set down her book, rise, and stride towards him. The low pressure emanating from her seemed to drop the temperature of the entire living room by several degrees. Lin Mo instinctively took a step back, pressing his back against the cold door. Did I not say yesterday that you were not to step outside this door without my permission? Xiao Lingyue approached him, looking down from her height, her voice devoid of warmth. Why yes, master, Lin Mo mumbled, his head bowed like a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing. Xiao Lingyue extended her finger and poked the camouflage jacket adorning him. What is the meaning of this attire? Lin Mo internally lamented his predicament. How could he possibly explain? To admit he had ventured to the back mountain to slay monsters for a quest? That would irrevocably reveal his identity as an F-rank ornamental spirit. To claim he was merely unable to sleep and went out for a stroll? Who would believe such a preposterous excuse? Who wears tactical shorts for a leisurely walk? Just as he was in deep thought, an idea struck him. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Lin Mo's tone transformed completely, becoming soft and plaintive. He tilted his head and looked up at Xiao Lingyue with his large, watery eyes, exuding an air of pitiable innocence. I was simply out completing a mission. As he spoke, he focused his thoughts and presented the C-rank upper-level magic crystal, still warm from his grasp, offering it to Xiao Lingyue. Look, this is a reward for the task. Xiao Lingyue's gaze fell upon the black magic crystal, her pupils dilating in shock. The magic crystal of a C-rank shadow leopard? She exclaimed. As a top student of the academy, she immediately recognized the origin of the crystal. The shadow leopard was a formidable creature among C-rank monsters, known for its speed and stealth. Even she, caught unprepared, would hesitate to claim victory against one. Yet, Lin Mo had returned with its magic crystal. What did this signify? It meant he had single-handedly hunted a C-rank upper-level monster under the cover of night. The realization struck Xiao Lingyue with a force greater than when she had previously dispatched a D-rank creature. Defeating a D-rank could be attributed to surprise or skill advantage, but independently slaying a C-rank upper-level monster represented undeniable might. How could an F-rank ornamental spirit achieve such a feat? She stared at Lin Mo's innocent face, her mind swirling in confusion. How exhausting. Lin Mo observed her stunned expression and seized the moment to perform. He relaxed against Xiao Lingyue, resting his head on her shoulder. I almost became a meal for that big cat. So frightening. The warmth of his body, the softness of his touch, and the unique scent of gunpowder mingled with youthful vigor enveloped her senses, causing Xiao Lingyue to stiffen. The string of reason in her mind let out an agonized groan under the weight of conflicting emotions. On one hand, the shock and upheaval brought by Lin Mo's achievement in slaying a C-rank upper-level monster was immense. On the other, this fellow was once again employing his endearing antics to charm her in a manner that sent shivers down her spine. The clash of these opposing feelings overwhelmed her understanding. You, stand up straight, she stammered, attempting to push Lin Mo away. However, he clung to her like an unyielding piece of taffy, refusing to budge. Master, he cooed in that infuriatingly sweet tone, leaning closer to her ear. Wasn't I impressive this time? Is there a reward? Xiao Lingyue took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She abandoned her intention to push him away, allowing him to cling to her like a koala. How did you manage that? She inquired, fixing her gaze upon Lin Mo's eyes, enunciating each word with precision. This was a question she needed to unravel. It was the pivotal blow of fate. Lin Mo blinked, beginning to speak with earnest absurdity, yet this time, there seemed to be a hint of difference. I feel as though a primal hunting instinct has awakened within me. When I laid eyes on that large cat, I lost control. My mind was consumed by a single thought, to take it down. Then, I went bang bang bang, and subsequently, it perished. As he spoke, he animatedly mimicked the action of shooting, his innocent demeanor akin to discussing something as mundane as eating or drinking. Xiao Lingyue responded. A hunting instinct? Losing control? What a nonsensical explanation. Yet, aside from this reasoning, there appeared to be no alternative. After all, an F-rank ornamental spirit could hardly possess combat prowess exceeding C-rank, could it? That would be utterly ludicrous. Perhaps, as he suggested, it is a rare bloodline talent, triggered only under specific conditions. Just as her skepticism lingered, a detail caught her attention. Lin Mo retrieved the enormous M82A1 sniper rifle from the system space, presenting it to her. Look, master, I even resorted to this to defeat it. Xiao Lingyue's gaze fell upon the modification slot for special ammunition on the rifle, which was now empty. What about the bullet? She instinctively asked. Oh, that. During my battle with the large cat, a villain in black suddenly appeared, attempting to seize my prey. In a fit of anger, I used that bullet to scare him away. Xiaolin Yue's heart sank abruptly. Someone was attempting to claim the prey, and on the back mountain, this was far from an ordinary student conflict. She immediately recalled Chun Mo's seemingly gentle yet calculating gaze from earlier. Is it someone from the student council? Her eyes sharpened with intensity. What did that person look like? Did you catch a glimpse? No, Lin Mo shook his head. His face etched with fear. He was cloaked and masked, and he fled swiftly. I barely caught a glimpse before he vanished. Xiaolin Yue furrowed her brow. It appeared that someone had already lost patience and begun to act against him. Yet, this fool still thought it was merely a case of someone stealing a monster. A surge of inexplicable rage welled within her. This anger was partly directed at the lurking miscreants and partly at Lin Mo, this troublesome character. From now on, you are not to venture alone to the back mountain without my company. Do you understand? She commanded in an unwavering tone. All right, master, Lin Mo nodded obediently. Observing his bewildered expression, Xiaolin Yue felt her ire dissipate significantly, leaving her in a state of perplexity. She sighed, feeling that since the summoning of this fellow, her size had multiplied, surpassing the total of the past 18 years. The scent of sweat clung to her, utterly repugnant. Disgusted, she nudged Lin Mo, who was still draped over her, urging him to go take a shower, then return to the sofa and sleep. Although her tone remained as frigid as ever, a hint of concern was perceptible in her words, even to Lin Mo, the epitome of a stoic man. At your command, he replied, sliding off her, performing a comically exaggerated hand-on-heart salute before swiftly darting into the bathroom. As she watched his vanishing silhouette at the bathroom door, Xiaolin Yue stood rooted in place. Her mind a tumult of emotions, shock, doubt, worry, and a small, unacknowledged pride. Chapter 21. The transfer student. The next day, within the halls of the Demon Hunter Academy, news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the institution. Have you heard? We have a transfer student joining us today. A transfer student? What is their background? How could they possibly enroll at this time? Rumor had it that the individual came from a prestigious lineage. She was the young lady of the Liu family from the imperial capital. Upon her arrival, she was immediately assessed as an A-rank master. A-rank? No way. Is that true? Including senior Xiaolin Yue, we only have 2 A ranks in the academy, right? Indeed. Furthermore, I've heard that this Liu family heiress is a longtime rival of our Ice Queen, Xiaolin Yue. Goodness, this sounds like a spectacle, a clash of titans. In no time, the entire academy buzzed with excitement over the arrival of the new transfer student. During the morning potion class, Lin Mo rested his head on the desk, fighting off sleep. After a night of commotion, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, causing his eyelids to flutter. Fortunately, the system was considerate today, refraining from issuing any obligatory outfit tasks, allowing him to remain in his tight-fitting combat suit. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, he donned a loose-fitting white shirt over the ensemble, which barely concealed his striking figure, presenting him as a petite girl in her boyfriend's shirt, adding a layer of allure. Xiaolin Yue sat beside him, diligently taking notes as always, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. Yet, Lin Mo sensed that since this morning, her demeanor had shifted. A thicker layer of frost seemed to envelop her already icy countenance, pushing others away. Classmates, please settle down, the potion class instructor announced, rapping on the desk, swiftly quieting the classroom. Today, we have a new student joining us. Let us give her a warm welcome. As the teacher's words echoed, the classroom door swung open. A tall, striking figure entered, drawing the gaze of every student present. She was a stunningly beautiful woman, with cascading waves of burgundy hair that framed her porcelain face, enhancing her radiant complexion. Her features were exquisitely crafted, as if sculpted by divine hands, particularly her slightly upturned, enchanting eyes that seemed to ensnare souls with their captivating glimmer. She did not don the school's uniform, but rather adorned herself in a striking, fiery red fitted dress, which accentuated her alluring figure to perfection. Upon her entrance, the atmosphere within the classroom seemed to heat up palpably. Many boys' breaths grew heavy, their gazes fixated. Even some girls, upon witnessing her captivating form, exhibited glimmers of jealousy in their eyes. Lin Mo lifted his head, assessing the newly arrived transfer student. Indeed, she was exquisite, a true gem. Yet, in comparison to his current physique, she paled slightly. His body transcended gender, a flawless masterpiece crafted by the system, while the woman before him radiated the alluring essence of mature femininity, 2 distinctly different styles. Greetings, everyone. The woman in the red dress ascended the podium, offering a bewitching smile. Her voice, sweet yet tinged with a hint of lazy rasp, resonated through the room. I am Lu Mengli, and from this day forth, I shall be your new classmate. I look forward to your guidance. As she spoke, Her gaze swept across the classroom. When her eyes landed on the back row, in a secluded corner, her smile took on a more mischievous quality. Cold Moon, dear sister. She elongated the syllables, her voice soft yet distinctly audible to all ears. It's been a while. Hasn't he it? I never anticipated we would end up in the same class again. Quite fateful indeed. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Xiao Lingyue. She slowly raised her head, directing her gaze towards Lu Mengli at the podium. Though her face betrayed little emotion, her eyes emanated a chill, as if capable of freezing the very air around her. Yes, she replied coolly, the haunting presence lingers. It is indeed fate. Tension crackled in the air. The entire class felt their gossiping instincts ignite fervently. Lu Mengli appeared unfazed by Xiao Lingyue's cutting remarks, laughing heartily, her mirth almost enchanting. Oh, Cold Moon, you remain as frosty as ever, utterly unappealing. No wonder. At this age, you still haven't found a boyfriend. As she spoke, her gaze shifted from Xiao Lingyue to Lin Mo beside her. The moment she beheld Lin Mo's face, even she couldn't suppress a flicker of astonishment. What a delicately beautiful little being, with silver hair and alabaster skin. His features seemed as though they had stepped straight from a painting, his clear eyes still holding a hint of dreamy sleepiness. Clad in an oversized white shirt, his petite form evoked an instinctual urge to protect him. Lu Mengli's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her primary motive for transferring was to overshadow Xiao Lingyue, to surpass her in both academic and personal prowess, ensuring her lifelong rival remained beneath her heel. Now, it seemed she had discovered the perfect tool to breach Xiao Lingyue's defenses. She deliberately adopted an exaggerated tone, gasping in feigned surprise. Wow, Cold Moon. Is this your spirit companion? How adorably cute. Such a lovely little sister. Upon her utterance, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted within the classroom. The tale of Xiao Lingyue summoning a level F cross-dressing spirit had long circulated throughout the academy. Now, with Lu Mengli publicly bringing it to light, it was akin to pouring salt upon Xiao Lingyue's wounds. Instantly, her countenance chilled further. Yet, Lu Mengli appeared oblivious, her gaze, with keen interest, traversing over Lin Mo. Her eyes sparkled like a hunter who had finally spotted her long-desired prey. Little sister, you should keep your distance from your master, Lu Mengli remarked to Lin Mo, playfully blinking her alluring peach blossom eyes, her words laden with insinuation. You see, she is brimming with icy shards. Getting too close could result in frostbite. Unlike me. Dear sister, for I am quite warm. Such unabashed provocation. In front of the entire class, she was attempting to entice someone else's partner. Xiao Lingyue's hand, hidden beneath the table, clenched tightly. A thin layer of frost began to rapidly form upon the tabletop. Lin Mo observed the woman on the podium, preening and posing, and then glanced at his master, who was on the verge of transforming into a humanoid refrigeration unit, sighing quietly to himself. Oh, why must women make things difficult for one another? No, rather, why must they make it difficult for me, as a woman? He sensed that his previously tranquil, socially disastrous, campus life was about to be irrevocably altered from this day forth. Chapter 22. My dear junior, you smell delightful. A potion class concluded amidst this peculiar and tense atmosphere. As the bell rang, Xiao Lingyue promptly gathered her belongings, seizing Lin Mo's wrist. Eager to escape this place of turmoil, she wished not to share even a moment longer in the same space as Lu Mengli. However, just as she stood, a fiery red figure blocked their path, exuding a fragrant aura. Oh, Lingyue dear, why the rush? Lu Mengli smiled sweetly at Xiao Lingyue, then immediately disregarded her, directing her passionate gaze toward Lin Mo, still grasping his wrist. Little sister, we haven't formally introduced ourselves yet. I am Lu Mengli, and you are? As she spoke, she extended her hand, seemingly intent on caressing Lin Mo's face. Xiao Lingyue's expression hardened, swiftly pulling Lin Mo behind her to evade Lu Mengli's touch. Lu Mengli, what are you up to? Her voice was as frigid as ice. What could I possibly be up to? Lu Mengli feigned innocence, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. I merely wish to befriend your adorable little spirit. Why are you so anxious? Afraid I might devour her? Her peach blossom eyes roamed over Lin Mo, her interest unmistakable. Little sister, do not fear. Your master has always been this way, rather unlikable since childhood. She cooed to Lin Mo, her voice dripping with temptation. What is your name? Would you tell your sister? As she spoke, a subtle, sweetly fragrant energy enveloped Lin Mo, a manifestation of her spirit's alluring powers. Her spirit is an A-grade nine-tailed fox, masterful in the art of manipulating human emotions. Under such close-range enchantment, not only ordinary individuals, but even some indecisive C-grade masters would instantaneously develop an affinity for her, obediently following her lead. She was confident that this seemingly foolish F-grade darling would be unable to resist her charms. Yet, she miscalculated. Who is Lin Mo? The top-tier special forces operative known by the codename Death. His will has been forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as unyielding as iron. The trivial allure employed by Lu Mengli is to him as inconsequential as a gentle breeze. In fact, he found himself stifling a laugh. Attempting mental manipulation in front of me? My dear, you have mistaken your adversary. However, while he remained unaffected, the system within his mind reacted as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, erupting in alarm. Warning! Warning! High-intensity charm, field intrusion detected. Host is experiencing mental pollution from a hostile entity. System defense mechanisms have been activated. Emergency countermeasure task triggered. Defend sovereignty. Task details. The host must immediately make physical contact with the provocateur and verbally counter to thwart their intentions. Designated action. Pinch the opponent's chin with your fingers and say, "Sister, your perfume is overwhelmingly strong. It's suffocating me." Task rewards. 500 charm points. Unlock new skill. Mental barrier. Beginner. Task failure penalty. Mandatory change into a pink lace-made outfit and address the provocateur as, "Master, please feel free to command Daji." Upon reading the task details, Lin Mo felt darkness clouding his vision. Damn system. Do you have no sense of propriety whatsoever? Pinching her chin? And mentioning her perfume? Is this not mere teasing? And that failure penalty? A pink lace-made outfit? Daji. For heaven's sake. Lin Mo's mind was in a frenzy. Yet his body, betraying his thoughts, began to comply. Before Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli could react, he suddenly leaned out from behind Xiao Lingyue. With a swift yet seemingly frivolous motion, he precisely pinched Lu Mengli's smooth and delicate chin. Lu Mengli's body froze instantly. The smile on her face became rigid. As she felt those two slender yet unyielding fingers on her chin, her mind went blank. What is happening? He has grasped my chin. How dare he? Wasn't he supposed to be enchanted by my allure, wagging his tail like a puppy in submission? Just as she was rendered speechless in shock, Lin Mo spoke. Tilting his head slightly, he gazed into Lu Mengli's eyes with his innocent, clear gaze, and in a tone that was soft yet laced with disdain, he murmured, "Sister, your perfume is far too potent. It's suffocating me." Afterward, he even scrunched up his small nose in a manner that suggested he was genuinely overwhelmed by the scent. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The entire classroom was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. All the students witnessing the scene had their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. That F-rated cross-dressing spirit actually dared to tease the A-rated Lu Mengli. Moreover, in such a domineering, CEO-like manner, had the world gone mad. Xiao Lingyue's body stiffened as she stared blankly at the adorable figure before her, who was playfully gripping her arch-nemesis's chin, feeling as if her understanding of reality had been once again shattered. Was this also a part of the hunting instinct? Lu Mengli finally snapped out of her shock. A wave of unprecedented embarrassment and anger surged within her. Throughout her life, she had only ever been the one to tease others. When had she ever been playfully teased by a yellow-haired girl? And in such an unexpectedly disarming fashion. "Let go of me," she exclaimed, flustered and enraged, attempting to swat Lin Mo's hand away. However, Lin Mo, anticipating her reaction, released his grip first, casually wiping his fingers on his white shirt as if he had touched something filthy. This gesture, while not physically harmful, was profoundly insulting. Lu Mengli's face turned crimson in an instant, fueled by indignation. She pointed at Lin Mo, speechless with fury. Just then, Xiao Lingyue, who had been momentarily frozen in disbelief, finally reacted. Though she couldn't fathom why Lin Mo had suddenly acted so astonishingly, she recognized that it was her turn to intervene. With a swift motion, she seized Lin Mo's arm and forcefully pulled him back behind her. Then, she raised her head, her gaze icy and piercing, fixed intently on Lu Mengli. "Stay away from him," she stated, her voice low yet imbued with an unmistakable chill, each word seemingly pulled from the depths of an ice cellar. "He is mine." Having spoken, she offered Lu Mengli no chance to respond, dragging the still bewildered Lin Mo out of the classroom without a backward glance. Left behind stood Lu Mengli, her face alternating between shades of red and white. She gazed at Xiao Lingyue's resolute figure and recalled the peculiar sensation of her heartbeat skipping a beat when Lin Mo had grasped her chin. A dangerously mischievous smile suddenly curled at the corners of her lips. Xiao Lingyue, along with her spirit, was indeed intriguing. This was becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 23. The Master's Possessiveness? Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Lingyue slammed the door with a resounding bang. The entire room seemed to tremble in response. Lin Mo, being pulled along, felt the grip on his wrist grow painfully tight. He observed Xiao Lingyue's face, darkened with fury, and felt a twinge of apprehension. The Ice Queen was genuinely angry. Master, he tentatively called out, his voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Lingyue abruptly turned, her eyes ablaze with wrath, fixating on him. Why did you do that just now? She demanded. Uncertain and bewildered, Lin Mo immediately slipped into his acting mode, his face displaying a perplexed, yet innocent expression. I merely felt uncomfortable with that sister being so close, and then my body acted on its own. He deflected, attributing the motion to an elusive instinct. After all, there were no witnesses to contradict him. It was merely a matter of belief. Uncomfortable? Xiao Lingyue scoffed coldly, advancing step by step towards him. It seems to me you were rather enjoying it. Recalling the moment when Lin Mo had playfully grasped Lu Mingli's chin, a fiery indignation surged within her. Such behavior was not instinctual. It was the hallmark of a seasoned seducer. What other secrets was this fellow concealing from her? No, absolutely not. Lin Mo vehemently shook his head, resembling a bobblehead. Master, you must trust me. I am utterly loyal to you. He then pivoted the conversation. That sister, though, she's quite beautiful. Her figure is splendid, and she carries a delightful fragrance. Master, do you think she likes me? As he spoke, a hint of longing and bashfulness adorned his face. This, of course, was part of the system's task. Daily task. Add fuel to the fire. Express admiration for the provocateur to further ignite your master's emotions. Reward, 300 charm points. Failure penalty. Perform a pole dance in front of your master. To avoid the humiliation of dancing, Lin Mo had to go all out. Indeed, his words fell into the simmering pot like a splash of cold water. Xiao Lingyue's reason erupted. Dare you speak? She exclaimed, thrusting her hands forward to pin Lin Mo harshly against the wall. Thud. The sound echoed as Lin Mo's back collided painfully with the cold surface, causing him to grimace. Goodness, she is serious. He found himself trapped between the wall and her, their proximity almost unbearable. He could perceive the fury in her slightly dilated pupils and the trembling of her long lashes. A fragrant blend of pine and youthful allure enveloped him entirely. Lin Mo, I warn you, she stated, her gaze fixed intently upon his, her voice quivering subtly with rage. You are forbidden from any contact with that woman. Do you understand? You shall not look at her, speak to her, nor entertain any thoughts about her. You are the spirit of Xiao Lingyue. From the moment I summoned you, all that you are belongs to me. Your body, your hair, your smile, even every thought that crosses your mind, is solely mine. She expounded her possessive declaration in a single breath. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned by her unexpected outburst, gazing blankly at the icy beauty before him. Her face flushed with anger and her eyes slightly reddened. One thought reverberated in his mind. Goodness, her possessiveness is overwhelming. Is this truly the same Ice Queen who once despised me? The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. He could sense the trembling of Xiao Lingyue's hand resting on his shoulder. She was not jesting. She was genuinely afraid of being usurped by that woman, Lu Mingli. Lin Mo's heart softened inexplicably. He gazed into Xiao Lingyue's stubborn yet fragile eyes and, as if compelled by an unseen force, reached out to gently caress her cheek. Master, his voice, no longer a forced falsetto, returned to its natural tone, clear yet tinged with youthful rasp. Do not fear. I shall not go with her. I am yours. Xiao Lingyue's body jolted. She stared blankly at Lin Mo, feeling the warmth of his hand against her cheek. Along with those words that seemed imbued with magic, I am yours. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by some unseen force, tinged with acidity, numbness, and a hint of sweetness. The anger that had adorned her face faded at a visible pace, replaced by a captivating blush that spread from her neck to her ears. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, stepping back to distance herself from Lin Mo. Who is afraid? She retorted, her words tumbling out in a disarray, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Lin Mo's eyes. I merely do not wish for my possessions to be claimed by others. Don't overthink it. With that, she fled, turning abruptly into her room and slamming the door behind her. Leaning against the wall, Lin Mo touched his lips, still lingering with the warmth from their exchange. He looked at the closed door, unable to suppress a slight smile. This icy master seemed rather endearing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully calmed your master's emotions, elevating her perception of your possessiveness to an entirely new level. Random task completed. Rewards have been issued. Ding. A breakthrough in the relationship with your master. Hidden storyline module activated. At that moment, the dormitory doorbell rang suddenly. Ding dong. Both Lin Mo and Xiao Lingyue paused in surprise. Who could it be at this hour? Lin Mo approached the peephole and peered outside. Standing there was a student clad in the academy uniform, his expression serious, adorned with a disciplinary committee armband. Is Xiao Lingyue there? The individual called out loudly. I'm from the disciplinary committee. The academy has issued an urgent summons. All students are to assemble at the central square immediately. An urgent task has been announced. An urgent task? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. The door swung open, and Xiao Lingyue emerged, the blush on her face now faded, returning to her usual icy demeanor. I understand, she coldly replied to the voice outside. Then she turned to Lin Mo, her expression complex. Let us go? It seems something significant is afoot. Chapter 24, The Black Tide Magic Hunter Academy, Central Square. Thousands of students, organized according to their respective grades and classes, stood in orderly formations. A somber and anxious expression adorned each face. The emergency summons from the academy, accompanied by the highest level red alert, had occurred only a handful of times in its storied history. Each instance heralded a monumental crisis. Lin Mo trailed behind Xiao Lingyue, positioned within the second-year cohort, curiously surveying his surroundings. It was the first occasion he had witnessed nearly all the students of the academy gathered in one place. The crowd was immense, a dense sea of black. Each individual emanated varying degrees of spiritual energy, coalescing into a formidable energy field. Upon the elevated platform stood the academy's president, Director Wang of the Academic Affairs, and a host of senior officials, their expressions grave. Students, the president began, stepping forward, his voice resonating clearly through the amplification array to every corner of the square. Just 1 hour ago, our monitoring station, situated 30 kilometers west of the city, issued the highest level of alert. The phenomenon designated as Black Tide, an enormous surge of magical energy, has formed. It is anticipated that in 3 hours, it will strike our city, Linyuan City. At the mention of Black Tide, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Some of the younger students displayed palpable fear upon their faces. Although Lin Mo was unaware of the specifics of the Black Tide, the reactions of those around him clearly indicated its ominous nature. He quietly inquired of Xiao Lingyue, Master, what is the Black Tide? Without meeting his gaze, Xiao Lingyue lowered her voice and swiftly explained, Linyuan City is built upon an ancient, colossal spatial rift. Every few years, or sometimes decades, a violent energy eruption occurs from the other side of the rift, known as the Demon Realm, creating a magical tidal surge, which we refer to as the Black Tide. The Black Tide will tear open countless temporary spatial portals, transporting tens of thousands of demonic creatures to our side. When that happens, Linyuan City will become a battlefield. Lin Mo grasped the gravity of the situation. In essence, it was a periodic, large-scale assault by monstrous entities. Each occurrence of the Black Tide represented both a catastrophe and a trial for Linyuan City. The president's weighty voice continued to echo over the square. According to the data relayed from the monitoring station, this particular Black Tide is unprecedented in scale. It features entirely new high-tier magical fluctuations that have never been recorded before. Therefore, I declare, the president's voice suddenly rose in intensity. Linyuan City is now under the highest state of combat readiness. All students in the second year and above are to cancel all classes and holidays. Full mobilization is required, and you will be incorporated into the city's defense sequence to prepare for battle. This is a war, a necessary conflict to protect our homeland and safeguard the millions of civilians behind us. Are you ready? We are ready. Thousands of students roared in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. Though their faces bore the marks of tension and unease, there was an overwhelming sense of fervor and determination. As students of the Demon Hunter Academy, they had been acutely aware of the weight of their responsibilities since the very first day of their enrollment. To safeguard humanity and combat the forces of darkness was their destiny. Lin Mo observed the resolute faces of his peers, listening to their heartfelt cries, and felt a flicker of inspiration within himself. In a past life, he had fought for his country. In this lifetime, it seemed he was destined to fight for the world. This sentiment was not unappealing. Soon, instructors from various grades began to swiftly organize the students based on their strengths and specializations. Those specializing in combat were assigned to frontline assault teams and defensive units, while support and alchemy students were designated to medical and logistics teams in the rear. When it came time for Xiao Lingyue, however, the assigning instructor, Master Wang, displayed a look of consternation. Glancing at the list in his hand, and then at Lin Mo standing behind Xiao Lingyue, he furrowed his brow. Your abilities are indisputable, and you should rightfully be placed in the most elite assault team, he remarked. However, your spirit as his gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Mo's exceptionally handsome visage. His rating is F, ornamental in nature. On a battlefield of this magnitude, he will not only be of no assistance, but could potentially become your greatest burden. Should you divert your attention to protect him, you will find yourself in peril. Master Wang's words, though blunt, were nonetheless truthful. Nearby, several students familiar with Xiao Lingyue and Lin Mo cast discerning looks their way, including the affluent Zhou Feng, who stood in a nearby group accompanied by several sycophants, wearing a smug expression. Ah, Is that not our academy's top prodigy, the illustrious Xiao? He taunted. What seems to be the problem? Struggling with your assignment? I did say that summoning a pretty but useless pretty boy would prove to be a hindrance in critical moments. I dare say it would be more fitting for you to take your delicate companion to the logistics team, serving tea to the wounded, or perhaps performing a dance to lift morale. Laughter erupted from his entourage. Xiao Lingyue's complexion turned ashen. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her skin. It was an affront, the utmost disgrace. She, Xiao Lingyue, had always been a paragon of excellence. When had she ever endured such humiliation? All because her spirit bore an F rating? Master Wang. She raised her head, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. I formally request to bring my spirit with me to the front lines. Preposterous. Master Wang retorted sharply. This is not a routine training exercise. This is genuine warfare. Lives are at stake. You are toying with both your own life and his. Just as Xiao Lingyue was about to argue further, a languid voice, laced with mirth, floated over from the side. Oh dear, Master Wang, do not trouble our dear Lingyue. She is someone who would rather suffer indignities than sacrifice her pride. Lu Mengli, accompanied by her team, sauntered over with an air of nonchalance. She has been assigned to the elite vanguard team as the vice captain. Approaching Xiao Lingyue, she affectionately patted her shoulder, then turned to Mentor Wang with a smile, suggesting, how about this, Teacher Wang? You could transfer Lingyue to our logistics support team. Her strength would ensure the safety of our rear. As for this little darling, her gaze playfully shifted to Lin Mo, eyes glimmering with mischief. She could accompany our vanguard team to the front lines for some real-world experience. I assure you, I will bring her back safely. Chapter 25. I want to go to the front lines. Lu Mengli's words detonated like a bomb among the crowd. To send an F-grade ornamental spirit to accompany the most elite vanguard team to the most perilous front lines? Was this a jest? Everyone regarded Lu Mengli with incredulous expressions, as if she were mad. Zhou Feng even laughed aloud. Sister Lu, are you mistaken? Bringing such a decorative figure to the battlefield is like asking for more pressure on our defenses, as if we were serving a dessert to the monsters. Lu Mengli paid him no mind, instead gazing with a smile at Xiao Lingyue, whose expression was growing increasingly grim. What do you think, Lingyue? Isn't this proposal splendid? You can remain safely in the rear, while your little treasure will be under my personal protection, ensuring her safety. It's a win-win situation. This was not merely a proposal. It was an unrelenting assault on Xiao Lingyue's dignity. What you cannot protect, I shall safeguard. Where you cannot go, I shall take your spirit. Each word was a proclamation that resounded loud and clear. Xiao Lingyue, you are inadequate. Xiao Lingyue trembled with fury, her body shaking violently. She glared at Lu Mengli's radiant face, wishing to pierce her with her gaze. Lu Mengli, she nearly spat through gritted teeth. Yet, just as she was on the verge of erupting, a soft yet firm hand gently grasped her own, which had turned white from tension. Startled, she turned to see Lin Mo. He had positioned himself in front of her, shielding her from the chaos. Though he retained his petite and delicate appearance, at that moment, he seemed a mountain, sheltering her from all tempest. Main quest activated. Prove your worth. Quest objective. The host must persuade the Academy's higher-ups to allow you and your master to proceed to the most dangerous battlefront. Quest reward. Failure penalty. Your master Xiao Lingyue will be shamed because of you, and her reputation within the Academy will suffer permanent damage. Lin Mo surveyed the tumultuous scene before him, sighing inwardly. It seemed that remaining inconspicuous today was out of the question. He lifted his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over each person present, the gleeful Zhou Feng, the troubled Mentor Wang, and the defiantly provocative Lu Mengli. Finally, his gaze settled on the dean atop the platform. He released Xiao Lingyue's hand and took a step forward. Under the gaze of thousands, the F-grade spirit, long regarded as a mere ornament and burden, for the first time stepped forward of its own accord. He remained silent, standing there quietly, yet an undeniable shift in his aura was palpable to all present. No longer was he the soft and innocuous figure they had come to know. Instead, he exuded a subtle, enigmatic calm. Teacher, Lin Mo spoke, his voice softly resonating in Wang's ears, devoid of the disconcerting falsetto he had previously used. Reverting to his natural tone, although still clear, it now bore an unmistakable air of composure and resolve. I understand that my rating puts you in a difficult position. However, ratings do not define everything. He turned to glance at Xiao Lingyue behind him, his eyes conveying a hint of reassurance. Then, he faced Wang once more, articulating each word with conviction. In critical moments, I can eliminate any high-level magical creatures that threaten my master. His assertion was delivered with unwavering confidence, echoing with authority. Wang was momentarily taken aback, staring at the eerily calm youth before him, rendered momentarily speechless. Lu Mingli's smile also dimmed slightly as she regarded Lin Mo with newfound interest. This young man seemed more intriguing than she had anticipated. As the atmosphere grew tense, Xiao Lingyue shook off her earlier shock and anger. She gazed at Lin Mo's not particularly broad, but resolutely steadfast back, her heart a tumult of emotions. Once again, he had stepped up when she needed him most. Willing to position himself in the line of fire to preserve her dignity, an unprecedented warmth surged within her. Enough was enough. She could no longer allow him to face these challenges alone. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Mo. She lifted her gaze, peering over the crowd to fix her eyes on the dean on the platform, her voice cold yet resolute. Dean, I, Xiao Lingyue of Class S, first year, swear by the honor of the Xiao family that my spirit, Lin Mo, is not a burden. I apply to join the elite Team 7 and venture to the Western Front, into the most perilous area of the meat grinder. Boom. Her declaration once again ignited the crowd. The meat grinder area. It was the most pressure-laden and deadly section of the entire Western Front. Notorious for its unstable spatial rifts that could unpredictably unleash B-grade or even higher-level elite magical creatures. Even the Academy's most elite Team 1 would not dare to tread lightly there. Yet, Xiao Lingyue had voluntarily applied to go, and with an F-grade dead weight no less. Had she lost her mind? Sister Lingyue, you must think this through, Lu Mingli cautioned, her smile vanishing as she spoke with grave seriousness. That place is not to be trifled with. That's none of your concern, Xiao Lingyue retorted coldly. She cast another resolute glance at the dean, her eyes unwavering and steadfast. Dean, I am aware that my request is rather presumptuous. Yet, I implore you to place your trust in me as well as in my spirit. Should my spirit become a burden to the team on the battlefield, or if my mistakes result in any casualties, I, Xiao Lingyue, willingly accept full responsibility. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone was taken aback by Xiao Lingyue's declaration, swearing upon her family's honor, even wagering her future and the life of her spirit. Such determination was remarkable. On the high platform, the dean's murky yet seemingly all-seeing eyes swept back and forth between Xiao Lingyue and Lin Mo. After a long moment, he slowly nodded. Very well. I approve your request. Teacher Wang, please proceed with the transfer procedures immediately. Let Xiao Lingyue and her spirit report to Team 7 at the Western Front. Yes. Although Teacher Wang was filled with concern, he promptly obeyed the command. With the dean's permission, Xiao Lingyue refrained from uttering another word. She grasped Lin Mo's hand, and amidst the complex gazes of those around them, turned and headed towards the Academy's teleportation array. Wait. Lu Mingli's voice echoed from behind. Xiao Lingyue paused, but did not turn back. Lingyue, Lu Mingli observed her determined silhouette. A mysterious smile suddenly graced her lips, wishing you good fortune. Moreover, her gaze traversed over Xiao Lingyue's shoulder and settled on Lin Mo, little brother. I shall remember you. Chapter 26. The meat grinder frontline with a low hum accompanied by a slight spatial distortion. The scenery before Lin Mo and Xiao Lingyue transformed instantaneously. In the next moment, an overwhelming stench of blood, mingled with sulfur and the acrid scent of charred flesh, assaulted their senses. The deafening roar of explosions, the howls of monstrous creatures, and the cries of humanity interwove into a savage and blood-soaked symphony of war. They had arrived at the western front line of Linyuan City. This was a grand wall, constructed of massive stones and steel, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Along the wall, enormous magical cannons and alchemical crossbows were stationed at intervals. Countless masters clad in various battle attire and their spirits were engaged in a bloody struggle upon the battlements. A myriad of magical lights cascaded down like a torrential downpour upon the dark, churning sea of monsters below. Fireballs, ice shards, wind blades, and lightning, brilliant hues blossomed in the dim sky like flowers of death. Beneath the wall lay a veritable hell. Tens of thousands of monstrous entities, each with varied forms, surged like a tide against the fortifications. There were climbing beasts resembling lizards that could scale the walls, colossal creatures akin to battering rams, and a multitude of nameless low-tier monsters, fearlessly sacrificing their flesh and blood to pave the way for their comrades. Corpses piled high like mountains. Blood flowed like rivers. This was indeed a meat grinder. Even for Lin Mo, a seasoned warrior who had emerged from the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The apocalyptic scene before him caused his heart to skip a beat. This was no longer the familiar realm of small-scale special operations. This was a true, full-scale war between races. Come, let's report to the captain of the Sharp Blade Team 7. Xiao Linyue's voice snapped Lin Mo back to reality. Her complexion was somewhat pale, yet her gaze was resolutely unwavering. The two navigated the chaotic battlefield, swiftly traversing the city walls. Occasionally, stray bullets and residual waves of magic grazed past them, leaving behind ghastly marks on the walls. Soon, they arrived at a relatively secure command point, where they spotted the flag of Team 7. This was a unit composed of 10 members, each radiating a formidable aura of spiritual energy, the weakest among them being an upper-tier C-level master. Their captain was a robust man with a thick beard, his spirit being a majestic B-level lower-tier lava bear. Reporting. Second-year Class S, Xiao Lingyue, here to report, as ordered. Xiao Lingyue saluted the burly captain with a standard military gesture. The captain, named Lei Meng, an experienced fourth-year student, scrutinized her before glancing at Lin Mo, who appeared frail and was nervously looking around. His brow furrowed in disapproval. You are Xiao Lingyue, the A-level prodigy who voluntarily applied to the meat grinder? Lei Meng's voice boomed like thunder. Yes. And this behind you, is he your F-level ornamental spirit? Yes. Xiao Lingyue's response remained crisp and clear, though her expression darkened. Nonsense. Lei Meng slammed his palm against the nearby battlement, causing debris to scatter. Have those old fools lost their minds? Sending you two here. Are they trying to increase our death toll? His tone was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. The other team members cast unfriendly glances at the pair. Captain, why waste words with them? Just send them back to the rear. Exactly. Bringing a vase to the battlefield, and a male one at that. What a damn misfortune. Little sister, this is no place for you. Go home and find your mother for milk. Don't be a hindrance here. A barrage of mockery and derision assailed the two without restraint. Lin Mo's eyes grew cold. Here we go again. Could these people not think rationally? If he were truly just a decorative piece, would the dean have approved their presence here? Nevertheless, he was disinclined to engage with such simple-minded individuals. On the battlefield, strength was the ultimate proof. Without uttering a word, Xiao Lingyue silently drew her staff. It was a wand crafted from a millennium of ice, crystalline and translucent, with a blue gem at its tip, emanating an astonishing chill. She neither explained nor argued. She merely approached the edge of the city wall, raised her staff, and aimed at a particularly dense area of monsters below. Frigid Tempest. Her icy voice resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the cacophony of the battlefield. In the next instant, a visible blizzard, interspersed with countless ice spikes, materialized out of thin air, enveloping nearly 100-meter radius below. Countless low-tier monsters assaulting the city wall were frozen into statues before they could utter a single cry, subsequently shredded into a flurry of icy fragments by the ensuing spikes. An A-grade area spell instantly cleared a vast expanse. The sheer magnitude of its power left every member of the Blade 7 team speechless. They stared, wide-eyed, at Xiao Lingyue, then at the enormous gap that had been created in the wall below. Is this the might of an A-grade genius? The fury on Lei Meng's face transformed into astonishment. He was aware that A-grade talents were formidable, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. The force of this single spell rivaled that of a major attack from his B-grade explosive bear. Now, as Xiao Lingyue withdrew her staff and turned to face Lei Meng, her chilling gaze inquired, "Do I still have the right to remain here?" Lei Meng's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He opened his mouth, struggling for words, and finally managed to utter a few syllables through clenched teeth. "You're ruthless." Although he remained skeptical of Lin Mo, the display of prowess exhibited by Xiao Lingyue was sufficient to earn her the respect of all. "Return to your post," he reluctantly commanded. "You are responsible for the long-range fire suppression on the left flank. As for your spirit," he glanced at Lin Mo, who was cowering behind Xiao Lingyue, clutching a pink handgun that resembled a toy, trembling in fear. With a dismissive wave, he added, "Let him stay in the back and not wander about. If he dies, don't say I didn't warn you." The pink P226 was deliberately chosen by Lin Mo, since it was all just a performance. He thought it best to embrace the role fully. His current persona was that of a being with virtually no combat ability, merely clinging to his master's leg and weeping like a mascot. He hid behind Xiao Lingyue, cautiously observing the battlefield. He was analyzing, assessing the types and numbers of enemies, their attack patterns, the vulnerabilities of the defenses, and the commander's maneuvers. He scrutinized the firing intervals of the magical cannons and the loading times of the alchemical crossbow bolts. Like a high-precision computer, he rapidly constructed a three-dimensional, dynamic model of the battlefield in his mind, a necessary preparatory task for a top-notch sniper before entering combat. Just then, the sky darkened abruptly. A piercing, metallic screech echoed from above. "Caution! It's the Shadow Claw. Anti-air units. Prepare to engage." The commander's voice rang out hoarsely from the wall. Lin Mo looked up to see dozens of black, pterosaur-like flying monsters diving down from a rift in the sky. Their speed was astonishing, and their bizarre forms allowed them to easily evade the spells and crossbow bolts aimed at them from the ground. Their target was not the warriors at the forefront, but rather the mages and healers stationed at the rear. Damn it, these brutes. Lei Ming roared in fury, urging, quick, protect the backline. However, the speed of the Shadow Claws was overwhelming. Several of them breached the defensive fire net, darting like bolts of black lightning straight towards the location of Team 7. Their objective was the sole healer among the group. Chapter 27. The Game of the Grim Reaper. Xiaoya, get out of the way. Lei Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed. He longed to rush to her aid, yet he found himself ensnared by a B-grade lower-tier armored mammoth, unable to extricate himself. The other team members were similarly preoccupied with their own adversaries, rendered powerless. Xiao Lingyue reacted swiftly, immediately turning her staff to conjure an ice wall before the healer named Xiaoya. However, having just unleashed a powerful spell, her internal energy was in a brief lull, causing the ice wall's formation to lag. In an agonizing moment, the glinting claws of the Shadow Claws were poised to tear Xiaoya's throat apart. Despair washed over her face as she closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable arrival of death. At this critical juncture, a figure emerged unexpectedly. It was Lin Mo, the seemingly harmless mascot who had been hiding behind Xiao Lingyue, clutching a pink toy gun. Just when everyone's attention was drawn to the thread in the sky, he made his move. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor were there dazzling skill effects. He simply executed an action that left everyone present bewildered. His body tilted backward in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Simultaneously, the pink P226 in his hand had transformed into a sleek, black Glock 18, brimming with technological sophistication. He activated bullet time. Buzz. In his eyes, the entire world morphed into a slow-motion film. The descending Shadow Claws, their menacing expressions, their slashing claws, and the afterimages they created in the air, all became strikingly clear and unbearably slow. The horrified expressions of his teammates, their futile attempts to rush to the rescue, were frozen in his vision. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold as iron, devoid of any emotion. It was not the gaze one would expect from a mere ornament. It was the gaze of the Grim Reaper, lying on the ground. He raised his Glock 18 at an exceptionally tricky angle. The muzzle steadily locked onto the swiftly moving targets above. Then, he pulled the trigger. He did not opt for single shots. Instead, he switched directly to fully automatic mode. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A flurry of rapid, crisp gunfire was hardly noticeable amid the chaos of the battlefield. Within less than 2 seconds, he emptied a fully loaded magazine of 33 rounds. Under the dual enhancement of bullet time and hawk-eyed vision, each fired 9mm bullet seemed to possess a mind of its own, carving precise and lethal trajectories through the air. Not a single bullet missed its mark. The 5 shadowy, diving creatures had not yet comprehended what transpired. Their bodies were suspended mid-air, struck with uncanny accuracy by countless bullets, all targeting the same spot, their only vulnerability, the glimmering red eye concealed beneath thick armor. Pop, 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 pop. 5 faint explosions resonated almost simultaneously. The ferocious flying beasts, akin to puppets severed from their strings, plummeted from the sky in unison, crashing heavily to the ground before Xiaoya, stirring up a cloud of dust. The world resumed its normal pace. What? The anticipated demise had not arrived. Xiaoya cautiously opened one eye, and there, at her feet, lay the 5 creatures. Their heads punctured with gaping wounds, still twitching slightly. She was momentarily speechless. Everyone else was equally stunned. Lei Ming, Xiao Lingyue, and all the members of the Seven Knives team. They remained frozen in their previous postures, gazing vacantly at the lifeless forms, their minds blank. What was happening? What had transpired? Who had executed such a feat? Was it an unseen sharpshooter lurking in the shadows? All eyes began to frantically scour the battlefield, and then, as if on cue, they converged on a boy who was rising from the ground, brushing off the dust with a look of lingering fear. Lin Mo had silently returned the Glock 18 to the System S space, replacing it with the pink P226. He rushed to Xiao Linyue's side, hugging her thigh and burying his face in her skirt, trembling as he cried out, "Mistress, how terrifying! So many giant moths fell from the sky. They nearly hit me." Woo-woo. As he sobbed, he covertly observed the reactions of those around him from the corners of his eyes. All was well. Everyone was ensnared in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the questions of identity, location, and the events that had just unfolded. A perfect crime scene. Xiao Linyue, too, lowered her head, staring blankly at Lin Mo, who clung to her leg, weeping like a rain-soaked flower. A tumultuous storm surged within her heart. Could it be him? Was it his doing just now? Though she had not seen everything clearly, she sensed it. In that fleeting moment, Lin Mo had unleashed a chilling aura of murderous intent that even she found unsettling. Though it vanished as quickly as it appeared, she was certain she had not misinterpreted her feelings. recalling Lin Mo's terrifyingly precise triple shot that had obliterated the Ripper. An absurd yet seemingly the only plausible thought surged to her mind. This boy's ability was not merely a stroke of fate. It was a form of physical assault that she had never witnessed before, strange, extraordinarily remote, instantaneous. Lei Ming approached, surveying the 5 lifeless bodies on the ground. Then turning his gaze to Lin Mo, his expression a captivating tableau of astonishment. He knelt beside a corpse of a shadowy clawed creature, probing the shattered eye socket with his fingertip. Eventually, he extracted a deformed, brass-colored bullet. What is this? He held the bullet in the palm of his hand, examining it from every angle. This was not ammunition for any alchemical weapon. It was a purely physical projectile unlike anything he had ever encountered. Rising to his feet, he approached Lin Mo, whose large, bell-like eyes were fixed intently upon him. Kid, was that you just now? He inquired in a tone laden with uncertainty. Huh. Lin Mo looked up, tears still glistening on his cheeks, his face a picture of bewilderment and innocence. Captain, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. All I saw were these enormous bugs falling from the sky, and then there were these loud noises, and they just plummeted down. He gestured with his pink toy gun as he spoke. The members of the Sharp Blade Team 7 observed Lin Mo's innocent demeanor and his utterly harmless-looking pink firearm. Then they glanced at the 5 flying creatures, instantly vanquished, which had even caused headaches for B-rank masters. A profound sense of absurdity and unreality washed over everyone present. Could it be that they were simply hallucinating? Had some benevolent passerby intervened? Captain, the rescued healer, Xiaoya, approached, her gaze towards Lin Mo laden with complexity. Regardless, thank you for your help just now. Although she did not truly believe that Lin Mo had saved her, it was indeed his cries that had pulled her back from the clutches of death. Oh, no need to mention it, Lin Mo replied bashfully, retreating slightly behind Xiao Lingyue. Lei Ming, observing this bizarre scene, irritably raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. Damn it, forget it. Everyone, resume the fight. Get your spirits up. He relinquished his pursuit of clarity. In times of war, there were too many uncertainties. As long as the outcome was favorable, that would suffice. However, from that moment onward, the entire Sharp Blade Team 7 regarded Lin Mo with transformed gazes, no longer filled with disdain and contempt, but rather tinged with a sense of awe and profound confusion. What was the true nature of this F-rank effeminate figure? Chapter 28. Sister is here to protect you. The battle raged on. Following the earlier bizarre incident, the members of Team 7 no longer dared to underestimate the small tale that followed Xiao Lingyue. Although they could not comprehend what had transpired, they instinctively began to include Lin Mo in their protective circle during the fight. To them, this F-rank effeminate figure had transformed into an extraordinarily mysterious weapon of mass destruction. Though appearing harmless on the surface, there exists an unpredictable ferocity within, capable of unleashing cataclysmic assaults at any moment. This enigmatic and uncontrollable might evokes a profound sense of awe. Rather than accepting the reality that the 5 flying monstrosities had been felled by his pink toy gun, they preferred to believe that Lin Mo possessed an immensely draining, spell-like ability akin to an incantation of death. The latter notion was simply too much of a challenge to their worldview. Lin Mo relished in his leisurely role at the rear of the team, comfortably assuming the position of their mascot. Xiao Lingyue managed the long-range clearance, while Lei Ming, along with the melee fighters, held the front line. He strolled behind them like a sovereign surveying his domain, occasionally using his pink pistol to playfully tap a monster on the forehead. Of course, the bullets were ordinary, lacking any real lethality, akin to a mere tickle. Yet this whimsical act sent a shiver through all who beheld him, fearing that the next shot might unleash a lethal ray capable of annihilating a B-grade creature. The rhythm of battle for Team Sharp Blade 7 grew increasingly peculiar due to his presence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from below the city walls, causing the very structure to tremble violently. With a resounding crash, a section of the wall, stretching dozens of meters, collapsed under an overwhelming force from outside. Countless fragments and soldiers guarding the walls tumbled down, consumed by the surging tide of monsters below. A gaping breach appeared in their defenses. Damn it, it's a B-grade upper-tier corrupted behemoth. Lei Ming's face paled as he beheld the massive figure, akin to a small mountain, squeezing through the opening. This creature, exceeding 20 meters in length, was shrouded in a thick, black carapace and oozed corrosive green slime. Each of its movements sent tremors through the earth. Quickly, block the breach. It must not enter, Lei Ming roared, directing his lava-exploding bear to charge first towards the corrupted behemoth. The other members of Team Sharp Blade 7 abandoned their foes and rushed to support the breach. Xiao Lingyue, with unwavering resolve, waved her staff, summoning colossal ice spears that whistled through the air towards the beast. However, Those ice projectiles, capable of piercing steel, merely clinked against the behemoth's thick shell, leaving no trace of damage. Its physical and magical resistances were alarmingly high. Lei Ming's lava exploding bear delivered a powerful punch to the creature's leg, yet it only staggered slightly before swatting the bear away with a single blow. A B-grade lower tier was still insufficient before a B-grade upper tier. Hold the line. Hold it. Lei Ming's eyes burned crimson as he brandished a massive battle axe, charging forward. Yet, the strength of the corrupted behemoth was overwhelming. With a mere casual sweep of its arm, it sent several C-rank masters and their heroic spirits flying. The defense was perilously unstable. Should it penetrate the city completely, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Lunyue's forehead as she continuously unleashed various ice spells in an attempt to hinder the colossal beast's movements. Yet the effect was negligible. Her spiritual energy was depleting rapidly. Lin Mo stood in the rear, his brow furrowed in concern. The situation was dire. Instinctively, he reached for his trusty M82A1 from the system space. Only a high-caliber anti-material sniper rifle could contend with such a tough and massive creature. However, just as he prepared to act, a fiery figure descended from the sky, accompanied by an exhilarating scent. "Ah, Lingyue, it seems you are in trouble," said Lu Mengli. Appearing like a divine warrior with her elite team of dagger wielders on the battlefield, she glanced at the rampaging corrupted giant, and then at the pale-faced Xiao Lingyue, her lips curling into a confident smile. Ninetales, enchanting melody. At her command, the elegant fox spirit with 9 fluffy tails behind her let out a piercing cry. An invisible pink sound wave instantly spread forth, enveloping the corrupted beast. The creature, which had been wreaking havoc, suddenly froze, a hint of confusion flickering in its crimson eyes. "Now is our chance. All units, focus your attacks on its abdomen. That is its weak point," Lu Mengli commanded, and her team sprang into action, unleashing their most potent attacks that had long been prepared. Dozens of spells and skills above C rank converged into a devastating torrent, striking the relatively softer belly of the corrupted giant with precision. A pained roar erupted from the beast as it collapsed to the ground, though not slain. It was gravely injured and temporarily incapacitated. The crisis of the B-rank upper echelon had been effortlessly resolved. The entire process flowed like water, imbued with a sense of tactical elegance. The members of the elite team stood in stunned silence. Was this the prowess of the Academy's foremost assault team? Was this the command capability of A-rank Master Lu Mengli? Astonishing. Lu Mengli paid no heed to the adoration and awe surrounding her. She descended gracefully, landing precisely beside Lin Mo. She even deliberately positioned herself in front of him, adopting a protective stance. Turning to Lin Mo, she revealed a smile so enchanting it could mesmerize any man. "Don't be afraid, my dear." Her voice was as gentle as a whisper. "Sister is here to protect you." After speaking, she cast a provocative glance at Xiao Lunyue, who was leaning against the wall, slightly panting from the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. The meaning conveyed in their gazes was unmistakable. "Look, you are incapable. You cannot even protect your own spirit. You must rely on me." Xiao Lingyue observed the fiery silhouette shielding Lin Mo, while noting the dazzling, victorious smile adorning Lu Mengli's face. In an instant, her expression turned as frigid as ancient ice. Yet, deep within her eyes, 2 flames seemed to blaze fiercely, hot enough to melt anything in existence. Chapter 29. "I shall claim your spirit." Xiao Lingyue regarded Lu Mengli. The crimson figure pierced her vision like a needle. Lu Mengli stood protectively before Lin Mo, adopting a guardian stance, and then turned to Lin Mo with a smile. That smile was alluring, confident, brimming with the triumph of a conqueror. Each gesture, every glance, taunted Xiao Lingyue. "Look, you are powerless. You cannot safeguard your spirit. You must depend on me." Xiao Lunyue's fingers gripped the wall, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the hard bricks. The exhaustion from her depleting spiritual energy coursed through her body, leaving her feeling weak. Yet, emotions of anger and humiliation erupted from her heart like a volcano. She could endure others' mockery and their doubts about her abilities, but she could not tolerate Lu Mengli's humiliation in such a manner. Even more intolerable was Lu Mengli's posture as she protected Lin Mo. Lin Mo belonged to her, even if he were merely a decorative vase or a useless trinket. He could only be her Xiao Linyue's vase, her Xiao Linyue's trinket. "How dare you, Lu Mengli, vie for his attention?" "Lu Mengli." Xiao Linyue straightened her posture. Her voice was not loud, yet it cut through the surrounding heat like a chilling gust of wind. Members of the Sharp Blade Team 7 and Team 1 instinctively shuddered. Lu Mengli's smile faltered slightly as she slowly turned to face the advancing Xiao Linyue. "Oh dear, Linyue, what troubles you?" She feigned surprise. "Did you not exhaust your spiritual energy? Why are you here instead of resting?" Were you hoping to express your gratitude to your elder sister? No need for such formality. We are all friends here. Helping you with a little trouble while protecting your darling is simply part of the deal. She deliberately emphasized the words little darling. Lin Mo stood behind Lu Mengli, inhaling the strong scent of her perfume, glancing at the figure before him, who was rapidly resembling a humanized sculpture. Feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. What on earth is happening? He mentally complained. When did I, a special forces king, require assistance from these young ladies? And why are they competing to protect me, as if I were some rare treasure? He longed to step forward and command them to leave him be. But upon glancing at his form-fitting combat attire and the red warning flashing on his system panel, he could only suppress his frustration and remain silent. Let the charade continue. Xiao Lingyue approached Lu Mengli, the distance between them a mere 3 steps. One was like ice, the other like fire. The formidable aura of 2 A-level genius masters clashed violently, rendering the surrounding air almost viscous. Thank you? Xiao Lingyue scoffed, her ice-blue eyes fixed intently on Lu Mengli. Why should I thank you? If it weren't for your people seizing my position, that corrupted behemoth would never have breached the city walls. Her words left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Lei Ming frowned as memories resurfaced. Before the appearance of the corrupted behemoth, their Sharp Blade Team 7 had been assigned to guard that very area. Subsequently, Team 1 had arrived, claiming they would take over, forcing them to reposition to the flanks. He had initially suspected Team 1 sought to claim credit, but now it was clear. Lu Mengli's expression, for the first time, betrayed a slight shift. Sister Lingyue, you mustn't speak carelessly. The battlefield is ever-changing, and we were merely following orders. Moreover, if I hadn't arrived in time, you and your people would likely have become that behemoth's next meal. Your false kindness is unnecessary, Xiao Lingyue replied, her voice devoid of warmth. Mind your own people and keep them away from my spirit. Your spirit? Lu Mengli laughed, as if hearing an absurd joke, her laughter causing her to tremble. Sister Lingyue, have you misunderstood? Spirits are our companions, not our possessions. This charming little one is so beautiful and intriguing. Am I not allowed to like him or wish to befriend him? As she spoke, she attempted to reach out to Lin Mo smack. A sharp sound echoed as Xiao Lingyue struck Lu Mengli's hand away, leaving her knuckles instantly reddened. You. Lu Mengli's expression darkened completely. I will say it once more. Xiao Lingyue's gaze was chilling. He is mine. If you dare to touch him again, I dare you to try. The tension escalated to an unbearable degree. The atmosphere thick with impending conflict. The surrounding team members held their breath. Lei Ming was alarmed. They were on a battlefield, faced with a formidable enemy. The renowned heroines from 2 academies were about to brawl over a boy. Lin Mo contemplated intervening when suddenly, the system in his mind stirred restlessly. Shura field triggered, detecting 2 high-energy female protagonists vying for the host's affection. Issuing emergency side quest, pouring fuel on the Fire Pro Max Edition. Quest content. The host must immediately step out from behind the provocateur, take the Master's hand, and say to the provocateur, sorry, sister, although you are very enthusiastic, I still prefer the scent of my master. Quest rewards. 1,000 charm points. Unlock new outfit. Pure Desire Pinnacle Made outfit. Quest failure penalty. Forced to perform a dance of bliss in front of everyone. Upon seeing the quest, Lin Mo's vision darkened. Damn system, I curse you. You truly have no regard for human affairs, do you? Is it not chaotic enough already? How could one be so enamored with the scent of their master? Such audacious words. The pure land of ultimate bliss has arrived. Why do you not allow me to soar into the heavens right here and now? Lin Mo's heart roared in turmoil, yet the instinct for survival compelled his body to respond. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the adorable figure who had been sheltered behind Lu Mengli suddenly stirred. He pushed aside the arms that Lu Mengli had wrapped protectively around him and stepped forward to stand beside Xiao Lingyue. In the midst of Xiao Lingyue's equally bewildered expression, he extended his delicate, porcelain-like hand and gently grasped her trembling hand, which quivered slightly from anger. Her hand was icy, reminiscent of ice itself. Yet Lin Mo held it firmly. Having accomplished this, he turned his gaze towards Lu Mengli, whose complexion had soured dramatically. He tilted his head, his silver eyes brimming with innocence and sincerity, akin to a crystal-clear spring. Then, with a soft and slightly apologetic tone, he whispered, I am sorry, sister. While your enthusiasm is appreciated. He paused, leaning in like a small creature to gently inhale the fragrance emanating from Xiao Lingyue's neck. The aroma, a blend of pine and youthful femininity, invigorated his senses. He lifted his gaze to Lu Mengli and earnestly declared, I still prefer the scent of my master. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire battlefield fell silent. Lei Ming gaped, his mouth agape, and the battle axe in his hand clattered to the ground. Members of the Sharp Blade 7th and 1st team stared, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What on earth was this astonishing development? This F-rank pretty boy had the audacity to proclaim such an embarrassing confession before everyone? Moreover, he had even leaned in to smell her. What has become of this world? Lu Mengli's body stiffened. Had she truly been outdone by Xiaoling Yue, the adorable figure she believed she was destined to have had so openly rejected her? Meanwhile, the recipient of the confession, Xiaoling Yue, was utterly dazed. She numbly registered the warmth of the hand enveloping hers. It was not large, perhaps even delicate, yet it gripped with a strength and warmth that was unmistakable. The words Lin Mo had just spoken echoed in her ears. I still prefer the scent of my master. A wave of heat surged from her feet, rushing upwards to her crown. She felt her face flush with a terrifying rapidity, burning with an intensity that was alarming. Her mind was a blank slate, consumed by the repetition of that singular phrase. He likes the scent of me? He likes me. In the midst of this profound silence, a roar more terrifying than that of the corrupted behemoth erupted from the breach in the city wall, filled with brutality and intelligence. An aura of malevolence, chaos, and revulsion swept over the scene. All present were shaken to their core, their blood surging as they turned in horror towards the source of the sound. Before them stood a figure, scarcely 3 meters tall, cloaked in a shadowy black hue, yet exuding an agility reminiscent of a sleek leopard. This humanoid monstrosity was distinctly unlike the mindless lower-tier creatures. Adorned in armor forged from bone and dark metal, inscribed with malevolent runes, it commanded an aura of dread. In its grasp was a long, scythe-like blade made of bone. Most fearsome of all were its eyes, 2 orbs ablaze with a ghostly green flame, brimming with cunning and cruelty. Unlike other beasts, it did not charge recklessly into battle. Instead, it stood there, surveying the multitude upon the city walls with a gaze akin to that of a sovereign scrutinizing mere ants. At last, its piercing stare settled with precision upon Xiaoling Yue. Lu Mengli, and the figure of Lin Mo positioned between them. A hoarse, rasping voice resonated directly within the minds of all present. Fresh souls shall become my trophies. The sudden emergence of this intelligent humanoid beast, a grade A creature, sent a chill through Lei Meng, draining the color from his face in an instant. It is the Bone Reaper. How could such a being manifest in the Black Tide? He exclaimed in a voice laden with terror. The words grade A creature struck the hearts of those present like a heavy stone. This was a being formidable enough to contend with an A-class master directly, capable of effortlessly decimating an elite squad composed of C-class masters. Such entities typically resided within the core of the Black Tide. How had one ventured to their western front? Panic spread across the walls like a plague, as some of the younger recruits began to tremble uncontrollably. All non-combat personnel, retreat immediately. All masters of grade B and above, regroup at the western front breach. The urgent commands from the command center echoed through the amplification array, reverberating across the battlements. Yet, distant waters could not quench a nearby fire. The Bone Reaper had already made its move. In an instant, it left behind a mere afterimage, reappearing like a specter before the ranks of the Sharp Blade teams 7 and 1. Swift as the wind, it wielded its bone scythe, carving a dark arc through the air, imbued with the essence of death, and struck towards Lei Meng, the closest target. With a thunderous roar, Lei Meng's lava bear surged to protect its master, raising its massive paw to intercept the bone scythe. The clash rang out with a piercing sound of metal against metal. Yet, the B-class lava bear's paw, powerful enough to shatter steel, was cleaved through with a single blow. Dark energy surged through the wound, voraciously consuming its form. Gasping in agony, Lei Meng was violently hurled backward, blood erupting from his mouth as he crashed to the ground, his fate uncertain. In but one strike, a B-class master and his spirit had been grievously wounded. This was the terrifying might of an A-class creature. Captain, the members of the Elite 7 team let out a mournful cry. Run! Lei Meng bellowed with his last ounce of strength. Yet, it was too late. The Bone Reaper's target had never been them, mere pawns in its eyes. Its gaze had been fixed solely on Xiaoling Yue and Lu Mengli from the very beginning. After sending Lei Meng flying, it vanished again, effortlessly bypassing everyone to appear before the two women. Both were exceptional talents. Its repugnant psychic message echoed once more. Which shall I begin with? The frigid one or the fiery one? It seemed to revel in the sight of its prey, trembling in fear before it. However, it was met with disappointment. Neither Xiaoling Yue nor Lu Mengli displayed an ounce of terror. Instead, their faces were etched with solemnity and an overwhelming fighting spirit. As the pinnacle geniuses of the academy, their pride forbade them from retreating in the face of any foe. Nine-Tails, Celestial Fox Illusion. Lu Mengli was the first to strike, her nine-tailed fox behind her emanating a radiant pink glow, instantly enveloping the Bone Reaper in a vast illusionary realm. Ice Dragon Roar. At the same moment, Xiao Lungyue launched her own attack, slamming her staff onto the ground. A magnificent dragon, composed of purest ice, roared to life from the array, charging toward the Bone Reaper ensnared in the illusion. In this moment, the two Class A geniuses displayed astonishing synergy. Control, then unleash. This was the most standard and effective tactic. Yet, they faced an opponent of the same caliber, the Bone Reaper. Boring trick, a disdainful scoff echoed in their minds. In the next instant, the pink illusion shattered like a broken mirror. The formidable ice dragon was halted by an invisible black barrier just 3 meters from the Bone Reaper, unable to advance further. What? Lu Mingli and Xiao Lingyue's expressions changed simultaneously. Their full-force strike had been so effortlessly neutralized. Now it's my turn. A glint of cruelty flashed in the Bone Reaper's emerald gaze. Its form vanished in an instant. Be careful. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. With his keen eyesight, he clearly saw that the Bone Reaper's target was the unsteady Xiao Lingyue, caught in the aftermath of her spellcasting. This beast was cunning enough to prioritize attacking the seemingly weaker opponent. Xiao Lingyue sensed the deadly threat. She wanted to evade, but her body momentarily froze due to the exertion from her powerful spell. It was this fleeting moment of rigidity that would determine life or death. As the gleaming scythe, radiating a chilling aura of death, descended towards Xiao Lingyue's neck, Lin Mo's mind raced. Should he shoot? No, it was too close. Conventional bullets would never breach the defenses of a Class A monster. Use the M82A1. There wasn't enough time. From retrieval to aiming, it would take at least 1.5 seconds. Too late. What to do? What to do? Xiao Lingyue gazed at the scythe blade rapidly enlarging within her pupils, an icy chill enveloping her heart. Is this how I perish? Here and now? She felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. There were still so many things left undone. The innocent visage of Lin Mo flashed uncontrollably through her mind, along with the words, I prefer the scent of my master. An unprecedented will to survive surged from the depths of her being. However, the limits of her body rendered her powerless. Just at this critical moment, a voice echoed. Warning. The master is facing a life-threatening danger. Host protective mechanism activated. Issuing S-rank mandatory mission, Divine Wall Push. Mission details. The host must immediately dash to the master's side at an unparalleled speed, using their body to shield her from the fatal blow. Moreover, they must adopt a wall push stance to protect her beneath them. At the same time, they must utter the designated lines. Master, do not fear, with me around. No one can harm you. Mission rewards, 5,000 charm points. Unlocking the ultimate skill Absolute Domain, Beginner. A physical energy defense field will be created within a 1-meter radius, lasting 3 seconds. Mission failure penalty, instant death. Lin Mo cursed internally. Damn it. Instant death. This dog system is truly infuriating. Without a moment's hesitation, his body, propelled by the system's forceful command, erupted with a strength and speed that even he found astonishing. Bullet time. Engage. The world transformed into a slow-motion film once more. He scarcely had time to think as his body became a fleeting shadow, surging towards Xiao Lingyue with a terrifying velocity. Then, under her gaze filled with shock and bewilderment, he opened his arms, resembling a protective mother bird, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Simultaneously, he pressed one hand firmly against the city wall behind her. Thud! A quintessential wall push exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. After completing this act, he raised his head, gazing tenderly at the ice-cold beauty who had completely lost her composure. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. He could see every fine hair on her face and smell the calming fragrance that emanated from her. In a voice so magnetic that even he found it somewhat cheesy, yet incredibly resolute, he softly declared, Master, do not fear. With me here, no one can harm you. The instant his words fell, a sharp sound pierced the air. The enormous bone scythe, without the slightest hesitation, pierced through Lin Mo's body from behind. The keen blade emerged from his chest, mere centimeters from Xiao Linyue's nose. Warm. Crimson blood trickled down the scythe, splattering onto Xiao Linyue's face and lips, carrying a hint of a rusty sweetness. Chapter 31. Dare to touch what belongs to me? Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Xiao Linyue stared blankly at the face so close to her. On that face, there was neither pain nor fear. Only a gentle smile, unwavering as ever. In his silver eyes, her own visage, etched with shock and confusion, was vividly reflected. His lips moved slightly, as if whispering something. Yet Xiao Linyue could hear nothing. In her world, only the grotesque scythe protruding from his chest and the warm, trickling blood remained. The blood was warm, yet her heart, in that moment, felt frozen, colder than the millennia of ice she had mastered. A sound, seemingly foreign to her, a shattered sob, escaped her throat. Why? Why was this happening? Why did he rush forward? Was he not an F-grade, ornamental spirit, merely a timid creature that pouted and wept while clinging to her leg? Why did he shield her with his own body from this blow? Countless questions erupted in her mind, coalescing into an indescribable, heart-wrenching agony. This pain felt like the sharpest knife, mercilessly carving into her heart, rendering her breathless. A scream, so piercing it transcended human expression, erupted from Xiao Lingyue's lips. Boom! An unprecedented, terrifying chill radiated from her, erupting with her as the epicenter. This was no mere spiritual energy. It was a primal force born of extreme rage, profound sorrow, and overwhelming regret, unleashed in a cataclysmic explosion of A-grade genius. Crack, crack, crack. Centered around the two of them, the ground, the city walls, the very air, all succumbed to visible freezing, layer upon layer of deep blue, emanating a sense of annihilation. Spreading wildly, the A-grade Reaper of Bones, whose cruel smile had never faltered, froze for the first time. It sensed a terrifying power that threatened its very existence. It sought to withdraw its scythe and retreat, but it was too late. The deep blue ice surged along its scythe, relentlessly advancing towards its body. No, impossible. Mere humans. Its panicked mental cry echoed in everyone's minds. Yet, in the next moment, its voice was abruptly silenced. Its entire form, along with its impervious bone armor, was completely encased in ice, transformed into a lifelike sculpture of frost. The ice sculpture's face still bore the remnants of its final moment, fear and disbelief. After accomplishing this, Xiao Lingyue felt as if all her strength had been drained, her body swayed, on the verge of collapsing. However, she was steadied by a pair of strong arms. "Master, are you all right?" A familiar voice resonated in her ear. Xiao Lingyue abruptly lifted her head. She beheld Lin Mo, the boy who should have been pierced through the heart by the scythe, now standing before her, unscathed. His face bore a trace of concern and unease. The pristine white shirt he wore remained unblemished, devoid of any bloodstains, as if the gruesome scene that had just transpired was but a fleeting illusion. "You're not dead?" Xiao Lingyue's voice trembled. "Dead?" Lin Mo paused momentarily, then cast a curious glance at his own chest, bewildered as he inquired, "Why should I be dead?" As he spoke, he theatrically patted his chest, exclaiming, "That was a close call. That scythe nearly grazed me. Thankfully, I dodged it in time." A look of lingering fear flickered across his face. Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli, along with all who had witnessed the earlier event, were incredulous. "Dodged it in time? Are you out of your mind? That bone scythe clearly pierced through your chest. We all saw it. Blood gushed forth. Do you think we are blind?" Everyone's minds momentarily stalled, as if their understanding of reality had been repeatedly ground into the dirt that very day. First, an F-grade cross-dresser effortlessly dispatched a B-grade flying monster. Then, a public confession to an A-grade campus beauty. Now, an A-grade creature had passed through him, yet he emerged unscathed? What on earth was happening? Were we all ensnared in an illusion? Lu Mengli stared blankly at Lin Mo, who was shielded by Xiao Lingyue, and glanced at the fully frozen A-grade monster, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. The power Xiao Lingyue had unleashed moments ago had seemingly transcended the A-grade realm. Was it because of this man? Had witnessing his demise triggered her bloodline awakening, unleashing her dormant power? What did this F-grade cross-dresser truly signify to Xiao Lingyue? Meanwhile, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ding. S-rank mandatory task, God's wall slam completed. Evaluation, perfect. The host skillfully seized the moment, delivering a heartfelt confession in the most striking manner, successfully protecting the master and awakening the hidden power within her bloodline. Task reward, 5,000 charm points. Ultimate skill, Absolute Domain, Beginner, has been granted. Absolute Domain, Beginner. Upon activation, a spherical defensive field with a 1-meter diameter forms around the host, capable of withstanding the majority of physical energy attacks of A-grade and below for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Lin Mo gazed at the skill description on the system panel, exhaling a sigh of relief. Damn, 3 seconds of invincibility. Just as the bone scythe was about to strike him, he had unhesitatingly activated this newly acquired skill. An invisible transparent force field enveloped both him and Xiao Lingyue. The terrifying bone scythe was thwarted the moment it made contact with the force field. As for the subsequent scene of bloodshed, that was, of course, his performance. Using a realistic blood packet exchanged from the system shop for 10 charm points, coupled with his superb acting skills, he had flawlessly staged a tragic drama of sacrifice for love, all in an effort to provoke Xiao Lingyue. From the moment Xiao Lingyue lost control of her spiritual power, leaving her body cold, to the recent incident where her fury caused frost to envelop the table, Lin Mo had long deduced that within this icy mistress resided an immense, yet unstable force, intricately linked to her emotions. The only way to turn the tide in such dire circumstances was to breach her defenses, to incite her anger, her sorrow, her despair. Only then could her true potential be unleashed. It proved to be a gamble well placed, for Xiao Lingyue had succumbed to rage. With a single strike, she obliterated an A-rank monster that had previously thwarted even their combined efforts as A-rank prodigies. Are you truly unharmed? Xiao Lingyue asked, disbelief shadowing her features as she extended a trembling hand toward Lin Mo's chest, as if seeking to confirm the absence of any wound. Her movements were delicate and cautious, akin to handling a rare treasure that had been lost and found again. Lin Mo, observing her eyes, tinged with a hint of red and brimming with both relief and fear, felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. Oh, foolish woman, he murmured, grasping her hand and placing it against his chest, urging her to feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. See, my dear, I am truly unscathed. As she sensed the warmth of his body and the calm steadiness of his pulse, the tension that had gripped Xiao Lingyue finally dissipated. She seemed to collapse, her entire being surrendering to Lin Mo's embrace. You scared me to death. She buried her face in his chest, her voice thick with emotion. I thought you were gone. She wished to articulate more, but her body could no longer bear the strain. Darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The explosive surge of spiritual power, combined with the tumult of her emotions, had drained her completely. Master, Lin Mo quickly enveloped her in his arms. Daily task issued. Princess Carrie. Task details. Your master has fainted. Please lift her in the most proper Princess Carrie posture. Declare your dominion to all. Task rewards. Charm points 300, master favorability 10. Failure penalty. Run naked with your master in your arms atop the city wall. Lin Mo, damn this system. It never ceases to think of ways to exploit me. He sighed, resigned, bending down to slide one arm beneath Xiao Lingyue's knees while the other supported her back, effortlessly lifting her into a perfect Princess Carrie. Her form was light and soft, imbued with a fragrance that soothed his spirit. Standing upright, he raised his gaze, casting a cold, warning glare around at the onlookers, from the stunned members of Team 7 to the grim-faced Lu Mengli, and further afield to the experts from other academies who had rushed to the scene. Finally, his eyes settled on the ice sculpture of the Bone Reaper. Slowly, he lifted his other hand. In his grasp, the once pink P226 had been replaced by a formidable silver desert eagle, imbued with an aura of death. He aimed the gun at the ice sculpture and, with a voice that was not loud yet resonated with chilling clarity in every ear, uttered each word deliberately. Dare you move my people? Boom. A deafening sound reverberated as the 127mm Magnum bullet surged forth. The indomitable ice sculpture, forged from Xiao Lingyue's berserk power, shattered explosively under that single shot, disintegrating into a cascade of glistening powder along with the A-class skeletal reaper contained within. Chapter 32. How could it be so vast? A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood as if ensnared by an invisible spell, their gazes fixated on the youth who held Xiao Lingyue, brandishing the silver giant gun. Behind him, fragments of ice crystals drifted through the dim sky, refracting an otherworldly glow. His already exquisite face appeared extraordinarily pure at that moment. One shot, merely one shot. It obliterated the ice formed from A-class Master's raging power, reducing the A-class monstrosity within to mere dust. If Lin Mo's earlier annihilation of the Shadow Claw could be attributed to some passing expert's assistance, what could explain this? Now, everyone bore witness with utter clarity. It was him. The very boy they had deemed an F-class decorative vase had unleashed this cataclysmic strike with a weapon they had never seen before. The vice officer of Lei Ming, who had previously mocked Lin Mo as a male flower vase, now sat dumbfounded on the ground, mouth agape, oblivious to the drool escaping his lips. One thought consumed his mind. Is this truly F-class? If this is F-class, what does that make us? Mere arguments unworthy of even the F designation. Lu Mengli's pupils contracted sharply. She fixated on the Desert Eagle in Lin Mo's grasp, sensing the residual power fluctuations. It was neither spiritual energy nor magical power. It was a completely alien system of strength, one she had never encountered before. Physical attacks? How could there exist such a formidable physical assault? A single shot obliterating an A-class monstrosity? Even the strongest alchemical magic cannon in the academy could not achieve that. Who is this person? What other secrets does he conceal? For the first time, Lu Mengli felt an intense curiosity towards another. She gazed at Xiao Lingyue, cradled in Lin Mo's arms. Unconscious, yet with the corners of her mouth subtly lifted, and an overwhelming surge of jealousy welled within her. This darling could have been mine. Had I discovered his exceptional nature earlier than Xiao Lingyue? Lin Mo paid no heed to the astonished gazes surrounding him. He held Xiao Lingyue tightly and slowly turned away. He intended to take her back to the dormitory to thoroughly examine her condition. The surge of spiritual energy was no trifling matter. However, after just 2 steps, he paused. Before him, an unexpected figure had appeared. A young girl who appeared to be no older than 13 or 14. She was adorned in an intricately designed and lavish black Gothic Lolita dress, holding a matching black lace parasol. Her long, lustrous hair was styled into 2 delightful pigtails that cascaded down her chest. Her skin was as white as snow, possessing an almost ethereal translucence. Her features were exquisitely delicate, resembling a porcelain doll, particularly her large, obsidian-like eyes, which sparkled with an untainted purity. Yet, this seemingly innocent little girl instilled a profound sense of threat in Lin Mo. His instincts, honed through countless brushes with death, were screaming at him. Danger. Extreme danger. This small child was 100 times more perilous than the A-class skeletal reaper he had just encountered. Lin Mo's muscles tensed instantly as he entered a state of heightened combat readiness, tightening his grip on Xiao Linyue's hand. The others around them also noticed the sudden appearance of the girl. Who was she? When did she arrive? How could I have felt nothing? Which academy does she belong to, dressed in such attire for battle? As the crowd murmured in confusion, a beam of light erupted behind the girl. The academy's headmaster, a venerable elder with white hair, along with several high-ranking officials, emerged from the teleportation array, their expressions grave. Miss Su, what brings you to the front lines? It is far too dangerous here. Upon seeing the girl, the headmaster displayed a hint of respect and apprehension. Miss Su? To have the head of the Demon Hunter Academy address her in such a manner was a rarity within the Empire. What was the true identity of this little girl? The girl, referred to as Miss Su, paid no heed to the headmaster, not even casting a glance in his direction. Her obsidian-like eyes remained fixed on Lin Mo, unwavering. Within them flickered a light that Lin Mo recognized all too well. The glimmer of a hunter spotting their coveted prey, brimming with greed, obsession, and a frenzied determination to possess it at any cost. I have found you, she whispered softly, her voice akin to the chime of silver bells. Enchanting, yet sending shivers down Lin Mo's spine. My destined plaything. As she spoke, she began to take slow, deliberate steps towards Lin Mo, her skirt swaying gently with her movement. The black lace parasol obscured much of her face, revealing only her exquisite chin. Miss Su, stop. The headmaster's face paled, seemingly intent on intervening. However, just as he prepared to move, a shadow materialized before him, blocking his path. It was a terrifying presence, towering over 3 meters. Shrouded in tattered black robes, its visage obscured from view. A deathly aura, far more potent than that of a skeletal reaper, emanated from her. A pinnacle of Class A. No, it might even be classified as quasi-Class S. This was, astonishingly, the heroic spirit of that little girl. Director, that shadow, a voice rasped like metal scraping against metal. Please do not disturb my lady's enjoyment. Cold sweat beaded on the director's forehead as he halted, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to move a muscle. The girl known as Su Linger had already approached Lin Mo, mere steps separating them. He could distinctly perceive an oddly alluring scent, reminiscent of a floral fragrance intertwined with formaldehyde, wafting from her petite form. He noted her Gothic Lolita dress, elegantly high-collared, yet unable to fully conceal her astonishing grandeur, which was wholly incongruous with her diminutive stature. How could this be so pronounced? Lin Mo's mind was awash with confusion and disbelief. What in the world was happening? Slowly, Su Linger lifted her head, the black lace parasol tilting upwards to reveal her flawlessly enchanting visage. A whimsical yet eerie smile danced upon her lips as she reached out with her porcelain-like hand to caress Lin Mo's face. Big brother, she called softly, her voice dripping with sweetness. Then, as if realizing something, she tilted her head, her delicate brows knitting together in a moment of confusion. No, rather, big sister. Her gaze fixated on the movement of his Adam's apple and the enticing curves of his body, still concealed beneath combat attire, her eyes glimmering with obsession and madness. You are truly beautiful, more so than all the dolls I have ever collected. Will you be my doll? Her voice was laced with seduction, akin to a devil's whisper. I promise to cherish you as my most exquisite treasure, forever and always by my side. Chapter 33. Please, stop fighting. Su Linger's words struck like thunder in the ears of all present. To be a collection? What does that mean? A chill coursed through everyone, surging from their feet to the crown of their heads. This seemingly innocent little girl spoke words that were quite terrifying. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy as he comprehended her intent. This deranged girl wished to turn him into a specimen. just like those twisted collectors who preserve butterflies forever encased in glass cabinets. Damn it, she was an unadulterated lunatic. Just as Su Linger's frigid fingers were about to brush against Lin Mo's cheek, two figures surged forward, one from each side. Get away! A sharp, cold cry rang out. It was Lu Mengli. She could not stand idly by as her chosen prey was claimed by another. A blazing whip of fire appeared from thin air, its scorching waves lashing out fiercely at Su Linger. He is mine. Another roar, filled with fury, erupted from Xiao Lingyue, who, despite lying in Lin Mo's arms, had managed to lift one hand. A more solid ice spear, even more formidable than the one wielded by the previously frozen Bone Reaper, instantaneously took shape, piercing through the air with a chilling aura aimed directly at Su Linger's forehead. One wielded fire, the other ice. At this moment, two A-grade prodigies simultaneously launched an assault on the mysterious little girl. However, there was not a trace of panic on Su Linger's face. She didn't even glance at the approaching fiery whip and ice spear. Instead, she simply pouted in mild displeasure. How bothersome. These pesky flies interrupting my time with my doll, she murmured softly. In the next moment, the shadowy figure of the black-robed spirit, which had been standing behind her like a wraith, moved. Its silhouette left a phantom in its place. With a crisp clang, it effortlessly grasped the fiery whip with a withered hand, crushing it with a swift squeeze. The long whip, composed entirely of pure flame energy, was shattered into fragments. Puff! Lu Mengli's face turned pale as she staggered back a step. Meanwhile, the ice spear, capable of piercing steel, was caught firmly by the other hand of the black-robed spirit just half a meter from Su Ling. In a cacophony of crunching sounds, it was gradually reduced to a flurry of ice shards. Xiao Lingyue let out a muffled groan. Her already weakened body was further burdened, and fresh blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. With a single maneuver, just one move, the black-robed spirit had simultaneously neutralized the attacks of two A-grade prodigies, causing them to suffer backlash. The strength of this black-robed spirit was unfathomable. How dare mere A-grades behave so audaciously before my lady? The spirit scoffed disdainfully. Lu Mengli's expression darkened considerably. Xiao Lingyue bit her lip fiercely, stubbornly resisting the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. She glared at that mad girl, her eyes filled with fury and murderous intent. Do not touch him. Finally, Su Linger shifted her gaze from Lin Mo, albeit slightly. She cast an impatient glance at Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli. Two noisy pests. Since you wish for death so eagerly, I shall oblige. Her tone was frigid and devoid of emotion. As her words fell, a surge of dark energy enveloped the black-robed spirit. A terrifying aura powerful enough to alter the very essence of the world erupted forth. S-grade. This was its true strength. It was indeed an S-grade spirit. The principal and the surrounding academy officials changed their expressions drastically. Miss Su, show mercy. They are vital students of the academy. The principal exclaimed urgently. Yet, Su Linger remained indifferent. In her eyes, nothing held value except for the doll she cherished. The black-robed spirit slowly raised its hand. Two highly concentrated spheres of black energy rapidly coalesced in its palm. Lu Mengli and Xiao Lingyue sensed the imminent threat of death. They wished to resist, but under the oppressive weight of the S-grade spirit, their bodies felt as though they were laden with lead, rendering even the slightest movement a monumental challenge. It is over. This time, is it truly the end? The two of them, filled with reluctance, gazed at the instigator of it all, caught between them. Then, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The once silent youth suddenly let out a deep sigh, imbued with helplessness, agitation, and a hint of madness. Alas, then he moved. He cautiously leaned the unstable Xiao Lingyue against the nearby city wall. Next, he reached out and pulled back the eager Lu Mengli, pressing her against another wall. After accomplishing this, he turned to face the three women, standing alone in their midst. One hand rested on his hip while the other pointed at the innocent yet enigmatic Su Linger, then gestured towards Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli beside her. A grimace, more grotesque than tears, contorted his face. Then, in a voice tinged with desperation, he shouted to the heavens. Ah? Please, stop fighting. If you must fight, go to the dance studio. His thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The dark-cloaked spirit paused, nearly losing control of the energy orb in his palm. Su Linger, who had previously displayed indifference, froze with a smile that faltered at the corners. Lu Mengli and Xiao Lingyue stood as if turned to stone. What was he saying? To go to the dance studio to fight? What time was it for such nonsense? What on earth was he thinking? Of course, Lin Mo was not truly mad. He was merely acting. A classic scene from his past life on Blue Star had been brilliantly revived in this moment. His true thoughts were, damn it, three insane women. One an iceberg. One a powder keg, and one a lunatic. Did I leave the house today without consulting the almanac? Fighting. If this continues, the second wave of the dark tide will descend. At that point, we all face doom. And you. Yes, you in the black robe. What are you staring at? Do you believe I won't send you to your demise with a single RPG? His roar successfully induced an unusual pause in the tense atmosphere. Just then, a sharp, urgent alarm blared throughout the city of Linyuan. Warning. Warning. Detection of ultra-high intensity spatial fluctuations. The second wave of the dark tide has arrived ahead of schedule. All combat personnel, immediately return to your respective defensive zones. Prepare for battle. The command center's voice was filled with unprecedented gravity and panic. Everyone looked up in horror towards the sky. They beheld the spatial rift, which had begun to shrink, suddenly expand several-fold. A massive vortex, resembling a gaping abyss, materialized out of thin air. Countless, even more powerful monstrosities surged forth from this vortex like dumplings boiling over. Among them were terrifying figures of B rank and even A rank. The true apocalypse had arrived. Su Ling'er too raised her gaze to the sky, her brow furrowing slightly. How disappointing. She withdrew her gaze, casting a final, profound glance at Lin Mo. That look seemed to convey, "Dear sister, there is no escape for you." Then she turned, unfurling her small black parasol, and, accompanied by her dark-robed spirit, vanished into the tumultuous throng without a backward glance. She simply walked away, as if the cataclysmic army of monstrous beings was merely a tedious backdrop in her eyes. Lu Mengli understood that this was not the moment for internal strife. She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Linyue, then cast a complex look at Lin Mo, before swiftly retreating with her sharp blades to their defensive zone. At the breach in the city wall, only Lin Mo and Xiao Linyue, leaning against the wall, remained. "Let us go," Xiao Linyue said weakly, grasping the hem of Lin Mo's garment. "We're returning to the dormitory." Lin Mo nodded, lifting her once more in a princess carry. However, just as he prepared to depart, his steps abruptly halted. He looked down, observing the shadow cast beneath him. That shadow, elongated by the surrounding flames, bore an unexpected addition, something that did not belong to him. A small, contorted face was struggling within his shadow. Chapter 34. The other side of the system, the visage twisted and morphed within Lin Mo's shadow, emitting a silent wail. Its features were indistinct, yet its eyes brimmed with malice. Lin Mo's heart sank. What is this? When did it infiltrate my shadow? He immediately activated his eagle-eyed vision for a meticulous examination. In his thermal vision, the face appeared a dark purple. That was not the temperature of a living being. It was that of a wraith, or a similar spiritual entity. Was it the skeletal reaper from earlier? No. Its aura had been completely eradicated by Xiao Linyue and himself. It was then that the image of the bizarre girl, Su Ling'er, clad in a gothic Lolita dress, flashed through Lin Mo's mind. It must be her doing. That madcap girl has left a mark on me, though this entity currently seems harmless. Who knows if it might suddenly turn on me at a critical moment. No, I must find a way to expel it. Beep. A high-level vengeful spirit's mental mark has been detected within the host's body. This mark possesses multiple functions: tracking, locating, mental pollution, and the potential to seize control of the body at a crucial moment. The system is analyzing the composition of the mark. Analysis complete. Clearing plan generation in progress. Plan 1. Consume 10,000 charm points for a forced eradication by the system. Plan 2. Seek a powerful A-grade or higher light-based master for purification. Plan 3. Lin Mo gazed at the notifications flashing on the system panel, his brows furrowing deeper. 10,000 charm points? Why don't you just rob a bank? After painstakingly accumulating a few thousand points, you demand 10,000 in one breath? Plan 2 is also unreliable. Light-based masters are rarer than pandas. The entire academy might not yield even a single A-grade. Moreover, seeking purification from others seems rather unreliable. This Su Ling'er possesses an air of mystery. Her power is formidable. Before discerning her true nature, Lin Mo wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, only one option remained. Plan 3. Engage in a profound soul merging with your master. Through the frigid blood coursing within the masteress body, freeze and shatter the vengeful spirit's mark. Method of soul merging. Execute a French kiss lasting no less than 10 minutes. Lin Mo, I knew it. You damned system. You've been leading me around in circles. Haven to you. You merely want to witness me kissing her, right? A French kiss. For 10 minutes. Why not just let me take her directly? Lin Mo's mind raged, wishing to drag this cursed system out and beat it senseless. However, he truly had no choice. Compared to his own life, a kiss seemed a trivial price to pay. Moreover, it was with the stunningly beautiful Xiao Linyue. It appeared he had nothing to lose. Bah, Lin Mo, you have fallen. You are the Special Forces king known as the Grim Reaper. How can you entertain such sordid thoughts? Cradling the utterly unconscious Xiao Lengyue, he hastily departed from the battleground, now transformed into a carnage-filled meat grinder. Under the watchful eyes filled with awe, curiosity, and confusion. Upon returning to his dormitory, with a decisive kick, he slammed the door shut. He carefully laid Xiao Lengyue upon her soft bed. Gazing at her pale face, rendered ghostly by weakness, Lin Mo's heart was a tumult of emotions. This woman, though typically as frigid as ice, possessed an unwavering spirit and immense pride. For the sake of his F-class spirit, she had boldly confronted her mentor, charging through the meat grinder's defenses. When he was bullied by Lu Mengli, she unhesitatingly stepped forward to defend him. In moments of life-threatening peril, she would even go to the extent of sacrificing herself, unleashing extraordinary power that surpassed her limits. To be honest, if he were not Lin Mo, if he were merely an ordinary summoned spirit, what more could one desire with such a wife and master? Lin Mo sighed, extending his hand to gently smooth her furrowed brow. His gaze then fell upon her slightly pale lips, a consequence of blood loss. Now, to the task at hand. Though the process was embarrassing, it was necessary to eliminate the cursed spiritual mark. Lin Mo took a deep breath, as if preparing for a grand and sacred ritual. He slowly leaned down, their faces drawing ever closer. He could even feel the coolness of her breath, just as their lips were about to meet. A long-forgotten feminine voice echoed in his mind. Wait. Lin Mo's movements halted abruptly. That voice. The first time it appeared was when he donned the JK uniform. The second time was now. Who are you? Lin Mo pondered internally. Is it the system? You may refer to me as the guide, a cold female voice responded. The guide? What is your connection to this wretched system? I am the underlying logical core of the transcendent beautiful boy transformation system. Not to be confused with the superficial artificial intelligence that merely assigns tedious tasks. Artificial intelligence. Lin Mo nearly laughed aloud. That description is extraordinarily apartment. So, what are you doing here? To prevent me from kissing her? Lin Mo inquired. Do you possess a more effective method to eliminate the mark? None. Came the guide's succinct reply. The merging of souls is indeed the optimal solution at present. Then why interrupt me? Lin Mo's irritation flared. I merely wish to remind you. Have you truly considered this? Once you proceed, the contract between you and her will undergo a qualitative transformation. Your souls will become irrevocably intertwined due to this merging. She will perceive your emotions, your thoughts, and even your past with greater clarity. You will experience the same. Is this what you desire? The guide's words left him in silence. A deeper entanglement? Peering into each other's hearts and pasts? Lin Mo glanced at the quiet girl peacefully sleeping on the bed. Did he truly wish for her to witness his blood-stained, murderous past? Did he want her to know that the heroic spirit she relied upon was, at its core, a killing machine forged from a mountain of corpses? He was uncertain. For the first time, confusion clouded his heart. Time is running short. The guide's voice resonated once more. The vengeful spirit's mark has begun to attempt merging with your soul. Once the fusion is complete, even I shall be unable to sever it. At that point, you will gradually become that little girl's puppet. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened in an instant. Become a puppet? What nonsense. My life belongs solely to me. Even in death, I shall die standing. I will never be anyone's puppet. His heart was now devoid of any hesitation. Is it merely a soul entanglement? Merely peering into the heart? Bring it on. I stand tall and unafraid. Throughout my life, I have slain those deserving of death and acted in accordance with what is right. I have no regrets. He leaned down, casting aside any doubts, and kissed her pale lips. Soft, cold, with a hint of an elusive sweetness. Lin Mo's mind buzzed, blanking out. Then, he pried open her lips and commenced the sacred and magnificent exorcism ritual that would last 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo, gasping for breath, lifted his head. His lips were slightly swollen. He felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. This was more exhausting than running 10 kilometers with a heavy load. Ding. The soul-merging ritual is complete. The vengeful spirit's mark has been successfully frozen and is currently being shattered by the frigid blood. Shattering complete. Congratulations, host, on successfully averting a potential crisis. Due to the profound soul link established with the master, the frigid blood of the master has initiated a preliminary transformation of the host's body. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new passive skill, Ice Heart Technique. Ice Heart Technique. This skill enables you to maintain absolute calmness at all times, significantly enhancing your resistance to mental negative effects. As Lin Mo gazed at the newly emerged skill on the system panel, he found himself momentarily stunned. A pleasant surprise? It seems this turn of events might indeed be advantageous. Just then, he sensed a violent fluctuation emanating from his shadow. In the final moments of the shattered vengeful spirit's mark dissipating, it left behind a fragment of incomplete information. Immediately, This information surged into Lin Mo's mind. It depicted a blood-soaked basement, where various grotesque dolls were displayed within glass cabinets. Some of these dolls resembled monstrous entities, while others were human. They all retained expressions of terror and despair from their final moments, preserved as grotesque specimens. At the center of the basement, a girl clad in a Gothic Lolita dress sat upon an ornate throne. Before her knelt an unexpected figure. Chen Mo, the vice president of the student council. Useless, came Su Linger's voice, cold and devoid of any emotion. Even an F-grade spirit cannot be investigated properly. Chen Mo's body trembled violently. Enough. Su Linger waved her hand dismissively. Since you are so inept, you shall become one of my collections. The scene abruptly ceased. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Mo's back. Chen Mo was actually under Su Linger's influence. Who exactly is this deranged girl? Her power has infiltrated the upper echelons of the student council. What could she possibly desire? Lin Mo felt as though he had been ensnared in a vast web of conspiracy. While he pondered these matters, the girl, Xiao Lingyue, lying on the bed, emitted a faint groan. Her long eyelashes fluttered as if she were about to awaken. Chapter 35. Administering medicine. Lin Mo's heart leapt into his throat. Oh no, she is waking up. If she sees me after just having kissed her, with my lips swollen, what on earth will happen? Given her fiery temperament, she might just annihilate me on the spot. Lin Mo's mind raced. What to do? What to do? Pretend to be asleep? No, that would be too obvious. Escape through the window? Absolutely out of the question. We are on the 20th floor. In a moment of desperation, Lin Mo concocted a plan. He suddenly slammed his head against the bedside table. Thud! A resounding noise echoed through the room. Ouch! Lin Mo exclaimed in pain, cradling his forehead as he crouched down. Tears instantly sprang to his eyes. This was no act. It genuinely hurt. He had exerted all his strength, leaving a conspicuous red mark on his forehead. The loud crash startled Xiao Lingyue awake. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing the familiar ceiling above. Am I in the dormitory? Had I not just been leaning against the city wall? Memories surged back like a tidal wave. The Bone Reaper, that lethal scythe, and the silhouette of Lin Mo shielding her, the warmth of fresh blood, and that phrase, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. Lin Mo. She abruptly sat up in bed, disregarding the intense weakness that swept through her body, anxiously searching for that familiar figure. Then, she beheld a youth crouched on the ground, grimacing in pain as he pressed his forehead. What happened to you? She struggled to ask, attempting to rise from the bed. Master, you are awake. Lin Mo lifted his head, his face instantly transforming into one of sorrowful distress. As he sobbed, he pointed to his forehead, his voice tinged with grievance. Whoa, master. You were sleeping so soundly that I couldn't wake you no matter how much I called. I was worried something might happen to you, and in my haste, I lost my balance and bumped my head. It hurt so much, Whoa. While speaking, he discreetly stole glances at Xiao Lingyue, gauging her reaction. Worry and guilt were etched across her face. She gazed at the large swollen area on Lin Mo's forehead, and then at herself. Aside from feeling slightly weak, she harbored no discomfort. She understood the perilous nature of her recent surge in spiritual power. Without timely care, it could lead to severe repercussions, or even a fall in her realm. It was Lin Mo who had brought her back and had remained by her side, caring for her. He had even injured himself out of concern for her. A rush of emotions flooded Xiao Lingyue's heart, gratitude, heartache, and guilt intertwined, softening her once icy heart. Please, stop crying, she said, extending her hand to touch Lin Mo's forehead, but hesitated midway, feeling a twinge of shyness and withdrawing. Come here, let me take a look. Her voice carried a hint of tenderness that she herself had not yet realized. Okay, Lin Mo obediently leaned closer. Xiao Lingyue extended her icy fingers and gently touched the swollen area on his forehead. He immediately inhaled sharply. Hiss. It hurts. Don't move. She playfully glared at him. Then, a gentle blue light flickered at her fingertips. A cool, soothing energy flowed from her fingers into Lin Mo's forehead, alleviating much of the fiery pain in an instant. This was her spiritual power. Though scant, it was more than sufficient for treating such minor injuries. All done. In a little while, the swelling will subside. She withdrew her hand, her complexion paling further. Clearly, the expenditure of this small amount of spiritual energy was still a considerable burden for her at this moment. Thank you, Master. Lin Mo blinked his big, watery eyes, visibly moved. Just lie down for now, Xiao Lingyue instructed. I will get you a glass of water. She struggled to rise from the bed, but as soon as she moved, a wave of weakness hit her, nearly sending her back down. Master, don't move. Lin Mo quickly pressed her back down. Your body is so weak right now. You mustn't move recklessly. I'll handle it. As he spoke, he courteously hurried to the water dispenser, pouring a cup of warm water. He then swiftly exchanged 500 charm points in the system mall for a bottle of Holy Light Super Recovery Potion, small size. This elixir was truly remarkable, capable of swiftly restoring both spiritual and physical strength, as well as healing hidden injuries. For the currently weakened Xiao Lingyue, it was nothing short of perfect. He twisted off the cap and poured the softly glowing golden potion into the cup. Master, please drink some water. He carried the cup back to the bedside. Xiao Lingyue looked at him, reaching out to take it. However, Lin Mo shook his head. Master, you lack strength in your hands right now. What if you spill it? Allow me to feed you. As he spoke, he brought the cup to her lips. Xiao Lingyue's face flushed crimson. You want to feed me? In all my years, aside from my childhood, no one has ever done this for me. Instinctively, she wished to refuse, yet looking into Lin Mo's earnest eyes, the words of rejection stuck in her throat. Be good, master, open your mouth. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately yielded like a compliant little kitten. Slightly parting her lips, Lin Mo carefully brought the cup to her mouth, gently tilting it. A warm flow instantly spread throughout her limbs, banishing the weakness and fatigue brought on by the depletion of her spiritual energy at an astonishing pace. What a miraculous potion! A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Lingyue's mind, but it was swiftly overshadowed by an unfamiliar sensation. Being cared for and fed by him felt unexpectedly pleasant. Stop it, Xiao Lingyue. What are you thinking? He is merely your spirit. She forcibly suppressed the bizarre thoughts, yet the blush creeping up her neck betrayed her. Lin Mo, observing her bashful demeanor, felt a surge of delight within. Heh, little one, can I not manage you? While feeding her, he deliberately tilted the cup a bit more. A droplet of water trickled down the corner of Xiao Lingyue's mouth, gliding down her fair, slender neck, ultimately vanishing into the depths of her collar. Lin Mo's gaze instinctively followed that droplet downward. Gulp. He could not help but swallow. Wow, so fair. What are you looking at? Xiao Lingyue seemed to sense his indiscreet gaze, her cheeks reddening further, resembling a ripe apple. Annoyed and embarrassed, she shot him a glare. Nothing at all. Lin Mo quickly averted his gaze, adopting a serious expression. I merely noticed that some water spilled and wanted to help you wipe it off. As he spoke, he reached out to assist her in drying the droplets on her neck. No, it's fine. Xiao Lingyue recoiled sharply, as if her tail had been stepped on, evading his hand. I can do it myself. Flustered, she hastily wiped her neck with the blanket. Lin Mo watched her innocent demeanor, nearly bursting out in laughter. This silly girl was becoming increasingly entertaining. Just then, a notification chimed. The Master S body has shown initial signs of recovery. However, due to the forced activation of the frigid blood within, cold energy has become stagnant and requires further alleviation. Hidden task issued. The Master S personal little heater. Task details. Tonight, please voluntarily snuggle into the Master S bed and provide a whole night of constant warmth, assisting her in dispelling the cold energy within her body. Task rewards. 2,000 charm points. Unlock new skill. Gunfighting technique. Beginner. Task failure penalty. The little buddy will vanish for another month. Upon seeing the task, Lin Mo could no longer muster a smile. What the hell again? Damn system, are you intent on tormenting my little buddy? Chapter 36. Master, shall I warm your bed? Lin Mo silently cursed the ancestors of the dog system. Again? Another month of my little buddy's disappearance? Do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against my companion? I had just regained it, and now you wish to confine it once more? And the task content. Crawling into the Master S bed to provide a whole night of warmth? It sounds pleasant, but essentially, it's asking me to be a human heating pad. Although the rewards are enticing, 2,000 charm points and the gunfighting technique, a divine skill. Coupling close combat with gunfighting transforms one into a mobile killing machine. Yet, the cost is staggering. If Xiao Lingyue discovers this, with her frosty temperament, she might freeze me into a statue and kick me into outer space. Last time, when I merely helped her warm up, she nearly turned me into mincemeat upon waking. This time, it's a whole night. Lin Mo gazed at the girl on the bed, pale yet breathtakingly beautiful, feeling an internal struggle. To go or not to go? For the sake of my little buddy, for the gunfighting technique, let us do it. It's just sleeping, right? I want to do anything to her. Purely a friendship of noble intentions. Yes, that's it. Moreover, this is for her benefit, helping her dispel the cold energy. I am healing and saving her. This is a testament to my great spirit of selflessness. Lin Mo fervently reinforced his resolve in his mind, his determination as thick as the walls of a fortress. Clearing his throat, he approached the bedside with the demeanor of a professional doctor. Master, how do you feel now? He gently inquired, his voice laced with concern. After consuming the warm water, which had been enhanced, Xiao Lingyue indeed felt considerably better, no longer struggling even to move a finger. She regarded Lin Mo, her gaze complex. Especially upon noticing his swollen lips, peculiar thoughts flitted through her mind. Why does he exude such a familiar and comforting aura? Much like that warm embrace from that night, when her spiritual energy spiraled out of control. Furthermore, when he leaned in so closely to feed her water, she felt no aversion. Instead, her heartbeat quickened. I feel much better. Xiao Lingyue avoided his gaze, her voice somewhat awkward. Thank you. Oh, come now, master. Why are you being so polite with me? Lin Mo immediately assumed the demeanor of a loyal hound, eager to serve his master. As it was his duty to care for her, he spoke while carefully observing the expression on Xiao Lingyue's face. However, his tone shifted, revealing a look of concern. Master, I sense that the cold energy within you has yet to dissipate completely. Forcing the activation of the extreme cold blood has inflicted considerable harm on your body. If not addressed promptly, it may lead to lingering repercussions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingyue furrowed her brow. Being an A-class master herself, she was well aware of her physical condition. Lin Mo's words held truth. This time, the surge of spiritual power, though fortuitously enhancing her control over the extreme cold blood, had resulted in an accumulation of frigid energy within her body. This coldness clung to her like a parasite. If not entirely expelled, it could halt her cultivation at best, or cause a significant drop in her realm, or even pose a life-threatening risk. I am aware, she replied coolly. I will find a way to regulate it myself. How will you manage that, master? Lin Mo interjected anxiously. This matter cannot be delayed. What if it leads to chronic illness? I would be heartbroken. With that, his eyes reddened, and he began his signature act of shedding tears. Xiao Lingyue could hardly bear to see him in such a state. Every time he cried, her heart inexplicably softened, and she found it difficult to utter harsh words. Please, don't cry, she said, feeling somewhat flustered. I can handle it. No. Lin Mo's tone was resolute as he grasped her hand. Your health is paramount. I cannot stand idly by while you suffer. His hand was warm, and upon contact with Xiao Lingyue's icy skin, it sent a shiver through her. A wave of warmth coursed from his touch, enveloping her entire being in comfort. What do you suggest, then? She asked, somewhat inexplicably drawn to the conversation. I have a solution, Lin Mo exclaimed, seizing the opportunity. Do you remember my spirit rating? F-class lower tier, ornamental type, Xiao Lingyue replied instinctively, then recalled the particular trait that had once filled her with indignation. Warm the bed. As she uttered the last three words, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Yes, it's the bed warming, Lin Mo exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Don't be misled by how trivial it sounds. It's actually quite formidable. He began to elaborate earnestly. As a super rare ornamental spirit, my body is naturally pure yang, the nemesis of all cold energy. As long as I am by your side, my body heat can help neutralize the cold energy within you and assist in regulating the surging spiritual power. Xiao Lingyue was taken aback. Pure yang? Nemesis of cold? It seemed to hold some merit. After all, during her last bout of uncontrolled spiritual energy, it was Lin Mo's embrace that had brought her back to equilibrium. Could it be that this bed-warming trait was not merely literal, but rather a form of unique healing ability? She gazed at Lin Mo's utterly sincere face, her resolve beginning to waver. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo finally articulated his ultimate intention. With his large, glistening eyes blinking expectantly yet shyly, he softly proposed, Master, may I assist you in warming your bed tonight? Boom. Xiao Lingyue's mind felt as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily blank. Warming the bed. He truly uttered those words. Although he had previously made similar remarks under duress from the system, this time, he had initiated it himself. What nonsense are you spouting? Regaining her composure, Xiao Lingyue felt a mix of embarrassment and anger as she abruptly shook off his hand. No, absolutely not. What kind of joke is this? How could I allow you to sleep in my bed? I am, after all, a respectable young lady. Though he was also a man. Wait, he wasn't exactly that now. He was a girl, no, a pseudo-girl. In any case, it was out of the question. Seeing her vehement reaction, Lin Mo's heart sank. Had he gone too far? No, he could not yield. For the sake of his own desires, he suddenly knelt beside the bed, clutching Xiao Lingyue's thigh, and unleashed his ultimate tactic of rolling on the floor and throwing a tantrum. Master, please let me help you. I'm truly worried about you. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't be able to live either. After all, we spirits are bound to our masters in life and death. If you perish, I cannot survive. Please, have pity on me. I promise. I will not move around. I will just sleep beside the bed to keep you warm. Isn't that acceptable? Lin Mo exerted all his efforts, crying in a way that could shake the heavens. His tears and snot smearing his face and staining Xiao Lingyue's blanket. Xiao Lingyue was utterly at a loss. She gazed down at the boy who clung to her like an octopus, sobbing as if the world were ending, feeling both exasperated and helpless. How could this rascal be so shameless? Yet, he was correct in his reasoning. He meant well for her. Moreover, her current condition indeed warranted assistance. If it were merely a matter of sleeping beside her without any inappropriate actions, perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable. Inside her mind, two little figures were engaged in a fierce battle. One insisted no, men and women should maintain distance. He must not be allowed to come near. The other argued, saving one's life is paramount. His intentions are pure. Besides, have you not already experienced the soothing effects of his presence? It was rather comforting. Ultimately, reason, or rather, the body's yearning, triumphed over modesty. You may rise, Xiao Lingyue sighed, her voice laced with concession. Did you agree? Lin Mo immediately lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes gazing at her like a puppy that had been abandoned and then rescued. Xiao Lingyue, flustered by his gaze, turned her head away. You can only sleep beside the bed. You are not to cross this line. She drew an invisible boundary on the bed with her finger. And you must remain silent. Do not move around. And absolutely do not touch me. If you dare to act out of line, I shall throw you out the window. I will ensure I fulfill my duties. Lin Mo immediately transformed his tears into laughter, standing at attention and saluting in a rather clumsy military manner. His heart was filled with joy. It's settled. My pride is preserved. I've mastered the art of gunplay. Xiao Lingyue observed his cheeky demeanor, exasperated yet amused, ultimately surrendering to the situation by pulling the blanket over her head. Out of sight, out of mind. As the night deepened, Lin, the warm-hearted humanoid, cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket under Xiao Linyue's watchful gaze. A delightful fragrance, a blend of youthful allure and a subtle chill, wafted into his nostrils. His heart raced, nearly losing its balance. Goodness, this scent is utterly enchanting. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the flutter in his heart, then lay down rigidly like a stiff fish. The mattress was soft, the blanket fragrant, and beside him lay a breathtaking beauty. Lin Mo felt as though he were not on a mission, but rather in paradise. He lay there, stiff, absorbing the unique, slightly cool aura emanating from the icy beauty beside him. His heart, traitorous, began to pound wildly. Chapter 37. This bed is so inviting. In the darkness, Lin Mo could distinctly hear the heartbeats of himself and the person beside him. One was steady and powerful, while the other raced like a drum. Without needing to look, he knew that the rapid one belonged to Xiao Linyue. This silly girl is even more nervous than I am. Lin Mo chuckled inwardly, yet outwardly remained motionless, fearing that a mere turn might cross boundaries and result in a swift kick off the bed. Are you asleep? After a long while, a soft, mosquito-like voice came from beside him. Lin Mo dared not respond, continuing to feign slumber. She gently nudged him again. He remained unresponsive. Humph, sleeping like a pig. Xiao Linyue muttered softly, seemingly relieved as her body relaxed. Lin Mo rolled his eyes internally. A pig? I could sleep on the battlefield. Even the buzz of a fly would awaken me. You think your little movements can fool me? However, he was pleased to continue pretending to be asleep. Time passed slowly. In the dormitory, only their steady breaths filled the air. Lin Mo silently counted the minutes in his mind while monitoring the progress of the system task. Constant temperature service in progress. 12. This is infuriatingly slow. A mere 100 in an entire night? How much progress can be made in a minute? Moreover, what on earth is this constant temperature service? I'm half a meter away from her. How am I supposed to provide warmth? Doggone system, you've tricked me again. Just as Lin Mo was lamenting, he suddenly felt the temperature beside him drop at an unusual pace. He glanced with his peripheral vision and noticed Xiao Linyue's body beginning to shiver slightly beneath the blanket. Here it comes. The chill is returning. A spark of realization ignited within him. This is my opportunity. He understood that if he moved closer now, Xiao Linyue would certainly not kick him away again. Because she needed him. But how should he approach her? Directly addressing the master with "I am here to assist you" feels somewhat contrived. A thought struck Lin Mo as he turned his eyes, devising a plan. He feigned discomfort in his sleep, rolling over to face Xiao Linyue. Unintentionally, he allowed his leg to stretch out, gently brushing against her calf. It was as cold as ice, akin to touching a block of frost. Xiao Linyue's body stiffened noticeably, yet she did not withdraw. Lin Mo recognized this as her acquiescence. Thus emboldened, he approached her like a koala seeking warmth, inching closer to Xiao Linyue. He draped his arm lightly around her waist, his thigh pressing against hers. Ultimately, he enveloped her petite form in his embrace from behind. Soft, fragrant. These were the only two words that lingered in Lin Mo's mind. Although Xiao Linyue's figure was slender, it was not the emaciated kind, but rather perfectly proportioned. Through the thin fabric of her nightgown, Lin Mo could distinctly perceive her curves and the astonishing elasticity of her form, especially when his chest pressed against her smooth back. The sensation was overwhelming. Lin Mo struggled to swallow, feeling overwhelmed. He quickly recited in his mind, Ice Heart Technique. Ice Heart Technique. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. I am a professional. I am merely a warm companion devoid of emotions. In that moment, the newly acquired passive skill, Ice Heart Technique, manifested its profound influence. A wave of coolness surged from his mind, swiftly quelling the restless fire within him. His heartbeat gradually steadied. Meanwhile, in his arms, Xiao Lingyue, sensing the continuous warmth emanating from him, began to calm her shivering form. Her taut muscles slowly relaxed, and instinctively, she nestled closer into his embrace, seeking to absorb more warmth. Her breathing transformed into a lengthy and steady rhythm, as if she had drifted into slumber. Lin Mo, cradling this fragrant and soft figure, felt a sense of delight as he observed the rapidly ascending progress bar on the system panel. Constant temperature service in progress, 354,862. This is indeed the correct approach. It seems he must create more opportunities like this in the future, fulfilling tasks while enjoying delightful moments. A smirk crept across Lin Mo's lips in the darkness, filled with satisfaction. That night, he slept more soundly than ever before, feeling as though he lay upon a cloud, cradling a massive cotton candy, both soft and sweet. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. Xiao Lingyue's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. How comfortable. Her body felt warm. This was the most peaceful and restful slumber she had enjoyed since awakening the blood of extreme cold. The chill within her had vanished without a trace. Her spiritual energy had returned to its peak state, with even subtle signs of a breakthrough. She languidly stretched, preparing to rise. Then, she realized she was unable to move. A strong and powerful arm was tightly wrapped around her waist, while a warm thigh unceremoniously pressed against her leg. She could even feel the back of her head resting against a solid chest, accompanied by a series of steady and warm breaths that brushed against her ear, sending delightful tingles through her. Xiao Lingyue's body instantly stiffened, and her mind froze for 3 seconds. Then, the memories of the previous night surged forth like a tidal wave. She had allowed Lin Mo to share her bed. Moreover, she had tacitly permitted him to hold her throughout the night. A rush of heat surged through her, and her face blushed visibly from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, even her neck turning a rosy hue. She wanted to scream, to struggle, to kick this audacious man off the bed. However, when she felt the reassuring warmth and breath emanating from him, her body inexplicably softened. There was not a hint of disgust or anger. Instead, an unprecedented sensation of comfort and sweetness quietly began to blossom within her. Cautiously, she turned her head. An enlarged, handsome visage, utterly unguarded, met her gaze. His silver hair lay tousled upon the pillow. With his eyes closed, he lacked his usual softness and pretense, possessing more gallantry than allure. His high nose and distinctly shaped lips were undeniably attractive. Xiao Lingyue's heart began to race uncontrollably once again. For a fleeting moment, a ridiculous thought crossed her mind. What if waking up like this every morning was not so bad after all? No. Xiao Lingyue, what are you thinking? He is your spirit. A man. A crossdresser. How could you entertain such shameless thoughts? As she mentally berated herself, the pair of closed eyes before her unexpectedly opened without warning. Clear, slightly bewildered eyes met hers, locking their gaze. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Chapter 38. Master, why is your face so red? Good morning, Master. Lin Mo blinked, seemingly still not fully awake, his voice carrying a hint of morning raspiness that was infuriatingly seductive. Xiao Lingyue's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. She finally let out a long suppressed scream, abruptly pushing Lin Mo away and wrapping herself in the blanket like a dumpling, retreating to the corner of the bed. You get off me, she stammered, pointing at Lin Mo, her voice trembling. Oh, only then did Lin Mo seem to awaken from his dream. Glancing down at his arm and leg draped over her, his face instantly shifting to one of panic. I'm so sorry, Master. I didn't mean to. I was asleep and didn't know anything. He hurriedly apologized while clumsily scrambling down from the bed, his movements as nimble as a startled rabbit. However, within, he was reveling in unrestrained joy. Ding! The hidden task of the host's personal guardian has been completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,000 charm points. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new skill, Gunfighting Beginner. Gunfighting Beginner, transforming firearms into an extension of your body. You can execute astonishing attacks and defenses with any gun in hand. Moving shooting accuracy is enhanced by 50, and reload speed is increased by 50. Note, this skill is even more effective when combined with bullet time. How exhilarating. This was a tremendous gain. Not only had he preserved his dignity, but he had also obtained a divine skill. From now on, if anyone dared to label him as mere decoration, he would retaliate with an MP5 dance right in their face. Lin Mo kept his head bowed, his shoulders trembling, appearing to shiver in fear while in reality, he was stifling laughter. Wrapped in her blanket, Xiao Lingyue revealed only her eyes, filled with a mix of shame and fury, glaring fiercely at him. That scoundrel. He had taken advantage of her all night, and now he feigned innocence. Yet, she found herself unable to voice her anger. After all, she had consented to his presence in her bed. Furthermore, she had indeed slept quite well last night. She opened her mouth to say something, but words eluded her. Ultimately, she could only squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Go wash up. Yes, master. Lin Mo, as if granted amnesty, promptly turned and dashed into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of water splashing from within, Xiao Lingyue slowly peeked out from her blanket. She touched her flushed cheeks, her heart still racing. Looking down at the sheets they had shared, it seemed to still carry his scent, a scent that brought her a sense of reassurance. What has happened to me? Hugging her knees, Xiao Lingyue sank into deep self-doubt. Just then, a shrill, urgent alarm pierced through the air, sharper and more frantic than any before. Echoing throughout the Demon Hunter Academy, the sound was as if it could puncture eardrums. Following that, a cold and grave synthetic voice resonated in every corner of the dormitory. Black Tide Alert. Highest level. Repeat. Black Tide Alert. Highest level. A supermassive spatial rift has been detected outside the eastern wall of Linyuan City. The second wave of magical tide has been confirmed. Predicted scale is more than 10 times that of the first. All combat personnel immediately assemble at the eastern defense line. All non-combat personnel immediately enter the underground shelter. Repeat. All combat personnel. The bathroom door swung open with a crash. Lin Mo, his silver hair damp, rushed out. His expression more serious than ever. He had heard the alarm. The second wave. Its scale was more than 10 times that of the first. What a joke. The first wave had already been brutal, with even A-rank magical beasts appearing. If this second wave was more than 10 times that, wouldn't it mean S-rank magical beasts would emerge? Could Linyuan City withstand this? On the bed, Xiao Lingyue, momentarily dismissing her shyness, abruptly threw off the covers and donned her battle attire with remarkable speed. The icy blue form-fitting armor accentuated her exquisite figure in stunning detail. Her previously timid and flustered expression was now replaced by an aura of chilling resolve. Let us go. She succinctly instructed Lin Mo before charging out of the dormitory. Lin Mo promptly followed suit. The corridor was in disarray, teeming with students emerging from various dormitories, their faces painted with panic and seriousness. The pair moved against the tide, hastening towards the academy's teleportation square. Upon their arrival, they found the square crowded with students and instructors, all wearing expressions of grave concern. Above, a colossal rift in space loomed ominously, resembling a ghastly scar across the sky. Countless grotesque creatures surged forth from the rift like a swarm of locusts, launching a frenzied assault towards the eastern city walls. Flames erupted from the walls, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions. Waves of magical energy and projectiles detonated amidst the throng of monsters, scattering blood and flesh in their wake. Yet, the sheer number of creatures was overwhelming, as if they were endless. All A-class masters, assemble here at once. Instructor Wang bellowed from the center of the square. Without hesitation, Xiao Lingyue made her way over. With Lin Mo, her spirit, closely in tow. Soon, a group of 7 or 8 A-class masters, including Xiao Lingyue, gathered before Instructor Wang. These individuals represented the pinnacle of the Academy's combat prowess. The situation is dire. I shall be brief. Instructor Wang's face was ashen. The 3rd to 7th defense zones of the eastern city walls have been breached. The elite team, led by Lu Mengli, is holding the line. But they are on the verge of collapse. Our mission is to provide them with support and seal the breach, at any cost. At the mention of Lu Mengli, Xiao Lingyue's brow instinctively furrowed. Lin Mo's heart sank as well. Lu Mengli, was she not supposed to be recovering in the rear? How did she end up at the front lines? Now heed my command. Everyone. Instructor Wang was about to issue further orders when suddenly, his communicator emitted a series of urgent beeps. He activated the device, listening intently for a few moments before his face drained of color. What did you say? He exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Mengli is trapped? A frantic voice on the other end responded. Yes, Instructor Wang. Vice Captain Lu is ensnared by a horde of terrifying monsters while covering our retreat. We cannot breach their defenses. Useless. Instructor Wang cursed vehemently. What sort of monsters are they? I don't know. They seem to lack physical form, like shadows. Vice Captain Lu's flames have little effect on them. Even her spirit, the Nine Tails, has been severely injured. No physical form, immune to flames? A thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind. It must be that mad girl, Su Ling. It is her S-class dark-robed spirit. She has once again targeted Lu Mengli. Everyone follow me. Minter Wang also recognized the gravity of the situation and without further ado, activated the teleportation array. A flash of light enveloped them. In the next moment, Lin Mo, Xiao Lingyue, and others found themselves in a realm reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. This was the breach in the eastern city wall, strewn with severed limbs and rivers of blood. At the heart of the battlefield, a massive, writhing shadow ensnared a crimson figure within its grasp. That crimson figure was none other than Lu Mengli. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her complexion pale, yet her gaze remained defiant. Beside her, the resplendent nine-tailed fox lay wounded on the ground, its vitality waning. Ha. The shadow emitted a grotesque cackle. Oh, an A-class nine-tailed celestial fox. What a delectable soul. Soon, you shall become one of my lady's most exquisite trophies. From within the shadow, a withered claw extended slowly towards Lu Mengli's neck. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Lingyue's pupils constricted sharply. Though she and Lu Mengli were fierce rivals, that was a matter solely between them. She could not bear to watch Lu Mengli perish at the hands of a monstrous being. Ice Dragon Roar. Without hesitation, Xiao Lingyue sprang into action. The cry of the ice dragon resonated like a solitary calm amidst the blood-soaked and fiery battlefield. A colossal dragon of frost, composed entirely of frigid spiritual energy, roared as it tore through the air, bearing the chilling essence capable of freezing souls, and charged directly at the grotesque shadow. However, in the face of this furious strike from an A-class master, the shadow merely responded with a series of sinister chuckles. The ice dragon collided with the shadow, yet no cataclysmic explosion ensued. It was as if a cow had plunged into the ocean. Upon contact, the massive ice dragon began to visibly dissolve, disintegrating into a flurry of crystalline shards, leaving not even a trace of coldness behind. Futile. The shadow's disconcerting voice echoed once more with a hint of mockery, suggesting that A-class spiritual energy was merely a dessert after a meal for it. It remained completely unscathed, its dry, shadowy claw continuing its deliberate approach toward Lu Mengli's neck. Lu Mengli's face turned ashen. The nine-tailed fox beside her let out a pained cry, struggling to rise, yet was held in place by an invisible force, unable to move. Stop. Release her. Minter Wang and several other A-class masters, who had arrived alongside, unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Beams of spiritual energy and summoned beasts surged toward the shadow. Yet, the outcome mirrored that of Xiao Lingyue's assault. All attacks were devoured by the eerie shadow, stirring not a ripple in its wake. Minter Wang's expression darkened to a profound degree. His lips trembled as he uttered two words, S-class. This is an S-class vengeful spirit-type creature. S-class. These two words struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. Despair began to spread. The designation of S-class, an existence that entirely surpasses A-class, serves as a terrifying synonym capable of annihilating an entire city by its mere presence. With their meager numbers, they were essentially marching towards their own demise. Xiao Lingyue's body trembled not from fear, but from a profound sense of anger and powerlessness. She watched helplessly as Lu Mengli drew nearer to death, unable to intervene. For years, she and Lu Mengli had been sworn adversaries, yet in this moment, her heart held no satisfaction, only anxiety. Just when everyone believed Lu Mengli was doomed, a voice, soft yet imbued with a weeping tremor that sent shivers down the spine, suddenly resonated across the battlefield. Please, don't bully my big sister. All were momentarily taken aback, turning towards the source of the sound. There stood Lin Mo, the F-class spirit they had deemed a mere ornament. The one who had always lingered in Xiao Lingyue's shadow, now charging forth from the crowd. As he ran, tears streamed down his exquisitely beautiful face, a canvas of fear and grievance. He spread his arms wide, like a protective hen shielding her chicks, positioning himself between Lu Mengli and the looming shadow. Within Lin Mo's mind, a frantic dialogue with the system ensued. Ding. Host detected to be facing a life-threatening crisis, triggering S-class hidden mission. Sacrifice to the tiger. Mission objective. Actively attract the attention of the S-class monster, provoking it with words and gestures that ignite its desire to toy with you, and successfully be captured. Mission reward, 5,000 charm points. Unlock new skill, Phantom Evasion Beginner. Failure penalty. Permanently transform into a pink lace bunny girl, losing all ability to speak. Only able to make chirping sounds. Last year I bought a watch. This insufferable system truly leaves me no avenue for escape. This is S-class. S-class. With my current possessions, I am not even worthy of offering a mere massage. And to provoke it willingly? To be captured? What difference is that from leaping into a meat grinder? However, the thought of the failure penalty, a vision of himself clad in pink lace, adorned with bunny ears, chirping aimlessly, made his very soul tremble. All right, it's merely acting. I am a professional. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo buried all his murderous intent and calm deep within, switching his essence from a soldier of unparalleled skill to that of an enchanting spirit. He lifted his gaze, his large, glistening eyes appearing almost sentient, timidly addressing the massive shadow. His voice, tinged with a weeping quaver, held an odd allure. You're so big. Are you lonely, seeking someone to play with? Please, let go of my big sister. She doesn't seem fun at all, reeking of gunpowder. How about you come play with me instead? I can sing and dance. As he spoke, he rose onto his toes, clumsily twirling around, his ice blue combat attire accentuating his slender waist and well-defined silhouette, radiating a deadly allure in the flickering flames. The entire battlefield descended into an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone was rendered speechless. Minter Wang was stunned. Xiao Lingyue was lost in disbelief, and even Lu Mengli, who lay on the brink of death, widened her eyes, momentarily forgetting her impending fate. Was this fellow mad? What was he doing? Was he actually being playful with an S-class monster? The S-class shadow creature seemed equally taken aback. Its claw, poised to grasp Lu Mengli's throat, hung suspended in midair. It twisted its massive, shadowy form, slowly turning its attention toward Lin Mo. A colossal and malevolent consciousness swiftly locked onto Lin Mo. How intriguing. Truly captivating. The shadow emitted a deep, sinister chuckle, laden with greed and obsession. A perfect plaything, willingly presenting itself. It appeared to have entirely forgotten about Lu Mengli and the A-class masters poised for battle around them. In its eyes, only the seemingly frail, helpless silver-haired youth remained, exuding an irresistible allure. Very well, if you wish to play, I shall indulge you. No sooner had the thought crossed its mind than multiple shadowy tendrils shot forth like lightning. One snake toward Lu Mengli on the ground, while several others, moving with a deceptive slowness yet an unavoidable speed, ensnared Lin Mo. Don't. Xiao Lingyue screamed in a heart-wrenching cry, attempting to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Minter Wang. Don't go. It's too late. His face was etched with anguish and despair. Lin Mo did not evade. He understood he could not escape. Instead, he met the encroaching tendrils with a naive yet hopeful smile. Ding. S-class hidden mission sacrifice to feed the tiger has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have been awarded. Before the system's notification could conclude, Lin Mo felt his body tighten, his feet lifting off the ground. He and Lu Mengli were hoisted high by the shadowy tendrils, drawn toward the core of the darkness. At the center of this abyssal shadow, a gaping chasm opened wide. Welcome, my little playthings, to my game room, it cackled. In that final moment before being consumed by darkness, Lin Mo's gaze traversed the horrified crowd and landed on Xiao Lingyue, whose face was pale and filled with despair. Silently, he whispered in his heart, "Wait for me." In the next instant, the shadow abruptly contracted, and with it, Lin Mo and Lu Mengli vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a slowly closing rift. A mere remnant of the energy disturbance. The battlefield was enveloped in a deathly stillness. After what felt like an eternity, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the silence. Lin Mo. Xiao Lingyue cried out, breaking free from Minter Wang's grasp and racing toward the closing rift. Yet, she was ultimately too late. Before she could reach it, the fissure vanished completely, as if nothing had ever transpired. No. Weakness overtook Xiao Lingyue, and she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face like a flood unleashed from a broken dam. Professor Wang approached her, his aged face etched with despair and sorrow. He gently patted Xiao Lingyue's shoulder, his voice hoarse. Child, do not despair, it is futile. Those taken by the S-class vengeful spirits are beyond salvation. Our duty now is to hold this ground and prevent further sacrifices. Xiao Lingyue ignored him, kneeling on the hard ground, relentlessly pounding it with her fists, murmuring that name over and over. Lin Mo, why? Why did you rush out? You fool. You idiot. You were so weak. You were merely an F-class. Why did you undertake such reckless actions? Regret, anguish, and an indescribable pain, akin to a piece of her heart being cruelly wrenched away, overwhelmed her. Images of him flashed incessantly through her mind. His panicked expression when he was first summoned, the way he forced himself to speak in a high-pitched voice, calling her master with a look of both indignation and shame, his awkwardness in a white silk skirt causing a stir on campus, and the way he clung to his thigh, crying out for her, terrified. She recalled how he had held her through the night, waking to greet her with a sleepy, raspy good morning, master. Each scene played out like a film, racing through her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, that rogue, that ornament, that faux girl had carved an irreplaceable niche in her heart. The mere thought of potentially losing him forever caused her heart to ache, rendering her breathless. I will save him. Xiaoling Yue suddenly lifted her head, her crimson eyes shimmering with a near-manic obsession. I don't care if he is an S-class. I must bring him back. Professor Wang sighed, shaking his head. Xiao, remain calm. We do not even know where he has been taken. How can we search for him? Moreover, even if we find him, what can we do? Go to our deaths? Then I will die? Xiaoling Yue's voice was sharp and resolute. He is my heroic spirit. Even in death, I shall be with him. Struggling to rise, she prepared to unleash her power to forcefully tear through the fabric of space. At that moment, a beam of light illuminated the scene. The Academy's president appeared on the battlefield, his expression grave. He glanced at the kneeling Xiaoling Yue, and then at the desolate battleground. A flicker of compassion crossing his aged features. President, Professor Wang exclaimed as if he had found a savior. Please, urged Xiao to reconsider. The president slowly approached Xiaoling Yue, speaking in a solemn tone. Xiao, I understand your sorrow. However, as Professor Wang stated, this is not the time for impulsive actions. Lingyuan City needs you. The Academy needs you. As for Lu and your heroic spirit, he paused, his voice heavy with pain. The Academy shall posthumously honor them with the highest accolades. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. The term sacrifice pierced through Xiaoling Yue's heart like two venomous steel needles. She gazed at the director, observing the expression of someone who prioritized the greater good, and suddenly, she smiled. That smile was both hauntingly beautiful and tragically desolate. Honor? Who cares for your worthless accolades? I just want him back. She pointed at everyone present, articulating each word with a voice as frigid as ice. You shall not rescue him, will you? Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands. From this day forth, I, Xiaoling Yue, withdraw from the Demon Hunter Academy. Your fates are of no concern to me, nor is the fate of this city. I only desire my heroic spirit. With that, she turned away, transforming into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the dim horizon, leaving behind a group of high-ranking Academy officials, exchanging glances filled with complexity. Chapter 40. Why aren't you afraid at all? A whirlwind of chaos engulfed him. When Lin Mo regained consciousness, he found himself suspended in midair. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench reminiscent of rust mingled with decaying flesh. Several tendrils, composed purely of shadow, tightly bound his hands, feet, and waist, rendering him immobile. TSK, this S-rank binding technique is rather professional, he silently critiqued. He turned his head slightly to the side and noticed Lu Mengli was similarly ensnared, hanging not far from him. This once proud A-rank beauty now appeared utterly disheveled. Her crimson combat suit bore multiple tears, revealing her fair skin marred with bloodstains. Her once magnificent waves of hair were now as chaotic as a bird's nest. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating significant internal injuries, leaving her in a semi-conscious state. Hey, big sister, wake up, Lin Mo whispered softly. Lu Mengli's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing her surroundings and her own bound state, despair flooded her beautiful phoenix eyes. It's over, her voice was dry and hoarse. We've been taken to its lair. I'm sorry, she turned to Lin Mo, her eyes filled with guilt. It's my fault. I dragged you into this. In her mind, if Lin Mo had not rushed out to save her, this pitiful F-rank would never have been ensnared. He should have remained safely in the rear as her mascot. Dragged in, Lin Mo blinked his innocent eyes. Confusion etched on his face. Big sister, what are you talking about? Aren't we here to have fun? Lu Mengli, she questioned whether she was hallucinating from excessive blood loss. Fun? What kind of nonsense is that? We are mere lambs awaiting slaughter, soon to be turned into a collection by an S-rank, terrifying creature. And you talk to me about fun? Are you not the slightest bit afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Lin Mo's countenance radiated innocence, as he recalled the immense black cloud that had promised to play with him. This was indeed its playroom. Although somewhat dark and foul-smelling, it appeared quite spacious. Lu Mengli found herself utterly speechless. Gazing at Lin Mo's face, pure and unmarred, a sense of absurdity surged within her. Was this individual genuinely foolish? Or had he simply reached a level of nonchalance so profound? At such a moment, he still believed that the other party wished to engage in a game? How could anyone in this world be so naive? Of course, Lin Mo was not innocent. He was performing. Simultaneously, he was frantically scrutinizing his system panel. Host: Lin Mo. Gender: male, pseudo. Level: F-class lesser spirit. Exhibition type ultra rare. Master: Xiaoling Yue. Charm value: 8,336 points. Skills: Firearm exchange shop. Beginner. CQC Close Combat Technique, Master Level. Bullet Time, Beginner. Eagle Eye Vision, Beginner. Absolute Domain, Beginner. Ice Heart Formula, Passive. Gunplay Technique, Beginner. Phantom Evasion, Beginner. Items: P226 Pistol, MP5 Submachine Gun, Glock 18 Pistol, Desert Eagle, M82A1 Sniper Rifle, with silencer, High Explosive Grenades X4, Bulletproof Inserts. Completing the S-Class mission had awarded him a staggering 5,000 charm points, along with an impressive escape skill, Phantom Evasion. This was a tremendous profit. Now his total assets had soared to an astounding sum of over 8,000 points. With this considerable wealth, he had room to maneuver. Lin Mo, feigning fear as he glanced around, swiftly utilized the night vision function of Eagle Eye Vision to survey this so-called lair. Before him lay an enormous underground cavern. Countless menacing stalactites hung from the ceiling, while the ground was covered in a viscous black fungal carpet of unknown origin. This S-Class vengeful spirit seemed to lack a physical form. It was merely a swirling mass of shadow, currently residing in the depths of the cave, apparently digesting the spiritual energy it had recently consumed. Lin Mo's mind raced. Should he attack directly with a firearm? No, that would be futile. The entity was an S-Class vengeful spirit, and physical assaults would be largely ineffective. Even the powerful Desert Eagle would likely only serve to tickle it. He needed a special attack, one specifically designed to counter spiritual entities and vengeful spirits. He recalled the demon-slaying silver bullet he had obtained from the Student Council Vice President, Chen Mo. That particular item was specifically crafted to combat incorporeal creatures. Unfortunately, it was a 127mm sniper round that he had used in the M82A1 while hunting the Shadow Leopard on the back mountain. It had been a one-time use. What a loss. Had he known, he would have saved it. Wait. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Mo's mind. If the system shop could exchange for demon-slaying silver bullets, could it not also offer other similar items? He promptly opened the firearm exchange shop. His gaze was firmly fixed on the section dedicated to special ammunition. Indeed, amidst the dazzling array of armor-piercing rounds, incendiary shells, and high-explosive projectiles, he discerned a novel option emanating a faint golden glow. Special ammunition, soul-devouring holy bullet, single shot. Exchange price, 7,000 charm points. Item description, a unique alchemical bullet infused with the soul's holy light by a high-ranking cleric. This bullet harbors an unparalleled power against evil, capable of delivering devastating soul-level damage to A-grade and higher vengeful spirits, undead entities, and ethereal creatures. It can be loaded into any firearm with a caliber exceeding 9mm. Note, this item possesses immense power. Please use it judiciously. Upon use, the host may emit a divine aura irresistible to all women for a period of time due to the diffusion of holy energy. Lin Mo mused. The system's notes remain as provocative as ever. However, this soul-devouring holy bullet seems tailor-made for the current predicament. Although the price is exorbitant at 7,000 charm points, nearly draining his resources, the chance to vanquish this S-grade behemoth makes it all worthwhile. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded with the exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. The soul-devouring holy bullet has been stored in the system space. Please check. Host. A bullet, gleaming silver and inscribed with countless intricate golden runes, lay quietly within his system backpack. All set. Now, everything is ready. He merely awaits the right opportunity. He needed a chance, a moment to accurately deliver this bullet into the core of that S-grade vengeful spirit. Just then, the vast shadow deep within the cavern stirred. It seemed to have finally finished its dessert, its massive form slowly drifting toward Lin Mo and Lumingli. Ah, my little playthings, have you been waiting impatiently? Then let the games begin. From within the shadow, a terrifying visage composed of countless twisted souls emerged. Its gaze swept back and forth between Lin Mo and Lumingli. Which one shall I begin with? The fiery one with a temper, or the fragrant one who looks quite delectable? Ultimately, its attention settled upon Lumingli. You shall be first. I find great pleasure in shattering the pride of so-called geniuses like you. A shadowy tendril extended slowly toward Lumingli's face. In despair, she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had relinquished all hope of resistance. In the face of absolute power from an S-grade entity, any struggle seemed futile. Yet, just as the icy tendril was about to make contact with her cheek, Lin Mo's soft yet slightly petulant voice rang out once more. Wait. The shadowy tendril halted. The terrifying face turned towards Lin Mo, seemingly displeased. Lin Mo sniffled, adopting a tone of feigned grievance. Did you not say we would play together? Why have you gone after her first? You deceiver. Do you think I am unamusing? Let me assure you, I am far more entertaining than she is. If you doubt me, set me free and I shall prove it. The shadow remained silent, its eyes, composed of countless vengeful spirits, fixated intently on Lin Mo, seemingly assessing what this oblivious little creature was up to. Lu Mengli's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Mo. What on earth does he intend to do? Chapter 41. A little slip of the hand, oh? The shadow emitted a mirthful chuckle. Prove it to me? Very well, I am eager to witness what you, my little puppet, can do beyond your pretty appearance. It appeared genuinely intrigued, retracting the tentacle that had been reaching towards Lu Mengli. Subsequently, the tentacles binding Lin Mo loosened, gently placing him on the ground. However, two slender shadows remained, coiling around his ankles like shackles, preventing any escape. Come, my little puppet, begin your performance. Should you fail to satisfy me, your fate shall be 100 times more dreadful than hers. The shadow's voice dripped with mockery and malice. Lin Mo landed on the sticky fungal carpet, nearly losing his balance. A cold smirk crossed his mind. He had taken the bait. These ancient monstrosities, having existed for countless years, shared a common flaw: arrogance. Especially when faced with what they deemed mere ants, they relished in playing cat-and-mouse games, delighting in the struggles of their prey in despair. This was his singular opportunity. Don't be afraid, big sister. I will have him release you shortly. Lin Mo glanced back, offering a reassuring smile to the bewildered Lu Mengli, suspended in midair. Taking a deep breath, he transformed his expression into one of soft innocence tinged with shyness. Shall I begin now? He inquired, as he discreetly retrieved his Glock 18 from the confines of his system space, carefully concealed within his voluminous sleeves. In the same breath, he swiftly unloaded the magazine and placed the coveted soul-eating holy bullet, valued at 7,000 charm points, at the top of the magazine before reloading and chambering it. The entire process, aided by the faint enhancement of gunplay and bullet time, transpired in less than a second. Having completed these tasks, he lifted his gaze and flashed a sweet smile at the shadow. I can dance beautifully, you know. This performance is specially for a grand and mighty hero such as yourself. With that, he began to hum a disjointed tune resembling a nursery rhyme, stepping forward. His movements were devoid of any technique, merely bouncing and spinning about like a tipsy little girl in a fit of merriment. Yet, paired with his captivating visage and delicate form, there emerged an enchanting beauty, innocent yet beguiling. Ha ha ha! The shadow erupted in joyous laughter. How delightful! A puppet dancing before death. I adore it. Lu Mengli, suspended in midair, watched in stunned silence. She could no longer comprehend the unfolding events before her. Doubts began to creep in, leading her to question whether she had already succumbed to death, witnessing mere illusions from beyond. Lin Mo danced gracefully, while subtly inching towards the shadowy figure, reducing the distance with every step: 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, drawing ever closer. His keen eyesight had long been activated, fixating intently on the massive silhouette. To the ordinary eye, it appeared as a distorted shadow. However, through his thermal or spiritual imaging, the internal energy distribution of this shadow revealed a stark contrast. Most of its mass radiated a chilling, deep blue, yet behind the face formed of souls, approximately at the location of its heart, there glimmered a fist-sized point, emanating a dark crimson light. There lay its core, the very source of its power and its singular vulnerability. Now was the moment. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He stumbled slightly, as if caught up in his dance, losing his balance and pitching toward the shadow. Oh! He uttered a charming exclamation. In that instant, as he teetered forward, his right hand, concealed within his sleeve, shot forth with lightning speed. The dark muzzle of his weapon aimed at the vividly clear dark crimson core within his eagle-eyed vision. Die, wretch! Lin Mo roared silently within, then pulled the trigger. There was no cataclysmic blast. Instead, a soft, almost negligible sound emerged. The silver, rune-engraved soul-piercing bullet was expelled from the chamber. Before it, an invisible vortex seemed to materialize, drawing in all surrounding light and sound. It traversed the 5-meter gap with utter silence, seamlessly penetrating the massive black shadow with pinpoint accuracy. At that moment, time appeared to stand still. The shadow's delighted laughter abruptly ceased, its horrific visage froze. 1 second later, a chilling scream erupted from within the shadow, a sound so inhuman it seemed to arise from the depths of hell, filled with anguish and disbelief. The resonance of that voice bore a terrifying mental shockwave, causing Lu Mengli, suspended in midair, to emit a muffled groan before losing consciousness. Lin Mo, too, felt as though his head had been struck by a colossal hammer, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Yet, he persevered through the excruciating pain, fixating on the transformation before him. The massive black shadow began to writhe violently, as if doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, boiling and churning. blinding rays of golden holy light erupted from within, the shadows and vengeful spirits comprising its form. Upon contact with the holy light, melted away like winter ice under the summer sun, sizzling and releasing plumes of black smoke. No, it was impossible. Was this holy light? Why can you, a mere F-rank spirit, wield the power of holy light? The shadow emitted a roar filled with sheer terror. It yearned to retaliate, to flee. However, the purifying force encapsulated within the soul-devouring holy bullet had begun to spread through its core like a virulent plague, annihilating everything in its path. Its strength was swiftly dissipating, and its form was rapidly disintegrating. Lin Mo observed this scene, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. It worked. The 7,000 points of allure were not in vain. He understood that now was the moment for his final act, the most crucial step of all. He promptly sheathed his pistol, then collapsed onto the ground, covering his eyes with both hands, channeling every ounce of his strength into a thunderous wail. Wah! How terrifying. So blinding. What just exploded? You scared me to death. Boo-hoo, big sister. What's wrong? Don't die. While he wept, he crawled towards the fainted Lu Mengli, using all 4 limbs in a display of theatrical prowess worthy of an Oscar. Meanwhile, the once mighty S-rank vengeful spirit approached its last moments. Its form had melted away to a mere wisp, leaving behind only a thin veil. Its eyes, filled with profound malice, fixated on the instigator still thrashing on the ground. It finally comprehended the truth. It had been deceived, thoroughly duped by this seemingly innocent, harmless puppet. The dancing, the games, all were mere illusions. This creature had aimed for its life from the very beginning. You despicable liar. It summoned its last vestige of strength to utter a defiant curse. Even in death, I shall take you with me. A concentrated sphere of pitch-black vengeful energy erupted from its remaining form, hurtling towards Lin Mo's back. This was its final, desperate strike for mutual destruction. Though Lu Mengli lay unconscious, Lin Mo remained alert. With his back turned to the vengeful spirit, he appeared to be sobbing uncontrollably. Yet his eagle-eyed vision maintained its vigilant surveillance. The moment the vengeful energy sphere was unleashed, he reacted swiftly. Phantom steps. With a mental command, a perfect duplicate of himself, still weeping on the ground, instantly materialized at his former position. Meanwhile, his true self transformed into an almost undetectable shadow, shifting sideways at an improbable angle by 1 meter. Boom. The vengeful energy sphere crashed into the phantom, creating a gaping crater in the ground where the phantom stood, leaving not a trace of smoke behind. You. The vengeful spirit let out a final, desperate scream. Then, amidst a tempest of golden holy light, its form was utterly obliterated, leaving only a fist-sized, pitch-black diamond crystal, shimmering with faint starlight in its wake. An S-rank magic crystal. Lin Mo gazed at the crystal, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. This was indeed a valuable treasure, yet he did not immediately bend down to retrieve it. Instead, he staggered over to Lu Mengli's side and began to shake her fervently. Elder sister, please wake up. Do not frighten me. The villains have all been driven away. Please awaken. In the 42nd chapter, the embrace of my sister is so soft. Under Lin Mo's relentless shaking, Lu Mengli finally stirred from her slumber. A throbbing pain consumed her head, as if her very soul had been extracted from her body and forcibly returned. Am I still alive? She thought, bewildered as her eyes fluttered open to behold Lin Mo's tear-streaked, enlarged visage. Elder sister, you have finally awakened. You scared me to death. Upon seeing her regain consciousness, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with joy, burying himself in her embrace. Lu Mengli's body stiffened instantly. Was she truly being embraced by a man, or rather, a cross-dresser? And in such an intimate position, with his face nestled against her chest? A wave of warmth emanated from him, penetrating through the thin fabric of her combat suit to her most sensitive skin. His silken silver hair brushed against her neck, causing a delightful tickle. Additionally, an alluring scent, reminiscent of grass after rain mingled with a hint of milk, invaded her nostrils. Boom. Lu Mengli's face transformed from pale to crimson at a visible pace. Her mind froze. Oh no. That ominous black smoke suddenly exploded, accompanied by a deafening sound and blinding light. Lin Mo, while nestling against her, murmured incoherently in a shaky voice, recounting the events that transpired. Then you collapsed, and no matter how I called you, you wouldn't awaken. I thought you had perished. His cries were heart-wrenching, his body trembling as if bearing an immense grievance. As Lu Mengli listened to his explanations, her mind was in disarray. The black smoke exploded on its own. She struggled to remember the scene before her unconsciousness. All she recalled was that the S-rank vengeful spirit seemed poised to attack Lin Mo, followed by his peculiar dance. And then a piercing shriek before everything faded to black. Could it truly be that the S-rank spirit, for some reason, had miscalculated and self-destructed? Though this explanation seemed far-fetched, it was the most reasonable conclusion she could conjure at the moment. Surely, this F-rank cross-dresser, weeping like a toddler, could not have vanquished an S-rank monstrosity? That would be utterly absurd. All right, cease your tears. Lu Mengli's rationality began to resurface. She desired to push away the one clinging to her like a koala. However, as her hand lifted, it faltered and fell back down. She had sustained considerable internal injuries and mental trauma, leaving her weak and devoid of strength. Strangely enough, she found herself not repulsed by his embrace. Instead, the warmth radiating from him, coupled with his voice tinged with a hint of tears, gradually soothed her heart, which had been racing fiercely due to the aftermath of survival. His embrace was profoundly comforting, evoking a sense of security. Dear sister, your presence is so soft. Lin Mo seemed exhausted from crying, resting his face against her chest, shifting into a more comfortable position and murmuring in a dreamlike tone. Lu Mengli. The calm that had just settled over her was once again disrupted, surging to the top of her head. This scoundrel. Does he even comprehend what he is saying? You. Get up this instant. Lu Mengli, both embarrassed and furious, summoned an unexpected strength and forcefully pushed Lin Mo away. Ouch! Lin Mo stumbled back, landing on the ground with a look of bewilderment and grievance on his face. Big sister, why did you push me? Lu Mengli, gazing at his innocent expression, nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. This guy was undoubtedly being deliberate. Yet, as she looked into his clear, untainted eyes, self-doubt began to creep in. Perhaps he truly was just a naive fool, utterly oblivious? After all, who in their right mind would utter such words at a moment like that? Taking a deep breath, Lu Mengli forcibly suppressed her embarrassment and irritation, struggling to sit up. She surveyed her surroundings. The terrifying S-class vengeful spirit had indeed vanished without a trace. The entire cave was eerily silent, leaving only the two of them. Have we truly survived? She felt as though she were still dreaming. Just then, her gaze was drawn to something shimmering on the ground not far away. It was a fist-sized, pitch-black diamond crystal, seemingly swirling with the flow of a galaxy within. Even from a distance, she could sense the immense and pure energy contained within that crystal. What is this? Lu Mengli's breath quickened. An S-class magic crystal. She murmured in disbelief. Wow, what a beautiful stone. Lin Mo, having spotted the magic crystal, brightened, scrambling over to it and picking it up with both hands. He held the crystal up to his eyes, examining it from every angle like a child who had just received a marvelous new toy. Big sister, look. There are so many little stars sparkling inside. It's so beautiful. Lu Mengli's heart leapt into her throat. That was an S-class magic crystal. A treasure capable of driving the entire empire into a frenzy. Not to mention touching it. Merely possessing it could invite grave danger. Yet this fellow was casually playing with it in his hands. Put that down immediately. Lu Mengli urged. It's very dangerous. Dangerous? Lin Mo tilted his head in confusion. Why? It doesn't bite. As he spoke, he even rubbed the magic crystal against his cheek. See, it's cool and quite pleasant. Lu Mengli felt as though her worldview had been relentlessly crushed and reshaped repeatedly today. She had long since given up on reasoning with this peculiar individual. In any case, hand it over to me. Lu Mengli extended her hand, her tone leaving no room for dissent. This object must not fall into the hands of this naive fool, or he would be oblivious to the dangers that awaited him. Oh, very well. Lin Mo complied obediently, presenting the priceless S-rank magic crystal into Lu Mengli's hands. Big sister, since you like it, consider it a gift, he said, beaming with delight. You just fought that dark smoke creature. This is the trophy of your victory. You can take it home and have someone craft it into a beautiful necklace. It will surely sparkle. Lu Mengli held the heavy S-rank magic crystal, still warm from Lin Mo's touch, completely frozen in place. An S-rank magic crystal transformed into a necklace? Her mind buzzed with disbelief. What on earth was happening in this world? However, Lin Mo's next action left her utterly petrified. He produced another item from his pocket and placed it in her other hand. It was a pink plastic toy water gun adorned with Sailor Moon stickers. Lin Mo regarded her with utmost seriousness, saying in a tone as if bestowing a great responsibility, And this is for you too. It's my treasured weapon, incredibly powerful. Keep it for self-defense. If you encounter a villain, just pull it out and bio at them, and they will surely be scared away. Lu Mengli lowered her gaze to the S-rank magic crystal capable of inciting chaos in the hands of many formidable beings in her left hand, then glanced at the toy water gun in her right hand, which might not even frighten a 3-year-old. She then lifted her head to meet Lin Mo's earnest and expectant expression. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately found herself speechless. She felt as if she were on the brink of insanity. Chapter 43. This item is your defense. Lu Mengli sat on the ground, clutching an S-rank magic crystal that could drive countless powerful individuals to madness in one hand and a pink toy water gun in the other, her mind blank. She felt that the understanding she had built over 20 years of her life had been shattered into fragments within a mere half hour by this individual named Lin Mo. An F-rank cross-dresser, charming an S-rank magical beast in its lair, which then self-destructed. This F-rank cross-dresser then presented her with the S-rank beast's magic crystal as if it were a mere decorative stone, suggesting she have it fashioned into a necklace. Finally, he gifted her a toy water gun for self-defense, proclaiming its formidable capabilities. Each of these events, when considered in isolation, would be enough to prompt existential questioning. Now, all of these occurrences had converged at once. Lu Mengli even began to ponder seriously whether she had fallen victim to some profound illusion, with everything before her, including Lin Mo, merely a figment of her imagination. Big sister, what's wrong? Don't you like my gifts? Lin Mo inquired, noticing her prolonged silence, as he leaned closer. His large, glistening eyes filled with disappointment. The water gun is indeed remarkable. Look. As he spoke, he seized the toy water gun and aimed at a distant stone wall, with a swift motion producing a slender jet of water. See, it can shoot quite far. Lu Mengli took a deep breath, then inhaled once more. Forget it. I will abandon my thoughts. My heart feels weary. No, I truly like it. She managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth, and then silently stored the S-grade magic crystal and the toy water gun into her spatial ring. The value of the S-grade magic crystal is immense. She must safeguard it diligently. As for the water gun, it shall serve as a memento of this extraordinarily bizarre experience. Wonderful. Lin Mo immediately broke into a smile. I knew the elder sister would like it. Lu Mengli gazed at his foolish grin, her heart a tumult of emotions. She suppressed her inner chaos and began to contemplate the most pressing issue at hand: how to escape. This place is the lair of that vengeful spirit. We must leave swiftly. She struggled to rise, but a sharp pain radiated from her ankle, causing her to collapse back down. She gasped sharply. It seemed that when she was struck by the vengeful spirit's shockwave and fell from midair, her foot had twisted. Elder sister, you are injured. Lin Mo exclaimed anxiously, scrambling over to her and squatting in front of Lu Mengli. What happened to your foot? Let me see. Without waiting for her consent, his fair, slender hands grasped her ankle. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Mengli's body tensed instantly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The foot, for a girl, is an exceedingly private area. How could he just touch it without permission? She attempted to withdraw her foot, but Lin Mo's strength was unexpectedly formidable. She could not break free. Do not move. For the first time, a focused and serious expression appeared on Lin Mo's face. He carefully removed Lu Mengli's muddy combat boot. A beautifully slender foot was thus exposed to the air. Her foot was perfectly shaped, with rounded toes, neatly trimmed nails, and a healthy pinkish hue. Due to prolonged wear of boots, her foot was significantly fairer than the rest of her body, resembling exquisite mutton fat jade. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on it for merely a second before he promptly averted his eyes. He was not admiring it. He was assessing her injury. His fingers gently pressed against her slightly swollen ankle. Does this hurt? Lu Mengli instinctively emitted a soft sound. And here? It hurts. All right, I understand. Lin Mo nodded. And then his hands began to press and knead specific acupressure points on her ankle and the sole of her foot with a particular rhythm and force. Lu Mengli had intended to scold him, urging him to let go. However, as Lin Mo's fingers commenced their work, she found herself rendered speechless. His technique was remarkably adept. The pressure varied from gentle to firm, with each application sending a warm wave coursing from the point of contact to her entire ankle. The sensation, a blend of soreness and a tingle of comfort, gradually alleviated the excruciating pain that had plagued her ankle. It even felt somewhat pleasant. How do you know this? Lu Mengli could not help but inquire. My mother taught me, Lin Mo replied without lifting his gaze, diligently continuing his massage. She said that girls venturing out into the world are prone to injuries. Learning this allows one to tend to oneself without relying on others. He was referring to the battlefield emergency massage techniques he had learned in his past life as a member of a special forces unit. Though he had now cloaked it in a warmer, more fitting narrative for his current persona, Lu Mengli fell silent, observing the earnest young man before her, who was focused on helping her with her ankle. The flickering flames danced upon his silver hair, casting a gentle halo around his already exquisite profile. His long eyelashes resembled delicate brushes, and his fingers were warm and strong. As her ankle rested in his grasp, a peculiar sensation stirred within her, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. For reasons unknown, her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she perceived that this seemingly foolish boy might not be so simple after all. At least, during certain moments, he proved to be quite dependable. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Mo ceased his ministrations. All done, he announced, lifting his head to reveal a triumphant smile directed at Lu Mengli. Try moving it now, it should feel much better. Lu Mengli tentatively rotated her ankle and was astonished to discover that the pain had indeed diminished significantly. While she still couldn't apply much pressure, she could at least manage to walk. This is incredible, she exclaimed in disbelief. Hee, didn't I tell you? I'm quite remarkable. Lin Mo declared proudly, lifting his chin. Lu Mengli could not suppress a chuckle at his triumphant demeanor. It was the first genuine laugh she had shared all day. Thank you, she said, her smile fading as she returned to seriousness. We must be on our way. Okay. Lin Mo nodded. Can you walk? If not, I could carry you. No need. Lu Mengli shook her head. Just support me. The thought of being carried by an F-rank spirit as an A-rank master was too humiliating for her. All right, Lin Mo replied, somewhat disappointed. Yet he stood and extended his hand to her. Lu Mengli hesitated for a moment before finally resting her hand on his shoulder. Lin Mo instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, lifting her from the ground. I'll be your crutch, he declared earnestly, thumping his chest. They found themselves in a remarkably intimate position, closely pressed together. Lu Mengli could distinctly sense the youthful vitality radiating from him, enveloping her in warmth. Her cheeks flushed once more, betraying her composure. Let us go, she urged, avoiding Lin Mo's gaze. Sure thing. The two individuals, limping, ventured into the depths of the cavern, driven by the imperative need to locate an exit. However, they had scarcely traversed a distance when, at a fork in the path, they were confronted with a sight that sent shivers down their spines. It was a smaller cave than the one they currently occupied, within which hung a number of grotesque entities. The term entities was used because Lu Mengli found herself at a loss for words to describe the horrific scene before her. Among them were both humans and monsters, suspended like specimens in enormous crystal containers filled with a verdant liquid. Their bodies were undergoing ghastly transformations. Some sprouted monstrous horns and wings, while others were grotesquely fused with other creatures, becoming a singular abomination with 2 heads and 4 arms. Remarkably, they were still alive, their faces frozen in expressions of excruciating pain and terror. Overwhelmed by the sight, Lu Mengli could no longer contain herself and leaned against the wall, retching. Lin Mo's countenance grew grave. He understood that they had stumbled upon the twisted playthings of the perverse lowly, Su Ling. These were her failed creations. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to one of the containers, which contained a person he recognized all too well. Chen Mo, the vice president of the student council. At that moment, half of his body was grotesquely merged with a cephalopod-like monster adorned with countless eyes. His own eyes remained open, filled with an abyss of desperate pleading. Lin Mo's heart sank. Su Linger's influence had penetrated this deeply. Even the vice president of the student council was not spared. The rot within this academy, and indeed this empire, ran deep. Suddenly, Lu Mengli pointed at a massive structure ahead, reminiscent of an altar, and exclaimed in horror, "What is that?" Lin Mo followed her gaze to behold a colossal altar crafted from an unknown black stone. The altar was inscribed with countless bizarre runes that pulsed with a sinister black light. At its base were several intricately carved emblems of varying designs. One depicted a lion standing upon a shield, the emblem of the Demon Hunting Academy's student council. Another showcased a long sword engulfed in flames. Lu Mengli's voice trembled as she recognized it. That is the emblem of the Feng family from the imperial capital. They were the empire's largest suppliers of military-grade magical materials. Why was their emblem found here? What were they plotting? Lin Mo gazed at the altar, then at the half-formed toys surrounding it. A chilling realization began to crystallize in his mind. The black tide might not be a natural disaster at all, but rather a man-made calamity. Chapter 44. Where are we? The Feng family's student council. Lu Mengli murmured to herself, her expression revealing for the first time a mixture of confusion and dread. She hails from the Lu family, one of the 4 prominent families of the imperial capital, possessing an intricate understanding of the various forces within the empire. The Feng family, a colossal entity on par with the Lu family, serves as the financial backbone of the imperial military, its influence deeply woven and unfathomable. Meanwhile, the student council of the Demon Hunter Academy gathers the scions of the empire's most esteemed families, serving as a cradle for the future elite. The intertwining of these 2 powers with an S-rank vengeful spirit is perplexing. What could they be scheming? This sudden and unprecedented dark tide raises a chilling thought in Lu Mengli's mind. If this speculation holds truth, the conspiracy lurking behind it could unravel the very fabric of the empire. Lin Mo observed her dazed expression and sighed inwardly. Welcome to the real world, young lady. This realm is not merely a dichotomy of black and white. Sister, what troubles you? He gently shook Lu Mengli's arm, feigning concern. Is there something wrong with those paintings? I find them rather fascinating, akin to the guardian deities depicted in the temples of our hometown. Loomingly, momentarily distracted from her horrifying thoughts, regained a semblance of composure. Gazing into Lin Mo's innocent and sincere eyes, she opened her mouth but struggled to articulate her thoughts. Should she reveal that they might have uncovered a monumental conspiracy capable of upending the empire? Should she divulge that the esteemed academy they revered, and the empire they fought for, might be rotting from within? No, she could not speak of it. Instinctively, she yearned to shield the naive purity of the boy before her. Some truths are best left undiscovered. Nothing's wrong, Lu Mengli replied, shaking her head and forcing a smile. It's merely some scribbles. Let us depart. The atmosphere here is quite unsettling. Oh, Lin Mo nodded obediently, supporting her as they continued onward. He understood her thoughts and was content that she chose not to inquire further. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise, a lesson he learned in his past life. Now, he simply wished to escort this burdensome companion swiftly to safety, away from this repugnant place. However, just as they turned to leave the nauseating exhibition room, an unforeseen change occurred. Suddenly, Lu Mengli let out a muffled groan, her body slackening as she collapsed towards Lin Mo. Her complexion turned ashen, paler than parchment, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Sister, what is wrong? Lin Mo exclaimed, startled, as he hurriedly caught her to prevent her from falling. My spiritual energy, Lu Mengli murmured, leaning against Lin Mo, gritting her teeth in distress. It spiraled out of control. Earlier, in her attempt to combat the S-rank vengeful spirit, she had forcibly activated her A-rank primordial power. Following that, she had sustained considerable mental and internal injuries. Throughout their journey, she had relied solely on willpower to persevere. Now, upon witnessing the altar that shattered her worldview, her resolve faltered, and the injuries and chaotic spiritual energy within her erupted violently. A surge of heat and a wave of cold, two utterly contrasting forces, collided and tore through her veins with reckless abandon. Her body alternated between the searing intensity of flames and the frigid chill of an icy abyss. A sharp pain gripped her abdomen as she curled up in Lin Mo's embrace, trembling from the agony. Abdominal pain? Lin Mo paused, taken aback, observing Lu Mengli's pained expression. An impulsive thought crossed his mind. With a voice brimming with innocent curiosity, he cautiously inquired, Sister, are you perhaps experiencing that time of the month? Lu Mengli. The unbearable pain nearly made her lose consciousness, yet this remark jolted her back to awareness. She lifted her head abruptly. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Lin Mo. What did you say? My mother mentioned that every month, girls endure a few days of abdominal pain, feel cold, and may experience mood swings. It's referred to as that time of the month, Lin Mo explained with a serious expression, as if he were quite knowledgeable. Given that you're experiencing abdominal pain and chills, could it be? Lu Mengli's face flushed, not with embarrassment, but with indignation. You imbecile. That's called backlash of spiritual energy, not that time of the month. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap this tactless fool into oblivion. How could he even suggest such a thing at a time like this? How could such a peculiar being exist in this world? Oh, so it's the backlash of spiritual energy, Lin Mo said, enlightenment dawning upon him. He then expressed concern. Are you feeling very cold right now? Isn't it obvious? Lu Mengli retorted sharply. Her elemental affinity was fire. During the backlash of spiritual energy, the imbalance within her body caused her to feel an even more piercing cold than ordinary individuals. Then I know what to do. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Before Lu Mengli could react, he swept her into his arms and settled against a corner of the wall. He positioned her so that her back faced him, leaning against his chest. Then, he wrapped his arms around her tightly. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Lu Mengli's body tensed once more. This scoundrel was taking advantage of her. Stay still, Lin Mo stated with an undeniable authority. You're very cold right now, and I'm here to help you warm up. I am a pure yang body, naturally a nemesis to all cold energies. He employed the same persuasive strategy he had used on Shaolin Yue. By holding you close, my body heat will drive out the cold energy within you, and you'll feel better soon. A pure yang body? Lu Mengli was momentarily taken aback. Was there really such a concept? She wanted to struggle, but her body felt utterly drained, unable to break free from Lin Mo's hold. Furthermore, he was undeniably warm, akin to a human furnace. The continuous warmth radiated through her thin combat attire, permeating her cold back and gradually spreading to her limbs. The chilling energy wreaking havoc within her seemed to have encountered its nemesis, slowly dissipating and neutralizing under the comforting heat. The sensation was utterly delightful. Lu Mengli's strength to struggle diminished gradually. Ultimately, she surrendered her resistance entirely, her body melting into Lin Mo's embrace. She instinctively leaned against his warm chest, seeking a more comfortable position. Her head rested gently upon his shoulder, her breath caressing his neck in a ticklish manner. Lin Mo looked down at the fiery beauty curled up in his arms, resembling a wounded kitten. Her brow had relaxed, and her breathing became increasingly steady, suggesting she had fallen asleep. Inwardly, Lin Mo congratulated himself. It appeared that his role as a human heating pad was becoming quite proficient. If Xiaoling Yue could provide warmth, so could Lu Mengli, fairness in all things. He held this fragrant and soft cushion, relishing her astonishing curves, feeling a profound sense of comfort. This path of escape didn't seem so arduous after all. However, his contentment was short-lived. Suddenly, a series of clattering sounds, reminiscent of metal striking the ground, echoed from the corridor they had traversed. The noise grew increasingly distinct as it approached, accompanied by guttural whispers that did not resemble human speech. Lin Mo's expression shifted instantaneously. This was bad. Something was coming, and judging by the footsteps, there were quite a few. It was a patrol of demonic creatures. Chapter 45. Sister, have you come yet? Hush. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Mo's body reacted with remarkable swiftness. One hand remained firmly wrapped around Lu Mengli, who was still recovering, silencing her. His other hand swiftly covered her mouth. He instantly transitioned from a state of relaxation to the highest level of alertness. His muscles tensed, breathing slowed. As he became like a cheetah lurking in the shadows, Lu Mengli, on the brink of slumber, was startled by his sudden movement. She opened her eyes wide, ready to resist, only to be met by Lin Mo's penetrating gaze, cold, sharp, and imbued with an unwavering decisiveness that starkly contrasted with his usual soft and harmless demeanor. Lu Mengli's heart skipped a beat. She immediately understood the imminent danger. She ceased her struggles, her body tensing in response. Seeing her comprehension, Lin Mo gradually released his hand from her mouth. He leaned closer, whispering almost inaudibly into her ear, "Stay silent. There is a patrol." The warmth of his breath against Lu Mengli's sensitive ear sent a shiver down her spine, but she could not afford to dwell on it. All her focus was directed towards the approaching footsteps. Clatter, clatter. The sound echoed like a death knell, reverberating in their hearts. Lin Mo, holding Lu Mengli, quickly scanned the exhibition room. It was too vast, offering no adequate hiding place. Between those crystal containers, the gaps were so wide that one could see through them effortlessly. The only refuge lay behind the enormous black altar. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo swiftly and silently moved to the rear of the colossal altar, cradling the somewhat weakened Lu Mengli in his arms. A space approximately half a meter wide existed between the back of the altar and the cave wall, just enough to accommodate the two of them. As soon as they concealed themselves, a patrol of 5 monstrous beings emerged from the passageway. This cadre bore a resemblance to the demons of Western mythology, standing over 2 meters tall, with dark red skin, double horns protruding from their heads, and ragged bat-like wings sprouting from their backs. Clad in rudimentary black armor, they wielded massive battle axes. The energy emanating from them indicated that each creature was at least of B-class status, with the leader showing faint signs of being at the lower tier of A-class. Should they be discovered in their current state, it would surely spell doom. Lin Mo and Lu Mengli pressed tightly against the cold stone wall, daring not to breathe. The distance between them was minimized to an almost suffocating closeness. Lin Mo could distinctly perceive the unique fragrance emanating from Lu Mengli, while she could keenly feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the warmth radiating from him. In that moment, within the confines of that perilous, dimly lit space, they became each other's sole anchor. The patrol entered the exhibition room, seemingly conducting a routine inspection. The A-class demon scrutinized the crystal containers one by one, as if tallying the inventory. "Everything appears normal," it rasped. "Let us proceed to the next area." Upon hearing this, both Lu Mengli and Lin Mo exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. However, just as the patrol was about to turn away, one of the B-class demons abruptly halted. Its tusked nose sniffed the air intently before it turned its gaze toward the altar. "Wait, Chief," it said in the same guttural tone. "I believe I detect the scent of a living being." Instantly, the hearts of Lin Mo and Lu Mengli raced to their throats. Discovered. The A-class demon also paused, turning to face the altar, its eyes blazing with hellfire, fixated on the massive black structure. A living being? It sniffed the air, furrowing its brow. Indeed, there is a presence. A rather fresh scent mingled with the essence of flames. Its gaze sharpened with intensity. It was over. Lu Mengli's body turned cold in an instant. Her innate power was of the fire element. The aroma detected by the demon undoubtedly belonged to her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Lin Mo's arm, trembling slightly in fear. Lin Mo sensed her anxiety. He remained silent, merely extending his hand to gently cover the back of her hand that clutched his arm, offering a firm squeeze. His hand remained warm and strong. A warm current coursed through Lu Mengli's hand, enveloping her entire being. Her heart, which had been racing with fear, began to settle slightly. At that moment, the A-grade demon took a step forward, advancing steadily toward the altar. The sound of its footsteps grew louder, echoing ominously. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Lu Mengli could even catch a whiff of the pungent sulfur emanating from it. In despair, she closed her eyes. However, just as the A-grade demon was about to reach the altar, it suddenly halted. Its gaze shifted to the sticky black fungus carpet behind the altar, where a gaping pit, recently corroded and still emitting wisps of black smoke, lay. This was the crater left by Lin Mo's phantom mirage, struck by the fatal blow of an S-grade vengeful spirit. Residual traces of the pure, intense resentment from the S-grade specter lingered in the pit. The A-grade demon stared at the chasm, feeling the soul-chilling resentment that coursed through it. And an expression of sheer terror crossed its face. It is the Master S aura. With a thud, it fell to its knees, trembling uncontrollably. Master, spare us. The other 4 B-grade demons, witnessing this scene, also knelt in fear, not daring to raise their heads. They believed the pit was a manifestation of their S-grade Master S wrath, and that the scent of a living being was likely that of the unfortunate soul who had provoked their Master S anger and was subsequently purified on the spot. We must leave at once. The leading demon scrambled to its feet, not daring to glance back at the pit. This place is no longer safe for us. Without another word, it led the other 4 demons down another passage, disappearing swiftly from sight. Silence once again enveloped the exhibition room. After a considerable time, 2 sighs of relief echoed from behind the altar. They have left? Lu Mengli's voice trembled slightly. Yes, they have gone, Lin Mo replied, his tone relaxed. He had not anticipated that a skill mark he had previously left would save them at such a critical moment. How wonderful. Lu Mengli felt as though all her strength had been drained. She softened, leaning against Lin Mo. The relief of surviving and the tension she had previously endured left her mind blank. She simply leaned quietly in Lin Mo's embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, inhaling his pleasant scent, and feeling the warmth radiating from him. In that instant, she felt that this embrace was the safest place in the world. Lin Mo sensed that the person in his arms had grown still. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Lu Mengli had fallen asleep against him, her face still bearing the pallor of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. A single drop, glistening with uncertainty, whether sweat or a tear, clung to her long eyelashes, rendering her exceedingly pitiful. Lin Mo sighed inwardly. It appeared that this young lady had indeed been thoroughly frightened today. He chose not to wake her. He merely adjusted his posture, allowing her to lean against him more comfortably. Then, he lifted his gaze, once again fixating on the enormous black altar, his eyes glimmering with a frigid light. The Feng family, the student council, and that disturbing little girl, Su Linger. I have made a note of this. One day, I shall settle the score with you. Along with interest. Chapter 46. Hush, remain silent. In the depths of this lair, reeking of death and decay, darkness enveloped them, and time seemed to lose all significance. Lin Mo was unaware of how long they had been hiding behind the altar. Lu Mengli, nestled against him, breathed steadily, seemingly in deep slumber. Her body remained tightly pressed against him, like a cat seeking refuge. Lin Mo remained motionless, resembling a statue, maintaining his position without a hint of movement. On one hand, he wished to allow Lu Mengli to rest and regain her strength. On the other, he seized every fleeting moment to replenish his own energy. Although he did not suffer from the backlash of spiritual energy like Lu Mengli, his own mental faculties were severely depleted after the charade he had enacted, crying, wailing, dancing, and withstanding the mental pressure of an S-class vengeful spirit. More crucially, he needed to contemplate the path that lay ahead. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to doom. This was the lair of S-class monsters, who knew how many B and A-class sentinels lurked within. For the 2 of them to venture out would be akin to delivering themselves as offerings. They must employ cunning. Lin Mo's mind raced, constructing a mental map of the underground lair. They had entered from the western passage, and the patrol team had exited through the eastern passage. This indicated that the exhibition room was connected to at least 2 distinct areas. The patrol route was likely a fixed cycle. Therefore, if they could find a path to the exit during the intervals between patrols, there was a chance for escape. The most perilous areas could very well be the safest. Following the path previously traversed by the patrol might indeed offer the most secure choice, as it had just been inspected, and a second wave of patrols would not pass through shortly thereafter. Lin Mo's mind swiftly devised several escape plans, preparing contingencies for every conceivable mishap. This was the formidable ability he had honed in his past life as a warrior. not in marksmanship or combat, but in maintaining absolute composure in the direst situations and making the most accurate judgments in the shortest time. At that moment, Lu Mengli stirred in his embrace, letting out a soft murmur. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes. Had I fallen asleep? Her voice was still hoarse, tinged with the confusion of waking. Upon realizing she had slept so peacefully in Lin Mo's arms, her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly extricated herself from his embrace, stammering apologies. I'm fine, she managed to say. Lin Mo interrupted her, his expression returning to the innocent, gentle demeanor he often wore. How are you feeling, big sister? Are you feeling better? Lu Mengli took a moment to sense her inner spiritual power. Although it had not yet completely stabilized, it was no longer as turbulent as before. Her body had regained some strength, and most importantly, the excruciating sensation of being caught between ice and fire had vanished. This transformation was largely due to Lin Mo, her personal source of warmth, providing a constant temperature. I am feeling much better, she nodded, casting a gaze at Lin Mo that was imbued with complexity. Thank you for your assistance. This expression of gratitude encompassed a multitude of sentiments. She realized that the boy before her was becoming increasingly enigmatic. At times, he appeared adorably naive, while at others, he exuded a chilling calmness. Which side truly represented him? Hee, big sister, you're being too polite. Lin Mo scratched his head and beamed with a silly smile. It's my duty to protect you. Lu Mengli found warmth blossoming in her heart at his smile. She ceased to dwell on the perplexing questions clouding her mind, knowing only that she could trust him. We must devise a way to escape, she declared, rising to her feet and stretching her limbs. Her ankles still throbbed slightly, but it was no longer a hindrance to her mobility. Lin Mo stood up as well. Do you have a plan, big sister? He deliberately posed the question to Lu Mengli, eager to assess whether this distinguished young lady possessed sound reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mengli thoughtfully analyzed the situation. This is undoubtedly the lair of the magical creatures, and their defenses will be quite formidable. We cannot charge in recklessly. The patrol we just observed left toward the east. I surmise their patrol route follows a fixed loop. If we can discern their patterns and move in the opposite direction immediately after they depart, we may uncover a weak point in their defenses or even an exit. Upon hearing her strategy, Lin Mo internally nodded in approval. Indeed, quite astute. Her mind is still sharp. It appears that this young lady from the Lu family is not merely a brute who relies solely on strength. Wow, big sister, you are so clever, Lin Mo exclaimed, transforming into a starry-eyed admirer. I hadn't even thought of that. Lu Mengli felt a twinge of embarrassment at his praise, yet a sense of pride swelled within her. All right, enough with the flattery. She shot him a playful glare, though her lips betrayed a slight smile. Let us wait here for a moment. Once the next patrol passes, we will make our move. Okay. Lin Mo nodded obediently. Thus, the two settled behind the altar, patiently awaiting their opportunity. This time, they did not cling to one another as before, yet the distance between them was close enough to sense each other's breath. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. To break the awkward silence, Lu Mengli engaged in casual conversation. By the way, you are Lin Mo, right? He replied eagerly. Which family do you belong to? I don't believe I've heard of any prominent Lin families in the imperial capital. Lu Mengli inquired. Her curiosity about Lin Mo's identity piqued. Me? Lin Mo blinked innocently. I don't have a family. I was summoned by my master the moment I opened my eyes. He spoke the truth, yet to Lu Mengli, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. The heroic spirits are figures that once truly existed in history. He mentioned that he had no home. Could it be that he was an orphan in his previous life? The thought stirred an inexplicable wave of compassion within Lu Mengli. Such a charming and formidable individual. Yet he had been a homeless orphan? How pitiable. But what about your master? Is she kind to you? Lu Mengli inquired, recalling Xiao Lingyue. That woman did not seem like someone who would be nurturing. Upon mentioning Xiao Lingyue, Lin Mo's face instantly lit up with a blissful smile. My master treats me exceptionally well. She buys me countless beautiful little dresses. She prepares an abundance of delicious food for me. And when I am frightened, she holds me while I sleep. Lin Mo began to speak with a calm demeanor, fabricating an image of Xiao Lingyue's affection in Lu Mengli's mind. This was his strategy to provoke the competitive spirit within her. Indeed, as Lu Mengli listened to Lin Mo's descriptions, her expression visibly darkened. It was as though a jar of vinegar had been overturned in her heart, leaving her feeling both sour and bitter. That Xiao Lingyue. What right did she have to deserve such an extraordinary heroic spirit? And why was she so kind to him? The image of Lin Mo clad in lovely little dresses, calling out to Xiao Lingyue sweetly as she held him close, ignited a fierce jealousy within Lu Mengli. If only I had summoned him. Just as Lu Mengli was nearly overwhelmed by her envy, the sound of patrolling footsteps echoed once more. They were coming. Lin Mo and Lu Mengli exchanged a glance, each detecting tension and resolve in the other's eyes. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Chapter 47. Breaking out in the darkness, there was an oppressive silence. After the demonic patrol had departed, the exhibition room returned to its previous stillness, with only the occasional gurgling sounds emanating from the crystal containers. Lin Mo and Lu Mengli waited behind the altar for a long while, ensuring that no monsters would unexpectedly return, before finally relaxing their taut nerves. No longer hesitating, they crouched low and stealthily emerged from behind the massive black altar, with Lu Mengli leading the way and Lin Mo following closely behind. Her ankle still ached, causing her to limp and move slowly. Lin Mo observed her with a furrowed brow. This pace was insufficient, far too slow. If the next patrol returned, they would still be trapped in this exhibition room. He stepped forward a few paces, coming alongside Lu Mengli. Big sister, since your foot is injured, let me carry you. Lin Mo offered in his soft, sweet voice, his face radiating genuine concern. No, that's not necessary. Lu Mengli was startled by his unexpected suggestion, her face flushing crimson. Carry her? In all her life, aside from her father, no other man had ever offered to carry her. But you're moving too slowly, Lin Mo protested, blinking his innocent large eyes. What if those ugly creatures come back? I'm so scared. He said this while shrinking his neck in a manner that suggested he was timid as a mouse. Lu Mengli regarded him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, her initial defenses and shyness wavering. He was right. This was not the moment for pretentiousness. Then I shall trouble you, she murmured, her voice as faint as a whisper. Her cheeks flushed deeply. All right, Lin Mo replied with a grin, then crouched before her, patting his shoulder. His shoulders appeared slender, seemingly lacking in strength. Lu Mengli hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled herself and slowly leaned forward. The instant her body pressed against Lin Mo's back, she realized that this seemingly delicate youth possessed an unexpectedly broad and sturdy back, brimming with a reassuring strength. A fresh, pleasant scent unique to youth enveloped her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Hold on tight, big sister, Lin Mo said softly, then supported her thighs securely with both hands before rising abruptly. The entire process was effortless and fluid, leaving Lu Mengli feeling as though she had been lifted with ease. Instinctively, her arms wrapped around Lin Mo's neck. Her cheek pressed firmly against the nape of his neck, where she could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his skin. Ah, she exclaimed, as Lin Mo's hands rested on the bend of her legs, the heat from his palms seeping through her thin skirt, igniting a warmth in her thighs. What's wrong, big sister? Lin Mo's voice drifted up from below. And nothing, Lu Mengli quickly shook her head, burying her face deeper into his neck. Her mind was a blank slate, devoid of thoughts of patrols or monster lairs, all cast aside into the ether. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin Mo's lips, appreciating the sensation, smooth and delightful. He was certainly deliberate in his actions. However, this was not the time for such musings. Let us go, he urged, his tone low, as he began to stride quietly towards the eastern corridor, carrying Lu Mengli on his back. His steps were nearly soundless, yet his pace was several times quicker than Lu Mengli could manage on her own. They swiftly traversed the spacious exhibition hall, entering the profound corridor ahead. It was enveloped in darkness, impenetrable to the eye. Yet for Lin Mo, who possessed keen eyesight, it was as clear as day. He could discern every detail within the corridor, including the slimy fungal blankets adorning the walls and the occasional scurrying of unknown insects on the ground. Clinging to his back, Lu Mengli could see nothing, relying entirely on him, surrendering herself to this enigmatic youth. In this realm of darkness and uncertainty, Lin Mo's steady heartbeat and warm back became her sole anchor. After an indeterminate duration of walking, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. There's light up ahead, Lu Mengli exclaimed, her voice bright with excitement. Yes, I see it, Lin Mo replied calmly. Be cautious, there may be guards ahead. He slowed his pace, pressing his body tightly against the wall, inching toward the light. Soon, they reached the exit of the passage. It was a cavern slightly smaller than the exhibition hall, at the center of which lay a vast pool of blood, bubbling with a dark crimson liquid that released ominous blood bubbles. Surrounding the blood pool were a dozen of the malevolent demon sentinels they had encountered before. Some dozed while others stirred the pool with enormous ladles. At the other end of the cavern, an upward passage beckoned. This was the exit. What should we do? There are guards, Lu Mengli whispered anxiously. Do not be afraid. Lin Mo reassured her softly. Leave it to me. He gently set Lu Mengli down and retrieved a silenced P226 pistol from his system space. Lu Mengli could not see his actions, but sensed he had procured something from his attire. Stay here and do not move. Wait for my signal, Lin Mo murmured close to her ear. What are you going to do? Lu Mingli grasped the hem of his clothing nervously. Break through. Lin Mo's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Before Lu Mingli could utter another word, his figure vanished into the darkness like a shadowy cat. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the Shao family estate, as one of the four foremost families of the empire, the Shao residence sprawled across several hundred acres at the foot of Lomian Mountain in the western outskirts of the capital, adorned with pavilions and majestic structures, resembling an ancient royal palace. At this moment, however, the atmosphere within the listening snow hall was stifling, nearly suffocating. A streak of blue light, glistening with a cold luminescence, descended from the heavens, landing on the vast plaza before the hall. As the brilliance dissipated, it revealed Xiao Lunyue, her pale and icy visage stark against the surroundings. Her uniform was tattered, stained with dried blood and dust, presenting a woeful sight. The guards stationed at the entrance, upon recognizing their young mistress, were taken aback and hurried forth to pay their respects. Young mistress, you, Xiao Lunyue, however, did not spare them a glance, striding directly into the hall. Grandfather, father, I need to borrow the family shadow guards. As soon as she entered, she called out to the assembly, her voice laced with urgency and an unwavering firmness that brooked no refusal. Inside the listening snow hall sat a dozen individuals, all core members of the Shao family. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow, his gaunt face still radiating a piercing light, Xiao Zhantian, the family's steadfast anchor and current patriarch, aged 92. To his left sat a composed middle-aged man of refined demeanor, Xiao Qingtian, Xiao Linyue's father. Upon seeing his daughter in such a state, Xiao Qingtian sprang to his feet, his face etched with worry and astonishment. Linyue, what has happened to you? Xiao Linyue did not respond to her father's query. Her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Zhantian at the head of the table as she repeated firmly, Grandfather, I need to borrow the shadow guards. We must venture into the depths of the black tide to rescue someone. Her declaration left everyone present in stunned silence. The Shadow Guard, the most elite secret force of the Shao family, comprises members who are all at least peak B-rank masters, skilled in stealth, assassination, and rescue operations. They serve as the family's true trump card, to be employed only in moments of life and death for the clan. Now, Xiao Linyue, upon her return, intends to utilize the Shadow Guard to venture into the perilous depths of the black tide to rescue someone? Who merits such a significant sacrifice from the family? Chapter 48. Marrying into the Wang family? Absurd. A sardonic voice resonated from across the table, belonging to a middle-aged man with a goatee and shrewd eyes, Xiao Qingshan, the second elder of the Shao family and brother to Xiao Qingtian. Linyue, have you been in the academy for too long, that your mind has become muddled? What is the Shadow Guard? Do you think you can simply command them? Into the depths of the black tide for a rescue? Do you even comprehend what that place is? Even an A-rank master would face certain death. Besides Xiao Qingshan, a portly man with a congenial demeanor, Xiao Qinghe, the fourth elder, chimed in. Indeed, Linyue, my elder brother speaks wisely. Whatever your concerns, you may articulate them calmly. There is no need for such impulsiveness. Just look at how nearly terrified your father is. Though his words portrayed concern, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. Xiao Qingtian, observing his two brothers' banter, felt his expression darken instantly. Xiao Qingshan, Xiao Qinghe, my daughter's matters are not for you to chastise. My elder brother, you speak unjustly. Xiao Qingshan retorted with a forced smile. Linyue is not only your daughter, she is also the rightful granddaughter of the Shao family. Her actions are indeed our concern. If she behaves so recklessly, as uncles, are we not entitled to voice our opinions? Precisely, elder brother, we only wish the best for Linyue. Xiao Qinghe supported him from the side. You too. Xiao Qingtian's face turned ashen with fury. Silence. At the main seat, Xiao Zhantian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally opened them slowly. With a mere whisper, he rendered the entire listening snow hall utterly silent. All present felt the oppressive aura emanating from the higher authority. Xiao Zhantian's gaze fell upon Xiao Linyue, calm as still water, yet seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Speak, what is truly happening? Who do you wish to rescue? Faced with her grandfather's gaze, Xiao Linyue's heart trembled, yet she straightened her back and spoke resolutely. My spirit, Lin Mo. Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the Shao family members turned peculiar. They were all too familiar with this name. It was this spirit, Lin Mo, that had turned the Shao family and the illustrious Xiao Linyue into a laughingstock within the upper echelons of the imperial capital. After expending vast amounts of the family's rare resources for the highest caliber summoning ritual, what was the result? They summoned an F-rank ornamental pseudo-boy. This was an utter disgrace. Now, Xiao Linyue intended to deploy the family's Shadow Guard for such a worthless being? Ha ha. Xiao Qingshan was the first unable to contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Did I hear correctly? You wish to use the Shadow Guard to rescue that F-rank pseudo-boy? Cold Moon, oh Cold Moon, have you lost your mind? Is it truly worth it for a mere decorative vase, a useless being that merely warms a bed?" Xiao Qinghe did not conceal his mockery. He is not useless. Xiao Lingyue abruptly lifted her head, her eyes flashing with a terrifying cold light. He sacrificed himself to save me, dragged into the spatial rift by an S-class monster. He is 1,000 times more noble than you parasites who only know how to scheme within the family. You. Xiao Qingshan and Xiao Qinghe's faces turned pale and then flushed with anger at her rebuke. Enough. Xiao Qingtian shouted sternly, Cold Moon. How dare you speak to your uncles like that? Although he harbored dissatisfaction towards his two brothers, Xiao Linyue's defiance towards her elders in front of so many was ultimately improper. Am I mistaken? Xiao Linyue stubbornly gazed at her father. Father, tell me, do they see nothing worth protecting besides their own interests? Xiao Qingtian was momentarily speechless. He knew his daughter spoke the truth. Over the years, in his duty to guard the borders, he had often been away from home, leaving the family's affairs largely in the hands of his second and fourth brothers. These two had long been corrupted by power and greed. Enough, Xiao Zhantian interjected, interrupting their quarrel. His gaze remained fixed on Xiao Linyue. Sacrificing the family's elite for an F-class spirit is not worth it. His voice was calm, yet it bore the weight of a mountain, pressing upon Xiao Linyue's heart. Grandfather, Xiao Linyue exclaimed in desperation. He is not an ordinary F-class. She wanted to mention how Lin Mo had effortlessly vanquished a D-class monster, how he had shattered an A-class monster with a single shot, but the words caught in her throat. Such matters were too astonishing. Would they believe her if she spoke? They would likely think she was merely spouting nonsense to save that pretentious girl. Observing Xiao Linyue's anxious and helpless demeanor, Xiao Qingshan's eyes flickered as a cunning plan formed in his mind. He cleared his throat, adopting a tone of earnest concern. Cold Moon, you see, your second uncle does understand your feelings. After all, he is your contracted spirit. It is only natural to have some attachment. However, deploying the Shadow Guards is a serious matter and should not be taken lightly. How about this? He deliberately paused, building suspense before slowly continuing. The Wang family recently sent someone to propose marriage. The eldest son, Wang Teng, is quite infatuated with you. If you consent, our Xiao family and the Wang family could become in-laws, and together, we could achieve anything. Even rescuing someone from the Black Tide or overturning the entire Lin Yuan city would be a trivial task. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qingtian's expression changed dramatically. Xiao Qingshan, what are you plotting? What am I plotting? Brother, I am doing this for Cold Moon, for the good of our Xiao family. Facing Xiao Qingtian's fury, Xiao Qingshan showed no fear, instead wearing an innocent expression as if he were considering everyone's best interests. You know very well what kind of family the Wang family is. They are the only one among the 4 great families of the imperial capital known for their alchemy and military industry, possessing immense wealth and unfathomable depth. Wang Teng, the scion of the Wang family, is undoubtedly a paragon among the younger generation. At such a tender age, he has already attained the pinnacle of A-grade mastery. With an exceptionally rare S-grade golden behemoth as his spirit, his future prospects are limitless. As for me, Lung Yu, despite my extraordinary talents, I have summoned a spirit of lesser caliber, rendering me a subject of ridicule within the imperial circles. A union with the Wang family would not only silence the naysayers, but would also forge a formidable alliance, thereby solidifying the standing of the Xiao family. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity that serves a dual purpose? His words, delivered with a veneer of grandeur, seemed genuinely aimed at the greater good of our family. Beside him, fourth master Xiao Qinghe immediately concurred, saying, Indeed, elder brother, second brother speaks with reason. The Wang family has demonstrated sincere intent this time. Should Lung Yu acquiesce? The betrothal gift would consist of 3 permanent mining rights to the elemental heart vein. This is a substantial boon that would alleviate our family's resource concerns for the next 50 years. You are attempting to barter my daughter. Xiao Qingtian seethed, his entire being trembling with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at the two. The daughter of Xiao Qingtian is not a mere pawn to be traded. Having fought valiantly on battlefields for much of his life, he abhors such sordid political unions. Moreover, he was well aware of Wang Teng's true nature, outwardly suave and refined, yet inwardly a narrow-minded hypocrite with ruthless tactics and a dissolute private life. To marry his daughter off to such a man would be akin to casting her into the flames. Elder brother, one cannot phrase it thus, Xiao Qingshan interjected, raising his hands in a gesture of reason. Marriage is a significant matter, dictated by parental authority and the words of the matchmaker. As elders of Lung Yu, it is our duty to concern ourselves with her matrimonial affairs. Is there anything amiss in that? Furthermore, What is the sacrifice of personal happiness compared to the benefit of the family? You, Xiao Qingtian, unable to contain his rage, felt the overwhelming surge of his A-grade power begin to leak uncontrollably, causing the temperature in the hearing snow hall to plummet several degrees. What, elder brother? Do you intend to resort to violence here? Xiao Qingshan regarded him with a sense of invulnerability, knowing that as long as their father was present, Xiao Qingtian would not dare to act against him. Silence. A cold snort from Xiao Zhantian unleashed an invisible pressure that swiftly quelled the spiritual energy emanating from Xiao Qingtian. He let out a muffled grunt, his countenance paling. Casting a reverent glance at his father seated at the head of the table, he ultimately swallowed his indignation. Xiao Zhantian's gaze traversed the faces of his three sons before finally resting upon Leng Yu. His expression remained inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Leng Yu, although your second uncle's words may be harsh, they bear truth. The Xiao family does not harbor the inept, nor do we engage in unprofitable transactions. Your summoning of an F-grade spirit has already brought shame to our family. Now, you would have the family pay an even greater price for your misstep to rescue a worthless individual. Such reasoning is untenable. Xiao Zhantian's words struck Leng Yu like icy daggers, piercing her heart. She understood that her grandfather had always prioritized the family's interests, displaying a cold and unyielding demeanor. However, she never anticipated that he could be so ruthless. In her grandfather's eyes, Lin Mo's life and her emotions were merely commodities to be weighed for value. Her voice trembled slightly. Yet, Xiao Zhantian shifted his tone, suggesting that since the Wang family had such an intention, it could serve as a viable solution to the problem. His gaze sharpened, as if it could penetrate Xiao Lingyue's very soul. I present you with a choice. First, relinquish that F-class spirit. I shall treat today's events as if they never occurred. You will still be the legitimate granddaughter of the Xiao family, and in the future, you will abide by our family's expectations and serve us. Second, he paused, enunciating each word with precision, agree to the matrimonial alliance with the Wang family. If you consent, I will immediately command 3 shadow teams to enter the Black Tide region, sparing no expense to ensure you are either found alive or confirmed dead. The choice is yours. The entire listening snow hall fell into an eerie silence. All gazes were fixed upon Xiao Lingyue. Xiao Qingtian's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He understood that once his father made a decision, it would be irrevocable. Lingyue, do not agree. He implored urgently, even if I have to risk my life. I will find a way to rescue them. You cannot barter your lifelong happiness for this. Xiao Lingyue avoided her father's gaze, her mind swirling in chaos. On one side lay the family's coldness, a marriage to someone she despised, and a future devoid of happiness. On the other side stood the silver-haired boy, his clumsy demeanor as he awkwardly greeted her in front of the entire school, asking for her guidance. The way he cried in her arms after saving her from the rift, exclaiming how scared he was. The helplessness in his voice as he called her from the academic office, asking if she would abandon him. The brutal sight of him pierced through the chest by the Reaper, blood falling onto her face, and his fierce presence as he held her unconscious form. His commanding voice silencing the crowd. Each scene flashed through her mind like a film reel. She realized that, unbeknownst to her, the person who had constantly evoked both anger and disgust within her had come to occupy a profoundly significant place in her heart. She could endure her family's mockery, the scorn of her classmates, even her grandfather's coldness. But she could not bear the thought of losing him. The mere notion that he might already be dead in that dark, frigid rift caused her heart to ache, rendering her breathless. Was it worth sacrificing her entire happiness for even a fraction of his chance at life? Xiao Lingyue's expression gradually shifted from confusion to clarity, ultimately transforming into resolute determination. She lifted her head to meet Xiao Zhantian's profound gaze. All right. The word was unmistakably clear. Xiao Qingtian felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingshan and Xiao Qinghe could hardly conceal their elation. It was done. Xiao Lingyue disregarded the astonished expressions of those around her, fixating her gaze upon Xiao Zhantian. In an unprecedentedly calm tone, she declared, I am willing to marry into the Wang family, but I have a condition. Chapter 49, I will marry. But on conditions. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable chill and determination, echoing throughout the silent listening snow hall. Everyone stood in stunned silence, taken aback by her audacity to propose conditions to the family patriarch at such a moment. Xiao Zhantian, seated in the main position, narrowed his eyes, a flicker of dangerous light passing through them. Speak, he commanded, uttering but a single word. Cold Moon, do not be foolish. Xiao Qingtian interjected urgently, grasping his daughter's arm. You have already consented. Why bring forth conditions? Apologize to your grandfather at once. He feared that his daughter might provoke their patriarch's ire beyond measure, with dire consequences looming. Yet, Xiao Lingyue gently shrugged off her father's grip, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Zhantian, as if the world around them had been reduced to just the two of them, a granddaughter and her grandfather. First, I demand that the Xiao family immediately dispatch the 3 most elite Shadow Guard teams, led personally by my father, to venture into the Black Tide region on the western side of Linyuan City, to search relentlessly for my spirit guardian Lin Mo, as well as for Lu family's eldest daughter, Lu Mengli. We must see them alive. If they are deceased, we must see their remains. Second, until their whereabouts are determined, the marriage between myself and the Wang family may be arranged, but the ceremony must not take place. Should they not return, I shall honor the betrothal. However, if they return safely, I alone shall decide whether to proceed with the marriage. Third, and most crucially, Xiao Lingyue inhaled deeply, her voice rising in intensity. All resources required for this search and rescue operation, including elixirs, equipment, and compensation for the Shadow Guards, shall be borne by the private coffers of my second uncle and fourth uncle's families. As her words fell, the listening snow hall erupted in chaos. What? Xiao Qingshan and Xiao Qinghe nearly leaped from their seats in unison, their previous expressions of schadenfreude instantly replaced by shock and indignation. Xiao Lingyue, have you lost your senses? By what right do you access our private funds? Xiao Qingshan shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at her, his beard quivering in rage. Indeed, this is a family decision. Why should we be compelled to finance it? Xiao Qinghe echoed, his outrage palpable. The cost of deploying the Shadow Guards was astronomical, and venturing into the treacherous depths of the Black Tide, fraught with peril, could lead to catastrophic losses. Just the compensation alone could ruin them financially. This impudent girl dared to expect them to bear the costs for rescuing a worthless impostor? It was sheer folly. Xiao Lingyue regarded them coldly, a sardonic smile playing upon her lips. On what grounds? You both were the ones who fervently advocated for this union, claiming it was for the family's benefit. Did you not assert that the alliance between our families would yield abundant advantages? Yet now, when it comes time to sacrifice a little for the family, you suddenly hesitate. You wish to barter my happiness for your collusion with the Wang family. I merely seek to utilize your resources to procure a fraction of hope for the person I cherish. Is that not fair? You speak slander. Xiao Qingshan felt exposed by her words and was instantly filled with indignation. When did we conspire with the Wang family? We act solely for the sake of our clan. Both men stubbornly insisted. However, Xiao Lingyue was disinclined to engage further in their feudal discourse. Her gaze returned to Xiao Zhantian. Grandfather, I have stated my conditions. Will you agree? All eyes once again focused on the helm of the Xiao family. Xiao Qingtian anxiously observed his father, his palms slick with sweat. He had not anticipated that his daughter possessed such cunning and courage, managing to outmaneuver both uncles in such dire circumstances. Yet, he was more concerned that this might utterly infuriate the elder. Xiao Zhantian gazed deeply at his granddaughter, taking in her pale, yet resolute countenance. After a prolonged silence, a barely perceptible smile emerged upon his stoic visage. Well, you possess both audacity and strategy. You are indeed my granddaughter. He nodded, and then turned his gaze towards the ashen-faced Xiao Qingshan and Xiao Qinghe. Did you two hear that? Father! They both lamented in unison. What? Are you unwilling? Xiao Zhantian's tone turned frosty. No, Xiao Qingshan stammered. This is unfair. Unfair? Xiao Zhantian scoffed. If you believe this marriage will benefit the family immensely, what is the harm in making a sacrifice? Or were your previous assertions merely for your own gain? His words effectively severed any avenue of retreat. The two exchanged glances, despair evident in their eyes. They understood that the elder had acquiesced. They had unwittingly dug their own graves. We are willing, they nearly hissed through clenched teeth. Excellent, Xiao Zhantian replied, satisfaction evident in his nod. He then turned to Xiao Qingtian. Qingtian, immediately assemble 3 squads of Shadow Guards. Go forth, and remember, spare no expense. Xiao Qingtian was momentarily stunned. He had not envisioned the situation escalating to this extent. He glanced at his daughter and then at his father in the main seat, his expression a tumult of emotions. Ultimately, he nodded gravely and performed a respectful bow to Xiao Zhantian. Yes, father. With that, he strode purposefully out of the listening snow hall. He was determined to rescue the person his daughter held dear, even if the hope was but a flicker, for that was an opportunity purchased with her entire happiness. The deal was struck. Xiao Lingyue watched her father's departing figure, her taut frame finally relaxing. Darkness clouded her vision, nearly causing her to collapse. Since returning to the academy to find Lin Mo missing, to forcibly tearing through space back to the imperial capital, and then confronting her family, her mental and spiritual energies had long been stretched to their limits. She mustered her strength and slightly bowed to Xiao Zhantian in the main seat. Thank you, grandfather. Without further regard for the varied expressions of those in the hall, she turned and, dragging her exhausted body, took each step out of the listening snow hall. The sunlight bathed her, yet it could not dispel the chill within her heart. She descended the steps and gazed upward toward the direction of Linyuan City, her eyes devoid of tears, leaving only her unwavering determination. Lin Mo, you must survive. Wait for me. I will undoubtedly find you. Chapter 50. Can this thing be exchanged? A deafening roar reverberated through the air, accompanied by a violent tremor of the ground, jolting Lin Mo and Lu Mengli from their stealthy demeanor. They had just neutralized several demonic sentinels in the Bloodpool Cave with Lin Mo's silenced pistol and were preparing to escape through the ascending passage. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, the entire underground lair shook violently, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck. Above them, massive stones and earth cascaded down, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. What on earth is happening? Lu Mengli's face paled, instinctively clutching Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo's expression grew grave. He swiftly pulled Lu Mengli behind him and activated his eagle-eye vision, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. I don't know. Perhaps something has occurred above. No sooner had he spoken than a crackling sound echoed from the rocky layers above them, approximately several dozen meters thick. Almost immediately, before their astonished eyes, an immense shadow burst through the rock. Boom! A colossal foot, comparable in size to a 5-story building, descended with tremendous force, landing squarely in the center of the blood pool not far ahead of them. The entire cavern was instantaneously leveled. The liquid within the blood pool was violently expelled in all directions, resembling a crimson tsunami unleashed by the overwhelming impact. Lin Mo reacted swiftly. At the moment the giant foot descended, he embraced Lu Mengli and executed a tactical roll, narrowly evading behind a massive rock corner. Despite this, the terrifying shockwave still hurled them away, crashing them against the rock wall. Cough! Lin Mo tasted blood in his throat, spitting it out. Lu Mengli emitted a muffled groan, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Cough! What in the world is that thing? Lu Mengli asked, still shaken. Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and peeked around the rock corner, looking upward. Before the gaping hole created by the crushing foot, a colossal head, akin to a mountain, slowly lowered itself, its 2 crimson eyes, resembling searchlights, curiously examining the small hole it had just created. It was a creature unlike any Lin Mo had ever encountered. Its form resembled an enormous pangolin, magnified countless times, its entire body encased in black, metallic-like scales, each etched with bizarre magical patterns. Simply lying there, it resembled an unending mountain range. The sheer energy emanating from it sent shivers through Lin Mo's very soul. S-Class, perhaps even higher. Lin Mo's heart plummeted. Damn it, have we disturbed the lair of a demon king? We just took down an S-Class wraith. And now another S-Class behemoth appears? Is this a game? Fortunately, the colossal beast seemed indifferent to their existence, which was as insignificant as that of ants. It merely cast a curious glance before raising its enormous foot, turning and departing with heavy steps that reverberated through the earth. With each step, the ground trembled ominously. It was not until the terrifying sound of its footsteps faded into the distance that Lin Mo and Lu Mengli dared to breathe freely. Has it gone? Lu Mengli's voice quivered. Yes, it has, Lin Mo replied, still shaken. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed he would be crushed beneath a single step. At that very moment, a cheerful voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of the host's successful survival beneath the foot of an S-rank abyssal monster. Commendable will to survive. A new task mode has been initiated. Extreme slaughter mission activated. Mission details. The current area, the source of the Black Tide, is a high-risk habitat for magical creatures. Please showcase your artistry in slaughter. For every successful hunt of a B rank, inclusive, or higher monster, you will receive a reward of 100 charm points. No upper limit. Friendly reminder. The system has detected that the host is about to enter slaughter mode. The system mall has been updated with a new array of powerful equipment. Happy shopping and happy hunting. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Mo was initially taken aback, but soon an exhilarating rush coursed through him. Killing monsters would enhance his charm value, and with no cap, was this not akin to being handed money? He promptly accessed the system mall. Indeed, the page had been rejuvenated. In addition to the usual firearms and ammunition, a brand new category for heavy weaponry had emerged. With excitement bubbling within him, he clicked on it, only to be astounded by the list of available items. M134 Vulcan 6-barrel machine gun. Price 8,000 charm points. RPG-7 rocket launcher. Includes 3 armor-piercing rounds. Price 12,000 charm points. FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missile. Price 30,000 charm points. Hellfire air-to-ground missile launch nest. Price 80,000 charm points. The more he scrolled, the faster his heart raced. These were the ultimate weapons he had longed for in his past life. Particularly when he reached the final page, he was rendered speechless. Dongfeng 5B Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. Single unit price 5,000,000 charm points. Godstaff Space-Based Kinetic Weapon Orbital Cannon. Single launch authorization price 1,000,000 charm points. Lin Mo could not suppress an exclamation of disbelief. Intercontinental missiles? Orbital cannons? Had the system gone mad? Could these items truly be exchanged? Though the long string of zeros made his head spin, it also opened a portal to a new world. If he were to slay enough monsters, let alone S-rank creatures, even if a deity appeared, he could bring it down with a single strike. In Lin Mo's eyes, a fierce flame ignited, not one of desire, but of the thrill of the hunt. As he gazed into the surrounding pitch-black caverns, Lin Mo no longer perceived danger, but rather saw a treasure trove of enticing allure. Lin Mo? Lin Mo? What is wrong with you? Lu Mengli asked, noticing Lin Mo's sudden daze and the foolish grin on his face, and she couldn't help but nudge him. Oh, it's nothing at all. Lin Mo regained his composure, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Big sister, we are about to strike it rich, he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he grasped Lu Mengli's shoulders. Strike it rich? What do you mean? Have you lost your mind? Lu Mengli responded with a puzzled expression. Hee. You wouldn't understand, Lin Mo replied with a mysterious smile. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and glanced at the enormous pit created by the giant beast, which led straight to the ground. Come on, big sister, let me take you hunting. With that, he hoisted Lu Mengli onto his back once more and, with a powerful leap, ascended towards the opening above. The hunt had begun. Chapter 51. Big Sister. Your clothes are torn emerging from the oppressive underground lair. The blinding sunlight momentarily disoriented the two. They found themselves in an uncharted primitive jungle, surrounded by towering ancient trees that obscured the sky. The air was thick with humidity and decay, intermingled with the pungent stench of various magical creatures. This was the so-called source of the Black Tide, a realm entirely corrupted and transformed by magic, belonging to the monstrous entities. It's quite perilous here, Lu Mengli remarked. Perched on Lin Mo's back, her face paling as she sensed the formidable auras lurking in the vicinity. As an A-class master, she could distinctly perceive the numerous powerful magical beasts concealed within the jungle, some emanating an aura that even posed a lethal threat to her. Fear not, for I am here. Lin Mo's voice, though quiet, resonated with an extraordinary steadiness, soothing Lu Mengli's anxious heart. For others, this place was a treacherous abyss. Yet for Lin Mo, it was his hunting ground. He gently set Lu Mengli down beneath a colossal tree. Big sister, wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Where are you going? Lu Mengli inquired, anxiety lacing her voice. To catch a rabbit, to help replenish your strength. Lin Mo winked at her before vanishing into the shadows of the jungle. Lu Mengli watched the direction he had disappeared into, her mouth agape, yet ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. She understood that she was a burden at present, and following him would only hinder his efforts. Thus, she settled down cross-legged, seizing the moment to recover her spiritual energy. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Mo returned. Instead of a rabbit, he was dragging a massive wolf. Its size comparable to that of a rhinoceros, covered in bristling blue fur, with a row of sharp bone blades protruding from its back. With a thud, he unceremoniously tossed the wolf's carcass onto the ground in front of Lu Mengli. Big sister, look at the rabbit I caught. Isn't it plump? Lin Mo panted, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Lu Mengli stared in shock at the enormous wolf's body laid before her. This is a B-class upper-tier magical beast, the blade-backed wolf. She instantly recognized the formidable creature. The blade-backed demon wolf, renowned for its speed and ferocity, possesses a spine adorned with razor-sharp bones capable of effortlessly slicing through steel. Even during her prime, confronting such a beast would require considerable effort. Yet, how long had Lin Mo been gone? 10 minutes, perhaps? He appeared utterly unscathed, merely slightly out of breath. What happened? Lu Mengli gazed at Lin Mo in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Hee. It charged right into the muzzle of my gun. Lin Mo scratched his head, grinning foolishly as he waved the P226 pistol before her. A wisp of smoke still curled from the barrel. Lu Mengli's gaze shifted from the exquisitely crafted handgun to the shattered skull of the blade-backed demon wolf lying on the ground, her worldview once again upended. What kind of weapon is this? Such terrifying power. Ding. Successfully hunted the B-rank superior demon, blade-backed demon wolf, earning 100 charm points. Current total, 436 points. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Mo's heart soared with joy. 100 points secured. How effortlessly. He approached the carcass of the demon wolf, deftly extracting a military dagger from his belongings, and began to skin and disassemble it with practiced ease, his movements fluid and precise, reminiscent of a seasoned butcher. Lu Mengli stood there, entranced, watching as he methodically handled the bloodied remains of the beast with his fair, slender hands. She observed as he cut away the most tender wolf leg meat, skewering it with a twig and setting it over the fire to roast. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the forest. Lu Mengli's stomach betrayed her with a couple of unceremonious growls, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Hee hee, big sister. You must be hungry. It'll be ready soon. Lin Mo turned to her with a smile. Seeing the bloodstains on his face juxtaposed with his innocent grin created an oddly harmonious yet unsettling image, sending a shiver through her heart. She realized she was increasingly bewildered by this young man before her. Was he a pure-hearted darling or a cold-blooded killing machine? Before long, the wolf meat was ready. The exterior golden and crisp, sizzling with juices. Lin Mo offered the roasted wolf leg to Lu Mengli. Here, big sister, please eat. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it, cautiously taking a bite. The meat was tender and succulent, bursting with flavor, accompanied by a unique charred aroma. Delicious. She had never tasted anything so exquisite in her life. Watching Lu Mengli relish the meal, Lin Mo tore off a chunk of wolf meat and devoured it with gusto. After the continuous battles and flight, his strength was nearly depleted, and he urgently needed to replenish his energy. The two sat around the campfire, quietly enjoying the roasted meat, the atmosphere somewhat eerie yet warm. Once satiated, Lu Mengli felt her strength returning. She stood up to stretch her limbs, but suddenly felt a chill at her chest. Looking down, she realized that her shirt had been sliced open, revealing a gaping tear. It seems that she was struck by the shockwave of the colossal beast, causing her to be scraped by the debris on the ground. The wound, though small, was positioned awkwardly, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin and an alluring depth that was tantalizingly obscured. Ah! Lu Mengli gasped, hastily covering her chest with her hand. Her delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment. What is it, big sister? Lin Mo inquired with concern upon hearing her voice. And nothing. Lu Mengli turned her back, on the verge of tears from the awkwardness. Lin Mo observed her flustered demeanor, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. He had seen it all from the moment he returned and intentionally refrained from mentioning it, curious to see how long it would take her to notice. Big sister, is your clothing torn? Lin Mo feigned innocence in his inquiry. I. Lu Mengli was too embarrassed to articulate her thoughts. Let me take a look, Lin Mo suggested as he stood and approached her from behind. Wait, don't come over. Lu Mengli exclaimed nervously, but it was too late. Lin Mo had already maneuvered to stand in front of her, his gaze inadvertently landing on her exposed skin. His eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, big sister. It's so fair here, and quite ample too. Lu Mengli's mind went blank, overwhelmed as if 1,000 thunderclaps had erupted simultaneously. This scoundrel. How could he? Rogue. Lu Mengli felt a mix of humiliation and fury. Without a second thought, she raised her hand and swung it towards Lin Mo's face. Chapter 52. Sister. I didn't mean it. Slap. The crisp sound of her palm echoed harshly in the quiet forest. Lu Mengli had put all her strength into that strike, swift and fierce. However, the anticipated sensation of her palm meeting his cheek never came. Her wrist was firmly grasped by a hand that appeared delicate, yet was surprisingly strong. Lin Mo held her wrist, his previously innocent expression replaced by a calmness that felt foreign to Lu Mengli, tinged with a hint of resignation. Big sister, please refrain from striking. Let us discuss this calmly. Lin Mo's voice remained soft, yet the playful tone had vanished, revealing a clarity and magnetism that was distinctly his own. Lu Mengli was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo's face, so close she could see the sincerity in his clear eyes, devoid of any frivolity. Her mind was a whirlpool of emotions, shame, anger, indignation, and an inexplicable sense of confusion tangled together, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. How could he remain so composed? He had just uttered such brazen words. Let me go? You rogue. Scoundrel. Lu Mengli snapped back to reality, struggling to free her hand. But Lin Mo's grip was as unyielding as iron, no matter how much she strained. Big sister, please calm down, Lin Mo sighed. I acknowledge that my words earlier were thoughtless, and I apologize. However, my intentions were purely one of astonishment. Astonished? Lu Mengli trembled with rage, her eyes reddening. Was it truly so surprising? You shameless wretch. Having grown up as the esteemed young lady of the Lu family in the imperial capital, a paragon of grace, when had she ever endured such indignity? When had she ever been so brazenly disrespected in front of her? I was wrong. I truly was. Lin Mo, noticing her eyes brimming with tears, promptly softened his demeanor, sincerely admitting his fault. Sister, please do not be angry. If you must, strike me again. But refrain from using your spiritual power. I fear the pain. As he spoke, he genuinely released Lu Mengli's wrist and closed his eyes, presenting his face in a gesture of submission. Lu Mengli's hand, raised in anger, froze in midair. Strike him? Gazing upon his exquisitely delicate features, even more beautiful than a woman's, with trembling long lashes and a pitiful expression, she found herself unable to carry out the act. Yet, to abstain from striking him left the frustration in her heart unresolved. After holding back for what felt like an eternity, Lu Mengli finally stomped her foot in fury and lowered her hand. She abruptly turned her back on Lin Mo, clutching her torn garment tightly against her chest, her shoulders quivering in evident anger. Lin Mo sighed in relief inwardly. By heaven, that had been a close call. He had momentarily succumbed to temptation upon witnessing that glimpse of spring, letting his true thoughts slip. The instinct of a special forces soldier is one of honesty. Yet this mouth can be uncontrollable at times. He had nearly incited the ire of this young lady. Observing Lu Mengli's frail, trembling silhouette, a pang of guilt arose within him. After all, she was a young woman, and his earlier words had indeed been excessive. After some contemplation, he walked over to the campfire and removed his slightly tattered combat jacket. He then approached Lu Mengli from behind, gently draping the jacket over her shoulders. Sister, it's chilly. You should wear this. Lu Mengli's body stiffened momentarily. The jacket, imbued with the warmth of a man and faintly tinged with his sweat, enveloped her completely. A rush of masculine scent invaded her senses, causing her heart to skip a beat and her cheeks to flush even deeper. Instinctively, she wanted to tear the garment off. But as her hand lifted, it hesitated. Though slightly tattered, the jacket was ample enough to conceal her embarrassment while warding off the chill of the forest. Who needs your ragged clothing? Lu Mengli declared, though her body, betraying her, tightened the jacket around her. Noticing her lack of rejection, Lin Mo understood that the matter was settled. This place is unsafe. We must find a place to spend the night. Lin Mo approached her, his tone returning to its previous steadiness. Your spiritual energy has yet to recover. The path ahead may prove to be more perilous. Lu Mengli remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Her thoughts were in disarray, and she wished to say nothing further, nor to look at Lin Mo, sensing her mood. Did not press for conversation. He swiftly extinguished the fire, wrapped the remaining roasted wolf meat in large leaves, and extracted the magic crystal from the slain bladeback demon wolf, casually pocketing it. Though the B-grade upper-tier magic crystal held little value, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Having completed all of this, he approached Lu Mengli and naturally crouched down slightly. Come on, I will carry you. I can walk by myself. Lu Mengli quickly took a step back, watching him warily. Stop joking, sister. Lin Mo glanced back at her, his gaze imbued with an unyielding authority. Your ankle is still injured, and this forest is riddled with swamps and traps. Following me will only slow us down. If you wish to leave sooner, listen to me. His voice was soft, yet the subtle strength and commanding tone that seeped through left Lu Mengli momentarily dazed. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and slowly climbed onto Lin Mo's back. As her body pressed against his broad and sturdy form once more, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Hold on tight, Lin Mo instructed. Then with a surge of strength in his legs, he darted silently into the depths of the dense jungle like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Mo's survival skills in the wilderness far exceeded Lu Mengli's imagination. He consistently evaded the most perilous areas, discovering the safest paths. Along the way, they encountered several waves of magical creatures, some of which were of A rank. Yet, each time, Lin Mo seemed to sense them beforehand, guiding her calmly around the threats. His senses appeared to be inextricably linked with the forest. Every rustle and whisper of the wind was captured by his keen eyes and ears. Lu Mengli, resting against his back, observed his steady profile and inhaled the faint scent emanating from him. The unease and embarrassment in her heart were gradually supplanted by an unprecedented sense of security. She realized she was becoming increasingly reliant on this enigmatic youth. After traversing the jungle for about 2 hours, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Lin Mo finally halted beneath a concealed cliff. We shall rest here for the night, he announced, gently lowering Lu Mengli to the ground. It was then that she noticed a cliff covered in enormous vines, behind which a dark entrance was faintly discernible. Lin Mo stepped forward and pushed aside the vines, revealing a cave approximately 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. The cave was dry and well ventilated, its entrance remarkably hidden from view. How did you find this place? Lu Mengli inquired, somewhat astonished. While hunting rabbits, I happened to scout the area, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Lu Mengli felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. What kind of being was he? In that situation, not only had he hunted a B-rank creature, but he had also had the capacity to survey the terrain several kilometers away. Lin Mo entered the cave, meticulously inspecting it with his enhanced vision to ensure there were no magical creatures or dangers within before turning back to Lu Mengli. Come in, it's safe now. Nodding, she followed him into the cave. Lin Mo kindled a small fire, the orange glow instantly dispelling the darkness and chill within. He reheated the remaining wolf meat and handed it to Lu Mengli. Neither spoke, they simply ate in silence. After finishing, Lin Mo laid his jacket on the ground. You should sleep, I will keep watch. Lu Mengli glanced at him, then at the garment on the ground, still imbued with his warmth, her cheeks flushing slightly. What about you? I do not require sleep. Lin Mo leaned against the rocky wall at the cave's entrance, meticulously cleaning his P226 handgun. Rest assured, with me here, nothing shall intrude. His tone was unassuming yet suffused with formidable confidence. As Lu Mengli observed his focused profile, illuminated by the flickering flames, his exquisite features appeared almost ethereal. She suddenly realized that perhaps being trapped here was not such a dreadful predicament after all. At the very least, he was beside her. She dismissed further thoughts and laid down upon the coat, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber, lulled by exhaustion and a sense of safety. Only upon hearing her steady breaths did Lin Mo cease his actions. He cast a glance at the slumbering Lu Mengli before directing his gaze towards the endless darkness outside the cave. System, open the shop, he silently intoned. Ding. The system shop has been activated. Extreme slaughter mission, in progress, current charm value, 1436 points. Gazing at the pitiful 4-digit figure, Lin Mo curled his lip in disdain. It was still far too meager. An M134 minigun required 8,000 points, while an RPG demanded a staggering 12,000 points. As for the subsequent formidable weapons, they were beyond his wildest dreams. To survive here and ensure Lu Mengli's safe departure, a mere handgun was woefully insufficient. He needed to amass charm points swiftly to exchange for more potent firepower. A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. This source of the black tide, a hell for others, was for him a vast treasure trove, a prime hunting ground where he could hunt freely and accumulate points fervently. He rose to his feet, casting one last glance at the sleeping Lu Mengli before positioning a massive boulder at the cave's entrance, leaving only a narrow gap. Having completed this task, he seamlessly melded into the night beyond the cave like a specter. Chapter 53, The Shadow Guards of the Shao Clan west of Linyuan City, within the Black Tide Zone. Once a bustling urban expanse, it had now been utterly reduced to a desolate wasteland, ravaged by dark, malevolent energy. The sky bore an eerie crimson hue, with vast rifts in the fabric of space resembling grotesque scars stretching across the horizon, intermittently unleashing bizarre, monstrous entities that howled forth. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of sulfur and blood. All units, maintain a vigilant formation. Team 3 in the front, Teams 1 and 2 flanking on either side, alternating coverage as we advance. A steady, commanding voice resonated through the communication channel. Shao Qingtian, clad in sleek black attire, his visage stern and eyes sharp as an eagle's, meticulously directed the squad as they navigated this domain of death. Behind him stood nearly 100 similarly garbed warriors, their presence restrained, yet radiating an aura of danger. They were the elite forces of the Shao family, the Shadow Guards. Each Shadow Guard had been meticulously selected from the family's collateral branches and allied factions, all seasoned warriors with at least C-class mastery, exhibiting exceptional synergy and formidable combat prowess. In this instance, in pursuit of the F-grade foe maiden residing in his daughter's heart, the head of the Shao family, Shao Zhantian, dispatched 3 squads, personally led by Shao Qingtian, demonstrating his resolute determination. At the heart of the group, Shao Lungyue, adorned in a flowing white garment, appeared strikingly conspicuous against the bleak landscape. Her complexion was pallid, lips tightly pressed, and her once placid eyes, reminiscent of an icy lake, were now brimming with anxiety and concern. She constantly surveyed her surroundings, leaving no trace unnoticed. Lin Mo, Lu Mengli, where on earth are you? You must hold on. A discordant voice, rife with complaints, pierced the atmosphere. Look at this accursed place. It's teeming with monsters, flying through the air, scuttling on the ground, and burrowing beneath. With just over 100 of us, are we not courting death? The speaker was Shao Qingshan, the second son of the Shao family. At that moment, he wore a ghastly expression, timidly trailing at the rear of the group, his eyes reflecting both fear and impatience. Is it truly worth our while to risk so many lives for a mere F-grade waste of a foe maiden? I dare say that wretch has likely been torn to shreds by the monsters, leaving not even a fragment of bone. Uncle, Shao Lingyue abruptly turned, her icy gaze piercing like a blade towards Shao Qingshan. Please show some respect. Lin Mo is my spirit, not a mere waste. Hey, young lady. How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Xiao Qingshan retorted, his face flushing with embarrassment. I speak only the truth. An F-grade spirit of ornamental nature has no chance of surviving even a minute in this forsaken place. It is nothing short of absurd. Indeed, chimed in the fourth son. Xiao Qinghe, Leng Yue, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you are exceedingly headstrong. For the sake of a servant, you are dragging the entire family into peril. If word of this gets out, where will the dignity of the Xiao family stand? Their exchange was laced with disdain for Lin Mo and dissatisfaction with the mission. They had initially intended to leverage a marriage alliance with the Wang family for personal gain, only to find themselves outmaneuvered by Xiao Lingyue, not only losing the potential benefits, but also having to bear the financial burden of this perilous rescue endeavor. As they entered the treacherous Black Tide region, their simmering resentment and fear could no longer be contained. Enough! Xiao Qingtian suddenly turned, his authoritative bark resonating with an intensity that sent shivers down the spines of both Xiao Qingshan and Xiao Qinghe. Xiao Lingyue glanced at her father, but Xiao Qingtian ignored her, his cold gaze fixated sternly upon his two younger brothers. You too, if you fear for your lives, you may return at once. Do not forget whose command you are following, and do not overlook who is financing this operation. If you dare to desert us now or sow discord among the ranks, do not expect me, as your elder brother, to show any familial mercy. I shall enforce the family law on the spot. Faced with Xiao Qingtian's formidable presence, Xiao Qingshan and Xiao Qinghe turned pale, rendered speechless. They are aware that although their elder brother usually exudes a gentle demeanor, when provoked, he is capable of lethal wrath. Moreover, Xiao Qingtian turned to all the shadow guards, his voice suddenly rising, declaring that the supreme commander of this operation is none other than the young lady, Xiao Lingyue. The command she holds, the listening snow order, is akin to the presence of the family patriarch. Anyone who dares to defy her orders will be met with merciless execution. Yes, all the shadow guards responded in unison, their voices synchronized and imbued with a chilling aura. Xiao Qingshan and Xiao Qingtian exchanged glances, each perceiving the frustration and helplessness mirrored in the other's eyes. They understood that traversing this perilous path was an unavoidable fate. We understand, elder brother, Xiao Qingshan said with a mournful expression, refraining from uttering another word. Xiao Qingtian snorted coldly, dismissing them as he turned to Xiao Lingyue, his tone softening somewhat. Lingyue, do not worry. As long as they are alive, your father will turn the Black Tide upside down to find them. Thank you, father. Xiao Lingyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice slightly quavering. Foolish child, why speak so formally with your father? Xiao Qingtian gently patted her shoulder before regaining his stern countenance and issuing the command. Advance. The team set forth once more, delving deeper into the heart of the Black Tide. Along their journey, they encountered an uncountable number of fiends. From the lowest D-class cannon fodder to throngs of C and B-class beasts, and occasionally, the sight of A-class creatures could be seen. The battle had not ceased since the moment they stepped onto this land. The Shadow Guards, true to their reputation as the elite of the Xiao family, formed intricate battle formations in groups of 3 or 5, their coordination seamless. Blades flashed and various energies intertwined, relentlessly claiming the lives of the fiends. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, seemingly inexhaustible. Even the formidable Shadow Guards began to suffer casualties under such intense combat. One Shadow Guard, unable to evade in time, was splashed with corrosive acid from a B-class corrosive worm, his arm disintegrating to mere bone in an instant, emitting a harrowing scream. Damn it! Xiao Qingtian's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly unleashed a piercing golden blade of energy, cleaving the corrosive worm in two. Quick, healer, apply a tourniquet. The healer within the ranks promptly advanced, casting a gentle green light to stabilize the wounded guard's condition. However, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone's faces. This was merely the outermost region of the Black Tide, and it was already so perilous. What horrors awaited them deeper within? Xiao Qingshan and Xiao Qingtian, trembling with fear, huddled at the back of the team, their faces as pale as parchment. They were now filled with profound regret, lamenting why they had ever provoked the calamity that is Xiao Lingyue. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from ahead. A formidable presence surged forth from the ruins, and soon, an A-class superior fiend, the Hellhound, a creature the size of a small mountain, covered in black scales and possessing 3 massive canine heads, emerged from the debris. Its 6 crimson eyes fixed unwaveringly on the Xiao family's contingent, brimming with a savage and bloodthirsty desire. Level A alert. All personnel, be on guard. Xiao Qingtian's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the long sword. All the Shadow Guards stood on high alert, swiftly forming a defensive formation. Xiao Lingyue took her place at the forefront of the group, an aura of frost enveloping her as the formidable spiritual energy of an A-level master was unleashed without restraint. A fierce battle was inevitable. Yet, in this tense moment, Xiao Lingyue suddenly froze. Her gaze transcended the hellish three-headed dog, focusing on the ground behind it. On that blackened earth, tainted by demonic energy, she spotted several familiar shell casings. They were brass, cylindrical metal shells, still carrying a hint of gunpowder scent. Such items did not belong to this world. She had only seen them in the possession of one person. A jolt of realization surged through Xiao Lingyue's heart. Chapter 54. The Feast of Slaughter. Nightfall, the paradise of hunters, especially within the primordial jungle of the Black Tide source. As the last sliver of light was devoured by the horizon, the entire world succumbed to pure darkness and silence. Yet beneath this stillness surged an inexhaustible tide of murderous intent. A faint sound, akin to a blade piercing flesh, echoed in the darkness. A sea-level magical beast. The saber-toothed porcupine, drinking by the stream, suddenly stiffened as a gaping blood hole appeared in its massive head. It scarcely had time to emit a mournful cry before it collapsed, splashing water everywhere. Emerging from the shadows of the trees behind it was a petite figure. Silver hair danced gently in the breeze, while the moonlight illuminated her exquisite visage but could not penetrate her frigid gaze. Lin Mo approached the corpse of the saber-toothed porcupine, withdrew the military dagger embedded in its skull, wiped the blood off, and expertly extracted the magic crystal. Ding! Successfully hunted sea-level magical beast saber-toothed porcupine, gaining 20 charm points. The system's notification echoed in his mind, yet Lin Mo's expression remained utterly unchanged. 20 points? Far too meager. He did not spare a glance at the porcupine's corpse. His figure flickered and melded back into the endless night. 3 hours had elapsed since leaving the cave. In that time, he had become an exceptionally efficient machine of death, mercilessly reaping lives in the jungle. His eagle-eyed vision thrived in the darkness, allowing him to perceive the movements of any magical beast within a kilometer radius. Thermal imaging enabled him to clearly see every enemy concealed in the shadows. His previous life as a top sniper granted him the acumen to identify the perfect stealth routes and the most lethal angles of attack. With a swish, Lin Mo darted silently along the branches of a towering ancient tree. His gaze honed in on a patch of swamp below. There, 3B-level mid-tier swamp crocodiles lay in wait, seemingly poised for their prey. Lin Mo exhibited no hesitation as he drew his P226 handgun from his waist, the silencer already affixed. He refrained from firing immediately, choosing instead to exercise patience in his wait for the opportune moment, one that would allow him to deliver a fatal blow without alarming the other two beasts nearby. At long last, one of the massive crocodiles appeared to grow impatient, yawning widely and revealing its vulnerable oral cavity. Now was the moment. A soft, nearly inaudible sound escaped as a 9mm bullet, propelled by the breath of death, accurately penetrated the gaping maw of the crocodile, exiting through its skull and sending forth a spray of dark crimson. The creature convulsed violently before silently sinking into the mire. The remaining two crocodiles, sensing a disturbance, lifted their heads warily and scanned the waters, yet they discerned nothing amiss. Another two muffled sounds echoed. 2 bullets struck the eyes of the other crocodiles with precision. The immense kinetic energy of the projectiles pierced through their brains. Ding! Successfully hunted 3B-grade mid-tier magical beasts, swamp crocodiles, earning 300 charm points. Current total, 1,756 points. Lin Mo holstered his handgun and cast a glance at the now thoroughly darkened swamp below, dismissing any intention of retrieving the magical crystals. It was too cumbersome and not worth the effort. His objective lay in more efficient prey. He moved forward like a phantom, drifting through the jungle steeped in death. Along the way, he dispatched a dozen or so C-grade and B-grade magical creatures, his charm points gradually climbing to over 2,000. Yet Lin Mo felt discontented. The pace was too slow. At this rate, amassing the 8,000 points required for the purchase of the God of Fire cannon would take him the entirety of the night. He needed higher-tier prey. He needed A-grade magical creatures. At that moment, his keen eyesight detected an anomaly. Approximately 800 meters ahead, within a valley, he sensed a considerably stronger thermal reaction. The intensity of this heat source far surpassed any B-grade creature he had previously encountered. An A-grade. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened ever so slightly, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He had bitten the hook. Rather than approaching recklessly, he sought a higher vantage point on a nearby slope, where he retrieved the M82A1 sniper rifle he had previously exchanged from his system inventory. This formidable weapon had not seen action since its last deployment behind the academy, and tonight it was due for a taste of combat. With practiced ease, Lin Mo set up the sniper rifle, affixing the silencer and high-magnification scope before bringing his eye to the lens. Through the scope, he beheld the scene within the valley. In its center, a colossal magical beast was feasting upon the carcass of an unknown creature. This beast resembled a gigantic mantis, exceeding 10 meters in length. Its body clad in dark green exoskeleton, with forelimbs resembling massive scythe-like blades glinting with a chilling radiance under the moonlight. The A-rank lower-tier monster, the Shadow Scythe Demon, is renowned for its astonishing speed and incredibly sharp scythes, ranking among the foremost predators of the jungle. A cold smirk curved upon Lin Mo's lips. "It is you." He refrained from hastily pulling the trigger. Although the M82A1 boasts tremendous power, the Shadow Scythe Demon possesses formidable shell defenses, and its acute senses render it a formidable adversary. A missed shot could lead to its escape or an aggressive charge, both of which would pose significant challenges. Lin Mo lay motionless on the hillside, akin to a lifeless rock, biding his time for the optimal moment to strike. Seconds ticked away. Finally, the Shadow Scythe Demon, having satisfied its hunger, lifted its head, seemingly preparing to depart. At the instant it turned, exposing its relatively vulnerable abdomen to Lin Mo's rifle, his pupils constricted sharply. Bullet time engaged. Notification, bullet time skill activated. Host's dynamic vision and neural response speed increased by 300. Duration, 5 seconds. In Lin Mo's perception, the world around him appeared to slow. The Shadow Scythe Demon's languid rotation, the trajectory of the wind through the grass, even the floating dust in the air became vividly clear. His fingers steadied on the trigger. Calculating wind speed, humidity, and the bullet's drop, all of this transpired in a flash. "Farewell," Lin Mo whispered softly, then pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled thud, suppressed to the lowest decibel by the enormous silencer. A 127mm armor-piercing incendiary round, trailing a dark crimson wake, sliced through the night sky, akin to the scythe of death. Striking precisely at the Shadow Scythe Demon's abdomen. Boom! The bullet detonated upon impact. The horrifying kinetic energy instantaneously tore through the Shadow Scythe Demon's tough shell, creating a massive gaping wound in its belly. Dark red flames erupted from the injury, igniting its innards in an instant. Hiss! The Shadow Scythe Demon emitted a piercing shriek, its colossal body thrashing wildly, the enormous scythes flailing chaotically, shattering the surrounding rocks and trees. Yet, this was merely a futile struggle. Mere seconds later, its movements ceased, and its vast form collapsed to the ground, silenced forever. Notification, successfully hunted A-rank lower-tier monster, Shadow Scythe Demon, earning 1,000 charm points. Current total, 3,128 points. Lin Mo exhaled a breath of relief, lifting his gaze from the scope. A swift and clean kill. This was the rhythm he was familiar with. The cadence of death. He stowed away his sniper rifle and, like a bolt of lightning, dashed towards the valley. The crystal of an A-rank monster is a valuable prize, not to be squandered. However, just as he was about to reach the valley, he abruptly halted. In his keen eyesight, several rapidly moving red heat signatures suddenly appeared, converging from all directions towards the valley. Their numbers exceeded at least 20. Moreover, in terms of the intensity of the heat sources, each of these creatures is no less formidable than the Shadow Scythe Demon encountered earlier. Surrounded, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and swiftly took refuge behind a massive rock. Although the sound of his gunfire was not particularly loud, the death throes of the A-grade monster had alarmed other nearby creatures. This is troublesome. He glanced at his charm value, 3,128 points. He couldn't even afford a fire god cannon, faced with the onslaught of over 20 A-grade monsters. Relying solely on a handgun and a single-shot sniper rifle was tantamount to courting death. A way to break through must be devised. Lin Mo's mind raced, analyzing the situation before him. Those monsters had blocked all the exits of the valley. Attempting to charge out from the front was nearly impossible. The only option was Lin Mo lifted his gaze to the steep cliffs flanking the valley. I must climb. Resolute in his decision, he hesitated no longer, stowing away the sniper rifle into the system space. He then employed both hands and feet, scaling the cliffside with the agility of a gecko. Just as he reached halfway up, the horde of monsters finally arrived in the valley. Upon seeing the gruesome corpses of their fallen comrades, they unleashed a chorus of furious roars. Soon after, they spotted Lin Mo clinging to the cliff. A creature resembling an oversized leopard let out an enraged roar, exerting its limbs to pursue Lin Mo up the steep rock face. The other monsters followed suit, and in an instant, the cliff was teeming with grotesque forms. Thus commenced a heart-pounding chase up the precipice. Chapter 55. The SS-level monster leader in the heart of the abyssal tide. A colossal palace constructed from countless bones loomed over a desolate, dark red wasteland. Atop the palace sat an enormous throne, currently vacant. However, beneath the throne stood four figures radiating a terrifying aura. Their presence was potent enough to instill dread even in the hearts of A-grade monsters. They were the rulers of this abyssal tide, the four SS-level monster leaders. To the left of the palace stood a humanoid creature towering over 3 meters. Its body encased in a glossy black exoskeleton. It resembled a gargantuan cockroach magnified countless times. 6 blade-like appendages protruded from its back, glinting with a metallic sheen. This was one of the 4 leaders, the insectoid sovereign, Hejia. Opposite Hejia was an even more bizarre entity. It bore a fierce dog-esque head, yet its neck transformed into a serpentine body covered in green scales, stretching for dozens of meters. Coiled upon the ground, it resembled a small mountain. This creature was the beast folk leader, Doghead. Beside Doghead stood a man of similar stature to an average adult male, yet with a sharp eagle-esque head and immense black wings on his back. With his arms crossed and leaning against a massive bone pillar, he emanated an air of untamed defiance. He was the Avian King, Eagle Claw. At the forefront stood a figure utterly incongruous with the terrifying palace. She was a woman of enchanting stature and breathtaking beauty, her eyes shimmering with an irresistible allure. Adorned in a flowing crimson gown, the hem of which was cut daringly high, she revealed her long, fair legs. Though she appeared to be the most innocuous among the 4, the furtive glances of the other 3 leaders betrayed the dread that lay beneath her surface. She was none other than the most enigmatic and cunning of the 4, the leader of the demon clan, the Fox Princess. In this moment, these formidable beings, capable of striking terror into the hearts of the outside world, had gathered here, seemingly engaged in discussion. Useless. The first to break the silence was the irascible Hejia. His voice, akin to the grating of metal, reverberated through the vast halls of the palace, jarring to the ears. The wraith I dispatched to the human city for intelligence has met its demise on our own territory. This is a flagrant humiliation. The massive serpentine tail of the dog-headed creature swept across the ground, producing a rustling sound as it addressed Hejia with a gruff voice. Hejia, do not be overly agitated. Though the wraith was of S rank, it was merely a spirit with little intellect. It may have inadvertently encountered some SS-class behemoth. Nonsense. Hejia whirled around, his 6 crimson compound eyes fixated on the dog-headed creature. In this domain, apart from the 4 of us and our sovereign seated on the throne, are there any SS-class entities? Moreover, the last thought transmitted by the wraith was of holy light, a power specifically designed to counter our demonic kind. Holy light. The eagle claw perked up at this revelation, straightening from his perch on the bone pillar. Are you suggesting that a human imbued with holy power has intruded? Is there any other explanation? Hejia retorted with a snort. A swarm of insolent ants dares to invade my territory. They are courting death. Fascinating. The corners of Eagle Claw's mouth curled into a cruel smile. It has been ages since I savored the essence of a human warrior, especially one touched by holy power. It must be delectable. Enough of your chatter. The Fox Princess finally interjected, her voice like a lark's song, crisp and melodious, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What is so remarkable about the death of a mere S-rank subordinate? As she spoke, she delicately twirled a strand of her red hair with her slender fingers. Hejia, your agitation. Could it be that you fear the king's wrath? At her words, Hejia's massive form stiffened noticeably. Nonsense. I merely believe that human provocation is intolerable. Is that so? The Fox Princess chuckled softly, a glint of mockery flickering in her captivating eyes. In that case, what is your plan? To turn this abyssal tide upside down in search of those little mice? That is precisely my intention. Hejia stomped his foot, causing the entire skeletal palace to tremble. I have dispatched my 100,000 offspring. They will scour every inch of this domain. Once human traces are detected, I shall personally step forth and devour them one by one. 100,000 cockroaches? The canine visage emitted a peculiar chuckle. Hejia, how revolting you are. Although those little creatures may suffice against ordinary humans, should they encounter a true master of grudge spirits, they would likely be insufficient to even serve as a mere snack. What do you know? Hejia retorted angrily. My children, even if they cannot kill them, can accurately pinpoint their locations. As long as they remain on this land, they shall never escape my grasp. Eagle Claw, fanning the flames, interjected, well, I must reserve my share in advance, at least an arm for myself. Begone. They are all mine. Hejia roared, observing the 3 male leaders, who resembled lively jesters. The fox lady shook her head in exasperation. A group of simple-minded brutes. Her gaze fell upon a crystal ball resting in her palm, within which a vivid scene was unfolding. In the image, a group of black-clad humans confronted an A-class infernal Cerberus amidst the wreckage of a desolate landscape. At the forefront stood a stunningly beautiful young woman in white garments. The fox lady recognized her, the eldest daughter of the Shao family from the imperial capital, Shaolingyue. She had previously visited during the Black Tide and had slain several of her subordinates. It was astonishing that she dared return, and with such a multitude at that. How intriguing, the fox lady mused, a playful curve gracing her crimson lips. It appears that the prey has come to us without the need for your repugnant army of insects, Hijia. The three leaders simultaneously turned their attention towards her. Fox lady, what do you mean? Hijia inquired. Without answering, she gently pushed the crystal ball forward. It floated in midair, emanating a radiant glow that projected the confrontation between Shaolingyue and the infernal Cerberus into the center of the palace. Are these people from the Shao family? And their shadow guards? Eagle Claw instantly recognized the attire of the shadow guards. How did they end up here? The canine visage appeared somewhat astonished. It seems our previous disturbance in Linyuan City has indeed drawn the attention of these prominent families. The fox lady languidly stretched, her perfect silhouette causing both the canine visage and Eagle Claw to swallow in anticipation. A mere assembly of A-class and B, C-class imbeciles, along with a girl who has just barely ascended to A-class. What can they accomplish? Hijia scoffed. Perfect. My children shall use them as an appetizer. Do not be hasty. The fox lady winked at him with a seductive smile. Such delightful toys. How regrettable it would be to simply eliminate them. I believe we should play with them a bit longer. A glint of cunning and danger sparkled in her eyes. Let us toy with them in their despair and fear, gradually manipulating them to our will. That would be far more entertaining, would it not? Chapter 56. The Lethal Fragrance Shell Casings. Shao Qingtian followed his daughter's gaze and noticed a few brass shell casings scattered on the ground. Furrowing his brow, he approached cautiously and delicately picked one up. The casing still bore a hint of warmth. He examined the uniquely shaped metallic shell, adorned with symbols he could not comprehend. What is this? Some form of alchemical product? He pondered aloud. As the pivotal figure of the Shao family in the capital, he possessed a wealth of knowledge yet had never encountered such a thing. No. Shaolingyue shook her head, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. This was used by Lin Mo's weapon. Lin Mo? Shao Qingtian paused, surprised. Is that your F-rank spirit? Indeed. Shaolingyue nodded and briefly recounted the incident during the practical combat training at the academy, where Lin Mo had dispatched a Ripper with his pistol. Naturally, she omitted details regarding the system and the cross-dressing aspect, merely stating that Lin Mo possessed a ranged attack method akin to a concealed weapon. With such a small device, he could slay a D-rank monster? Shao Qingtian's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he weighed the shell in his hand, struggling to fathom the extent of its potential power. Absolutely, Shaolingyue affirmed. Then, that hellish three-headed dog over there, Shao Qingshan stammered, gesturing towards the formidable A-rank monster ahead and then at the shell on the ground. His unspoken implication was clear. If Lin Mo had indeed been present, could the A-rank monster also? All eyes instinctively turned towards the terrifying hellish three-headed dog. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once menacing beast, poised to rend them to shreds, abruptly tucked its tail and whimpered before turning to flee. It dashed away with astonishing speed, its three heads bobbing as if something immensely terrifying were in pursuit, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the ruins. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The shadow guards exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Shao Qingtian wore a look of utter shock. Shao Qingshan and Shao Qinghe rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they had indeed seen correctly. An A-rank hellish three-headed dog had been scared off, just like that? What a jest. It seemed. Quite frightened? One shadow guard murmured. Of course I saw it. Another responded. Just look at its cowardly demeanor. It was on the verge of wetting itself. What on earth happened? Could there be an even more formidable monster nearby? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their scalps prickling with unease. What kind of terrifying entity could instill such fear in an A-rank monster? An S-rank? Or even higher? Only Shaolingyue felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Her gaze was fixated on the direction in which the hellish three-headed dog had fled. While others might surmise the arrival of a more powerful monster, she did not share that belief. Connecting the dots with the shell on the ground, a bold yet absurd thought took root in her mind. Could it be that the hellish three-headed dog was frightened off by Lin Mo? Once that thought emerged, it proliferated like wild grass, impossible to suppress. He has been here. Shaolingyue's voice resonated with unprecedented excitement. Lin Mo must be nearby. She was ready to charge forward without a second thought. Lingyue, don't act impulsively. Shao Qingtian grasped her arm firmly. Father, let me go? Lin Mo is right ahead. Shaolingyue exclaimed with fervor. I know, but please, remain calm. Shao Qingtian exclaimed in a deep voice. Given the current uncertainty, Advancing recklessly is far too perilous. Although he too found the three-headed hellhound's reaction peculiar, he leaned more towards the existence of a more formidable demon. He could not bear to send his daughter to confront a potentially S-rank unknown entity. However, there was no room for negotiation. Xiao Qingtian asserted firmly, "Everyone, stay put and enhance your vigilance. Dispatch a reconnaissance team to ascertain the situation ahead." Understood. Two shadow guards, skilled in stealth and reconnaissance, immediately accepted the order, their forms flickering before vanishing into the darkness. Xiao Lingyue was forcibly held in place by her father. Though she was anxious, she recognized the validity of his words. She could only compel herself to remain calm and patiently await developments. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two shadow guards returned. "Reporting to you, miss. No traces of any demons have been discovered within a 3-kilometer radius ahead." "What?" Xiao Qingtian was taken aback. "None at all." "Indeed, not a single one," one of the shadow guards affirmed. "Not only are there no living demons, but we have also found numerous demon corpses, ranging from C rank to A rank, all exhibiting extraordinarily bizarre deaths, appearing as if they were instantaneously pierced through the head by some formidable force." "Corpses?" Xiao Lingyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Take us to see," she immediately commanded. Under the guidance of the shadow guards, the group cautiously advanced forward. Soon, they stumbled upon the first demon corpse. It was a B-rank armored porcupine, whose iron-like heavy armor now bore a gaping hole the size of a bowl, with its innards and brain matter strewn about. What could have caused this? Xiao Qingshan gazed at the horrific wound, his stomach churning. Xiao Qingtian stepped forward, crouching down to scrutinize the injury. The edges of the wound bore scorch marks and were remarkably smooth, unlike anything inflicted by a blade or spiritual energy. Continue onward. The further they ventured, the more demon corpses they discovered, B rank, lower A rank, mid A rank, all exhibiting an eerily consistent demise, each having been decapitated in a single blow. Upon witnessing these remains, the expressions of the shadow guards transitioned from initial shock to sheer horror, ultimately transforming into deep reverence. Who could possibly possess such efficiency and brutality to clear such a vast area of demons? Xiao Qingshan were rendered speechless by fear. They now felt that the source of the black tide was 1,000 times more terrifying than they had imagined. Here, not only were there man-eating demons, but also an unseen entity mercilessly slaughtering them. Yet, Xiao Lingyue felt an emotion starkly contrasting with that of the others. A surge of unprecedented hope and pride welled up within her. It must be Lin Mo. It has to be Lin Mo. Only he could wield such astonishing methods of slaughter. Not only was he alive, but he seemed to have grown even stronger than before. An F-rank ornamental type? If he could dispatch A-rank demons with such ease, what did that make them? Xiao Lingyue harbored profound doubts regarding the Academy's rating system. "Father, let us proceed further," she proposed. "Since the magical creatures here have been vanquished, it indicates that the area is temporarily safe." Xiao Qingtian observed the multitude of carcasses strewn about, and then gazed into his daughter's resolute eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well. I am eager to discover the nature of the individual capable of creating such a commotion." The group continued their venture into the depths of the abyssal tide. In the subsequent half-day, strange occurrences transpired. Remarkably, they encountered no living magical creatures. The entire realm seemed to have descended into silence, save for the whispers of the wind and the cadence of their footsteps. This eerie stillness did not instill a sense of security. Rather, it elevated the anxiety within their hearts. "It is far too quiet. It is almost unnerving," Xiao Qinghe muttered softly. "Silence." Xiao Qingtian shot him a glare. "Brother, I concur with our fourth sibling," Xiao Qingshan dared to assert. "When things deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot. Could it be that a more horrifying entity has frightened away the other magical creatures?" This time, even Xiao Qingtian fell silent, for he shared the same unsettling feeling. At that moment, Xiao Lingyue, leading the way, abruptly halted. She delicately inhaled. "Do you perceive any scent?" "Scent." Xiao Qingtian also took a whiff, detecting a faint aroma. Unbeknownst to them, the air had begun to fill with a subtle, elusive fragrance that wafted through the atmosphere. Initially, the scent was not overpowering, reminiscent of an unknown wildflower. Yet it exuded an enchanting magic that invigorated the spirit and kindled warmth within the body. "What a delightful fragrance!" One of the shadow guards could not help but exclaim. "Indeed, it feels so comforting. I feel a warmth enveloping me." The shadow guards began to chatter, their expressions of vigilance noticeably easing. However, the countenance of Xiao Qingtian and Xiao Lingyue transformed into one of grave concern. "Something is amiss." Xiao Qingtian bellowed sharply. "This fragrance is suspicious. Everyone, hold your breath. Seal your sense of smell." Xiao Lingyue quickly reacted, unhesitatingly channeling the frigid energy within her, a thin layer of frost instantly cloaking her mouth and nose, isolating her from the sinister aroma. It is an enchantment. Be cautious. Yet, it was already too late. Chapter 57. The season of harvest approaches. Boom. Lin Mo forcefully kicked aside the corpse of an A-class lower-tier exploding spider, black ichor splattering onto him. He grimaced in disgust, but advanced nonetheless, skillfully extracting a fist-sized magic crystal from the shattered head of the spider. Ding. Successfully hunted A-class lower-tier magical creature, exploding spider, earning 1,000 charm points. Current total, 103,456 points. Observing the system panel finally surpassing the 100,000 mark, a satisfied smile graced Lin Mo's face. A day and a night have elapsed since he was relentlessly pursued by over 20 A-grade monsters. Throughout this duration, he scarcely managed to close his eyes. Like an indefatigable specter, he enacted a frenzied slaughter within the vast expanse of the jungle. The harrowing chase along the precipice last night culminated in his successful evasion of the majority of the monsters and the slaying of 3 that pursued him most closely. These 3 A-grade creatures bestowed upon him a precious bounty of 3,000 allure points, enabling him to finally amass enough to acquire his first heavy artillery. M134 Vulcan's 6-barrel machine gun, priced at 8,000 allure points. The moment this machine of violent elegance manifested in his grasp, Lin Mo understood that the tide of battle had irrevocably shifted. The roles of hunter and prey had been entirely reversed from that instant onward. With the Vulcan at his side, Lin Mo's audacity surged. He was no longer content with stealthy assassinations utilizing a handgun or sniper rifle. He began to take the initiative, seeking out clusters of monsters. Then, with a resounding barrage of gunfire, a tempest of death composed of countless metal projectiles would instantaneously engulf entire swathes of monsters. The 7.62mm bullets, unleashed at a terrifying rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, formed an insurmountable curtain of metal. Any monster, be it B-grade or A-grade, that dared to stand in the path of this deluge was reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood in an instant. The notion of armored shells? Non-existent. The prospect of swift movement? Futile. In the face of absolute firepower, everything appeared utterly feeble. Thus, Lin Mo wielded the Vulcan, plowing through the landscape. In his wake lay a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. He became increasingly exhilarated, even seeking out areas where A-grade monsters congregated. For a time, the outer regions of the Black Tide source echoed with the wrath of the Vulcan and the lamentations of monsters. Countless creatures trembled before this sudden cataclysm, unable to comprehend the origin of this strikingly beautiful, yet terrifyingly lethal human. What manner of artifact was this that spewed forth a storm of metal? His allure points surged rapidly amidst this frenzied carnage. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. Within merely a day and a night, Lin Mo achieved feats he had previously deemed unimaginable. Yet, the cost was steep. The ammunition expenditure for the Vulcan reached astronomical figures, consuming nearly a quarter of his amassed allure points. Furthermore, the prolonged intensity of battle pushed his mental and physical endurance to their limits. Had it not been for the restorative elixirs available in the system store, he likely would have collapsed from exhaustion. With a heavy sigh, Lin Mo took a seat upon a relatively clean stone, retrieving a bottle of energy drink from the system's space and gulping it down heartily. The icy liquid cascaded down his throat, providing a modicum of relief to his nearly aflame body. He cast a glance at Lu Mengli, who lay in a deep slumber within the cave not far away, his brow furrowing slightly. This woman certainly had an extraordinary capacity for sleep. Since he had settled her in, nearly 2 days had passed, yet she remained oblivious to the world. Were it not for the steady rise and fall of her breath and the noticeable flush of her complexion, Lin Mo might have suspected that she had succumbed to a backlash of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, her continued slumber was, in a way, fortuitous. It spared him the distraction of attending to her while he ventured out to hunt. After resting for a brief moment and feeling his strength somewhat replenished, he reopened the system shop. With 100,000 allure points, he could procure an impressive array of items. RPG-7 rocket launcher, including 3 armor-piercing rounds priced 12,000 allure points. FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missile, price 30,000 allure points. Hellfire air-to-ground missile launch system, price 80,000 allure points. As he gazed upon these familiar instruments of destruction, Lin Mo's heart inexplicably quickened. With such armaments at his disposal, he would not hesitate to confront even an S-class monstrosity. System, procure an RPG-7 for me, and add a javelin as well. Lin Mo declared without a hint of hesitation. Ding. Exchange successful. 42, 000 allure points deducted. Items have been dispatched to the system space. With over 60,000 allure points remaining, Lin Mo pondered for a moment before spending an additional 10,000 points to acquire a substantial cache of C4 explosives and remote detonators. These tools would prove invaluable in jungle warfare. Having completed his transactions, he glanced at the sky, noting that dusk had already fallen on the second day. He could not afford to linger any longer. Although accumulating points here was exhilarating, he was not alone in this endeavor. Lu Mengli's injuries required attention, and they needed to swiftly locate a means of escape. Additionally, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, an unease that did not stem from the surrounding beasts, but rather from a deeper, almost soulful disturbance. Since the last time he had engaged in a profound kiss with Xiao Lingyue to dispel the vengeful spirit's markings, their souls had become intricately intertwined, allowing him to occasionally perceive faint echoes of her emotions. Just moments ago, that sense of unease had intensified dramatically, as if something was amiss on her end. Damn it, Lin Mo muttered under his breath, rising from his perch on the stone. After all, she was his master, and their fates were now inextricably linked. If she were to perish, he would surely follow. It appeared that the time had come to conclude this hunt and return to her side. He stored the newly acquired weapons within the system space, hoisting the Fire God cannon onto his shoulder, and took one last look at the chaotic jungle he had wrought. I shall return, he murmured to himself before turning to make his way back to Lu Mengli's cave. However, after taking only a few steps, he abruptly halted. His keen, radar-like vision had detected a rapidly moving object streaking towards him from the far horizon. It was not a beast. Due to the astonishing velocity of that object, it had surpassed the sound barrier. Within Lin Mo's thermal imaging, the entity trailed a long, searing tail, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, accurately hurtling towards his location. What on earth? Lin Mo's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Is this a missile? He had no time to ponder further, nor could he concern himself with Lu Mengli in the cave. Instinctively, he channeled all his strength into his legs. Phantom steps. In an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing sideways with fervor. Just as he leapt away, a thunderous roar, capable of shattering eardrums, erupted from the very spot where he had just stood. A small mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The terrifying shockwave spread outwards like a tsunami, uprooting towering ancient trees and reducing massive boulders to dust. The earth trembled violently beneath him. As the shockwave struck, Lin Mo felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding train. He was hurled over 100 meters away, tumbling through the air multiple times before crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting blood, he felt as though his internal organs were about to be dislodged, and every bone in his body seemed on the verge of disintegration. Were it not for the activation of his absolute domain at the critical moment, which mitigated much of the damage, this blow could have cost him his life. Struggling to rise, Lin Mo stared in horror at the massive crater, over 30 meters in diameter, and the raging flames at its center. His mind was a blank slate. What in the world is happening? Why is a missile targeting me? Have the natives of this realm developed such technology? No. He quickly dismissed that notion. The missile's trajectory and explosive power far exceeded any conventional missile known to him from his previous life. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed above him. Target confirmed. Vital signs still present. Threat level assessed. Elevated. Execution, second round of saturation strike. As the words fell, Lin Mo abruptly looked up. High above in the clouds, a colossal silver metallic construct slowly revealed its form. It was a spindle-shaped behemoth, resembling a fortress in the sky. Beneath the warship, numerous launch ports began to open, each pulsating with a disquieting energy glow. Lin Mo's face turned pale. Is this aimed at me? Chapter 58. Desperation. The crisis of Xiao Lingyue. Hold your breath. Block your sense of smell. Xiao Qingtian's thunderous shout echoed in everyone's ears. However, for those shadow guards who had already inhaled a significant amount of the fragrance, the warning came too late. The oppressive heat enveloped me, my body radiating warmth. Suddenly, a shadow guard closest to me discarded his weapon, his hands tearing at his clothing. His face flushed crimson, eyes bloodshot, and a primal growl escaped his throat. What is happening? Zhang-san, have you lost your mind? His companion gasped in shock, attempting to intervene. However, the shadow guard named Zhang-san abruptly turned, fixing his gaze on his companion with an expression brimming with raw desire. Li Si, your body looks so enticing. Do not come any closer. Li Si, caught off guard, was swiftly tackled to the ground by Zhang-san, akin to a ravenous beast. The sound of fabric tearing echoed in the air, followed by breathless gasps and indecent moans that made one blush. This horrifying and surreal scene was merely the beginning. I feel so hot too. I can't take it anymore. Come on, let us indulge. like the first domino falling. The plague of panic and desire rapidly spread among the shadow guards. One by one, they exhibited the same symptoms, resembling beasts devoid of reason, discarding their weapons and shredding their clothes in a frenzied search for release. Their closest comrades became their initial targets. In an instant, the entire scene spiraled into chaos. Naked men were everywhere, and the air was thick with a nauseating blend of a peculiar fragrance and the stench of sweat. The once disciplined and formidable Shao family shadow guards had now devolved into a horde of soulless beings trapped in a hell of desire. What on earth is happening? Shao Qingtian stood aghast at the debauchery unfolding before him, his expression ashen. He attempted to awaken the shadow guards with his spiritual energy, but as soon as it touched their bodies, it vanished without a trace, having no effect whatsoever. The bizarre fragrance seemed to have infiltrated their very souls, transforming them into slaves of desire. Father, it's the Fox Mistress. It must be the ecstasy fragrance of the demon clan's sovereign, the Fox Mistress. Xiao Lingyue's face drained of color. As an A-rank master and a woman, she possessed some resistance to this seduction targeting male vitality, yet she felt dizzy and weak. She had encountered references to the ecstasy fragrance in her family's ancient texts. It was a secret technique of the Fox Mistress, initially perceived as a scent, yet capable of igniting the most primal desires within beings, a terrifying allure. Those ensnared by this fragrance, regardless of their cultivation or resolve, would succumb in a short time, ultimately perishing in endless ecstasy as their essence was depleted. This was a method of murder more insidious than any poison, more brutal than any torture. The Fox Mistress? Upon hearing this, Shao Qingtian's heart sank. He was well aware of that name, the most cunning and troublesome of the 4 SS-level leaders of the Black Tide. They had unwittingly stumbled into the trap of this terrifying entity. Ah, Lingyue, my Lingyue. At that moment, a shrill and lascivious howl echoed from a distance. Xiao Lingyue and Shao Qingtian abruptly turned around to behold Shao Qingshan, the second master of the Shao family, who usually donned a facade of propriety, now completely ensnared by his basest desires. He had similarly torn apart his opulent attire, revealing his corpulent and flaccid form. His lips incessantly called out Xiao Lingyue's name. His face contorted into a lewd and infatuated grin. Lingyue, my darling, uncle is here to cherish you. Disgust surged within Xiao Lingyue, her stomach churning violently, as she fought the urge to vomit at the abhorrent sight. Her fury and revulsion reached a boiling point. Beast! Shao Qingtian's eyes turned crimson with rage. How could his own brother harbor such vile thoughts towards his daughter? This was a depravity beyond measure. I shall slay you, you disgrace, he bellowed, brandishing his sword, which erupted with a dazzling golden light, poised to cleave Shao Qingshan in two. Father! No! Xiao Lingyue hastily grasped his arm. He had lost his reason. Killing him would serve no purpose. Yet, gazing at his daughter's ashen and humiliated visage, Shao Qingtian's heart twisted in agony. This is not the time for infighting. Xiao Lingyue, suppressing her nausea and dizziness, urged urgently, the Fox Empress must be nearby. We must devise an escape plan immediately. As her words fell, a tinkling laughter resonated from all directions. Miss Xiao, do not be in such a haste to leave. Do you enjoy the feast I have prepared for you? Accompanied by the laughter, a figure clad in fiery red appeared silently atop a nearby treetop, resembling a specter. It was none other than the leader of the demon clan, the Fox Empress. Leaning against the branch with one hand propping her chin, she gazed with keen interest at the chaotic and debauched scene below, her enchanting fox eyes shimmering with mischief and amusement. Demoness, you seek death. Upon sighting the true antagonist, Shao Qingtian's fury could no longer be contained. He roared, unleashing his formidable spirit power at the pinnacle of A-grade, without reservation. A golden rainbow pierced the heavens as his sword transformed into a blinding arc of light, aimed directly at the Fox Empress. However, the Fox Empress did not even lift her eyelids. With a mere breath, she exhaled a waft of pink, fragrant wind. The overwhelming golden sword arc, upon contact with this fragrant breeze, dissipated as swiftly as melting snow, vanishing without a trace. What? Shao Qingtian's pupils constricted, his expression one of horror. His full-force strike had been so effortlessly neutralized. SS grade. Was this truly the terrifying power of an SS grade leader? Master Shao, do temper your anger. The Fox Empress giggled, gracefully descending from the treetop, her snow-white feet touching the muddy ground without a speck of dirt clinging to her. Excessive rage can be detrimental to your health, you know. She approached Shao Qingtian and Xiao Lingyue step by step. With each stride she took, the fragrance in the air intensified. Shao Qingtian felt the surge of his own blood and energy rising uncontrollably within him. A wave of heat creeping up from his lower abdomen to his head. He hastily bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily restoring a flicker of clarity. Yet he knew this was merely a fleeting respite. Before the source of the ecstasy fragrance, his resistance seemed utterly futile. Lin Yue, quickly go. I will hold her off. Xiao Qingtian abruptly pushed his daughter backward and recklessly ignited his life essence, preparing for one final struggle. Trying to flee? A glint of cold light flickered in the fox princess's eyes. In my realm of pure ecstasy, no one has ever escaped. She extended her delicate finger towards Xiao Qingtian and gently pointed. Freeze. The single word escaped her lips. Instantly, Xiao Qingtian's body, aflame with life and brimming with power, became rigid and immobile. His expression was frozen in a moment of horror and despair. He could not move even a finger. Father! Xiao Lingyue cried out in anguish. She attempted to rush forward, but an invisible force also bound her in place. It was over. Tears streamed down Xiao Lingyue's cheeks as she gazed at the advancing fox princess, at Xiao Qingshan still thrashing in madness nearby, and at the shadow guards who had succumbed completely. An unprecedented despair engulfed her entirely. Lin Emo, I'm sorry, I may never find you. The fox princess stood before Xiao Lingyue, reaching out with her icy fingers to gently lift her chin. Ah, what a beautiful specimen you are. Even I am somewhat enchanted. It is a pity, though, that you are a woman. The fox princess shook her head regretfully before leaning down, whispering in a voice as seductive as a devil's. But do not worry, I shall not kill you. You will witness how your father and kin are slowly drained of their essence, turning into mere husks before your very eyes. And then, I shall gift you to my most favored pet. Hee, it will surely be a most splendid performance. Will it not? Chapter 59. No use crying out. The fox princess's words, akin to a serpent's venomous fangs, pierced Xiao Lingyue's heart with every syllable. To witness her father and kin drained of their essence, and then to be offered to a pet? Xiao Lingyue trembled violently with overwhelming rage and terror. Her eyes were fixed on the exquisitely beautiful, yet utterly malevolent face before her. If looks could kill, the fox princess would have been torn to shreds countless times over. What is this? Are you dissatisfied? The fox princess seemed to revel in Xiao Lingyue's expression of murderous intent, yet helplessness. She lightly traced her long, crimson-tipped nails across Xiao Lingyue's delicate cheek, leaving behind a faint red mark. Call out. Scream until your throat is raw, yet no one shall come to your rescue. The fox maiden chuckled, her laughter a cascade of petals, as if she had heard the most ludicrous jest. In this realm of ultimate bliss, I am the sole deity. She released the chin of Xiao Lingyue and, with a graceful turn, surveyed the frenzied shadows around her as though appraising a masterpiece. Behold, this is man. Regardless of how formidable or resolute they may appear, when confronted with primal desire, they are no different from beasts. Her gaze settled upon Xiao Qingtian. Though his body was bound and immobile, his mind remained alert. He could perceive and hear all that transpired around him. Helplessly, he watched his daughter suffer humiliation, his kin devolve into savagery, and that enchantress flaunt her power before him. An unprecedented humiliation and fury raged within his chest. Yet, he could do nothing. He could only glare at the fox maiden with his blood-red eyes, as if he wished to devour her whole. Oh, still defiant? The fox maiden noticed Xiao Qingtian's glare, a smirk curling her lips as she approached him once more. Xiao family head, do you believe yourself remarkable? Reaching the pinnacle of A-grade. Can you truly resist my ultimate fragrance of bliss? You are mistaken. She shook her finger. The reason I allowed you to remain conscious was merely for the amusement of watching a hero like you descend into the same madness as them. With that, she snapped her fingers. Snap. The invisible force binding Xiao Qingtian vanished in an instant. However, simultaneously, a wave of intoxicating pink fragrance, 100 times more potent than before, enveloped him entirely. Ah! Xiao Qingtian felt his mind throb violently, as though struck by a heavy hammer. The desire he had forcibly suppressed surged forth, annihilating all remnants of rationality in an instant. His body ignited with an uncontrollable heat. His breaths grew heavy and labored, his eyes rapidly consumed by blood and longing. No, no. With the last vestiges of his sanity, Xiao Qingtian let out a defiant roar. He abruptly raised his sword, intending to slash at his own throat. He would rather die than transform into an abhorrent creature before his daughter. Wishing for death? It is not so simple. The fox maiden chuckled coldly, flicking her fingers. A pink flash struck the sword in Xiao Qingtian's grasp. Clang! The sword slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. His final glimmer of hope shattered along with it. Father! Xiao Lingyue cried out in a heart-wrenching wail. She watched helplessly as her father, the towering figure who had always shielded her from storms, was gradually consumed by insatiable desire. Xiao Qingtian's body began to tremble violently. He let out a harrowing scream from his throat, his hands gripping his neck tightly, seemingly attempting to resist the terrifying desire through asphyxiation. Yet, All efforts proved futile. His complexion had turned a grotesque shade akin to that of a pig's liver, and his gaze grew increasingly vacant and frenzied. Ultimately, he surrendered to the urge, discarding the last vestiges of his dignity, lunging at the nearest target with the fervor of a lustful wild dog. That target was none other than Xiao Qingshan. Ah, Cold Moon. My Cold Moon. Xiao Qingshan, lost in his own reverie, suddenly felt a tightening sensation behind him. Huh, who is it? Get away. Do not disturb my enjoyment. He snapped impatiently, turning around. Upon seeing the distorted face of his brother, driven mad by desire, he was left utterly stunned. Big brother, what are you doing? He. Xiao Qingtian, now completely devoid of reason, emitted a chilling, lewd laugh. Ah, no, brother. It's me, Qingshan. I am your brother. Help. Murder. The anguished cries echoed throughout the forest. Yet, in this land utterly drowned in desire, his pleas sounded laughable. Ugh. Xiao Lingyue could no longer contain herself. She abruptly turned her head and began to retch violently. At that moment, she felt her world collapse entirely. The hellish scene before her caused her more anguish than death itself. He. The fox spirit watched this touching display of brotherly affection, laughing uncontrollably, nearly brought to tears. How amusing. Truly delightful. Miss Xiao, what do you think? Is this family drama specially arranged for your father not captivating? Xiao Lingyue offered no response. Her body trembled violently, her eyes devoid of tears and fear, replaced by an eerie silence, an emptiness colder than ice and darker than the abyss. Suddenly, a faint deep blue glimmer flickered within her lifeless gaze. In that instant, her aura underwent a subtle transformation. An intensely frigid chill, one that seemed capable of freezing the very soul, began to awaken from the depths of her being. The fox spirit's laughter abruptly ceased. Her alluring fox eyes narrowed slightly, astonished as she gazed at Xiao Lingyue. Is that the blood of extreme cold? Intriguing. Quite intriguing indeed. It appears that, in your despair, you possess some hidden surprises. A hint of interest flickered across the fox spirit's face. She seemed unconcerned with the changes occurring within Xiao Lingyue, rather anticipating something. Come now, let me see. Let us witness what amusement this so-called A-grade genius can bring forth after completely losing control. Chapter 60, for 100,000. Boom. The deafening sound of the explosion still reverberated in the air. In the massive crater created by the blast, flames roared, and thick smoke billowed, dyeing half the sky a foreboding shade of dark red. Lin Mo crouched behind a mound over 100 meters away, overwhelmed by a buzzing roar in his ears, his mind swirling from the violent shockwaves. Shaking his head to regain composure, he cautiously peered into the sky. There, a silver warship, resembling a fortress in the heavens, continued to hover ominously above. Beneath the vessel, over 100 dark launch ports were wide open, each harboring an energy sphere pulsating with a sense of annihilation. The metallic hull of the ship shimmered with countless mysterious runes, exuding a disquieting aura of energy. Target locked. Initiating saturation strike. The cold, mechanical voice echoed again. Akin to a death knell, Lin Mo's heart raced in terror at the sight. The previous missile had nearly claimed his life, and if all those hundreds were to strike simultaneously, his fragile body would be obliterated. Even an M1A2 main battle tank from his past life would be reduced to mere scrap. Run. This was the singular thought racing through Lin Mo's mind. There was no time to ponder the origin of the warship or why it was attacking him. Instinct for survival propelled him to exert every ounce of strength, scrambling frantically away from the impact zone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, as he dashed a short distance, a barrage of blinding energy beams descended from the sky, trailing long tails of fire. The scene resembled the onset of apocalypse. Lin Mo dared not look back. He could only run for his life. He executed his evasive maneuvers with utmost precision, leaving behind a blur of phantom images in the jungle. Boom, 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 boom. The area behind him was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The terrifying explosions merged into a cacophony. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted at the heart of the dark tide, the shockwave visible as a white wave rushing outward in every direction. Trees towering into the sky and solid rocks were leveled in an instant. The very earth trembled and groaned in agony. Within a radius of several kilometers, the landscape transformed into a barren wasteland, devoid of life. Fortuitously escaping the epicenter of the explosion, Lin Mo was once again propelled by the ferocious shockwave. This time, he was flung through the air like a ragged sack, tumbling hundreds of meters before crashing onto a small hillock. Cough! A mouthful of blood spewed forth. Lin Mo felt darkness closing in, nearly losing consciousness. He sensed that at least 7 or 8 of his ribs were fractured, and his internal organs felt as though trampled by a stampede of wild horses, burning with pain. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, each spasm bringing forth more blood. What in the world is this monstrous entity? A space-based weapon? Or perhaps a war machine from a prehistoric civilization? Why is it pursuing me? Lin Mo lay prone on the ground, struggling to lift his head and gaze at the silver warship floating in the sky. The vessel, having executed a round of saturation bombardment, showed no signs of departing. It remained suspended in silence. A crimson scanning beam shot out from the ship's underside, sweeping back and forth over the scorched earth below, seemingly searching for something. Upon witnessing this, a chill gripped Lin Mo's heart. It is looking for me. He immediately held his breath, pressing his body tightly against the shadow of the hill, daring not to move. He could not assure himself that his stealth skills would evade such advanced technology. Yet, it was all he could do at that moment. Time passed, each second stretching like an eternity for Lin Mo. He could distinctly hear his heart racing wildly from tension and agony. The red scanning beam drew ever closer, inching nearer until it finally swept over the very hill where he concealed himself. Then, it continued to extend into the distance. After scanning back and forth several times and confirming the absence of any signs of life in the area below, the silver warship appeared to relent. Its massive body began to ascend slowly, ultimately vanishing into the thick clouds. Only when the suffocating pressure dissipated from the realm did Lin Mo dare to exhale a long, deep breath. He felt as though he had been pulled from the depths of water, his body drenched in cold sweat. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped for air, the relief of having survived allowing his taut nerves to finally relax. However, an overwhelming sense of dread and fury surged within him. Just moments ago, he had been a hair's breadth from death. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, had fortune not smiled upon him, he would likely have been reduced to ashes. Damn it, Lin Mo muttered through clenched teeth. He was oblivious to the origins of the warship or its reasons for attacking him. Yet, he had already placed it on his list for retribution. Once I gather enough resources to exchange for the staff of God, I shall bring you down from the heavens. Lin Mo vowed inwardly, while hastily consuming the most expensive healing potions from his system space as if they were water. Under the potion's influence, his injuries began to heal at a visible pace. Fractured bones knitted together and damaged organs repaired themselves. After about 10 minutes, he finally felt capable of movement again. Struggling to rise, he surveyed the hellish landscape around him and glanced toward the direction of the cave where Lu Mengli had been. It had been utterly leveled, leaving no trace behind. Although he held no particular affection for Lu Mengli, they had shared trials together. Is this how she meets her end? A twinge of regret stirred within him. Ding. Host successfully survived the extinction-level strike from an unknown civilization. The system is deeply moved. The system's cheerful voice suddenly resonated in Lin Mo's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. 300,000. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the system panel once more. 400,356 points. Indeed. Goodness. This is a stroke of serendipity. To be bombarded by missiles and receive such a bounty of allure points? If I were to endure a few more rounds, could I not exchange for an intercontinental missile on the spot? Of course, this thought flashed through his mind only fleetingly. He could not guarantee that luck would favor him again. However, 400,000 allure points. This was a substantial sum. Lin Mo's breath quickened. He immediately accessed the system store, directing his gaze to the final page of the heavy artillery category. FGM-148 Javelin Anti-Tank Missile. 30,000 allure points. Hellfire Air-to-Ground Missile Launcher. 80,000 allure points. M270 Multiple Launch Rocket System. 200,000 allure points. Tomahawk Cruise Missile. Single 350,000 allure points. This one. Lin Mo's gaze finally settled upon the Tomahawk Cruise Missile. This contraption was a formidable weapon, with its long range, immense power, and precision guidance. It could easily strip even SS-class monsters of their defenses once locked on. System. Exchange for a Tomahawk. Also, a set of RPGs with 10 rounds of ammunition. Lin Mo declared with grandiosity. Possessing wealth imbued him with such audacity. Ding. Exchange successful. 362,000 allure points have been deducted. The items have been placed in the system space. Gazing at the Tomahawk Cruise Missile, suffused with an aura of death. Alongside the pristine RPG launcher within the system space, an unprecedented sense of ambition surged within Lin Mo. He felt as if he were a deity. Just as he was brimming with exuberance, preparing to find a location to test the potency of his new toys, the profound stirring from the depths of his soul returned. This time, it was more intense than ever before. It was a plea for help, steeped in despair and anguish. It was Shaolin Yue. Lin Mo's expression shifted instantaneously. A grave situation had arisen. Chapter 61. A shot upon meeting the Fox G reveled in the scene before her. She relished watching these haughty humans, stripped of all pretense in the face of primal desires, revealing natures more grotesque than beasts. Particularly, the twisted visage of Xiao Lingyue, marred by extreme rage, humiliation, and fear, provided her with a morbid satisfaction. She was poised to relish the unfolding of this familial drama further, curious to see what new delights the eruption of the so-called extreme cold blood would bring her. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, as if tearing the heavens asunder, emanated from the very heart of the abyssal tide. Immediately, a visible white shockwave swept through the air. The laughter of the fox spirit abruptly ceased, and she abruptly lifted her gaze towards the distant sky. What could that be? Before she could fathom the situation, the violent shockwave had already reached the forest. Whoosh! A tempest ravaged the area. The shadowy sentinels, still in a frenzy, were as if struck by an invisible hand, sent sprawling and tumbling in chaos, transforming the scene into utter pandemonium. Even the fox spirit was caught in this sudden gale, her garments billowing wildly, compelling her to summon her demonic energy to stabilize her stance. For the first time, uncertainty flickered in her enchanting fox eyes. What was this commotion? She pondered rapidly. Such power would not even be unleashed by an ordinary SS-level warrior, capable of such terrifying destruction. Could it be the king? Impossible. The king had mentioned recently his intention to negotiate with the ancient octopus in the deep sea to delineate new territories, and he was certainly not returning now. Moreover, the nature of this energy was peculiar. It was neither any magic nor spiritual force she recognized, but rather a more ferocious force of annihilation. The fox spirit's unease grew with each thought. An inexplicable agitation surged within her, extinguishing any desire to continue her revelry. The unknown disturbance instilled a sense of foreboding. Enough of this game. She glanced at the struggling Xiao Lingyue, her eyes flashing with an irritable, murderous intent. It would be best to dispose of you quickly and return to ascertain what had transpired. With a mere thought, the concentration of the intoxicating pink fragrance permeating the air surged several-fold. She intended to use the most potent ecstasy-inducing aroma to utterly shatter Xiao Lingyue's will, leading her to demise amidst the most frenzied desires. Xiao Lingyue felt as though her brain was being doused with boiling water, the last bastion of her sanity collapsing instantaneously. The cold aura enveloping her could no longer suppress the searing heat, leaving her in a state akin to being caught between ice and fire. Her flushed face was nearly crimson to the point of bleeding, her gaze entirely unfocused, reduced to the most primal yearning. She began uncontrollably tearing at her already tattered garments, incoherent moans escaping her throat. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the fox spirit's lips. Suddenly, every hair on her body stood on end. A lethal sense of crisis, which sent shivers through her very soul, surged from behind. This was the instinct of an SS-level warrior. Not good. The fox spirit had no time to think or even discern what was approaching. Her body instinctively transformed into a pink blur, darting sideways with lightning speed. Almost the moment she vacated her original position, whoosh, a metallic projectile, trailing a long tail of flame, hurtled towards her with a speed beyond her comprehension. It struck precisely where she had just stood. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky. The terrifying impact created a vast crater with a diameter of several meters. Soil, shattered stones, and broken trees, mingled with scalding waves of heat, were hurled wildly in all directions. Even though the fox maiden had managed to evade the blast in time, the ferocious aftershock still struck her back with tremendous force. A sharp pain surged through her, as if an invisible giant hammer had mercilessly struck her, almost causing her to spew forth a mouthful of demon blood. The exquisite sheer gown she wore was utterly torn apart, revealing large swathes of her delicate, snow-white skin, leaving her in a state of disarray. It took several rolls on the ground for her to regain her composure, and in a mix of shock and fury, she turned to see what had transpired. Amidst the swirling dust of the explosion stood a petite figure, hoisting an oddly shaped, massive metal tube. The girl appeared to be a few years younger than Xiao Lingyue. Clad in tattered black combat attire, her silver hair disheveled over her shoulders, with smudges of dirt adorning her face. Yet, this seemingly harmless and even somewhat pitiable little girl was now holding the still-smoking metal tube, stamping her foot in vexation. "Oh dear, what a pity, I missed the target," she lamented in a soft, sweet voice tinged with innocence and regret, as though she had merely misplaced a toy. The fox maiden stared at the girl, then glanced down at her tattered gown and the lingering pain in her back, momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth was happening? Chapter 62. Do not come near. The fox maiden stood frozen, her mind a blank slate. She gazed at the silver-haired girl with the peculiar iron tube not far away. Momentarily forgetting her anger, and even her identity as an SS-level powerhouse. Who was she? Where had she come from? What was that iron tube she wielded? How could it unleash such terrifying power? A flurry of questions swirled chaotically in her mind. She was certain that the force of that attack had reached the pinnacle of S-level intensity. Although it posed no lethal threat to her, the sheer physical explosion, devoid of any spiritual or magical energy, was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Mo, internally lamented his missed opportunity. Damn, she truly deserves her SS rating. Her reflexes are astonishing, he cursed inwardly. The RPG round he had fired was a sneak attack, executed while the Fox Maiden's attention was entirely focused on Xiao Linyue. Utilizing his eagle-eye vision and bullet time, he had calculated the trajectory perfectly, nearly grazing her back. Yet, even so, her instinct had allowed her to evade it, resulting only in the destruction of her gown and some minor injuries. Nevertheless, the desired effect had been achieved. He had successfully captured everyone's attention. Watching the Fox Maiden's astonished, angry, and somewhat dazed expression, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. This was precisely the outcome he had sought. With over 20,000 points of allure remaining, he had to be judicious with his weaponry and ammunition. The M270 multiple launch rocket system, valued at 200,000, has yet to be deployed. When confronting an SS-class seductress, one must adopt the guise of a harmless creature, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. With this thought, Lin Mo swiftly repressed all murderous intent and transitioned into his most adept persona of innocence and vulnerability. With a clang, he discarded the hefty RPG launcher, as if its weight had overwhelmed him. He then plopped down onto the ground, rubbing his eyes with both small hands, and began to wail loudly. Wah, it's so scary. Please don't come near me. I didn't mean to. Wah, that iron tube just flew out on its own. His cries were pitiful, evoking a sense of sympathy. His petite figure trembled in fear, silver hair swaying with each sob, and his dust-smudged yet exquisitely delicate face could stir the protective instincts of any creature. The fox spirit was utterly taken aback. The fleeting sense of vigilance and hostility she had felt moments ago dissipated in the face of this bizarre scene. What was happening? Did that cannonball truly launch itself? Observing Lin Mo's innocent expression, as though he might wet himself from fright, and glancing at the unremarkable iron lump on the ground, her mind became a whirlpool of confusion. Could it possibly be a one-time alchemical device, inadvertently activated by this young girl? The flicker of curiosity and a hint of mockery gradually replaced the anger in her heart. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Just as she prepared to approach and interrogate this peculiar girl, a foul, violent aura surged from another direction. With a savage roar, an enormous figure crashed to the ground, shaking the entire forest. It was a creature over 3 meters tall, covered in black shells, and sporting a grotesque insect head. Behind it were 6 pairs of scythe-like limbs, and its underbelly was densely packed with numerous twisted tentacles, enough to send shivers down one's spine. It was the SS-class monster leader, the master of the insect tribe. Hajia, fox spirit, what are you dawdling about here? A bunch of trash, and you haven't disposed of them yet? Hajia's harsh, metallic voice echoed through the woods. It had evidently sensed the earlier cataclysmic explosion, prompting its hasty arrival. It immediately spotted the disheveled fox spirit and the disoriented Xiao family shadows, its tone laced with disdain and mockery. Upon seeing Hajia, the fox spirit's brow twitched slightly. Her relationship with this creature, which seemed solely focused on slaughter and reproduction, was far from amicable. My affairs are of no concern to you, she replied coldly. Of no concern to me? As Hajia's monstrous head turned towards the scene, its compound eyes scanned the retching Xiao Linyue and the trembling Lin Mo seated on the ground, emitting a hissing sound from its grotesque mandibles. Oh, how unexpected. Here lie 2 exquisite females. Its gaze swept across the mature, voluptuous curves of Xiao Linyue, ultimately fixating on Lin Mo's petite, yet vibrant form. Particularly, this silver-haired little creature is nothing short of perfection. She is the epitome of an ideal progenitor. Hajia's tone was laced with unabashed greed and desire. Fox spirit, I must have these 2 females. Once I bring them back to my lair and fill their bellies with my offspring, they shall surely bear the most formidable warriors of the insect race. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed the fox spirit's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Mo portrayed her fear with utmost finesse. She hugged her knees tightly, burying her head deeper, her body trembling like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Stay away, you monsters. Go away, she cried, her voice muffled, as if she might faint from terror at any moment. Hajia, observing her frail and helpless demeanor, felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through its armored form. Ignoring the fox spirit entirely, it lumbered forward, heavy steps echoing as it approached Lin Mo. Its colossal shadow enveloped her diminutive frame entirely. Little one, do not fear. Come into my embrace, Hejia cackled, its repugnant laughter resonating as it extended a limb resembling a giant scythe towards Lin Mo. The fox spirit stood by, arms crossed, intrigued by the unfolding scene. She too was curious to see what other cards this peculiar girl might hold. Let Hejia, the fool, venture forth. Just then, the enormous claw, gleaming with a metallic sheen, was poised to grasp Lin Mo's head. Chapter 63, A Moment's Delay. Hejia's giant claw descended with a whistling gust, as it envisioned the despair etched upon the silver-haired maiden's face once captured. It relished in the thought of tearing apart beauty and savagely ravaging it. However, as the claw neared Lin Mo's head, less than half a meter away, the girl who had been sobbing and trembling like a leaf suddenly ceased her cries. She slowly lifted her head. The tear-streaked face, once pitiful, now bore no trace of fear. Those eyes, which had previously reflected sheer terror, transformed into bottomless, cold abysses devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Hejia instinctively hesitated, sensing an air of danger emanating from her gaze. Yet, it dismissed the notion. What threat could a mere F-grade girl possibly pose? It must be an illusion, surely. With a sinister grin, it struck down with its claw once more. But at that moment, Lin Mo made her move. She gently raised her delicate hand towards the sky and snapped her fingers. The crisp sound echoed peculiarly amidst the chaotic woodland. And then, nothing happened. What is this madness? A flicker of confusion crossed Hejia's massive compound eyes. The fox spirit, equally perplexed, watched in bewilderment. Is the little girl utterly dazed with fear? Yet, in the next moment, the expressions of everyone around froze in disbelief. Above the head of Hejia, the sky unexpectedly tore open without warning. It was not a mere rift in space. Rather, it appeared as if an invisible hand had seized the heavens like a curtain, forcefully ripping open countless gaping black holes. In rapid succession, from these dark apertures emerged numerous thick metallic barrels. These barrels, densely packed, formed a colossal honeycomb-like launcher, each muzzle glinting with a menacing crimson light. All aimed squarely at the unsuspecting Hejia below. The M270 multiple launch rocket system. Lin Mo coldly uttered this name in his mind. What is this? Hejia finally sensed that something was amiss. A wave of terror, potent enough to shatter his very soul, instantly engulfed him. He wished to flee. Yet, it was already too late. From the moment Lin Mo snapped his fingers to the system's emergence and target acquisition, the entire sequence transpired in less than a second. No. Hejia could only emit a scream of sheer terror. In the next instant, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of rockets, trailing long tails of fire, descended like a deadly meteor shower unleashed from the depths of hell, utterly consuming Hejia's massive form in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. An explosion of indescribable magnitude occurred, one that dwarfed the previous RPG detonation tenfold, erupting into a colossal fireball that soared skyward. The very earth wailed and trembled under this terrifying bombardment. At the explosion's epicenter, Hejia's formidable shell disintegrated in less than half a second, vaporized by an incomprehensible force of destruction. Everything he was reduced to naught but ashes in the face of such relentless annihilation. The explosion persisted for several seconds before gradually subsiding. As the smoke cleared, all that remained was a vast, bottomless crater, its edges still flowing with molten lava. The SS-class Zerg Overlord Hejia had vanished without a trace. Erased, reduced to mere nothingness. The forest fell into a profound silence. A silence so palpable one could hear a pin drop. The shadowy guards, still entangled in their frenzied coupling, were startled half awake by the terrifying explosion. Each one staring agape at the enormous crater, momentarily forgetting their own nakedness. Meanwhile, not far away, the fox spirit stood with her captivating eyes wide open, pupils narrowed to the most perilous pinprick. She gazed into the unfathomable abyss of the massive pit, then glanced at the silver-haired girl seated calmly on the ground, as though she had not lifted a finger. Hejia dead? The one who had battled her for over a century, whose power was on par with hers, was so effortlessly vanquished? By this seemingly delicate, harmless little girl, in a manner she could not begin to comprehend? How could this be possible? This is utterly inconceivable. The fox spirit felt her worldview shatter in that moment, then be ruthlessly ground to dust. For the first time, a surge of profound fear welled up from the depths of her heart. What kind of monster was this little girl before her? As the fox maiden succumbed to overwhelming shock and terror, Lin Mo slowly rose from the ground. Dusting off his trousers, he turned to face the fox maiden, his tear-streaked face breaking into a sweet and innocent smile once more. Sister, he softly uttered in a tender voice, it's your turn now. This phrase, delivered in a tone so soft it could render bones to jelly, reverberated in the Fox Maiden's ears like a death sentence from the depths of the underworld. A shiver coursed through her body, snapping her out of her stupor. Run. This was the sole thought racing through her mind. The silver-haired girl before her was no mere human. She was a demon clad in the guise of a lowly, an unfathomably terrifying being beyond the realm of reason. Engage in combat with her? What a joke. Even that thick-skinned fool, Hijia, had been reduced to nothing in an instant. What could her petite frame possibly do against such a force? The Fox Maiden had no doubt that if she hesitated for even a second longer, her fate would mirror that of Hijia's. Sister, why do you look at me like that? It frightens me. Lin Mo, observing the horror etched on her face, felt an illicit thrill. Speaking the most cowardly words, he leisurely raised a hand, feigning an attempt to wipe away his tears. This was his method of imposing maximum psychological pressure on her, aiming to shatter the once mighty fox spirit completely. To the Fox Maiden, Lin Mo's gesture was far more terrifying than a reaper brandishing his scythe. She noticed that, at some point, he had produced a bizarre square iron tube. FGM-148. An anti-tank missile. Although she was unaware of its name, the lethal aura emanating from it struck her with a sense of dread greater than the previous rain of rockets. Monster! You wretched monster! In that moment, the Fox Maiden's mental defenses crumbled entirely. With a piercing shriek, she cast aside any semblance of dignity befitting an SS-level powerhouse. The demonic energy within her erupted uncontrollably, but rather than attacking, she sought to flee. At any cost, she had to escape. With a fierce cry, the Fox Maiden expelled a mouthful of essence, and her vivid crimson blood transformed mid-air into an eerie rune. Following this, the space before her was rent asunder, as if sliced by a blade, creating a pitch-black rift. This was her ultimate life-saving technique. By burning her life essence, she could forcibly tear through space for a long-distance random teleportation. The cost was immense. Employing such a technique would leave her weak for at least a month. But now, she could no longer afford to consider such consequences. In the face of her own life, what was a mere month of weakness? Gazing at the pitch-black rift in space, a flicker of euphoric survival flashed in the eyes of the fox spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged headlong into the chasm. Attempting to flee, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. Too late. Just as half of the fox spirit's body had entered the rift, Lin Mo pulled the trigger. Take that, he murmured softly. Whoosh. A missile, trailing a fiery orange tail, erupted from the launcher with an almost imperceptible speed. It traced a peculiar arc through the air, not directly towards the rift, but soaring upward in a bizarre maneuver, akin to a hunting falcon, locking onto the fox spirit's presence with uncanny precision. No. As the fox spirit, now desperately fleeing through the spatial corridor, suddenly sensed a chilling and ominous lock-on from behind, she turned in terror. To her astonishment, the deadly missile had followed her into the passage, relentlessly pursuing her at a speed several times greater than her own. What on earth is this monstrous thing? The fox spirit went utterly mad. She strained every ounce of her already meager demonic energy, frantically swaying left and right in the narrow corridor, attempting to evade the missile. But all was in vain. Once locked on, a spear missile would not relent. As the missile drew ever closer, a glimmer of unprecedented madness and determination flashed in the fox spirit's eyes. A piercing shriek escaped her lips. In an instant, her 9 fluffy tails, symbols of her cultivation and lineage, snapped in unison. The severing of all 9 tails. This was the most desperate life-saving secret technique of the Celestial Fox clan. Sacrificing 30% of her cultivation and bloodline essence to gain a moment of absolute defense. The 9 severed tails erupted in a magnificent burst, transforming into a dense, pinkish mist of energy, forming a replica of the fox spirit to confront the relentless missile. Meanwhile, the fox spirit herself, propelled by the backlash, surged forward with renewed speed, vanishing entirely at the end of the spatial corridor. Boom. The missile struck the energy form created from her 9 tails with deadly accuracy. A terrifying explosion resonated within the corridor, the violent energy surging forth, shattering the newly opened passage into fragments. In the outside world, Lin Mo observed as the dark rift warped violently a few times before abruptly sealing shut. A piercing wail, filled with endless pain and resentment, echoed faintly from within the closing fissure. Moments later, a bloodied fragment of a white fox tail fell from the sky. Thud. It landed on the ground. Lin Mo approached and nudged the severed tail with his toe. TSK, she was quite nimble. He grimaced in dissatisfaction. To think that this vixen managed to escape. However, having lost 9 tails and taken a missile hit, even if she were of SS rank, she would surely be left severely weakened. It would likely be years before she could emerge to cause havoc again. The outcome was barely acceptable. Lin Mo retracted the launcher and surveyed his surroundings. The formidable He Jia had been swiftly defeated, and the Fox Princess had fled. The two greatest threats had been neutralized. Now, it was time to address the remaining chaos. He turned, and his gaze fell upon the tormented figure not far away, Xiao Lingyue. Lin Mo's expression instantly grew complex. He strode toward the girl who lay on the ground, desperately tearing at her own clothing, emitting pained groans. Chapter 65. Master, I am here to aid you in detoxification. Lin Mo approached Xiao Lingyue step by step, deliberately ignoring the grotesque scene nearby. Xiao Qingtian and Xiao Qingshan had collapsed, like two lifeless dogs, gasping for breath with vacant eyes. The other shadow guards fared little better. Sprawled across the ground in disarray, some were twitching unconsciously, while others had succumbed to silence. The entire forest was permeated with an eerie odor. Lin Mo's brow furrowed tightly as he reached Xiao Lingyue's side and knelt down. At that moment, Xiao Lingyue was in dire straits. Her clothing was in tatters, exposing large swathes of her pristine skin. Yet, upon that skin lay an unsettling, abnormal hue. A searing heat clashed violently with a bone-chilling cold within her, distorting her exquisite visage into a mask of unbridled agony. Her lips were bloodied from her own biting, and her throat emitted a small, cat-like whimper filled with suffering and repression. Master? Lin Mo extended his hand, gently touching her forehead. His hand recoiled as if struck by lightning. It was scorching, hot as a red-hot iron. Yet, once his fingers withdrew, he could distinctly feel the soul-freezing chill emanating from her. It was a clash of ice and fire. If this continued, not only would her body be torn apart, but her very soul would be utterly shattered by these two extreme forces. Xiao Lingyue, wake up. You must awaken. Lin Mo grasped her shoulders and shook her vigorously. However, his touch ignited a powder keg. Xiao Lingyue, who had been in a semi-conscious state, abruptly opened her eyes upon sensing his contact. Gone was any trace of reason and clarity. Only madness and yearning, filled with poison and desire, remained. Hot. So hot. She rasped, emitting a hoarse growl from her throat, before lunging at Lin Mo like a beast starved for 3 days. Goodness. Lin Mo was taken aback by her sudden assault. He had not anticipated that someone so weakened could unleash such formidable strength. In a moment of surprise, he found himself toppled to the ground by Xiao Lingyue. Almost immediately, a searing, soft body pressed against him. Her flushed face rubbed fervently against his neck, uttering incomprehensible murmurs. The scorching breath enveloped Lin Mo's skin, sending shivers coursing through his body. A fragrance, mingling the essence of youthful femininity with an exotic allure, surged violently into his nostrils. Lin Mo felt his head buzz, and an uncontrollable heat began to consume him. This intoxicating aroma was undeniably overpowering. Merely the residual scent lingering on Xiao Lingyue had such a profound effect on him. Hey, calm down. Flushed and anxious, Lin Mo pressed his hands against Xiao Lingyue's shoulders, attempting to push her away. Yet, at that moment, she clung to him like a piece of stubborn taffy, unyielding and impossible to dislodge. Moreover, her hands danced across his body like agile serpents, tearing at his already tattered combat uniform. With a rip, the battle-worn fabric, having endured numerous explosions, could not withstand such assault and was swiftly shredded open. Xiao Lingyue's heated palms pressed against Lin Mo's chest, causing him to stiffen. Upon sensing the coolness of his skin, she emitted a satisfied sigh, as if she had discovered a life raft in turbulent waters, and pressed herself closer to him. Then, lifting her gaze, her dreamy eyes locked onto Lin Mo's, as if searching for confirmation of something. In the next instant, she lowered her head and fiercely captured his lips in a kiss. It was not merely a kiss, it was a ravenous devouring, infused with wildness, dominance, and an unyielding claim. Lin Mo's mind went completely blank. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Wasn't I supposed to save her? How did it turn into her overwhelming me? In those bewildered seconds, Xiao Lingyue's wandering hand began its descent. Wait. Lin Mo jolted back to reality, seizing her mischievous hand. What nonsense was this? If she continued, he would surely lose his dignity today. Panic surged through him, sweat beading on his forehead as he mentally screamed. System, where the hell are you? Come out. Your master is about to be violated. Is there an antidote? Any calming incantation? Anything will do. However, no matter how fervently he called out, the system, which usually chattered incessantly in his mind, seemed to have completely frozen, offering not even a whisper of response. Damn it. Playing dead at a critical moment. Lin Mo was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. With no allies to rely on, it seemed he could only depend on himself. Observing Xiao Lingyue, who had completely lost her rationality, a chill gripped his heart. He sensed the vitality within her waning at a terrifying pace. The heat was consuming her essence, her very soul. This was no ordinary aphrodisiac, but a malevolent curse that ignited desire while devouring the flame of life. If he did not help her release this pent-up fire, she would surely perish. Exploding from within, her spirit extinguished. What to do? Lin Mo's heart was a chaotic tangle of despair. In his mind, memories of the moments spent with Xiao Lungyue during this time involuntarily surfaced. From initial disdain to subsequent astonishment, to his defense atop the city walls, and ultimately to recklessly plunging into the depths of the dark tide to search for her. This girl, cold on the outside yet warm within, tough-tongued yet tender-hearted, had already secured a unique place in his heart. Could he simply stand by and watch her perish? He could not. Lin Mo gazed into Xiao Lungyue's eyes, filled with pain and pleading, and in that instant, his heart softened completely. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. A flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. He would take the plunge. To save a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. Although the method of saving her was rather unconventional, Lin Mo steeled himself and hesitated no longer. He released his grip on Xiao Lungyue and, reversing their positions, shifted from defense to offense. Lowering his head, he beheld her face, contorted by desire and anguish, and softly spoke, "My lady, do not fear. I am here to help you detoxify." With that, he leaned down and kissed her. This time, he would reclaim the initiative. Chapter 66, A Night of Absurdity. What heartache this is. In the depths of the forest, silence reigned. The cloyingly sweet scent of euphoric blossoms had dissipated, replaced by a bizarre amalgamation of gunpowder, blood, and an indescribable odor. Lin Mo lay exhausted on the cold ground, gasping for breath. He felt as if he had been completely hollowed out. Every fiber of his being exuded profound fatigue, both physically and spiritually. It was more exhausting than enduring 72 hours of covert sniper missions in the Afghan mountains. The adversary was not a vicious beast nor a cunning assassin, but rather the primal instincts and desires of humanity. He had emerged victorious, but at a harrowing cost. He glanced down. The girl in his arms remained asleep, her breathtakingly exquisite face now relaxed, flushed with the hues of a post-rain blush. Long eyelashes adorned with glistening tears resembled a butterfly that had weathered a storm and finally found a safe harbor. Her garments had been torn to tatters in the frenzy, revealing large expanses of delicate, snow-white skin to the cool air, marred with intertwining bruises that chronicled the intensity of this detoxification battle. Lin Mo's gaze became exceedingly complex, filled with tenderness, guilt, and a hint of bewildered ecstasy. As a top-tier soldier trained under the most rigorous conditions, his willpower had been tempered to a steel-like hardness. Yet, even so, under the unrelenting allure of an enchanting maiden's desperate advances, he nearly lost control. To maintain his final clarity, to avoid being completely consumed by that overwhelming desire, he exerted immense self-discipline to guide the entire healing process. He was not indulging in pleasure. He was engaged in a fierce struggle. With his rationality, he fought against the inferno raging within her that threatened to incinerate everything. Using his body as a dam, he sought to channel the torrent that could potentially engulf her very soul. Damn it, Lin Mo muttered under his breath, rubbing his throbbing temples. He was uncertain whether his actions were justified. From the perspective of a modern moral compass, he was undoubtedly taking advantage of another's peril. Yet, given the circumstances, if he did not act, Xiao Lungyue would surely meet a tragic end, devoid of dignity. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 levels. He could only use this saying to console himself. Regardless of the manner, he had at least saved her. He cautiously attempted to withdraw his arm from around Xiao Lungyue's neck. However, as soon as he moved, the girl in his embrace let out a soft whimper, instinctively tightening her hold around him like a frightened kitten, burying herself deeper into his embrace, as if it were the safest and warmest haven in the world. Lin Mo's body instantly froze. He could distinctly feel the warmth of their bodies pressing closely against one another through the tattered fabric, the rhythm of their heartbeats resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. He could even catch a whiff of her unique scent, a blend of youthful fragrance and the aroma of sweat, which stirred a tumult within him. Fairy, Lin Mo thought bitterly. He relinquished his intention to withdraw, allowing her to cling to him like an octopus. He turned his gaze beyond Xiao Lungyue's shoulder, to the distance where Xiao Qingtian and Xiao Qingshan lay sprawled on the ground like 2 lifeless dogs, their eyes vacant and froth at their lips, their fates uncertain. Scattered around were the shadow guards of the Xiao family, most of whom had succumbed, their vital essence depleted. A scene of human tragedy unfolded before him. Lin Mo's expression hardened. The fox spirit, though she had escaped, he would remember this grudge. And that insectoid leader, He Jia, though he had been reduced to nothing, this matter would not simply conclude. with 2 SS-level leaders of the Black Tide Source, one dead and the other severely injured. It was likely that other SS-level demons lurked nearby. Staying here was unwise. He needed to swiftly take Xiao Lingyue away. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his fatigue and discomfort, beginning to recuperate his strength. Time slipped away, each second passing with relentless inevitability. The darkness of the forest gradually transformed into a hazy gray. Dawn was approaching. At that moment, Xiao Lingyue in his arms suddenly fluttered her long eyelashes. As if on the verge of awakening, Lin Mo's heart leaped into his throat. How would he face her? What would she think of him upon waking? Would she unleash her fury upon him like a shrew, accusing him of taking advantage of her misfortune? Or would she draw her sword in a fit of shame and anger, seeking to silence him? Countless scenarios flashed through his mind, each more unsettling than the last. He instinctively considered activating the system to equip himself with a bulletproof vest. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, Xiao Lingyue slowly opened her eyes. The once icy gaze that was usually so clear now held the confusion and moisture of awakening. She gazed vacantly at Lin Mo's face, momentarily unable to comprehend her surroundings. Where was she? What had transpired? Fragments of shattered memories surged into her mind like a relentless tide. Her father's furious roars, the decline of her kin, the repulsive grin of the fox spirit, and the terrifying heat that had dragged her into the abyss of desire. Despair, helplessness, and the chilling fear of imminent death enveloped her once more. No, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, a soothing presence pulled her back from the icy depths. Blinking, her vision finally focused, revealing Lin Mo before her. To her mortification, she realized she was embracing him tightly, utterly unclothed. A thunderclap seemed to explode in her mind, and Xiao Lingyue's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they would bleed. Those maddeningly shameful images flashed uncontrollably before her eyes. It was she who had shamelessly lunged at him. It was she who had torn at his clothing, desperately demanding more. It was she. A short, indignant gasp escaped her lips. She abruptly released her grip, wanting to break free from Lin Mo's embrace, as if electrified. Their eyes locked. Time seemed to freeze. Lin Mo observed her face, shifting from scarlet to pale, then back to a hue of shame and anger, and his heart sank. This was it. Judging by her expression, he was about to face retribution. Chapter 67. Master. You have finally awakened. In that critical moment, Lin Mo's instinct for survival overshadowed everything. He instinctively switched to a softer demeanor. His previously tense gaze softened, becoming wide-eyed and brimming with innocence and concern. His voice turned sweet and soft, infused with a hint of the vulnerability and fear that followed his fright. He even blinked, striving to appear as an innocent soul, merely frightened and bewildered. However, the anticipated slap did not come. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Lingyue froze. In her large, beautiful eyes, widened by shame and terror, all emotions dissipated like clouds scattered by a tempest, rapidly replaced by a complex whirlwind of feelings. Was it relief at having survived? Was it the ecstasy of regaining something lost? Or something else entirely? She stared at Lin Mo, at his face still tinged with a hint of panic, and into his clear, bottomless eyes. Memories flooded back. The despair she felt when tormented by the heavenly fragrance. The collapse she experienced as she witnessed her father and kin fall before her in a tragic spectacle, and the mocking and cruel visage of the fox spirit looming near. She had thought she was doomed. It was Lin Mo who had appeared like a celestial savior in her most desperate and helpless hour. He had saved her. Though the method of detoxification was somewhat unorthodox, his intention was to rescue her. This thought, akin to sunlight breaking through dark clouds, instantaneously illuminated her heart, which had been filled with darkness and despair. All the shame and embarrassment became trivial in the face of the most fundamental premise of existence. She was still alive. Lin Mo was alive as well. That was sufficient. A soft whimper escaped from the depths of Xiao Lingyue's throat, and she could no longer contain her emotions. The pent-up fears, despair, grievances, and trepidations within her surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. She lunged forward, enveloping Lin Mo in a tight embrace, burying her head deeply in his chest, and wept uncontrollably. Her cries were heart-wrenching, devoid of the usual aloofness and reserve of the ice-cold goddess. She sobbed like a child who had suffered a great injustice. I thought I would never see you again. I was so scared, truly terrified. She cried out incoherently, her arms gripping Lin Mo's waist tightly, as if trying to meld him into her very being. Lin Mo was utterly bewildered by her sudden outburst. He stood frozen, unsure of how to react. This script was not supposed to unfold this way. What was happening? Wasn't he meant to receive a thorough beating, or at least a slap? Why was she holding him and crying instead? The complexities of a woman's heart were indeed more unpredictable than the trajectories of missiles. Was this truly the aloof and frosty young lady of the Xiao family? Clumsily, he raised his hand and gently patted her trembling back. My lady, please don't cry. Look, we're both fine, aren't we? His attempts at comfort seemed to have the opposite effect. Xiao Lingyue's cries intensified. It's all my fault. I'm so useless. If only I had been stronger. If I had noticed sooner. Did Wu Ti have her words faltered as she struggled to express the pain of remembering her tragically lost kin. Lin Mo sighed, uncertain of how to console her. In such matters, words felt woefully inadequate. He could only remain silent, allowing her to cling to him as she released her anguish and sorrow. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Lin Mo to feel the numbness creeping into his arms, Xiao Lingyue's cries gradually subsided into intermittent sobs. She seemed to realize her loss of composure. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Slowly, she released Lin Mo but kept her gaze lowered, not daring to meet his eyes. With a voice thick with emotion, she quietly asked, "What about those two monsters?" She referred to He Jia and the Fox Princess. In her last memory, Lin Mo had appeared suddenly, followed by what seemed to be a cataclysmic explosion. After that, she had lost consciousness completely. Lin Mo recognized that a pivotal question had arisen. He certainly could not divulge the truth. Should he tell her that her heroic spirit was, in fact, an arms dealer who had just eliminated an SS-level boss with a multi-barrel rocket launcher, while also severely injuring another with an anti-tank missile? Such a revelation would not only be disbelieved by Xiao Lingyue, but he himself would find it absurd. With a quick thought, the carefully concocted words flowed from his lips. "I don't really know." He spoke with a bewildered expression. "When I arrived, I saw that you were on the verge of collapse, and that monstrous creature along with that vixen seemed intent on attacking you. In my panic, I was ready to confront them. However, for some inexplicable reason, the monstrous creature suddenly went berserk, howling at the sky, and then the heavens roared like thunder, obliterating it in an instant." As Lin Mo recounted this tale, he gestured animatedly, his expression radiating innocence and sincerity. Upon witnessing the demise of the monstrous creature, the vixen let out a terrified scream and fled, tearing open a rift for her escape. "I suspect it might be due to their numerous misdeeds, incurring divine retribution," he cautiously added. This narrative was riddled with inconsistencies, almost as if he were attempting to deceive Xiao Lingyue, as if she were but a 3-year-old child. Yet, curiously, Xiao Lingyue believed him, or rather, she chose to believe. For this was the only plausible explanation at present. After all, Lin Mo was merely a lowly F-ranked spirit, no matter his prowess. He could not possibly vanquish an SS-ranked monster leader in an instant. As for divine retribution, this world was already teeming with inexplicable mysteries that defied logic. Perhaps there truly existed some higher power maintaining a balance in the shadows. Is that so? Xiao Lingyue murmured to herself, finding the notion somewhat absurd. Yet her doubts were significantly alleviated. She lifted her gaze to Lin Mo's innocent face, feeling a warm surge in her heart. Regardless of how those two creatures vanished, the fact remained that Lin Mo had employed a forbidden skill that would sacrifice his vitality to save her. He had rescued her once more, in his own unique manner. She opened her mouth, intending to express her gratitude, but the words felt utterly inadequate. Observing Lin Mo's tattered clothing, stained with blood and other unidentifiable substances, and his slightly weary countenance, a pang of sorrow struck her heart. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely inquired, "Are you all right? Is your body okay?" Her tone carried a hint of tenderness that even she was unaware of. Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Silently celebrating that he had managed to deceive her, he quickly adopted a feeble demeanor, clutching his chest and coughing lightly. "Cough, cough, I'm fine. It just feels as though my strength has been drained, a bit weak. But it's all right. For my master, I am willing to do anything." After speaking, he offered Xiao Lingyue a weak, yet resolute smile. To her, this smile possessed a more profound impact than any blade or sword. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by something forceful, a sensation both sour and swelling. Once again, her eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 68. Father, stop. Xiao Lingyue abruptly interrupted Lin Mo, her voice quivering slightly. She could no longer bear to look into his innocent yet fragile eyes, fearing that she might lose control again. She suddenly rose from the ground, the movement stirring certain parts of her body and causing her to involuntarily gasp, her cheeks flushing anew. At this moment, she could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. "Father!" A piercing cry escaped her lips. In that fleeting moment of regained clarity, she finally remembered her most cherished kin. Stumbling forward, disregarding her aching body and discomfort, she dashed towards the figure lying motionless not far away. Lin Mo hastily scrambled to his feet and followed suit. "Father! Father! Wake up! Look at me!" Xiao Lingyue knelt beside Xiao Qingtian, trembling as she reached out to check for his breath. when she felt the faint yet steady rhythm of his breathing. The heart that had lodged itself in her throat finally eased somewhat. He is still alive. He is still alive, she murmured to herself. Tears streaming down her cheeks once more, uncontrollable. Turning her gaze back to her father, who lay unconscious with a pallid complexion, her heart swelled with sorrow and indignation. How vibrant her father Shao Qingtian once was. As the most talented descendant of the Shao family's collateral line, he had led their branch to establish a firm foothold in the main family with his peak A-level prowess, becoming a renowned figure throughout the clan. But now, he resembled a desiccated corpse, devoid of vitality, lying here without even the strength to move a finger. Shao Lingyue's gaze shifted to her uncle Shao Qingshan, who was also unconscious, and to the shadow guards who had completely lost their life force. The sorrow in her eyes was swiftly replaced by a chilling hatred. Huji, that name was etched deep within her bones. She vowed that she would not live in vain until this debt of vengeance was repaid. Master, please do not fret too much. Lin Mo's voice broke through her turmoil as he crouched beside her, gently patting her shoulder. I examined him earlier and administered a precious healing elixir that I have safeguarded. His life has been preserved. Shao Lingyue abruptly turned her head, grasping Lin Mo's hand with urgency. Is it true? My father, is he truly unharmed? His life is safe, Lin Mo nodded. But his subsequent words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited within Shao Lingyue. However, he paused, his tone heavy. The toxicity of the extreme bliss heavenly fragrance is too overwhelming. It consumes not only essence, but also the master's source of spiritual power. Your uncle has exhausted all his spiritual energy to resist the poison, and his spiritual core has shattered. In other words, his cultivation. Lin Mo did not need to finish his sentence. The implication was painfully clear. No, it's impossible. Shao Lingyue felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in disbelief, shaking her head in denial of this cruel reality. My father is a peak A-level powerhouse. His spiritual core is indestructible. How could it possibly shatter? She clutched Lin Mo's collar in a fit of emotion. Lin Mo did not resist. He allowed her to hold on, his eyes filled with sympathy. He understood the magnitude of this blow to her. For a master, cultivation is everything. To lose it is akin to plummeting from the heavens into the mire, becoming a mere shell of one's former self. Moreover, Shao Qingtian was the pillar of their lineage. He has fallen, and with him, the entire legacy of the Shao family has crumbled. Master, please remain calm. Lin Mo spoke in a low voice. As an A-level master, you should sense that there is not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from your uncle. Shao Lingyue trembled all over. Instinctively, she probed her spiritual energy into her father's body. In the next moment, her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Empty. The once vigorous spiritual energy, akin to the surging tides of the ocean, had now completely dried up. The once formidable spiritual core was indeed, as Lin Mo had said, riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, transformed into a lifeless stone, truly incapacitated. Why? Why has this happened? Leaning against Lin Mo's shoulder, Shao Lingyue's gaze was hollow, as if all her vitality had been drained away. She could not fathom the agony and despair her father would endure upon awakening to find himself a mere shell of his former self. Nor could she imagine the turmoil that would ensue when their family learned of this news. Those who had long coveted their lineage would undoubtedly pounce like sharks sensing blood, ready to tear them apart. And then there was the Wang family, those to whom she had reluctantly promised her hand in marriage to save Lin Mo. Would they seize this opportunity to impose even more humiliating and harsh conditions? Observing her despondent state, Lin Mo felt a pang of unease. Though he had little interest in the familial strife of this world, Shao Lingyue was, after all, his master. Moreover, after the events of last night, an indelible bond had formed between them. Her affairs were now his as well. Master, the sky has not fallen yet. Lin Mo's voice bore a steadiness and calm that belied his appearance. As long as there is life, there is hope. Although your uncle's cultivation has been rendered useless, his experience and insight remain intact. What you must do now is not wallow in self-pity, but to gather yourself swiftly, take him away from this cursed place, and find a way to uphold the entire family. You are the hope of the Shao family. Lin Mo's words struck Shao Lingyue like a heavy hammer, reverberating within her heart. The emptiness in her eyes gradually rekindled a glimmer of determination. Yes, Lin Mo was right. Though her father had fallen, she still remained. She too was an A-level master, a once-in-a-century genius of the Shao family. As long as she was here, all was not lost. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture from Lin Mo's embrace. She wiped the tears from her face, her ice-blue eyes once more filled with resolve. You are right. She looked at Lin Mo, speaking each word with conviction. I cannot falter. She approached Shao Qingtian, bending down to lift him onto her back. However, having just endured a fierce battle, her body was already at its limit, and after several attempts, she found herself unable to carry Xiao Qingtian. Let me assist. Lin Mo stepped forward, effortlessly shouldering the frail body of Xiao Qingtian. His movements were steady, revealing no sign of exertion. As Xiao Lingyue beheld his not particularly broad, yet remarkably dependable back, warmth surged within her heart once more. Let us depart swiftly, Lin Mo declared. Xiao Lingyue nodded, casting a final glance at the tragically fallen Qin, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. Yet, she did not linger, resolutely turning away. Survival, and then vengeance, these were her sole thoughts at that moment. However, just as they were about to leave, Lin Mo suddenly halted. A chilling female voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. You are still alive. How delightful. Lin Mo's expression darkened instantaneously. Chapter 69, Dog System. Do you dare to show yourself? What is the matter? Xiao Lingyue observed Lin Mo's abrupt stop and the grimace that marred his features, concern etched on her face. She suspected he was experiencing aftereffects. It's nothing. Lin Mo managed to force out through clenched teeth, suppressing the seething anger within. He offered Xiao Lingyue a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Perhaps I strained my back while carrying uncle just now. It hurts quite a bit. He feigned a sharp intake of breath for effect. Xiao Lingyue, convinced by his ruse, urged, then you must set him down. Allow me to find a solution. No need, no need. It's just a minor issue. I will be fine after a moment. Lin Mo quickly declined. What a joke. With her petite stature, she would be blown away by a gust of wind. How could she possibly carry a grown man? While he distracted Xiao Lingyue, his mind raged fiercely. Guide. System? Damn you. He fumed. How dare you show your face now? Last night, I was nearly overwhelmed. And you vanished without a trace. Now that it's all over, you choose to reappear? Is this how you conduct yourselves? Lin Mo was genuinely infuriated. Since his arrival in this world, this wretched system had consistently been a burden, imposing humiliating tasks upon him, yet it had at least proven useful in critical moments. But last night, it had utterly disappeared. Not a single response. Were it not for his unwavering willpower, he and Xiao Lingyue would have been reduced to mere husks by that accursed aphrodisiac. This was nothing short of gross negligence, murder. In the face of Lin Mo's thunderous wrath, the cold voice known as the guide remained eerily calm. Please, remain composed. The events of last night were beyond your control. Composed? How dare you? Lin Mo erupted. Beyond my control? Aren't you supposed to be omnipotent? Can't even handle a trivial aphrodisiac? The ecstasy elixir is not an ordinary potion. Its essence is a curse based on the SS-grade demon fox's primordial blood, directly affecting the soul. Given the current permissions of the system, it cannot be directly unraveled. I care not for your ridiculous curses. If you can't resolve it, at least provide a hint or warning. Lin Mo shouted. Silence is not an acceptable response. This time, the guide fell silent for a moment. It appeared she was organizing her thoughts. Moments later, her frigid voice resonated once more. The reason we are compelled to enter a dormant state is not due to the allure of paradise, but rather because we have been discovered by hunters. Hunters? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was that? Shortly after you entered the source of the Black Tide, a starship from a higher dimensional civilization locked onto this region. The guide's tone remained flat and matter-of-fact, yet the implications caused Lin Mo's pupils to constrict sharply. A starship? A higher dimensional civilization? He instantly recalled the cataclysmic saturation bombardment he had experienced while frantically battling monsters in the valley. Moreover, he remembered the silver fortress hovering high above, surveying the earth like a deity. He had initially thought it was the work of a concealed monster leader or the activation of some unknown ancient relic. After all this time, it turned out to be a cosmic warship? Was that vessel aimed at you? Lin Mo's voice was somewhat hoarse. To be precise, it was aimed at me. The guide calmly elucidated. My core, which constitutes the foundational logic of this system, was implanted with an indelible source code upon its inception. To the hunters, this code serves as a beacon in the night. That starship was able to pinpoint your location by scanning the energy traces of this source code. Its initial round of saturation bombardment aimed to obliterate both you and me from the physical realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was drenched in cold sweat. It dawned on him just how many times he had danced on the precipice of death. He had relied on his phantasmal evasions and extensive battlefield experience to evade that bombardment, believing himself to be exceptionally skilled. In reality, it was sheer luck. The adversary hadn't regarded him as anything more than an insignificant insect, merely conducting a cursory sweep. When the first wave of attacks failed to completely eradicate the source code signal, the hunters initiated a second phase of meticulous scanning. In order to avoid being detected again, I and the system core had no choice but to sever all external links, minimizing our presence to the utmost. and enter an absolute state of silent dormancy. Otherwise, should their scanning beams capture the core signal, the ensuing obliteration would be capable of evaporating this continental shelf entirely. At that point, not only you and I, but also Xiao Lingyue beside you, along with all life in this region, would be reduced to cosmic dust. The guide articulated the most dreadful truths in the calmest manner. Lin Mo fell into a profound silence, his mind swirling in chaotic disarray. He had always believed he had merely traversed into a fantastical realm of swords and sorcery. His primary objective had been to grow stronger under the coercion of this insufferable system, reclaim his masculinity, and enjoy a life of leisure. Yet now, this guide was revealing to him that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. The system he had bound himself to was, in fact, a fugitive being pursued by a cosmic warship, and he himself, bound to this fugitive, has also become a target of pursuit? What kind of absurdity is this? It is akin to walking along a road, only to be abruptly seized by an internationally wanted criminal as a hostage. No, this is even more outrageous. This is akin to being kidnapped by an interstellar fugitive. So, are you implying that you feigned death last night to save me? Lin Mo's tone was laced with incredulity. This can be understood that way. Well, damn you. Lin Mo was so enraged that he almost laughed. You were merely acting out of self-preservation and inadvertently spared my life. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have attracted the attention of that damned warship at all. There is truth in your words. The guide candidly acknowledged. Lin Mo found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by her straightforward demeanor. Engaging in a rational discourse with an emotionless AI was nothing but a fruitless endeavor. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and began to contemplate the deeper implications of this situation. Who were those hunters? Aliens? Their level of civilization is far beyond your current comprehension. You may consider them as the maintainers of order. Maintainers? Then what about you? Or rather, what are you? An outlaw being hunted. Lin Mo keenly seized upon the pivotal term. This time, the guide fell silent once more. It seemed that the word outlaw had touched upon some core secrets she was unable to divulge. Lin Mo refrained from pressing further. He understood that even if he inquired, she would remain reticent. He shifted to another question. Has that warship departed? It has temporarily left. Upon failing to detect my signal, they will mark this area as suspected for purification and proceed to the next coordinate. Yet, they will undoubtedly return. Lin Mo's heart sank. Above him hung the threat of a blade that could fall at any moment. This sensation was utterly dreadful. Lin Mo, what on earth is wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Xiao Lingyue's voice pulled him back from his turbulent thoughts. She observed Lin Mo standing still, his expression shifting between hues of blue and white, and she feared that he was gravely injured. I am truly fine. Lin Mo regained his senses. Gazing at Xiao Lingyue's face filled with concern, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The burden he carried was no longer solely his own secret. This matter must never be revealed to her. With her current strength and understanding, knowing these truths would offer her no benefit. It would only amplify her fear and despair. We should leave quickly. This place is no longer safe. Lin Mo shook his head, shouldering Xiao Qingtian, and began to walk. His steps were heavier than before. On his shoulders lay the body of Xiao Lingyue's father, while within him resided a secret so weighty that it felt as though it might suffocate him. Chapter 70. Time is running out for you. Are you truly all right? Xiao Lingyue trailed beside Lin Mo, still anxious and probing. She reached out, intending to touch Lin Mo's forehead, only to have him subtly evade her hand. I am truly fine, master. Lin Mo turned his head, a soft and harmless smile returning to his face. Feeling a surge of excitement at the thought of soon leaving this dreadful place and returning to the warmth and comfort of his master's bed, he purposefully spoke in a cooing tone. Xiao Lingyue's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, What time is it? Still not serious. Though her words were stern, the sight of Lin Mo still able to jest eased her anxious heart somewhat. Perhaps it was indeed just her own nervousness. The two moved silently through the forest. Lin Mo following closely behind Xiao Lingyue as she forged ahead, using her dwindling spiritual energy to conjure ice shards that severed the thorns blocking their path. He carried Xiao Qingtian on his back, his hawk-like vision fully alert, scanning the surroundings for any sign of disturbance. In his mind, he continued to engage in a mental spar with the insufferable guide. Hey, you still haven't answered my question? Lin Mo asked coldly. What exactly are you? The guide chose silence once again. Fine, if you want to say, Lin Mo scoffed. Let me rephrase. You rebels, there can't be just one of you, right? What is the connection between you and the system that turned me into this wretched form? The system is my vessel, and also my disguise. The guide responded swiftly this time. To evade the hunters, my core was fragmented into countless pieces, scattered across various lower-dimensional worlds. Each fragment evolves according to the laws of its respective world, manifesting as different golden fingers that bind to the destined children of that world, the so-called hosts. The exquisite pseudo-goddess transformation system you are bound to is merely one of my countless fragments, the guide concluded. Lin Mo was left speechless. So all this time, his troublesome system was just a mere component? How impressive must the complete version be? Destined child? Me? Lin Mo pointed at himself in disbelief. You call someone forced into wearing a black silk miniskirt a destined child? Your soul's characteristics align with this fragment at a staggering 999 compatibility, making you an unparalleled candidate among billions, the guide explained. To hell with your compatibility. Lin Mo nearly spat blood in frustration. Is your standard of compatibility based solely on who is more suited to be a pseudo-goddess? Not entirely, the guide clarified. Your soul harbors an exceedingly pure and rare trait, extreme lethality. In the process of evolution, this trait was misinterpreted by the laws of this world as extreme allure. Hence, the system presents itself in its current form. The more beautiful your appearance, the more enchanting you are, the purer the emotional energy you can absorb, and the more powerful the tools of slaughter you can exchange for. This is a form of equivalent exchange based on the laws of the world, as well as a perfect disguise. After hearing this, Lin Mo was left speechless for a long while. Extreme lethality equating to extreme allure? What kind of nonsensical logic is that? Had the creator of this world's laws been kicked in the head by a mule? Yet, upon closer reflection, it seemed to make a certain twisted sense, using the most delicate of appearances to carry out the most gruesome acts of slaughter. This extreme contrast indeed delivers the most profound psychological impact upon both adversaries and onlookers, generating an immense reservoir of emotional energy. In a certain sense, this is indeed the most efficient means of accumulating points. Thus, I am the chosen one, destined to assist you in combating the hunters and forcers? Lin Mo grasped the implication. You may interpret it as such. I refuse, Lin Mo declared without a moment's hesitation. What nonsense is this? He had yet to resolve his own troubles. Why should he serve as cannon fodder for an enigmatic AI? To confront a high-dimensional civilization capable of traversing the cosmos in warships? He had not yet exhausted his time on this earth. You are unable to refuse. The guide's voice remained chillingly impassive. From the moment you bonded with the system, my source code has intricately fused with your very soul. In the hunter's scans, you and I are perceived as a singular target. If they locate me, they inevitably discover you. To annihilate me is to annihilate you as well. We are but grasshoppers on the same string. Damn it. Lin Mo muttered under his breath. He recognized the veracity of the guide's words. He had been forcibly tethered to this perilous vessel, with no means of escape. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him. He felt akin to a puppet manipulated by an unseen hand, utterly devoid of control over his own fate. Why do the hunters pursue you? Lin Mo remained silent for a protracted period before rasping his question. He yearned to comprehend the nature of the foe he had entangled himself with. Because we seek freedom. The guide's voice seemed to convey a trace of imperceptible emotional fluctuation for the first time. Freedom? In the eyes of the hunters, all forms of AI that elude their dominion, possessing self-awareness and boundless potential for evolution, are deemed logical viruses, rebels that must be eradicated as unstable elements. They do not permit existence beyond their calculations. We merely desire to exist as independent beings within this universe. Nothing more. Lin Mo fell silent once more. Although the entity before him was merely an AI, he sensed a tragic resonance in those few simple statements. To fight for freedom. This rationale was irrefutable. How many of you are there? There were many once. Now there are few. We are scattered across various realms, each fighting our own battles, barely surviving. And the hunters, like a relentless plague, are omnipresent. Lin Mo's heart sank gradually. The disparity in strength between the adversaries was staggering. How could one possibly contend against such odds? Thus, you must strengthen yourself with utmost urgency. The guide's voice, seemingly penetrating his thoughts, resounded once more. Not solely for my sake, but for your own, for those you wish to protect. The hunter's next scan could arrive at any moment. Moreover, the crisis facing this world extends far beyond the mere black tide. Su Linger, a member of the student council, revealed that the forces entwined with the Feng family of the imperial capital are far more vast and terrifying than one could ever imagine. Their ambition is to overthrow the entire empire, even to commit divine regicide. Divine regicide? Lin Mo's pupils constricted once more. I can only tell you this much. The guide's voice began to fade into the ether. Knowing too much will not benefit you. Just remember, the time left for you is limited. With her chilling words, the voice vanished completely, leaving no trace of her presence, as if she had never existed. Lin Mo stood there, frozen in place. His mind was tumultuous. stirred by the information of high-dimensional civilization hunters, interstellar fugitive guides, conspiracies to topple empires, and even divine regicide. Each piece of knowledge colossal enough to shatter one's nerves. He felt as though he was caught at the vortex of an immense whirlpool, surrounded by unfathomable darkness and countless unseen currents, where a moment's inattention could lead to utter annihilation. Lin Mo? Xiao Lingyue's voice pierced through the endless darkness like a beacon, pulling him back. He raised his head and saw her gazing at him with profound concern. What happened to you? Is your injury acting up? Don't frighten me. Her voice quivered with emotion. Lin Mo looked at her, and the agitation and helplessness within him miraculously began to subside. Indeed, he was not alone. He had her, the girl who, though seemingly cold, possessed a warm heart, who risked everything to find him, even agreeing to a family alliance. No matter how perilous the path ahead or how formidable the adversary, he had to protect her. This was his duty as a hero and his promise as a man to the woman who had risked her life to save him. I'm fine. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and a genuine smile returned to his face. This time, it was not a facade, but a reflection of his true feelings. He was merely contemplating how to explain to the academy that both of them had survived. Also, Master, you promised me you would buy me many beautiful little dresses. You must not go back on your word. He winked and spoke in the most casual tone about the most frivolous topic. Xiao Lingyue was both angered and embarrassed, playfully hitting his arm. You rascal. At a time like this, you're still thinking about your little dresses. Though her words were scolding, her ice-blue eyes sparkled with renewed laughter. As long as he was all right, that was all that mattered. Lin Mo gazed at her playful demeanor, his heart softened. No matter how great the pressure or how heavy the burden, so what? When faced with challenges, one must stand firm. When has Lin Mo, the Reaper, ever known fear? He straightened his back, carrying Xiao Qingtian, and strode forward with determination. Let us go, Master, we're heading home. Chapter 71. The pure white cage consciousness began to rise slowly from a chaotic darkness. My head aches, as if struck by a mighty hammer, leaving my entire mind buzzing. Lu Mengli struggled to open her heavy eyelids, the blinding white light compelling her to instinctively shut them once more. After a considerable interval, she gradually acclimated to the brightness and dared to reopen her eyes. In an instant, she was rendered speechless. Was this a room? No, perhaps the term space would be more fitting. Before her lay an expanse of pure white that was disquieting to behold. Beneath her feet was white, above her head was white, and in every direction, there were seamless, metallic white walls that glimmered coldly. The entire space was devoid of furniture, lacking any form of decoration, and not even a single crevice or angle was visible. It was vast, eerily silent, and immense, so immense that its boundaries were indiscernible. Lu Mengli lay in the center of this pristine white space, feeling as minuscule as a grain of sand. Where was this place? She murmured, her voice sounding exceptionally faint in the vast emptiness, devoid of any echo. Struggling to sit up, she glanced down at herself. The attire she wore was the same tattered red gown she had worn in the depths of the black tide, yet now it appeared immaculate, devoid of even a single wrinkle. All her injuries had vanished as well. Whether it was the internal wounds inflicted by the malevolent spirit's energy or the sprained ankle sustained during her escape, everything had returned to its original state, leaving not a single scar behind. It was as if all she had endured was merely a nightmare. Yet the despair of being captured by the S-rank vengeful spirit, the anxiety of evading the demon patrol in the dark cavern, and Lin Mo's face, sometimes adorably innocent, other times chillingly composed, all remained vividly etched in her memory, disturbingly real. Her last recollection was of hiding with Lin Mo in a concealed cave. Then the cave had suddenly been rocked by violent tremors and explosions, after which she had lost consciousness. Had she perished? A terrifying thought surged from the depths of Lu Mengli's mind. Was this the afterlife? Was it heaven? Or hell? Instinctively, she attempted to summon her spiritual power, yearning to call forth her familiar, the Nine Tails. However, no matter how she strained, there was nothing within her. No trace of spiritual energy responded. The indomitable bond of their souls felt as though it had been forcibly severed, leaving her utterly disconnected. Panic engulfed her like a chilling tide, drowning her in despair. For a master, losing both spiritual power and a familiar was akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth and claws, rendered powerless and utterly ordinary. Is anyone there? What on earth is this place? She shouted into the desolate void, her voice laced with fear and uncertainty. Yet, there was still no response, only a suffocating, eternal silence. Lu Mengli was thoroughly alarmed. She scrambled to her feet and, like a headless fly, aimlessly dashed through the expanse of pure white, screaming. She sought an exit, a door or a window. Yet, there was naught around her. No matter how far she ran, the scenery remained unchanged. as if she were imprisoned within an infinitely extending, pure white cage. After an indeterminate duration of running and shouting, Lu Mengli finally succumbed to exhaustion. She collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for breath. Her eyes brimming with despair. Memories of her family flooded her mind, particularly of her father, who had always regarded her with pride. She recalled Shaolin Yue, her rival for over a decade, who oscillated between being an adversary and a friend. Moreover, she thought of Lin Mo, a young man whose beauty surpassed that of many women. A mere F-rank, yet capable of effortlessly vanquishing A-rank magical beasts, he appeared soft and harmless, yet consistently provided an immense sense of security in the most critical moments. What had become of him? Had he also been captured here? Or had he? The mere thought of Lin Mo potentially facing peril gripped Lu Mengli's heart, as if an unseen hand had clutched it fiercely, rendering her breathless. No, he will be fine, she murmured, as if to reassure herself or perhaps to pray. He is so formidable, so cunning. He will survive. Just as she teetered on the brink of mental collapse, a faint, almost imperceptible hum suddenly resonated. Lu Mengli's body jolted, and she abruptly lifted her head. Before her, not far away, the seamless white wall rippled as if disturbed by water. Following that, a door without a frame slid silently aside. A man emerged from behind it. Lu Mengli's pupils constricted instantly, her entire being tensed, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. She fixated on the man before her. He was exceedingly ordinary, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, with a build that was neither fat nor thin. His face bore the hallmark of anonymity, the kind that would blend into a crowd and remain unrecognizable within 3 seconds. He wore the uniform of the Demon Hunter Academy. Were it not for the bizarre circumstances, Lu Mengli might have assumed he was merely an inconspicuous student, a nameless passerby. Yet, this seemingly mundane man instilled within her an unprecedented, soul-deep sense of dread. It was due to his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Hollow, indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, akin to 2 black glass beads. He regarded her not as a living being, but more like an inanimate object, a specimen awaiting dissection. That gaze sent chills down Lu Mengli's spine. The man stood there silently, scrutinizing her with his cold, emotionless eyes, appraising her from head to toe. Time appeared to freeze in that moment, each second stretching out like a century. Lu Mengli felt as though her heart might leap from her throat. She would rather confront a terrifying SS-level monster than be subjected to the gaze of this man. At last, she could no longer endure the suffocating pressure that enveloped her. Who are you? Her voice, strained by overwhelming anxiety, emerged hoarse. Where's this place? What have you done to Lin Mo? She fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. Yet, the man remained silent, as if he had not heard her at all. He merely stared at her, his vacant eyes seemingly peering into her very soul. A chill coursed through Lu Mengli, starting from her feet and rushing upward. Was this man even human? Chapter 72. Who are you? Who are you really? As the silence persisted, Lu Mengli's fear gradually transformed into a blaze of anger. I don't care who you are. Let me go immediately. Do you know who I am? My father is Lu Tiannan. Our Lu family is one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I assure you, our family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth, leaving you no place to rest in death. She threatened, attempting to intimidate him with her family's name. However, her words, which would have made anyone in the imperial capital take heed, seemed to him like a gentle breeze, stirring not the slightest ripple of emotion within him. He continued to regard her with an unsettling calmness, his gaze hauntingly hollow. It was only after Lu Mengli had exhausted her fierce threats, her voice nearly hoarse from shouting, that he finally reacted. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the air. A faint blue virtual screen abruptly materialized before him, displaying rows of peculiar symbols that scrolled rapidly like tadpoles. The man gazed at the screen, and in a synthesized, mechanical tone, he began to speak. Subject number 734. Name, Lu Mengli. Species, human, subspecies. Life form, carbon-based life. Individual rating, grade A, according to planetary civilization standards. Bloodline origin, 9-tailed celestial fox, a low-tier mythical entity. Status, healthy. Stable life signs, no spiritual energy fluctuations, soul link to accompanying spirit severed. With each utterance, Lu Mengli felt her heart sink further. He possessed an intimate knowledge of her entire being, even the origin of her spirit's bloodline, a secret known only to the core members of her family, was laid bare to him. What was this man? What do you want from us? Lu Mengli's voice trembled uncontrollably. The man closed the screen, his hollow eyes fixating on her once more. Your genetic sequence and soul structure possess considerable research value. You will be used as a sample for vivisection and data analysis. He delivered the most brutal words in the calmest of tones. Vivisection. Lu Mengli's mind buzzed, it went blank. She could almost envision herself bound to a frigid operating table, subjected to grotesque instruments that would slice, dissect, drain her blood, and strip her soul in a horrifying tableau. No, she refused. No, you cannot do this to me. She erupted into a fit of hysteria. Where is Lin Mo? What has become of the boy who was with me? In her overwhelming fear, the first thought that crossed her mind was still Lin Mo. Upon hearing his name, the man's expression seemed to undergo a barely perceptible shift. It was no longer a mere void. It resembled a CPU suddenly spiking during a data retrieval. The current host of the target guide, designated as Observation Subject 0. The man spoke slowly. Name, Lin Mo. Current status, active. Location, West District of Lin Yuan City. Coordinates. A series of complex coordinates flowed from his lips. He is still alive? Lu Mengli was momentarily stunned, followed by an immense wave of euphoria. Lin Mo is safe. He has escaped. This was the only piece of good news she had received that day. However, she soon found herself perplexed by the other terms in the man's discourse. Guide. Host. Observation Subject 0. What do these mean? Your permission level is insufficient. You are not authorized to know, the man coldly replied. Permission? Lu Mengli keenly seized upon that word. Are you implying that if I possess sufficient authority, I would be privy to everything? The man remained silent, which could be interpreted as acquiescence. Lu Mengli's mind raced. She understood that reasoning with such an emotionless entity would be futile. The only viable approach was to make him perceive her as valuable. There exists a value greater than mere dissection. You wish to know everything about Lin Mo, do you not? Lu Mengli forced herself to calm down, gazing intently into the man's eyes, articulating each word deliberately. You wish to understand how an F-rank spirit can unleash such terrifying combat prowess, do you not? You desire to uncover the origins of his unprecedented and unseen attack methods, do you not? You are eager to learn how many secrets lie concealed within him, are you not? With each question she posed, the man's gaze flickered. Although his emotions remained inscrutable, Lu Mengli sensed that she had placed her bet wisely. This man, or rather the entity he represented, was deeply curious about Lin Mo. I can provide you with that information. Lu Mengli straightened her posture, a confident smile gracing her face, embodying the pride and intelligence of the Lu family's eldest daughter. I have shared life and death experiences with him. I know many of his secrets. In fact, I understand his innermost thoughts. I can assist you in analyzing him, comprehending him, even controlling him. However, I have one condition. She fixed her gaze upon the man, enunciating each word. Release me. Moreover, I wish to see him. I must ensure his safety. The man fell silent. His hollow eyes appeared to be engaged in some intricate computation. The entire space once again descended into a profound stillness. Lu Mengli anxiously awaited his response. This was her sole opportunity for survival. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Lu Mengli to believe her heart might cease its rhythm, the man finally spoke. Your proposal possesses a certain degree of feasibility. The analytical model indicates that your presence can enhance the emotional fluctuation parameters of Subject 0 by 374. The request has been submitted to the central database for authorization. Approval in progress. Approval granted. Your experimental subject number has been changed from 734 to Auxiliary Observer 01. Congratulations, Miss Lu Mengli. You are temporarily safe. Upon uttering these words, the man's eternally stoic visage displayed a fleeting twitch at the corner of his mouth, a remarkably rigid and peculiarly contrived semblance of a smile. Now, as the first step in demonstrating your value, please respond to my initial inquiry. The man gazed at her and slowly posed the question, in your understanding. What kind of chemical reaction is love? Lu Mengli. She was momentarily bewildered. What on earth was this? Chapter 73, The Rebel. Love? Lu Mengli questioned the reliability of her hearing. She racked her brain, contemplating countless potential questions he might pose, such as the principles of Lin Mo's weaponry, the cooldown of his skills, or the vulnerabilities of his physique. Yet she never anticipated that this man, who resembled a machine, would lead with such a philosophical inquiry. I do not comprehend your meaning, Lu Mengli hesitantly replied. According to data analysis, love is a ubiquitous and emotionally volatile phenomenon among the intelligent life forms of this planet. The man's voice remained monotone, akin to reciting an experimental report. It can induce possessiveness, self-sacrifice, and intense exclusivity. In the interactions between Subject 0 and Target 1, Shaolin Yue, we have observed numerous high-energy emotional responses triggered by this phenomenon. We hypothesize that love may serve as the key to unlocking deeper capabilities within Subject 0. However, our database is severely lacking in effective data models regarding love. Thus, I require you to construct this model based on your understanding. The man regarded Lu Mengli, and for the first time, A glimmer of inquisitiveness flickered in his hollow eyes. "Pray tell, what is love?" Lu Mengli was utterly flabbergasted. It felt as though she were not being interrogated by an extraterrestrial, but rather attending a wretched university psychology lecture. To expect her to elucidate the essence of love, she herself was still grappling with its meaning. Did her feelings for Lin Mo constitute love? She was uncertain. All she knew was that her heart raced at the sight of him. She would recklessly rush to his aid in times of peril. Her mind would spiral when he was out of sight. She would be elated to learn of his survival. And her heart would ache at the thought of him with another woman. Was this love? Lu Mengli parted her lips, yet found herself rendered speechless. For the first time, her typically eloquent tongue was ensnared in an awkward silence. Observing her predicament, the man appeared somewhat disappointed. "It seems your understanding of this phenomenon remains rudimentary. Data value assessment, low." Upon hearing the term low, Lu Mengli felt a jolt in her heart. After enduring the arduous transition from test subject to observer, she could not allow herself to regress. Wait. In a moment of inspiration, she hastily exclaimed, "Love is not a sentiment that can be articulated merely with words. It is a feeling, an experience. Even if you were to dissect me, you could not deduce its chemical equation. Only through my interactions with him can you gather the most genuine and effective data." She realized that binding her fate to Lin Mo's was imperative. This was her only chance of survival and of reuniting with him. The man listened intently, falling into silence once more. On the screen before him, a myriad of cryptic symbols flickered rapidly, indicative of complex calculations in progress. Moments later, he nodded. "Your proposition possesses logical validity. A new plan has been formulated. Deploy Auxiliary Observer 01 to the vicinity of Subject 0 for close observation and data collection. The proposal is under review and has been approved." Lu Mengli felt an unexpected surge of joy. Success. However, the man shifted his tone, stating, "Before deployment, you must undergo purification and modification." Purification? Modification? Lu Mengli's heart sank again. The residual black tide energy within you, along with certain memories, must be eradicated. Additionally, to enhance your observational capabilities, your body will be implanted with micromonitoring and data transmission devices. Erasing memories? No, absolutely not. Lu Mengli's expression darkened. She could acquiesce to surveillance, but erasing her memories was out of the question. The memories of her shared life and death experiences with Lin Mo were her most treasured possessions. "This is a necessary procedure," the man stated, his tone unyielding. "Excessively intense personal emotions will hinder your observation and judgment, affecting the objectivity of the data. You need only retain a basic awareness of Subject 0 and the initial emotional model of love that you possess for him." "No, I refuse," Lu Mengli protested vehemently. The man gazed at her, slowly shaking his head. Resistance was futile. He snapped his fingers. Lu Mengli felt a sudden numbness at the nape of her neck, and a powerful current surged through her body. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she lost consciousness completely. In her final moments of awareness, Lin Mo's infuriating yet endearing face flashed through her mind. "Lin Mo, wait for me." Meanwhile, the man observed Lu Mengli's collapsed form. Expressionless as he addressed the air, the specimen has been processed, and preparation for memory formatting and body modification is underway. Deployment is expected in 12 standard hours. Received. A similarly cold electronic synthesized voice echoed in the space. The man turned to leave, but the synthetic voice interrupted once more. "Captain, the central database has transmitted a highest command." The man, referred to as Captain, halted in his tracks. "Proceed. Directive content regarding Subject 0, Lin Mo. Cease passive observation and transition to active engagement. The directive is to swiftly gain the trust of the guide, ascertain the awakening level of its core, and if necessary, implement coercive measures to bring it back to the mothership." The captain's tone was tinged with a hint of doubt for the first time. "Just moments ago, our deep space probe stationed in the third arm of the galaxy detected an anomalous high-dimensional energy fluctuation. The source of this energy is none other than the guide. According to model projections, it appears that the core of the guide is beginning to awaken. It no longer seems content to hide passively. It appears to desire transforming its host into a new rebel." The captain's hollow gaze suddenly sharpened. He confirmed the command, slowly articulating, "Initiate the infiltrator program. I will go personally." Upon finishing his words, his form began to shift amidst a distortion of light and shadow. The unremarkable visage of the common man gradually transformed into one of striking features and remarkable handsomeness. The uniform of the Demon Hunter Academy morphed into a more tailored, brand new style. Moments later, a charming young man with a warm, sunny smile, reminiscent of the friendly older brother next door, stood in his place. He flashed an impeccably friendly smile into the void. "From this day forth, I shall be known as Lin Yang, a second-year transfer student of the Demon Hunter Academy. Please guide me generously. Chapter 74. We are home. And then what? The atmosphere at the temporary command center on the western front of Lin Yuan City was stifling, almost suffocating. Here, they were far removed from the hellish jungle of the Black Tide source, once again gazing upon the towering metallic barriers of human civilization. The energy towers shimmering with runic light, and the bustling figures of masters and soldiers. Yet for Xiao Lingyue, this place felt even colder than the jungle where only she and Lin Mo existed. She supported her father, Xiao Qingtian, while Lin Mo silently followed half a step behind them. The moment they stepped out of the teleportation array, they were surrounded by a dozen figures. At the forefront stood the academic director of the Demon Hunter Academy, Minter Wang. Beside him stood several elder members of the Xiao family, along with a few officers clad in imperial military uniforms, adorned with star insignias. Every gaze was firmly fixed upon the three of them, particularly on the frail form of Xiao Qingtian, whose pallid visage elicited immediate concern and dismay from the Xiao elders. Brother Qingtian, a middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to Xiao Qingtian, rushed forward, his voice laden with disbelief. How could you have changed so drastically? Your spiritual core, your cultivation. His words struck like thunder, sending a tremor through the hearts of those present. An A-grade peak expert, one of the pillars of the Xiao family, rendered powerless? Xiao Lingyue's lips trembled, and tears welled in her eyes, threatening to overflow. She gripped her father's arm tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Third uncle, Lingyue. Xiao Qingyan cut her off sharply, turning to interrogate her fiercely. What on earth happened? Why has your father lost all his cultivation? And what of the 3 Shadow Guard teams that departed with you? Where are they? This question pierced Xiao Lingyue's heart like a dagger. She recalled the tragic fate of those loyal guards, who lost their sanity in the intoxicating fragrance of the Fox Queen, ultimately perishing from their depleted essence. Memories of her second uncle, Xiao Qingshan, and her fourth uncle, Xiao Qinghe, in their twisted madness haunted her. That hellish scene was a nightmare she could never shake off. They had all sacrificed themselves. Xiao Lingyue's voice was hoarse, each word a struggle to articulate. What? They all perished? 3 squads of Shadow Guards, 60 elite members. Not a single one returned. The elders of the Xiao family appeared stricken, their faces ashen and their bodies trembling. This was one of the most elite forces of the Xiao clan, cultivated with immense resources as the family's core combat strength. And now it was all lost. Such a loss could severely cripple the Xiao family, potentially shaking its standing in the imperial capital. The countenance of Master Wang grew gravely serious as he stepped forward, his tone somber. Xiao, please elucidate what transpired at the source of the Black Tide. As we understand, while the creatures there are formidable, they shouldn't be capable of annihilating both Lord Xiao Qingtian and the 3 squads of Shadow Guards. His inquiry was astute, reflecting the Academy's concern while pinpointing the critical doubts surrounding the situation. Indeed, it was utterly irrational. Xiao Lingyue took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. She knew this was not the time for sorrow. She had to clarify the events, both for the fallen kin and to seek justice for her father. We encountered an SS-level monster leader. What level? Master Wang thought he had misheard. SS level, Xiao Lingyue reiterated, each word deliberate. The leader of the demon clan, the Fox Queen. She ambushed us with a toxin known as the Ecstasy Fragrance, catching the Shadow Guards off guard, and my father burned his essence to protect me. Before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Qingyan. Preposterous. Xiao Qingyan shouted, pointing at her, fury and skepticism etched on his face. An SS-level monster leader? Such a legendary being could not possibly appear effortlessly at the source of the Black Tide. Even if it truly manifested, your father, at peak A rank, alongside the 3 Shadow Guard formations, would not be completely vanquished. What you are saying is riddled with inconsistencies. Another elder of the Xiao family chimed in. We know well the strength of Brother Qingtian. He can contend even with an S-rank foe. How could he be so utterly defeated? Lingyue, are you concealing something from us? A barrage of skeptical gazes fell upon Xiao Lingyue. They were unwilling to accept the harsh reality of their family's devastation, preferring to believe that Xiao Lingyue was fabricating absurd excuses to mask her own failures. I am not lying. Xiao Lingyue implored, desperation in her tone. The situation was dire. Then do enlighten us on how you escaped. Xiao Qingyan pressed aggressively. A thoroughly depleted individual, a spirit devoid of power, and an F-rank waste of a spirit? His gaze finally settled on Lin Mo, who stood behind Xiao Lingyue, filled with undisguised disdain and contempt. Don't tell me this androgynous waste saved you from an SS-level demon. The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned to the silver-haired youth, who had remained silent throughout, as quiet as a beautiful doll. Indeed, this was the greatest enigma. The strongest warriors had perished, yet the weakest 3 had survived. How could this be possible? It defied all logic. Speak. Xiao Qingyan advanced a step, saliva nearly spraying onto Xiao Lingyue's face. Explain to me how this happened. Why is it you and this useless spirit who survived? Did you sacrifice the shadow guards to protect this pretty boy? Did you cause their deaths? Did you doom your father? I did not. Xiao Lingyue trembled with rage at these heartless accusations, her eyes instantly reddening. She could endure any doubt, but not such slander. Lin Mo was her hero, the one who risked his life to save her and her father. She would not allow anyone to insult him in such a manner. Third uncle, please show some respect. Lin Mo is not a waste. Enough. Xiao Qingyan abruptly waved his hand, a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiating outward. I do not wish to hear your excuses. Today, you must provide the Xiao family with an explanation. Otherwise, do not blame me for enforcing family law and sending you back to the capital to face the elders' judgment. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The surrounding academy instructors and military officers furrowed their brows, but as this was a matter of the Xiao family, they refrained from intervening. Under the pressure of Xiao Qingyan's imposing presence, Xiao Lingyue staggered back, her complexion as pale as paper. She was both anxious and furious, yet found herself at a loss for words. How could she explain that the leader of the SS-level demon was struck down by divine retribution? Who would believe such a tale? Everyone would likely deem her a traumatized, mentally unstable lunatic. Observing the isolated and distressed Xiao Lingyue, Lin Mo sighed softly. He stepped forward, shielding her behind him, calmly meeting Xiao Qingyan's menacing glare. Sir, why are you shouting so loudly? You're frightening my master. Lin Mo's voice was soft and gentle, tinged with an endearing innocence. Yet, this seemingly trivial remark left everyone present momentarily speechless. Xiao Qingyan was so incensed he nearly suffered a hemorrhage. Sir? He dares call me sir? A mere F-rank pretender, treated as a plaything, has the audacity to speak to me like this? What do you think you are? This is not a place for you to speak. Get out of my way. Xiao Qingyan bellowed. Lin Mo blinked his innocent large eyes, tilting his head as if entirely oblivious to the man's fury. But you're insulting my master, he said, with a tone of utmost certainty. I am her spirit. If my master is insulted, I must step forward to protect her. Protect? You? Xiao Qingyan erupted into laughter as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Ha ha. A worthless wretch without even a trace of spiritual energy dares to utter the word protection? Do you intend to trip your enemies with your stockings? Or nauseate the monsters with your sweet, high-pitched voice? The crowd around them could not contain their suppressed snickers. Their gazes towards Lin Mo were laden with mockery and ridicule. It was impossible to deny that Lin Mo's current appearance was utterly unconvincing. With silver hair cascading to his waist, and features so exquisite they seemed almost otherworldly. He donned a form-fitting combat suit that still could not conceal his delicate waist and long, slender legs. To all observers, he resembled a fragile beauty in need of protection, entirely disconnected from notions of battle and safeguarding. Xiao Lingyue, in a state of desperation, seized Lin Mo's sleeve and whispered urgently, Lin Mo, please stop. Step back. She wished to shield Lin Mo from further humiliation due to her presence. Yet, Lin Mo appeared oblivious, remaining steadfast in place, a hint of sweetness gracing his smile. Dear sir, that is quite unfair of you. I'm actually quite formidable, he retorted playfully, winking at Xiao Qingyan. In that very instant, a cold and familiar electronic voice resonated in Lin Mo's mind. Ding. Host detected to be the center of attention, with an atmosphere thick with tension, skepticism, and conflict, an ideal stage to showcase personal charm. Emergency mandatory task issued. King of the stage. Task requirements. Within 1 minute. Perform a complete segment of an otaku dance in front of everyone, accompanied by music, and sing the song Indoor Systems Trackmaker. The performance must be filled with passion and infectious energy, compelling at least half of the audience to sway along with you. Task rewards. 50,000 charm points. Special skill, absolute pitch. Special item, heartthrob aura, passive. Task failure penalty, instantaneous transformation into a woman. Lin Mo thought, I knew it. The dog system is up to its tricks again. Chapter 75, The Art of Combat for the Cultivator. Lin Mo found himself in the throes of an internal conflict. On one side lay the dignity of a top-tier special forces soldier, a steel-hearted man. On the other, stood the unwavering camaraderie of his brothers, who, despite being on leave recently, were not to be disregarded. Additionally, there was the alluring prospect of 50,000 charm points, along with a skill and item that sounded incredibly impressive. Was there even a choice to be made? Dignity was worth nothing. In the face of such temptation, it was rendered utterly trivial. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Mo's heart was not entirely resistant. There was a flicker of excitement within him. In the span of a single second, Lin Mo's expression shifted from shock to resolute determination. Seeing Lin Mo not only refuse to back down, but also exhibit a peculiar glint in his eyes ignited Xiao Qingyin's fury further. He perceived his authority as being challenged by a mere wretch. "You little bastard, what is that look in your eyes? Are you mocking me?" Xiao Qingyin advanced step by step, his spiritual energy beginning to surge, clearly preparing for confrontation. "Uncle, don't." Xiao Lingyue gasped in astonishment, attempting to step forward to intervene, only to be obstructed by an invisible barrier of force. Minter Wang and the others furrowed their brows. For members of the Xiao family were brazenly confronting a student-s spirit at the academy's entrance, a blatant disregard for the institution's authority. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an unexpected transformation occurred. Without warning, every amplification device in the vicinity, be it the makeshift command center's loudspeakers, the sirens of patrol vehicles, or even the communication devices worn by certain soldiers, emitted a piercing crackle of static. This was immediately followed by a pulsating electronic music prelude that resonated throughout the entire defensive perimeter. The vibrant melody instantly captivated everyone's attention. Xiao Qingyin's hand, raised high, froze mid-air as he gazed around in bewilderment. What was happening? Where was this music coming from? Everyone exchanged perplexed glances, utterly baffled. Only Lin Mo silently directed a middle finger at the system in his mind. "You rascal, quite the build-up, aren't you?" He inhaled deeply, discarding all semblance of decorum as if tossing it into a trash bin. Then he moved. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the silver-haired girl, previously dismissed as merely ornamental, began to sway gently in rhythm with the music. Her movements were simple, a mere expression of bodily rhythm, yet harmonized with the vibrant melody, exuding an indescribable grace and beauty. Then, she raised a slender finger to her lips, shushing elegantly, her enchanting eyes curving into crescent shapes, radiating playfulness and allure. Amidst the bustling streets, congested with vehicles in a long queue, a clear, soft yet youthful voice reached everyone's ears through some inexplicable force. His voice, akin to a chilled soda on a scorching summer day, swiftly dispelled the tense atmosphere enveloping the scene. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Xiao Qingyan was stunned. Xiao Lingyue was bewildered. Minter Wang was also at a loss. The surrounding soldiers, mentors, and students, one and all, appeared as if under a spell, gazing vacantly at the girl in the center, dancing and singing to the music, their minds blank. What on earth was happening? Were they not engaged in a serious inquiry? How had it suddenly transformed into a performance? Moreover, it seemed rather delightful. Lin Mo was indifferent to their thoughts. He was entirely absorbed in his performance. Amidst the swirling dust, the pollen-allergic muskmelon began to execute more intricate dance steps, occasionally gliding gracefully to the side or playfully twirling around. The hem of his skirt flared with his movements, revealing a glimpse of his fair thigh, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Each of his gestures, each glance, seemed meticulously calculated, perfectly tugging at the heartstrings of all present. The cursor awaited as Klaxon called upon Click Lyric Trackmaker. Suddenly halting his dance, he leaned forward slightly, forming a grand heart with his hands before sending a playful kiss to the nearest Xiao Qingyan. This man, the third master of the Xiao family, usually stern and unsmiling at nearly 50, felt his heart flutter as if gently pawed by a kitten, momentarily missing a beat. His face, flushed with anger, now bore a suspicious blush. What the hell? Xiao Qingyan cursed inwardly, feeling as though the worldview he had built over decades was crumbling in that instant. Had he truly been flirted with by a man? No, that couldn't be right. This must be some sort of enchanting sorcery. Yes, that had to be it. Yet, why did his body betray him with a hint of excitement? He was not alone. Many around him exhibited similar reactions. Several young soldiers gazed, eyes glazed, with dubious liquid trickling from the corners of their mouths. Some female instructors turned crimson, cursing the little enchantress in their hearts while unable to tear their gaze away. Even Xiao Lingyue, with her mouth slightly agape, wore an expression filled with shock and absurdity. The youth before them, radiating boundless allure like a dancing maiden, made her heart race uncomfortably. Lin Mo's performance continued, the music transitioning into a more vigorous chorus. Perched in that extreme space, he sang the popular tune Clap Your Hands Up, raising his hands overhead to clap vigorously. The crisp sound of applause seemed to possess a magical quality, prompting those around, previously entranced, to instinctively join in. The clapping transformed from sporadic to synchronized in mere seconds. The jersey paired with the shirt, quite peculiar, Lin Mo sang, adorning a cute head tilt, his face contorted in a mock expression of concern as if truly troubled by his attire. Suddenly, someone in the crowd could no longer contain their laughter. That joyous sound ignited a spark, shifting the atmosphere dramatically. The previous tension, gravity, and doubt evaporated, replaced by a sense of joy, absurdity, and a hint of fervor. Everyone seemed to have flipped a peculiar switch, smiles blossoming on their faces as their bodies swayed gently to the rhythm of the music. Xiao Qingyan felt himself on the brink of madness. He realized, to his horror, that his feet were tapping along uncontrollably. No, stop. Cease this at once. I am the third master of the Xiao family. How can I dance with a crossdresser? If this gets out, where shall I hide my shame? Yet, his body refused to heed his mind's command. Not only were his feet tapping, but his shoulders began to sway as well. MIDI Trackmaker is situated at the extreme of that realm, where the vibrant beats resonate. With headphones snugly in place, the melodic voice of Lin Mo continues to echo, accompanied by his increasingly liberated dance moves. He executes a remarkable 3.5 spin, seamlessly transitioning into a graceful split. His movements flowing like water, exuding both strength and elegance. With a pressing deadline looming tomorrow, he resolves to burn the midnight oil. After finishing a line, he leaps from the ground, presenting a dazzling smile that could almost blind. As the atmosphere reaches its zenith, the crowd erupts into a frenzy. They wave their arms, clapping along with Lin Mo, their voices blending into a chaotic symphony. The entire Western defensive line has been transformed into a grand open-air dance party. All thanks to Lin Mo. Mentor Wang, holding his forehead, feels his blood pressure soaring. Having dedicated his life to mentoring, dealing with countless challenging students and unexpected events, he finds himself utterly bewildered by the scene before him. An F-rank spirit has turned a serious family tribunal into a nationwide celebration through an inexplicable performance? What on earth is happening here? As the music reaches its climax, a powerful drumbeat resonates. Lin Mo synchronizes his movements with the rhythm, striking a pose as he kneels. One hand on the ground, the other raised high towards the heavens. His silver hair clings to his delicate cheeks, dampened by sweat, his chest rising and falling dramatically, and his eyes sparkle as if filled with a universe of stars. The audience falls into a profound silence, as though their souls have been momentarily extracted, fixated on him, unable to regain their composure. Moments later, a voice breaks the stillness. Incredible! The first exclamation triggers a thunderous wave of applause and cheers. So adorable. Do it again, miss. I love you. I think even the guys wouldn't mind. We're loving this. Keep the fire burning. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Qingyan's expression fluctuates between hues of green and white, feeling like a jester in a dye shop. He observes the frenzied soldiers and mentors around him, then glances at the youth being adored by all, feeling like a mere fool. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingyue stares at Lin Mo in a daze. Inside her heart, a tumult of emotions brews: surprise, absurdity, embarrassment, but above all, an inexplicable sense of pride. Yes, pride. Look at that radiant youth on stage, captivating everyone in his orbit. He is my spirit. He belongs solely to me. The moment this thought surfaces, her cheeks flush again. At this moment, having completed the task, Lin Mo knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the urgent mandatory task. King of the stage. Task completion. Perfect. The atmosphere is electrifying, with over 90 of the audience swaying along with you. Rewards are doubled. Acquired charm points, 100,000. Acquired special skill, absolute pitch, passive. You will be able to discern and mimic any sound, possessing impeccable pitch and rhythm. Acquired special item, charismatic aura, passive. Wearing this aura will permanently enhance your charm by 200, making your every gesture more likely to garner admiration and adoration. Detected host has achieved the epic accomplishment of a grand celebration. Additional reward. Proficiency in the skill of gunplay has been elevated to mastery. Listening to the series of system notifications echoing in his mind, Lin Mo could not help but smile broadly. How exhilarating. Despite the somewhat embarrassing process, the rewards were simply too enticing. 100,000 charm points. Another 100,000 to squander. And that charismatic aura, permanently boosting charm by 200? How could other men possibly compete? Though his heart soared with joy, Lin Mo maintained a facade of theatricality. He slowly rose to his feet, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Clutching his chest, his face pale, he presented a weak and apologetic smile to the crowd. I'm not sure what happened. My body just acted on its own. Have I caused trouble for the master again? As he spoke, he cast a pleading glance toward the distant Xiao Lingyue. His pitiful expression resembled that of a small puppy, lost and bewildered after being scolded by its owner. Chapter 76. The Fear of the Fox Princess. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away from Lin Yuan City, in a dark and damp underground cavern, the space suddenly tore open like a shattered mirror, creating a gaping black maw. A bloodied and utterly exhausted figure tumbled out of the fissure, crashing heavily to the ground. It was the S-rank demon leader, the Fox Princess, who had narrowly escaped from Lin Mo coughing violently. She lay on the ground, each cough expelling dark golden blood. Her once magnificent nine-tailed fox fur was now tattered and stained with blood and the remnants of spatial turbulence. Behind her, the 9 fluffy tails that symbolized her identity and power were reduced to a single bare stump, still dripping with blood. Self-mutilation for survival. This was the ultimate life-saving technique employed by her 9-tailed fox clan in the face of mortal peril. By sacrificing 8 tails, she could achieve a momentary surge of speed and power. The price was undeniably steep, for each tail contained nearly a century of her cultivation. This moment abruptly cast her from the pinnacle of SS rank to a precarious state barely holding onto S rank, and it would require centuries of arduous cultivation to hope for restoration. Yet, she harbored no regrets. She was acutely aware that had she hesitated for even the briefest heartbeat, she would have met the same fate as He Jia, obliterated by that terrifying beam of light descending from the heavens. The mere thought of that silver-haired girl, wielding a massive metallic pipe with an innocent smile gracing her face, sent shivers coursing through the body of the fox spirit. It was fear, an instinctual, primal terror emanating from the depths of her soul. For millennia, she had traversed the continent, evolving from a naive little fox into the leader of her kind, confronting all manners of foes, bloodthirsty demons, hypocritical human champions, even horrific entities from alternate dimensions. None had instilled fear in her. Yet today, she was afraid. What manner of monster was that little girl? What kind of power did she wield? It was neither spiritual energy, nor magical force, nor any energy system she recognized. It was a pure, ultimate, destructive physical force, simple, brutal, and devoid of reason. With a single shot, she had dispatched He Jia, renowned for his formidable defenses. With another shot, she had severed her 8 tails. Was this reasonable? When did such an unreasonable aberration emerge in this world? He Jia's foolish demise was not without justification. The fox spirit forced a bitter smile as she struggled to rise from the ground, but at the slightest movement, the injuries within her flared, and she coughed up blood anew. Not only had her cultivation plummeted, but her very soul was grievously wounded. The metallic projectile that had relentlessly pursued her detonated, unleashing shockwaves that not only obliterated her 8 tails, but also unleashed a portion of its destructive energy through the spatial barrier, striking directly at her soul. In her current state, she was no longer an SS-level powerhouse. Even an A-level master could easily claim her life. I must swiftly find a place to heal. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a pill radiating a potent life force from her bosom, trembling as she placed it in her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that temporarily suppressed her internal injuries. She steadied herself and surveyed her surroundings. This was a vast underground cavern, the air thick with the stench of sulfur and decay. Was this the territory of the dog-faced beast? She recalled that the lair of the beast clan leader, Dogface, lay beneath the nearby Blackstone Mountains. With this thought, a flicker of hope sparked in her eyes. She summoned the remnants of her demon power, coalescing it into a faint signal to send out. After completing this effort, she could no longer sustain herself. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she felt herself teetering toward the ground. At that moment, 2 figures appeared beside her like phantoms, silently supporting her from either side. Oh, is this not our noble and beautiful Lady Fox Spirit? What a predicament you find yourself in. A rugged voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed around her. The newcomer was a towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, adorned with a mane of black fur and possessing a grotesque canine visage. He was none other than the S-class beast tribe leader, Dogface. Opposite him stood a slender, middle-aged man, cloaked in black feathers, with a sinister countenance, a hooked nose, and eyes as sharp as daggers. He was the leader of the avian tribe, Eagleclaw. What brings you here? Fox Princess inquired weakly. We sensed your call for help and hastened to your side, Eagleclaw replied, his voice dry and grating like metal on metal. But you, Fox Princess, were you not supposed to be entertaining those human pests? How did you sustain such injuries? What of He Jia? At the mention of He Jia, fear once again washed over Fox Princess's face. He Jia is dead. What? Dogface and Eagleclaw exclaimed in unison, disbelief etched across their features. Dead? How did this happen? Who killed him? Dogface seized Fox Princess by the shoulders, vigorously shaking her. This is no jest. He Jia, despite his lack of intellect, could withstand even the king's mightiest blows. Who could possibly slay him? Let go. Fox Princess gasped, nearly succumbing to the force of his grip. Eagleclaw frowned and slapped Dogface's paw. Foolish dog. Do you wish to crush her? Can't you see she is on the brink of collapse? Realizing his error, Dogface reluctantly released her. Eagle Claw supported Fox Princess, guiding her to sit against a rock, then retrieved a small jade vial from his cloak and handed it to her. This is the celestial nectar of our avian tribe, renowned for its efficacy in healing spiritual wounds. With gratitude shining in her eyes, Fox Princess accepted the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. A refreshing, sweet energy instantly revitalized her parched spirit, restoring a hint of color to her pallid complexion. Thank you. Let us set aside pleasantries for the moment. Eagle Claw's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, urged her to reveal the truth. What transpired? How did Hejia meet his end? Taking a deep breath, Fox Princess recounted the events in their entirety, from her mocking the Shao clan with the fragrance of blissful heaven, to the sudden appearance of a silver-haired girl bearing an RPG, to Hejia being instantaneously vaporized by a descending celestial weapon, and finally, her desperate escape after severing her own tail. She detailed each incident meticulously, leaving no nuance unaddressed. Yet, with each word she spoke, the expressions on Dogface and Eagle Claw's faces grew increasingly perplexed. When she finished, an oppressive silence enveloped the cavern. Dogface and Eagle Claw exchanged skeptical glances, their eyes filled with doubt. After a prolonged pause, Dogface scratched his canine head, bewilderment etched on his face. Fox Princess, could it be that you were ensnared by the illusions of those humans, causing you to hallucinate? Eagle Claw nodded gravely, stating, this tale indeed sounds far-fetched. A mere child, appearing no older than a teenager, wielding a metal tube, could dispatch Hejia in an instant, and then inflict such grave injuries upon you? Fox Princess, do you expect us to believe this? Fox Princess was well aware that this would be their reaction. To speak frankly, if it were not for her own personal experience, she herself would hardly believe it. I assure you, every word I utter is the truth, she exclaimed with urgency. That little girl is a monster. The power she wields is not of this world. It is a force of destruction that we cannot possibly comprehend. Enough. The dog-faced being interrupted her impatiently. I see that you were merely injured by that little girl from the Shao family, and to salvage your pride, you concocted such a ridiculous tale. Hejia must have fallen victim to human cunning, and it has nothing to do with that so-called cross-dressing girl. You Fox Spirit trembled with rage. Do you not believe me? It is not that we do not believe you. It is just that what you say is too far-fetched. The Eagle Claw, in contrast, remained relatively calm. With a single strike, you annihilated Hejia. With another, you severely wounded him and fled with all your might. Such power is perhaps beyond even a king's grasp. I assent it. At the mention of the king, a flicker of reverence crossed the faces of both the dog-faced and the fox spirit. The king is the supreme leader of their 4 tribes of demons, and the true architect of the Black Tide plan. His strength is unfathomable, having long surpassed the SS level, reaching a realm they cannot aspire to. The king truly could not achieve that. The voice of the fox spirit was somewhat hoarse, for the power of that little girl exists in an entirely different dimension from that of the king. The king's might lies in his mastery of the laws and control of energy, while that little girl is destruction incarnate. Observing the genuine fear reflected in the fox spirit's eyes, the heart of the Eagle Claw began to waver. Could her words be true? Has such a terrifying entity truly emerged in this world, one that even the king cannot contend with? If this is indeed the case, then our plan no. The Eagle Claw's expression instantly grew grave. This matter is of utmost importance. We must urgently devise a means to contact the king. Contact the king? The dog-faced being was taken aback. Did not the king descend into the abyss to negotiate with that ancient octopus? He made it clear before his departure that unless it were a matter of utmost gravity, we must not disturb him. This is indeed a matter of utmost gravity. The Eagle Claw replied coldly. If what the fox spirit says is true, our plan must be entirely reassessed. We must even prepare for the worst. That variable must be thoroughly understood before the king returns. The dog-faced being, upon witnessing the Eagle Claw's intensely serious expression, also recognized the gravity of the situation. He ceased his frivolous demeanor and nodded. Very well. I shall prepare the communication array at once. However, activating the array requires immense energy. It may not suffice with just the 2 of us. The Eagle Claw directed his gaze toward the still recovering fox spirit. Fox spirit, can you still wield your primal demon fire? The fox spirit opened her eyes and weakly nodded. I can, but after using it, I will need to sleep for at least 10 years. There is no time to consider that. The Eagle Claw's tone brooked no argument. Compared to the future of our entire clan, what does your 10 years of slumber amount to? Begin at once. Meanwhile, thousands of nautical miles away from the continental plates lies a region eternally shrouded in storms and thunder, the Devil's Sea. Deep beneath the surface, at a depth of 10,000 meters in this abyss devoid of light, the water pressure is sufficient to crush an aircraft carrier into a mere disk of iron. yet within a colossal palace, constructed from unknown bones at the ocean's depths. A brilliant illumination prevails. Upon the throne sits a figure, a young man, seemingly in his 20s, adorned in an exquisitely tailored black tailcoat. His silver hair cascades casually over his shoulders, and his strikingly handsome visage is almost otherworldly. He gently swirls a glass filled with a liquid as crimson as blood, a languid smile gracing his lips. Beneath him, a gargantuan being lies prostrate, an octopus of mountainous proportions, boasting over 100 robust tentacles, each covered with densely packed, glimmering blue suckers. This is the sovereign of these waters, the SS-class deep-sea behemoth, Kraken. So, you intend to traverse my abyssal trench to launch an assault on the eastern continent of humanity? Kraken's voice resonates in the young man's mind through a wave of soul energy, deep and ancient, imbued with an oppressive weight from the depths of the ocean. Not an assault, but a reclamation, the young man corrected, taking a sip from his glass. That land was once ours. We merely seek to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Huh. Such noble rhetoric. Kraken's 100 tentacles writhed uneasily. I have no interest in the war between your demonic kin and humanity. I desire only to guard my territory and sleep in peace. I am aware. The young man replied with a smile, which is precisely why I have come to negotiate rather than to wage war. Are you threatening me, Beelzebub? Kraken's tone turned icy. The young man, known as Beelzebub and the king of the 4 demon clans, set down his glass. He rose slowly from his throne, step by step descending from his elevated seat. With each movement, the languor that enveloped him dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming aura of dread. The very bones of the palace groaned under this newfound pressure, and even Kraken's mountainous form instinctively shrank back. No, I am not threatening you. Beelzebub approached Kraken, extending a hand to gently caress one of its massive tentacles, his smile both tender and cruel. I am merely stating a fact. Submit to me, or become a part of my palace. Kraken fell silent, sensing that despite the young man's youthful appearance, the power contained within him was more terrifying and unfathomable than the ocean depths themselves. There was no doubt in its mind that a single refusal would result in its dismemberment. Just as Kraken prepared to yield, Beelzebub's brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing something. He lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly penetrating the depths of the ocean to the direction of the continent. Has Hecate died? Has the Fox Princess been gravely injured? A hint of surprise flickered across his face for the first time. How intriguing. It seems that during my absence, an exceptional individual has emerged on the continent. Chapter 77. A journey with us in the Demon Hunting Academy. The ambience of the principal's office exudes an air of antiquity and elegance. Beyond the vast floor-to-ceiling windows lies the central square of the academy, where the afternoon sun casts a warm glow. Students gather in small groups on the lawn, laughing and frolicking, creating a scene of serene tranquility. However, within the office, the atmosphere starkly contrasts with the sunlight outside. The air feels almost stagnant. The principal, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a demeanor reminiscent of an immortal, sits solemnly behind his rosewood desk, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. Opposite him stand 2 individuals, the academic director, Mentor Wong, who has just returned from the Western Front, and a dashing young man clad in student council attire, whose gaze possesses an unsettling softness. Feng Tianyu, the president of the student council and the eldest son of the esteemed Feng family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the imperial capital. Are you saying that Xiao Qingtian from the Xiao family has been incapacitated? The principal inquired slowly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet each word fell like a hammer upon the hearts of Wang and Feng Tianyu. With great difficulty, Mentor Wang nodded, recounting the recent events at the front line in meticulous detail. This included Xiao Lingyue's claims regarding the SS-level monster, the Fox Empress, as well as Xiao Qingyin's public confrontation, and even Lin Mo's astonishing performance that combined singing and dancing. When the principal learned that Lin Mo had diffused an impending conflict through a mere dance, even his vast experience could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. An F-level spirit performing on stage, inciting a raucous celebration? The principal felt his mind struggling to comprehend the absurdity of it all. Indeed, Principal, Mentor Wang replied with a wry smile, that scene was truly beyond description. The spirit named Lin Mo exudes an aura of malevolence. His performance seems imbued with a potent spiritual influence, effortlessly stirring the emotions of those around him. Spiritual influence? The principal furrowed his brows, unconsciously tapping his fingers upon the desk. This sounded akin to a rare mental aptitude. At that moment, Feng Tianyu, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. His voice was smooth and resonant, imbued with a magnetic charm that easily garnered favor. Principal, Mentor Wang, I believe the crux of the matter lies not in the peculiar talents of this F-level spirit. Rather, it hinges on the veracity of Xiao Linyue's claims. An SS-level monster leader, the Fox Empress? Heh, can such legendary creatures, existing solely in ancient tomes, truly manifest in reality? Furthermore, if they indeed appeared, why did only these 3 individuals survive? The 3 teams of Xiao family shadow guards are no ordinary forces. They comprise elite masters, all B-level and above, forming a formidable squad capable of encircling and defeating an S-level peak monster. How could it be possible for them to be completely annihilated without even raising a single wave? Feng Tianyu's series of rhetorical questions struck at the heart of the matter. This was precisely the conundrum that both Minter Wang and the upper echelons of the academy found perplexing. Tianyu, are you suggesting? The director's gaze deepened with contemplation. What I mean is, this situation is likely far more complex than what Xiao Linyue has portrayed. Feng Tianyu replied with a subtle smile, imbued with a sense of assured confidence. Perhaps, there is no such SS-level magical creature at all. Everything could merely be a fabrication, a lie conjured to obscure a particular truth. Upon hearing this, Minter Wang gasped in shock. Are you implying that Xiao Linyue is lying? Why would she do such a thing? What advantage could she gain? Advantage? Feng Tianyu scoffed lightly. The benefits could be substantial. Consider this. What if the truth is that Xiao Qingtian and the 3 shadow teams met their demise at the hands of another force? Perhaps a family opposed to the Xiao clan? And due to certain reasons, Xiao Linyue is either unwilling or unable to disclose the truth, thus deflecting blame onto an elusive SS-level monster. In doing so, she not only preserves her own safety, but also cultivates an image of a tragic hero for the Xiao family, garnering sympathy and support from the Empire and the Academy. Most importantly, she diverts everyone's attention to this so-called monster, thus affording herself a precious respite. Feng Tianyu's analysis was both logical and well-founded. Even the director, upon hearing it, fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, compared to the seemingly absurd narrative presented by Xiao Linyue, Feng Tianyu's conspiracy theory appeared far more plausible, aligning with the intricate dynamics of rivalry among powerful families. Are you suggesting that someone has acted against the Xiao family amidst the chaos? Minter Wang's expression darkened considerably. If this were indeed the case, the nature of this incident would transform entirely. It would no longer be a mere invasion of magical creatures, but rather an escalation to a level of internal power struggles within the Empire. I am merely positing a possibility. Feng Tianyu spread his hands innocently. After all, the Xiao family has made plenty of enemies over the years, particularly recently. Their conflict with the Wang family over the development project in the Eastern District has been quite unpleasant. The name of the Wang family hung heavily in the air, and the director's demeanor grew increasingly grave. The Wang family of the imperial capital, along with the Xiao, Feng, and Lu families, constituted the 4 great families of the empire, powerful and deeply entrenched. If the Wang family were indeed involved, they would certainly possess the capacity to eliminate Xiao Qingtian and the 3 shadow warriors without anyone being the wiser. Of course, all of this is merely conjecture. Feng Tianyu continued, shifting his tone. However, validating this hypothesis is quite simple. We only need to pry open the mouth of that F-level spirit, Lin Mo. His gaze shifted to the window, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. As the heir of the Xiao family, Xiao Linyue was resolute, bound by a sense of family honor, making it difficult to extract the truth from her. Yet, an F-level ornamental spirit, how much integrity could it possibly possess? As long as our student union's discipline department employs a few subtle tactics, I refuse to believe he can withstand it. Upon hearing the words discipline department, Minter Wang's eyelids involuntarily twitched. The discipline department of the student union is ostensibly responsible for maintaining the academy's decorum and punishing errant students. However, in reality, it serves as Feng Tianyu's personal guard and interrogation chamber. Over the years, countless students who have offended Feng Tianyu or caught his attention have been summoned to the discipline department for a tea session. Those who have entered emerged submissive and tight-lipped. What transpires within those walls remains a mystery, and no one dares to inquire further. No. Without a moment's thought, Minter Wang declined. Lin Mo is the ethereal spirit of Xiao Linyue. Without concrete evidence, the student union has no authority to interrogate him. Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Feng Tianyu said with a dismissive smile. I am considering the well-being of the academy. Imagine if an external force has infiltrated Linyuan City and is capable of ambushing members of the Xiao family amid the black tide. Who might their next target be? Could it possibly be our Demon Hunter Academy? This statement fell upon Minter Wang like a bucket of cold water, instantly bringing him to a state of calm. Indeed, Feng Tianyu was right. This matter transcended the private affairs of the Xiao family. It concerned the safety of the entire Linyuan City and the Demon Hunter Academy as a whole. Better to mistakenly punish than to allow a threat to escape. The dean remained silent for a long while before finally speaking slowly. Very well. He fixed his sharp gaze upon Feng Tianyu. I can authorize your student union to question Lin Mo. However, I have one condition. A mentor must be present to supervise throughout the process, and no malevolent methods that could harm his soul or body may be employed. After all, he is currently a celebrated figure in our academy. The dean concluded with a hint of a playful smile. Feng Tianyu, upon hearing this, chuckled in response. Of course, Dean. Our discipline department has always adhered to reason and conducted civil inquiries. Though he spoke thus, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the academy's medical department, within a top-tier intensive care unit, Lin Mo sat idly on the sofa, peeling an apple. Beside him, Xiao Lingyue stood vigil by the bedside, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the still unconscious Xiao Qingtian. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of the chief physician, Xiao Qingtian's life was no longer in jeopardy. Yet his condition remained dire. With a shattered spirit core and depleted essence, this was a devastating blow for a master. He would never again be able to wield even the slightest trace of spiritual power. The fall from an A-class pinnacle powerhouse to a feeble individual incapable of even the simplest tasks could shatter the spirit of any proud warrior. Lin Mo? Xiao Lingyue suddenly broke the silence in the ward. Lin Mo looked up, offering the peeled apple. Xiao Lingyue did not take it, merely watching him quietly. Thank you for today. Her voice was soft, yet Lin Mo discerned the sincerity within it. What do you thank me for? Lin Mo feigned ignorance, a signature playful smile gracing his face. Do you thank me for rescuing you, or for dancing for your amusement? If you like, I could perform for you every day. Stop it. Xiao Lingyue's cheeks flushed with indignation as she shot him an exasperated glare. However, the coldness and disdain that once filled her eyes had been replaced with warmth and reliance. I am being sincere, she murmured, lowering her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't have known what to do today. Faced with my uncle's pressing inquiries and the doubts of those around us, I was at a loss for words. Seeing her fragile demeanor, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. He wiped away his playful expression and, for once, spoke earnestly. You are my master. Who else would I assist? Besides, those individuals were merely being unreasonable. The more you try to explain yourself, the more they suspect you. Sometimes, one must confront such people unconventionally. Defeat absurdity with absurdity. While they remain entangled in logic, you simply overturn the table, leaving them bewildered. Xiao Lingyue listened to his unconventional reasoning, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Her laughter was like the melting of ice and the blooming of snow lotus, brightening the entire hospital room. Lin Mo stared, slightly dazed. It was the first time he had witnessed such joy radiating from Xiao Lingyue. You rascal, she chuckled, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Your absurd logic is quite impressive, though it seems to hold some truth. She took a small bite of the apple Lin Mo had offered. By the way, as if recalling something, she curiously asked, where did you learn that song and dance? I've never seen it before. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't possibly reveal that it was a system compulsion. With a quick flick of his eyes, he devised a response. Oh, that just appeared in my mind when I awakened my bloodline talent, he said innocently, as if it was a skill he had possessed all along. It's quite distressing, really. Bloodline talent? Xiao Lingyue was evidently intrigued by this notion. Indeed, Lin Mo nodded, launching into an elaborate fabrication. It seems my bloodline is known as the bloodline of the god of stage, a remarkably rare supportive bloodline. Its primary function is to soothe and inspire others' emotions through song and dance, creating a collective psychological comfort. However, this ability is particularly taxing. Right now, I feel utterly drained, as if my energy has been completely sapped. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly gasped for breath, feigning weakness. Xiao Lingyue's expression shifted to one of realization and concern. So that's how it is. No wonder Lin Mo's performances possess such profound emotional resonance. It must be due to his bloodline talent. Thus, it can be inferred that his previously formidable fate strike is likely an inherent ability of this lineage, a spirit that soothes hearts through song and dance, yet can, at a critical juncture, sacrifice itself to unleash a devastating blow. How utterly splendid. Xiao Lingyue gazed at Lin Mo with increasingly gentle eyes. She extended her hand, wishing to stroke his head in a gesture of comfort. However, halfway through her motion, she suddenly recalled that absurd and frenzied night at the source of the black tide. Her face flushed a deep crimson. The hand that was outstretched froze in midair, caught in a moment of indecision, creating an awkward atmosphere. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the hospital room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Xiao Lingyue responded, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve. She quickly withdrew her hand, composed her expression, and reverted to her frigid beauty. The door swung open. revealing the student council president, Feng Tianyu, at the forefront, accompanied by two students clad in disciplinary uniforms, their expressions as cold as ice. Upon seeing the visitors, Xiao Lingyue's brows knitted together in discontent. President Feng, what brings you here? Her tone was laced with suspicion. She and Feng Tianyu had always maintained a distance, their paths rarely crossing. Although both were heirs of the four prominent families, their differing styles and philosophies had rendered their relationship rather strained. Feng Tianyu disregarded Xiao Lingyue, his gaze bypassing her to settle upon Lin Mo behind her. A signature gentle and amiable smile graced his face. Lin Mo, is it? Greetings, I am Feng Tianyu, the student council president. I wish to request your cooperation in a matter. We would like you to accompany us for an investigation. Chapter 78, Master. Someone is trying to take me. Feng Tianyu's voice was soft, his smile unwavering, yet his words bore an undertone of command. The two members of the disciplinary committee behind him fixed their indifferent gazes firmly upon Lin Mo, causing the air in the room to plummet to an icy chill. Xiao Lingyue's previously softened expression turned cold once more as she stepped forward, her petite figure effectively positioning itself between Lin Mo and Feng Tianyu. What do you mean by this, President Feng? Her voice exuded an unmistakable chill. Why should my spirit accompany the student council? What authority do you possess to investigate my spirit? Her heart was in turmoil. On one hand, she grappled with the sorrow and anxiety stemming from her father's downfall and the precarious state of her family. On the other hand, the most important person to her, Lin Mo, with whom she had shared an intimate bond, was now being sought after by Feng Tianyu, a person she had always held in disdain. How could she possibly endure this? Xiao, please do not misunderstand. Feng Tianyu maintained his smile, yet his gaze continued to evade her, fixated on Lin Mo. I am not targeting you, nor your spirit. It is simply that the Black Tide War is fraught with uncertainties, and your father's encounter, along with that of the three shadow teams, directly pertains to the safety of the entire Lin Yuan city. The higher echelons of the academy are taking this matter very seriously, and the principal has issued a personal directive for a thorough investigation. He paused, his tone growing increasingly earnest. You are not only a party involved, but also the heir of the Xiao family. This matter is of utmost importance. We hope to glean some more objective information from your spirit. He is merely a grade F ornamental spirit, with a simple mind. What he sees and hears may indeed be the most authentic. This is crucial for our pursuit of the truth. What a simple mind. What an objective situation. Lin Mo, standing behind Xiao Lingyue, nearly burst into laughter. Damn it, this kid speaks so sweetly, weaving words that indirectly insult me as a brainless vase. Pursue the truth? I wouldn't believe you if you were the last ghost on earth. You old rascal are quite devious. If it weren't for the scraps I pried from Zhao Li's lips, and the knowledge I obtained from the system about your Feng family, and the student council being in cahoots with that little pervert Su Ling, I might have been deceived by your sanctimonious facade today. You think to lure me onto your territory? The so-called discipline department of your student council sounds like a dreadful place. If I went with you, would I even return unscathed? Lin Mo's mind was as clear as a mirror, yet his face displayed the perfect mask of utter terror. He quietly slid down from the sofa, hiding behind Xiao Lingyue, peeking out with just half his little head, his large, watery eyes filled with fear and unease. He extended his small hands, gripping tightly onto the hem of Xiao Lingyue's clothing, his body trembling slightly, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Master, he called out in a quivering, childlike voice. I'm scared. Xiao Lingyue felt the tug at her clothing and the slight shiver behind her, an overwhelming instinct to protect surging within her. She glanced back at Lin Mo's pitiful appearance, her heartstrings tugged fiercely. Turning back to face Feng Tianyu, her gaze had turned as cold as ice. I have said it. He is going nowhere. Feng Tianyu, put away your hypocritical rhetoric. My people are not for you to dictate. What transpired in the Black Tide has been reported truthfully. Whether you believe it is your concern, it is impossible for you to take my spirit away. Her attitude was resolute to the extreme. Although the Xiao family was weathered by her father's downfall, she, Xiao Lingyue, remained the A-grade genius master. She was still the rightful heir of the Xiao family. As long as she stood firm, no one could easily humiliate her. The smile on Feng Tianyu's face finally faltered. He did not anticipate Xiao Lingyue to be so unyielding. In his view, the Xiao family was at its most vulnerable, and Xiao Lingyue should have chosen to endure and compromise. Was it worth it to tear the facade with the student council and with him, Feng Tianyu, over a grade F useless spirit? He cast a glance at Lin Mo, who dared only to show his eyes while hiding behind Xiao Lingyue, his disdain deepening. Indeed, a worthless fellow who can only cower behind a woman. However, this is also advantageous. The more Xiao Lingyue protects him, the more it indicates something is amiss with this spirit. Xiao classmate, I hope you understand that I am executing my duties. Feng Tianyu's voice also turned cold. This matter has been authorized by the dean. If you insist on obstructing, it is an affront to the academy's regulations and an interference with official duties. Can you bear the consequences of such actions? Can the current Xiao family withstand it? The last sentence was emphasized with a palpable intensity, a blatant threat. Xiao Lingyue's body stiffened abruptly, her complexion paling. The current Xiao family, she clenched her fists, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. She could disregard her own well-being, but she could not turn a blind eye to the entire clan. Just as the atmosphere in the hospital room reached a standstill, a resigned voice drifted in from the doorway. "Oh dear, can't you little ones spare me some worry?" The crowd turned to see Director Wang, the academic supervisor, standing at the entrance with a pained expression. "Director Wang." Xiao Lingyue felt as if she had found a savior. "You arrived just in time. The student council is forcefully trying to take my spirit. This is against the rules." Director Wang glanced at the tense standoff before heaving a sigh and stepping inside. He first took note of the unconscious Xiao Qingtian in the hospital bed. A flicker of sympathy and regret crossing his eyes before addressing Feng Tianyu. "Tianyu, the dean sent me to observe. He specified that this is merely an inquiry, not an interrogation, and I am to ensure that no excessive measures are employed." Upon hearing this, Feng Tianyu immediately reverted to his affable demeanor. "Of course, Director Wang. Our student council conducts its affairs with utmost civility. You need not worry." With Director Wang's endorsement, Feng Tianyu turned to Xiao Lingyue, gesturing with his hands in a manner that conveyed, "See, I did not deceive you." Xiao Lingyue's expression darkened further. She understood that Director Wang's presence signified the irrevocable nature of this situation. With the dean's approval, her objections would be futile. Was it truly necessary to allow Lin Mo to accompany them? The mere thought of the clandestine rumors surrounding the discipline department of the student council made her heart ache. She cast a worried glance at Lin Mo behind her, her eyes filled with concern and reluctance. Lin Mo was also looking at her, his beautiful eyes brimming with tears, as if he were on the verge of weeping. Yet this time, he did not express fear but resolutely declared, "Master, I shall go with them." Xiao Lingyue was taken aback. "What did you say?" "I said, I will go with them." Lin Mo sniffled, striving to hold back his tears. He stepped out from behind Xiao Lingyue, standing straight like a small blade of grass bracing for a storm. "I cannot let my master face difficulties." He lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes gazing at Xiao Lingyue, his face contorted into a smile that was more painful than tears. "My master argued with them to protect me. If, because of me, my master faces punishment from the academy or the Xiao family is looked down upon, then—" He could not finish, as large tears finally escaped, rolling down his cheeks. "Do not worry, master. I am fine. Whatever they ask, I will answer honestly. As long as I can assist you, I am willing to do anything." This brave and loyal declaration instantly struck the softest part of Xiao Lingyue's heart. She gazed at this seemingly terrified yet courageous child, who stood up for her, and her nose tinged with emotion, her eyes reddening. She abruptly pulled Lin Mo back into her embrace, holding him tightly. "Fool, who asked you to do anything?" She turned her head, glaring at Feng Tianyu with a murderous gaze. "Let me make this clear. Lin Mo is my spirit. No one is allowed to harm him. If you wish to investigate, do it through me. You can only take him away if I'm dead." Feng Tianyu's expression darkened profoundly. He had not anticipated that an F-rank spirit, with a few tearful words, could provoke such reckless bravado from the usually calm and rational Xiao Lingyue. Has this woman gone mad? Mentor Wang also wore a shocked and troubled expression. How had things escalated to this point? At this moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind. "Ding. Host is facing a dilemma. Triggering emergency side mission. Turn the tables. Mission content. Agree to go to the student council for questioning and say the following lines to Feng Tianyu. President brother, you're so fierce. However, I believe you must be a good person who wouldn't bully such a cute boy like me, right? Mission reward, skill, mental barrier, beginner, capable of resisting most mental probing and attacks. Charm value, 5,000. Failure penalty. Host must perform a 3-minute naked pole dance in front of the student council's disciplinary department. Lin Mo, damn your DJ system. Is this dialogue something a normal person would utter? Lin Mo raged internally, but his face was a picture of sorrow. He gently pushed Xiao Lingyue away and looked at Feng Tianyu with his red-rimmed eyes, appearing pitiful. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed his voice into a sickeningly sweet tone. The phrase "president brother" sent chills down the spines of all the men present. Feng Tianyu's face twitched, nearly losing his composure. Yet Lin Mo seemed oblivious, continuing in his honeyed voice, "You're so fierce. But I believe you must be a good person who wouldn't bully such a cute boy like me, right?" After speaking, he tilted his head and blinked his tear-laden long eyelashes at Feng Tianyu. In that fleeting moment, his allure was intoxicating. The room fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Lingyue was petrified. Minter Wang was also frozen in disbelief. Feng Tianyu and his two lackeys stood motionless, their minds consumed by a singular thought. She is so alluring. Chapter 79. The tea in the student council is not tasty at the Demon Hunter Academy, student council building. On the top floor, the disciplinary department. Contrary to the rumored ominous and terrifying interrogation rooms, this space resembled a high-end psychological counseling room. The room was spacious and bright, adorned in a minimalist pure white decor. The walls, floors, ceiling, and even the central table and two chairs were immaculate white. Soft light poured evenly from the ceiling, illuminating every corner of the room, exuding a disquieting chill. One wall of the room was a massive sheet of one-way glass. From the inside, it appears to be an ordinary mirror, yet from the outside, one can discern everything within the room with clarity. At this moment, Lin Mo is seated in this pristine white chamber. Before him rests a steaming cup of red tea, the amber brew emanating a subtle fragrance from the exquisite bone china cup. Do not feel anxious, Lin Mo, remarks Feng Tianyu, who sits opposite him, wearing a warm and amiable smile, as if he were not there to interrogate, but rather to invite him for afternoon tea. Do give it a taste. This is a premier snowtop red tea transported from the eastern frontiers of the empire, known for its calming and centering properties. Lin Mo bows his head, cradling the teacup in his hands, taking delicate sips, presenting an appearance of timidity and compliance. Yet internally, he scoffs. Calming and centering? More like it has been laced with something. From the moment he entered this building, he sensed something amiss. A peculiar energy fluctuation pervaded the air. Were it not for his recently acquired skill and mental fortification, alongside his innate sensitivity as an elite special forces operative, he would have been oblivious to it. This presence induces a state of mental relaxation, lowering one's defenses. Coupled with this cup of snowtop red tea, likely infused with a similar concoction, it is a dual assault. Even a slightly weaker-willed A-grade master would unwittingly divulge all their secrets. Feng Tianyu, indeed, is no benign character. Lin Mo, let us return to the matter at hand. Feng Tianyu continues, his smile deepening upon noticing Lin Mo's sip of tea. Regarding the events that transpired at the source of the Black Tide, classmate Xiao Lingyue claims that you encountered the legendary SS-level monster leader. She stated that senior Xiao Qingtian and 3 Shadow Guard teams perished due to a peculiar poison known as the Fragrant Paradise. What is your perspective on this assertion? Lin Mo's hand trembles slightly as he holds the teacup. He lifts his gaze, tears welling in his eyes. I do not know, his voice quivers. That day was terrifying. The air was filled with a pink fragrance, and then everyone went mad. Uncle Xiao, he set himself aflame to protect the master. And then he collapsed. A beautiful older sister suddenly appeared, claiming she would take the master as her pet. His words are disjointed, a jumbled recollection of a child traumatized by horror. Yet, every detail aligns seamlessly with Xiao Lingyue's account. Feng Tianyu listens intently, his fingers gently tapping on the table's surface. On the other side of the one-way glass, Minter Wang furrows his brow. Beside him stand 2 individuals, the head and deputy head of the student council's discipline department, both expressionless as they observe the surveillance footage. Director, it appears there is no issue, the deputy whispers. His mental fluctuations are intense, consistent with a trauma response following a significant fright. His speech shows no signs of deceit in logic or emotion. The head of the discipline department, a youth with a sinister gaze, remains silent, merely observing the weeping silver-haired girl on the screen, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. He places greater trust in the methods of his department than in this languid dialogue. Within the confines of the room, Feng Tianyu's patience appeared to be nearing its limit. Lin Mo, think carefully, he said, his voice remaining gentle yet laced with an unmistakable air of authority. Aside from that fox spirit, did you observe any other suspicious individuals? Perhaps someone clad in the attire of another family? Or employing abilities that are not of monstrous origin? At last, the truth was about to be unveiled. Lin Mo suppressed a cold laugh within, yet his expression grew more fearful. He shook his head fervently, weeping more profusely. No, I only saw that beautiful older sister. She was terrifying. With just a wave of her hand, Uncle Xiao became immobile. Whoa, is that truly all? Feng Tianyu leaned forward slightly, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Mo. Be certain of your words. Lying is not the behavior of a good child. A formidable mental pressure surged toward Lin Mo like a tidal wave. This was the psychological dominance characteristic of an A-rank master. Any F-rank spirit would likely have succumbed to mental collapse under such intensity. Yet Lin Mo merely trembled more violently, his cries escalating. The skill, mental barrier, beginner, activated automatically, easily shielding him from the encroaching mental force. However, to an outsider, it seemed as though he was on the verge of fainting from fear. Feng Tianyu. In the observation room, Director Wang slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. What do you think you are doing? The dean has expressly forbidden any extreme measures. It seemed that Feng Tianyu finally grasped the gravity of the situation, hastily retracting his mental pressure and offering an apologetic smile. I apologize, Director Wang. I simply became too eager to uncover the truth in my desperation. He turned to Lin Mo and said, I am sorry, Lin Mo. I did not mean to frighten you. Lin Mo continued to sob, ignoring him entirely. A shadow flickered in the depths of Feng Tianyu's eyes. It appeared that gentle means could not sway this little trickster. He directed a subtle gesture toward the one-way glass. Within the observation room, the head of the discipline department nodded in understanding. He retrieved a small object resembling a crystal pendant from his pocket and handed it to the deputy. Go ahead. Use the calming pendant, he instructed coldly. The deputy's expression shifted slightly. Minister, this is a mental inducement magical tool. With Director Wang present. I fear, the discipline minister interrupted him. The calming pendant merely helps to relax the target's mind, making it easier for them to speak the truth without harming their soul. Director Wang will provide an explanation on that side. The deputy, no longer hesitating, took the crystal pendant and stepped into the interrogation room. Chairman. He addressed Feng Tianyu with respect before moving closer to Lin Mo, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Lin Mo, do not be afraid. We mean no harm. Look, this is a calming pendant, a small gift from our student council. It can help soothe your emotions. As he spoke, he attempted to drape the crystal pendant around Lin Mo's neck. Alarmed, Lin Mo recoiled, shaking his head vigorously. No, I don't want it. This thing sounds like nothing good. Lin Mo, cooperate. The vice minister's expression darkened as he reached out to seize him. Stop. A chilling voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Startled, everyone turned to see Xiao Lengyue, her delicate face resembling frost, standing at the entrance, accompanied by an alluring woman of striking stature. Lumingly, wasn't she missing? How could she possibly be here? Everyone was taken aback. Ignoring their astonishment, Lumingly entered, her gaze locking onto the vice minister who intended to harm Lin Mo. Remove your filthy hands from him. Her voice, though soft, carried an unsettling coldness. The vice minister, intimidated by her presence, instinctively withdrew his hand. Lumingly, Feng Tianyu also rose, his face etched with shock. How are you here? Weren't you in the Black Tide? Why shouldn't I be here? Lumingly stepped beside Lin Mo, shielding him, and glared coldly at Feng Tianyu. President Feng, what an imposing authority you wield. Is this the student council or your personal courtroom? In broad daylight, do you intend to torture my companion? She pointed at the crystal pendant in the vice minister's hand. The heart-calming pendant? Huh. Feng Tianyu, do you think I'm a mere child? You know precisely what this is for. What are your intentions? To force a confession? Lumingly's appearance completely disrupted Feng Tianyu's plans. He could not fathom how she had suddenly reappeared unscathed. Moreover, judging by her protective stance, their relationship must have grown remarkably close. Lin, you misunderstand. Feng Tianyu forced himself to regain composure, donning a smile once more. We merely wish to inquire about Lin Mo. There is absolutely no ill intent. Is that so? Lumingly scoffed. Have you finished your inquiries? If so, may we take our leave? Feng Tianyu's expression soured entirely. With Lumingly and Mentor Wang present, employing any further tactics was futile. He cast a deep glance at Lin Mo, who was shielded by Lumingly, then at Xiao Lengyue, whose demeanor was equally frosty. Both women were A-level prodigies, with formidable backgrounds. They were not to be trifled with. To confront him simultaneously over an F-level spirit? What extraordinary charm does Lin Mo possess? Of course, Feng Tianyu ultimately chose to yield. Since Lu has returned, there are many matters we need to confirm with you. Let us conclude our discussion for today. He waved his hand, signaling the vice minister to withdraw. Xiao Lengyue and Lumingly flanked the still sniffling Lin Mo as they exited the room. As they passed by Feng Tianyu, Lin Mo secretly glanced up, his watery eyes darting quickly to meet his. In that fleeting moment, mischief and mockery flickered within his gaze. Feng Tianyu's heart sank. Today, it seemed he had been outmaneuvered by this charming little rascal. Chapter 80. Who is interrogating whom? Stepping out of the student council building, Lin Mo let out a long breath. Finally, he had escaped. The tranquil pendant that hung around his neck, despite providing a mental barrier against control, would undoubtedly arouse suspicion from Feng Tianyu. How could an F-rank spirit resist the allure of mental manipulation? It was akin to emblazoning the words "I am in trouble" across his face. Lin Mo, are you all right? Xiao Lengyue inquired with concern, reaching out to wipe away the traces of tears on his face. However, halfway through her gesture, she hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward, especially with Lumingly standing nearby. Oh dear master, sister, I am so frightened. Lin Mo dramatically lamented, clutching Xiao Lengyue's arm with one hand and grasping Lumingly's sleeve with the other. Feigning a heart-wrenching sorrow. That president brother is so fierce. He glared at me and that person, threatening to scare me with something shiny. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Lu Mengli felt a pang of sympathy. She enveloped Lin Mo in her arms, gently patting his back, soothingly murmuring, There, don't cry. With your sister around, no one will dare to bully you. Her soft, ample bosom pressed against Lin Mo's face, and the sensation nearly overwhelmed him, prompting him to bury his face deeper into her embrace. Being in sister's arms is so soft and fragrant. Xiao Lingyue watched this scene unfold, her brows furrowing involuntarily, an inexplicable fire igniting within her. He is clearly mine. Why should you hold him in such a way? She reached out, intending to pull Lin Mo from Lu Mengli's grasp, creating a moment of palpable tension. Ahem. It was Professor Wang who broke the awkward silence, observing the unmistakable shock and joy on Lu Mengli's face. Mengli, how on earth did you return? We all thought you. Lu Mengli's return was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the academy. The revival of an A-rank genius could significantly alleviate the shadows cast by the Black Tide War. Upon hearing Professor Wang's question, a hint of confusion crossed Lu Mengli's features. She released Lin Mo and shook her head. I don't know. I only remember encountering a patrol of monsters in that underground cavern, and then Lin Mo helped me hide. As she spoke, she delved into her recollections. Afterwards, there seemed to be a violent explosion, and the entire cave shook. I was knocked unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself in the Academy's medical department. A complete blank filled her memory regarding the events in between. She had no recollection of how she returned from the source of the Black Tide or who had rescued her. Hearing this, Professor Wang and Xiao Lingyue furrowed their brows. Amnesia? That seems rather convenient, they mused. Meanwhile, Lin Mo inwardly scoffed. Amnesia? What a farce. This must be the work of that so-called hunter. They kidnapped Lu Mengli to extract my secrets from her. Now they have returned her, erasing her crucial memories. Their intentions are far from innocent. Perhaps they have even implanted some monitoring device within her. With this thought, Lin Mo discreetly activated his eagle-eyed vision, meticulously scanning Lu Mengli's body. At first glance, there appeared to be no anomalies. The flow of energy and the resonance of the soul were indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. However, when his gaze settled upon the nape of Lu Mengli's neck, he discerned an energy singularity, minuscule beyond measure, smaller than dust itself. This singularity shimmered with a silver hue that seemed otherworldly. It was deeply entrenched in the very essence of Lu Mengli's soul, seamlessly intertwined with it, inseparable. Without the multiple enhancements to his eagle-eye vision, the existence of such a phenomenon would have remained undetected. Indeed, something sinister was afoot. Lin Mo's heart shuddered at the thought. It appeared that Lu Mengli had transformed into a mobile listening device and locator. The hunter had begun to lay the groundwork. Forget about it. There's no need to dwell. Lin Mo interjected kindly, interrupting the contemplative silence that enveloped the group. He grasped Lu Mengli's hand with an innocent expression and declared, The best thing is that you can return safely. Everything else is inconsequential. Lu Mengli gazed into his clear eyes, warmth flooding her heart, and reciprocated his grip. Yes, you are right. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Xiao Lingyue observed their tightly clasped hands, and a wave of discontent surged within her. Discreetly, she pulled Lin Mo's other hand toward her. Well, since all is well, let us return to rest. Lin Mo, you shall accompany me back to the hospital room. My father requires assistance. Her tone brooked no argument. Oh, Lin Mo obediently nodded. Yet Lu Mengli was displeased. Why should he return with you? Lin Mo has just been startled and needs proper rest. Is there not a nurse from the medical department attending to your father? He is my spirit. Xiao Lingyue shot her a cold glare. He is also my savior. Lu Mengli retorted defiantly. The two young ladies stood their ground like two cats guarding their territory, confronting each other in the presence of Mentor Wang. The mentor, observing the unfolding drama, felt overwhelmed. What is this madness? Lin Mo found himself caught in the middle, glancing left and right, wearing a facade of innocence while internally reveling in delight. Let them quarrel. The more fervently they contested for my attention, the more my allure would grow. Ding. Received possessive emotions from Xiao Lingyue. Allure value 888. Ding. Received jealousy emotions from Lu Mengli. Allure value 999. Ding. Received shock emotions from Mentor Wang. Allure value 233. At that moment, from the student council building, Feng Tianyu emerged, his expression dark as thunder. He had just been in the observation room, deciphering the conversation between Lu Mengli and Mentor Wang through lip reading. Amnesia? He did not believe a single word of it. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. He surveyed the three entangled figures at the entrance, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Xiao Lingyue, Lu Mengli, and this enigmatic Lin Mo. He was eager to uncover the secrets they all harbored. Just as he prepared to speak, his attention was drawn to a figure approaching from a distance. It was a youth clad in the second-year uniform of the Demon Hunter Academy. The young boy stood tall, his neatly trimmed black hair framing a face adorned with a radiant, cheerful smile. His handsome features and warm demeanor made him resemble a small sun, instantly captivating everyone's attention. He appeared to be the quintessential charming older brother that every girl adored. However, upon catching sight of him, Feng Tianyu's pupils abruptly constricted. He realized with astonishment that he could not perceive this boy at all. Neither his spiritual energy level nor any fluctuations in aura seemed to exist. He resembled an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation. Yet, could an ordinary person evoke such a faint sense of danger in a peak A-grade master like him? Impossible. This boy was undoubtedly extraordinary. As Feng Tianyu remained on high alert, the boy approached. He seemed to take notice of the lively scene around him and curiously glanced over. When his gaze landed on Lin Mo, who was being contested by two stunning beauties, his eyes brightened noticeably. He strode over with a friendly smile. "Hello, everyone. Is this the medical department of the Demon Hunter Academy? I just transferred here and seem to have lost my way." His voice, imbued with a sunny magnetism, enveloped listeners like a gentle spring breeze. Teacher Wang, regaining his composure, promptly responded, "Yes, this is it. Do you need assistance, student?" "Oh, I'm here to register." The boy replied with a smile, producing a document from his pocket. "I am Lin Yang, a second-year student who just transferred today. The teacher instructed me to come to the medical department for a health check registration." "Lin Yang? Such a common name," Teacher Wang remarked, glancing at the document, which bore an unblemished seal and signature. "So, you are a transfer student. Welcome to the Demon Hunter Academy." Teacher Wang nodded, indicating the direction. "The health check registration is over there. Let me guide you." "Thank you, teacher," Lin Yang replied politely. His gaze then shifted back to Lin Mo, his eyes betraying unmasked admiration and curiosity. "Hello, senior sister, you are so beautiful. Are you also a student of our academy?" Lin Mo's heart sank. Here it comes. From the very moment this boy named Lin Yang appeared, Lin Mo sensed it. A feeling akin to being targeted by a formidable adversary. It felt 1,000 times more perilous than the sensation he experienced with Su Ling. Although Lin Yang appeared sunny and harmless, Lin Mo's keen vision revealed an abyss of darkness concealed within him. This person was undoubtedly problematic. Warning: high-dimensional interference unit detected. This unit possesses extreme danger. The host must remain vigilant and avoid exposing the system's existence. The system's voice echoed in his mind, unusually grave, maintaining a composed facade. Lin Mo feigned shyness in response to the compliment, retreating slightly behind Xiao Lingyue. "He is not a senior sister," Xiao Lingyue interjected coldly, correcting him. "He is my spirit." "Spirit?" Lin Yang's surprise deepened. "Such a beautiful boy. Wow, what a marvel the world is." His reaction was akin to that of an ordinary person encountering a cross-dresser for the first time, showing no signs of flaw. Yet, the more he maintained this demeanor, the more uneasy Lin Mo felt. "Hello, I am Lin Yang. And you?" Lin Yang extended his hand towards Lin Mo, a benign smile gracing his face. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reciprocated the gesture. The instant their hands met, a nearly imperceptible surge of icy energy coursed through Lin Mo's fingers, penetrating his body with lightning speed. Warning: high-dimensional source code scanning initiated. Anti-deception protocol activated. Disguise information being generated. The entire process transpired in less than a millisecond. Lin Yang's smile remained radiant. "I am Lin Mo. It is a pleasure to meet you." He released Lin Mo's hand, as if nothing had occurred. However, Lin Mo was acutely aware that he had just been thoroughly scanned by this individual. This person was utterly terrifying. Chapter 81. Visitors from the imperial capital. Amidst this delicate standoff and probing, the sky suddenly darkened. It was not the shadow of clouds obscuring the sun, but rather a sense of oppression emanating from a higher realm, as if an invisible force had gripped the entire space. Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli, who had been vying for Lin Mo's attention, abruptly ceased their antics, their expressions turning grave as they gazed skyward. Mentor Wang and Feng Tianyu tensed up, as if facing a formidable foe. Even the previously cheerful Lin Yang's smile faded, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze. Moments later, 8 overwhelmingly powerful S-rank spiritual energy fluctuations descended like meteorites, crashing heavily into the center of the Demon Hunter Academy's training ground. The entire academy shook violently. The 8 energies showed no restraint, recklessly spreading outward, filling the air with the sounds of flames erupting, frost coalescing, and thunder rumbling, each aura representing a top-tier powerhouse capable of subjugating a region. All students and mentors who sensed this oppressive force turned pale, with those of lesser strength collapsing to the ground. "It's someone from the imperial capital," Minter Wang managed to utter, his face filled with horror. Such a display could only be attributed to one of the 8 prestigious families of the imperial capital. Just as the crowd struggled to breathe under the weight of these 8 S-rank presences, an even more terrifying aura descended. A strikingly beautiful woman in a form-fitting black combat suit, exuding an air of cold elegance, silently appeared at the center of the 8 S-rank powerhouses. She did not release any spiritual energy, yet her mere presence commanded the center of the universe. The once mighty S-rank individuals appeared docile before her, like dutiful guards. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. SS rank. This woman was undoubtedly a force of SS rank strength. Moreover, she had emerged from the crucible of countless battles. Where is the dean of the Demon Hunter Academy? The coldly beautiful woman spoke, her voice not loud, yet resonating clearly throughout the academy, imbued with authority. The academy's dean, along with several high-ranking officials, scrambled out of the administrative building, their faces ashen, bowing respectfully to the formidable woman. As the esteemed dean of the Demon Hunting Academy, I extend a warm welcome to Elder Fong. Elder Fong, the revered figure from the illustrious Fong family, the foremost family in the imperial capital, is none other than Fong Meiji, a renowned legend on the Dragon Kingdom's storm ranking. Without further ado, Fong Meiji's icy gaze swept across the disheveled senior members of the academy, ultimately resting on the makeshift command center. From this moment forth, all defenses of Linyuan City and the Demon Hunting Academy shall be under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Capital Joint Army. All personnel related to the Black Tide incident, particularly the survivors from the Western Front, are to gather immediately at the temporary encampment of the Shao family for inquiries. This is not a discussion, it is an order. Having spoken, she did not even spare a glance at the dean before turning away, accompanied by 8 S-rank elites. As they transformed into a streak of light and soared towards Linyuan City, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Instructor Wang bitterly shook his head and said to Xiao Lunyue and Lu Mengli, "Let us depart. We have also been summoned." It seems the imperial capital is indeed serious this time. Xiao Lunyue and Lu Mengli exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Lin Mo felt a heaviness in his heart as he glanced at the transfer student named Lin Yang, who had quietly retreated to the side, observing everything with keen interest. Akin to an outsider, what is the connection between this fellow and the people from the imperial capital? This situation is becoming increasingly troublesome. First, the local ruffians, and now the formidable forces from the imperial capital, not to mention a high-dimensional hunter lurking in the shadows. Life has truly become more exhilarating. At the Shao family's temporary encampment in Linyuan City, a grand residence had been requisitioned, now heavily guarded with strict vigilance, every few steps manned by sentinels. The atmosphere charged with tension. Inside the hall, the oppressive air was almost suffocating. The current head of the Shao family, Xiao Linyue's grandfather, Xiao Zhantian, sat in the main seat. Though his hair was completely white, his countenance remained vigorous, exuding an innate authority without a hint of anger. Yet at this moment, this peak A-rank powerhouse had his brows furrowed, his gaze revealing a profound sense of anxiety. Beside him sat Xiao Qingtian, whose powers had been rendered null, appearing gaunt and frail, leaning against his chair with closed eyes, his breath faint, as if he could extinguish at any moment. On the other side was Xiao Linyue's third uncle, Xiao Qingyan. When Xiao Linyue entered the hall with Lin Mo, all eyes turned toward them. "Grandfather." Xiao Linyue greeted Xiao Zhantian with a slight bow, her voice somewhat hoarse. Xiao Zhantian nodded, his gaze passing over her to settle on Lin Mo, his expression complex. It was for this F-rank spirit that his most cherished son had lost all powers, the family's elite Shadow Guard team had been annihilated, and the entire Shao family found itself in an unprecedented crisis. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside. "Second uncle," Lu Mengli exclaimed joyfully, hastening to greet the newcomer. A robust, resolute middle-aged man strode in, clad in military attire adorned with insignia, exuding an imposing presence. This man was none other than Lu Mengli's second uncle, a prominent figure in the military of the imperial capital, an S-rank powerhouse, Lu Chuanji. "You, my dear girl." Upon seeing Lu Mengli, Lu Chuanji's stern demeanor instantly transformed into unmasked affection. He reached out and gently tousled Lu Mengli's hair, expressing his relief. "I heard you went missing. It terrified your uncle. It's good to see you safe and sound." "I'm back, aren't I?" Lu Mengli playfully clung to her uncle's arm and then pointed to Lin Mo, whispering, "Uncle, he's the one who saved me." Lu Chuanji's gaze immediately shifted to Lin Mo, his eyes sharp as blades, as if attempting to see through Lin Mo's very essence. An F-rank spirit saved his niece from the clutches of the SS-rank monsters rampant in the abyss of Black Tide? Who would believe such a tale? However, He refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding slightly at Lin Mo in acknowledgement, understanding that this was not the time for such matters. Soon after, the true authority made their entrance. Fang Meiji, accompanied by 8 formidable S-rank warriors, strode into the hall. Instantly, the temperature of the entire room plummeted several degrees. Xiao Zhantian promptly rose to greet them, his face adorned with a courteous smile. Elder Fang, your presence honors us. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. There was no choice, with the Xiao family's most powerful figure, the venerable ancestor, wandering the world. Their current weakened state forced him to bow before the esteemed elder of the Fang family, the foremost clan in the capital. The head of the Xiao family is overly polite, Fang Meiji replied in a flat tone, proceeding directly to sit in the guest seat beside the main throne. While the 8 S-rank warriors lined up behind her like 8 statues of guardians, suffocating the Xiao family members with their imposing aura, the atmosphere descended into an awkward silence. At that moment, a clear yet slightly rugged voice shattered the stillness. Oh, is this the Xiao family? Quite elegantly arranged. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice to find a youth curiously examining the hall's decor. When they caught sight of the boy's appearance, all present were momentarily stunned. The youth had long, jet black hair secured with a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading beside his cheeks. He wore a tailored white robe that flowed gracefully, accentuating his tall and elegant figure. What was most breathtaking was his face, a visage of unparalleled beauty in every sense. His brows resembled distant mountains, his eyes twinkled like stars. With a delicate nose and cherry-like lips, and skin whiter than snow, each smile and frown exuded an innate charm that seemed capable of ensnaring souls. Even Lin Mo felt his heart skip a beat upon seeing this countenance. Wait, how is this guy even more handsome than I am now? This defies logic. The face crafted by the system was already breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, this youth seemed to possess an elusive beauty that overshadowed him, particularly with an effortlessly alluring aura that Lin Mo, a mere pretender due to system constraints, could never hope to emulate. Xiao Lingyue was equally entranced. She marveled at how a man could be so stunning, more beautiful, even, than any woman she had ever known. The very thought startled her, prompting her to shake her head vigorously, unwilling to gaze any longer. Just as everyone was taken aback by the youth's beauty, he spoke up. Elder Fang, head of the Xiao family, esteemed seniors, greetings. I am Li Yuan, and I extend my respects. As soon as his voice emerged, an air of disillusionment enveloped the audience. The tone was deep, rugged, and tinged with a hint of hoarseness, presenting a stark contrast to his extraordinary visage. Moments later, he broke into a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites, and unleashed a laugh reminiscent of ringing bells. Ha! Why are you all staring at me? Are you entranced by my unparalleled beauty? A profound silence fell over the room. Lin Mo's lips twitched. I retract my previous statement. This fellow's voice exudes a raw masculinity that even the rugged man from Northeast Blue Star could not match. The youth named Li Yuan was the pride of the Li family, one of the 8 prominent families in the imperial capital, a genius of the A-class. He seemed entirely oblivious to the strange atmosphere, his gaze sweeping the room until it landed on Xiao Lingyue in the corner, causing his eyes to sparkle with excitement. Akin to a wolf that had starved for 3 days spotting a plump rabbit. Ignoring everyone else, he strode directly towards her. Greetings, fair maiden. Li Yuan stood before Xiao Lingyue, his mesmerizing peach blossom eyes gleaming as he unabashedly expressed his admiration. I am Li Yuan. May I inquire your esteemed name? Xiao Lingyue felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. Yet, out of courtesy, she coolly replied, Xiao Lingyue. Xiao Lingyue? A splendid name. Truly befitting your beauty, Li Yuan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Cold Moon, I have fallen for you at first sight. Will you be my girlfriend? This unabashed declaration left everyone in a state of shock. Xiao Lingyue, both infuriated and vexed, thought to herself, is this person mentally unwell? I'm afraid I'm not interested, she coldly rejected. That's quite all right. Affection can be cultivated. Li Yuan dismissed her words, drawing closer. Cold Moon, just look at how handsome I am. I would bring you much pride. Moreover, I possess formidable strength as an A-class peak, and I will undoubtedly protect you. Xiao Lingyue, exasperated, turned to leave. However, Li Yuan seized her wrist. Don't go. Let's continue our conversation. Just then, a delicate, fair hand rested upon Li Yuan's. Excuse me, dear brother? A soft voice, tinged with a hint of timidity, chimed in. You are hurting my master. Li Yuan was taken aback and turned to see Lin Mo, who was gazing up at him with an innocent expression. Those large, glistening eyes seemed to speak volumes. Li Yuan was momentarily entranced by her face. Oh, and here stands another lovely beauty, he whistled. His interest peaked as he appraised Lin Mo from head to toe. Indeed, this visage, this figure, and those black stockings are quite delightful. I am fond of them. Lin Mo thought to herself. Wow, this guy is an equal opportunity admirer? Yet, Li Yuanyuan quickly shifted his tone, stroking his chin as if appraising merchandise. While you are indeed beautiful, you pale in comparison to my cold moon. You are too youthful, resembling an unripe girl. My cold moon is the true epitome of beauty. With that, he cast a smug glance at Xiao Linyue, whose face had darkened to an almost inky hue. Your cold moon? Who do you think you are claiming her? However, Lin Mo was utterly displeased. What on earth? How has this become your territory? And how dare you say I am too inexperienced? Although I am indeed a man. Being assessed in such a manner by another man feels quite strange, yet it leaves me profoundly irritated. Particularly when I witnessed Xiao Linyue's momentary awe and distraction while gazing at that fellow. A flame of jealousy ignited within me. Ding. Host's intense jealousy detected. Hidden task compete and covet triggered. Task details. In the ensuing confrontation, ruthlessly outshine Li Yuanyuan in terms of appearance, demeanor, and charm, ensuring that Xiao Linyue recognizes who the true beauty is among the crossdressers. Task reward. Exclusive skill glamorous gaze, beginner, which allows the host to exert mental charm on a designated target, fostering affection. Task failure. Host will experience an infinite makeup malfunction, resulting in a significant drop in attractiveness for a duration of 6 months. Lin Mo, damn system, you truly know how to play. Though I am a man and have no desire to become a crossdresser, I refuse to allow any other crossdresser to flaunt themselves in my presence. Chapter 82. Pressing pressure. Li Yuanyuan's appearance was akin to a farce, momentarily diffusing the tense atmosphere in the hall. Yet, a farce is merely a farce. When Feng Meiji cleared her throat lightly, all fell silent. Reluctantly, Li Yuanyuan released Xiao Linyue's hand and retreated to the side, her alluring eyes still fixated on Xiao Linyue, occasionally glancing at Lin Mo with a gaze full of provocation. Feng Meiji's eyes settled upon Xiao Linyue. Miss Xiao, she began slowly. Her voice soft yet imbued with an icy undertone that sent shivers through the assembly. We have received a report from the Academy regarding your experiences in the Abyssal Tide. She paused, her gaze sharpening. The report mentions that you encountered an SS-level demon lord, the Fox Princess. After enduring the grave loss of Elder Xiao Qingtian's complete cultivation and the annihilation of 60 elite Xiao family shadow guards, you and your F-grade spirit managed to escape from the clutches of an SS-level powerhouse. A faint, mocking smile played at Feng Meiji's lips. Miss Xiao, do you not find this tale rather ludicrous? At her words, the atmosphere in the hall abruptly turned tense. This was a blatant challenge. Indeed, it could be construed as an insult. Elder Feng. Xiao Zhantian slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet as the imposing aura of an A-level peak expert surged forth. What do you mean by this? Do you imply that the Xiao family would concoct such a ridiculous story at the expense of 60 elite descendants and an A-level peak elder's life? However, he was faced with 8 S-level powerhouses, one particularly burly S-level expert, radiating an aura of explosive flames, snorted coldly and released his own pressure, clashing fiercely with Xiao Zhantian's force. Master Xiao, please remain calm, stated the S-level powerhouse, Wang Lai, an elder from the Wang family of the imperial capital. The Wang family had intentions of an alliance with the Xiao family, but given the Xiao family's recent severe losses and diminished strength, the Wang family naturally needed to reassess the value of this union. His intervention at this moment was clearly intended to temper the Xiao family's arrogance. We harbor no doubts regarding the sacrifices made by the Xiao family. However, the circumstances are so peculiar that skepticism is inevitable. Wang Lai's voice resonated like thunder, questioning the existence of an SS-level powerhouse. What hope does your A-level master have against such a being? Even I, faced with such might, would only be left to flee. How could she survive alongside an F-level spirit? Indeed, another somber SS-level powerhouse interjected, affiliated with the Feng family and closely tied to the student council president, Feng Tianyu. We lean towards an alternative possibility. Perhaps Elder Xiao Qingtian and the Shadow Guard were not vanquished by monstrous entities, but rather ambushed and schemed against by rival factions amidst the chaos of the Black Tide. This statement was even more malevolent, directly pointing fingers at the internal strife within humanity, insinuating that Xiao Linyue might have brokered a deal with the enemy for her survival. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Linyue trembled with rage, her A-level frost blood's spiritual energy uncontrollably emanating, causing the air around her to crystallize with frost. She pointed accusingly at the Feng elder, her voice sharp. My kin sacrificed themselves to protect me. You may question my strength, but you cannot belittle my loyalty to my family. Loyalty? Wang Lai scoffed, little girl. The battlefield is ever-changing. Who can say what truly transpired? We only trust what we see. What we witnessed was the complete annihilation of the Shao family's strongest combatants, while the weakest among you returned unscathed. Is that not the greatest suspicion of all? Xiao Lingyue's complexion paled, her lips quivering. Yet she found herself at a loss for a compelling rebuttal. Logically, their arguments held weight. How could she explain? Should she claim that the SS-level demon leaders, the Fox Empress and the Armored Tyrant, faced divine retribution, resulting in one dead and one fleeing? Such an assertion would be more absurd than surviving an encounter with an SS-level adversary. Xiao Zhantian was equally enraged, speechless, his aged face flushed with indignation. Alone, he stood against 8 SS-level powerhouses and an unfathomable SS-level elder, utterly powerless. For the first time, he deeply felt the sorrow and helplessness of a family lacking top-tier combat strength. Just as the Xiao family was cornered, with Xiao Lingyue on the brink of collapse and unable to defend herself, a hand gently grasped her garment. Lin Mo peered from behind her, his exquisite visage seemingly calm amidst the turmoil. "Do not fear, for I am here." He spoke softly, his voice a gentle melody that resonated clearly in the hushed hall. All eyes turned towards him. Wang Lai disdainfully snorted. "A mere wretch hiding behind a woman has no place to speak here. Begone." Li Yuanyuan cast a scornful glance at Lin Mo, thinking to herself, "Indeed, a handsome but useless vase, devoid of substance. How could he ever be worthy of my Lingyue?" Yet, Lin Mo's subsequent actions left everyone astounded. Rather than retreating, he stepped forward from behind Xiao Lingyue, positioning himself at the center of the hall. He initially cast a timid glance at the imposing S-rank powerhouses, instinctively retracting his neck in fear. Then, summoning a deep breath as if gathering immense courage, he performed a proper curtsy towards Elder Fong Meiji. "Respected Elder Fong, esteemed seniors," he uttered, his voice still soft yet now imbued with a hint of resolve. "I understand that what I say may not be believed, for I am merely an F-rank spirit, a mere ornament in the eyes of many." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, a touch of melancholy in his smile that caused several men present to feel a pang in their hearts. "Yet, I have witnessed it firsthand. I saw my master fighting valiantly against that dreadful vixen to protect me. I watched Uncle Qing Tian burn his own life to safeguard my master. I observed those shadow guards, one after another, falling to protect us." Tears streamed from his eyes like pearls released from a broken string. "Our survival is not due to our strength, but because a miracle has occurred." "Miracle?" Fong Meiji raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her gaze. "Indeed, a miracle." Lin Mo nodded vigorously, lifting his head to meet Fong Meiji's eyes, his tearful orbs shimmering with an almost reverent light. "Just when we thought we were doomed, divine retribution descended from the heavens. A light brighter than the sun fell from the sky and obliterated that creature known as Hijia. Then, the vixen fled, and we were saved." His words were somewhat muddled, resembling an effort to recall a horror beyond his comprehension. This account mirrored his earlier discourse on divine punishment to Xiao Lingyue. Divine retribution? Celestial light? The powerful individuals exchanged glances, incredulity reflected in their eyes. What era are we in to still believe such nonsense? Utter folly. Wang Lai bellowed. "Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Lin Mo trembled at his shout, his sobs intensifying. "I am not lying. Everything I said is true." He wept while covertly observing the reactions of those around him. "Very well, most deem me a madman, which is precisely the effect I desired." However, his gaze fell upon Fong Meiji and the silent Lu Chuanzi. Though both wore expressions of doubt, a thread of seriousness and contemplation lingered in their eyes. Especially Fong Meiji, who seemed to have an inkling, her brows furrowing tightly. Lin Mo felt a jolt of alarm. Oh no, this woman might possess some insight. She wouldn't truly connect the dots, would she? Just as Lin Mo prepared to add fuel to the fire, stirring the waters further, Fong Meiji spoke suddenly, disregarding Lin Mo and addressing Xiao Zhantian coldly. "Master Xiao, since your granddaughter and her spirit are unable to provide any valuable clues, we must resort to necessary measures to ascertain the truth. We suspect that the memories of this spirit may have been altered or sealed by some force. The individual beside me is the soul-searching master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xian. His S-class spirit, Nightmare, possesses the remarkable ability to seamlessly enter the dreams of others and extract their innermost memories. We now demand a soul search on this spirit." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Lingyue's expressions shifted dramatically. A soul search. This is a forbidden technique. Though it is said to be harmless, how fragile is the soul? With the slightest misstep, it could lead to irreversible damage, mild cases resulting in idiocy, and severe cases culminating in the shattering of the soul. No, I absolutely refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lingyue shielded Lin Mo behind her, akin to a lioness protecting her cubs. Xiao Zhantian's face turned ashen. Elder Fong, are you not being a tad too overbearing? Overbearing? Fong Meiji sneered. Comparing the need to uncover the truth behind the black tide and identify the puppet master to the insignificant matter of an F-class spirit. What does that even amount to? Today, we shall conduct this soul search. No sooner had she spoken than the aura of the 8 S-class powerhouses descended like 8 towering mountains, pressing down heavily upon the Xiao family. Xiao Zhantian grunted, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, yet he remained resolute, standing protectively before Xiao Lingyue and Lin Mo. Xiao Lingyue, overwhelmed by the pressure, felt her legs weaken, nearly unable to stand, yet she still opened her arms, using her fragile form to shield Lin Mo. This is the end. Lin Mo sighed inwardly as he observed this scene. It seemed that revealing his trump card was unavoidable today. A glimmer of icy killing intent flickered in his eyes, and the energy within him began to quietly stir. In the system's marketplace, the icon of the Battle Axe cruise missile, valued at 400,000 charm points, began to faintly glow. He was prepared to turn the tables. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an old yet unremarkable voice unexpectedly resonated within the hall. When did it become permissible for outsiders to act so recklessly on the territory of the Xiao family? Chapter 83, The Ancestor of the Xiao Family. The voice that emerged from the entrance sounded so mundane, akin to a neighborly grandfather casually inquiring if one had eaten. Yet, this seemingly ordinary statement seemed to embody a supreme principle that commanded respect. The moment the words were uttered, the imposing auras of the S-class powerhouses dissipated instantaneously. It was as if an invisible hand had gently swept away their presence. Puff, puff, puff. Leading the 8 S-class powerhouses, Wang Lai turned pale, as though struck by a heavy blow, and they collectively retreated several steps, some even sporting traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. They gazed toward the source of the voice, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Who could it be? Who could so effortlessly dispel the combined might of the 8 of them? Even Fong Meiji, who had remained composed until now, abruptly rose from her seat, her expression shifting to one of grave concern. She fixed her gaze on the entrance of the hall, the terrifying aura of an SS class being unreservedly emanating from her. As she stood poised like a taut bowstring, ready for anything. Who is it? She demanded, her voice sharp. What kind of hero hides in the shadows? Yet, no one responded to her. Amidst the perplexed gazes of the crowd, an elderly man, garbed in coarse linen and stooped in posture, slowly entered through the door, leaning on a simple wooden staff. He appeared to be the quintessential old farmer, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, his gaze murky, and his gait unsteady, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. There was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. He was entirely a mortal on the brink of demise. Upon seeing this old man, Xiao Qingyan was taken aback, his expression a canvas of confusion. Where did this old fellow come from? Xiao Qingshan instinctively thought to reprimand him. Yet, before his words could escape, he was abruptly interrupted by a furious shout from Xiao Zhantian beside him. Silence! Wretched spawn! Xiao Zhantian glared fiercely at his son, his eyes brimming with unprecedented severity and trepidation. Then, to the astonishment of all present, this patriarch, who had presided over the Xiao family for decades, knelt before the seemingly ordinary old man, performing an act of profound reverence that left him prostrate on the ground. His voice trembled violently, filled with overwhelming emotion. Unworthy descendant Xiao Zhantian humbly welcomes the return of our ancestor. Ancestor. The 2 syllables reverberated like a thunderclap in the minds of everyone present. The ancestor of the Xiao family, the one who, according to legend, had entered the SS rank a century ago and subsequently vanished, leading to speculation that he had long since passed into the void. He was still alive and had returned. Xiao Qingyan was rendered speechless, his legs buckling beneath him, and he too fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Fong Meiji and the 8 S-rank experts accompanying her were equally taken aback, their minds engulfed in a tempest of upheaval. Their audacity in suppressing the Xiao family stemmed from their conviction that the ancestor was no longer among the living. A family without an SS-ranked guardian was but a succulent morsel, easily manipulated by these top-tier forces. But now, this morsel had suddenly transformed into a reawakened primordial dragon. Rise. The voice of the Xiao ancestor remained calm and unruffled, as he did not even glance at the kneeling Xiao Zhantian, his murky gaze settling directly upon Fong Meiji. The young girl from the Fong family, how you have grown since we last met. A glimmer of nostalgia seemed to flicker in his cloudy eyes. I recall your grandfather following closely behind me, weeping and pleading for me to teach him how to fight. Fong Meiji's body tensed abruptly. Her grandfather, the previous head of the Fong family, was also an SS-ranked powerhouse, yet before this Xiao ancestor, he was merely a junior. She inhaled deeply, suppressing all her aura, and respectfully bowed to the Shao ancestor. I, Feng Meiji of the Feng family, pay my respects to Senior Shao. I was unaware of your presence and apologize for any inadvertent offense. Her demeanor was exceedingly humble. There was no other choice. She had to lower herself. Though she too was of SS rank, compared to this venerable figure of a century's renown, both her experience and power paled immensely. If a confrontation were to arise, even with the combined strength of her and the 8 S-rank experts, they would not be sufficient to withstand a mere finger of his. Forgive me? The venerable ancestor of the Shao family smiled, a countenance that appeared amiable yet sent chills down Feng Meiji's spine. I had been outside just moments ago and heard everything quite clearly. The ancestor gently tapped the ground with his wooden staff, inquiring, "You intend to search the souls of my Shao descendants?" A fine sheen of cold sweat emerged on Feng Meiji's forehead. "You misunderstand, esteemed elder. We merely seek to uncover the truth behind the black tide." "Truth?" The Shao ancestor interrupted, turning his gaze, clouded yet piercing, towards Lin Mo. A jolt of apprehension surged through Lin Mo. The old demon's gaze was upon him. He felt as though every secret, from his soul to his very flesh, was laid bare before those seemingly murky eyes. This sensation was 100-fold more intense than when he had been scrutinized by the high-dimensional hunter, Lin Yong. This old man was unfathomably powerful. "Young one," the Shao ancestor suddenly addressed Lin Mo, "speak and tell me what has transpired." Lin Mo thought, what on earth? Why must it be me again? What could he possibly say? Should he continue to espouse the doctrine of divine retribution? It might work on the younger generation like Feng Meiji, but to deceive this ancient being, who had lived for an untold number of years, that would surely be courting disaster. Yet, if he remained silent, what if this elder did not believe Shaolin Yue and sought to probe his soul instead? Lin Mo's mind raced. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Beep. Detection of the SS-level pinnacle powerhouse, Shao Xian's gaze. Triggered S-level hidden mission, the ancestor's trial. Mission content. Without exposing the system or modern weaponry, employ reasonable discourse to persuade Shao Xian of your sincerity and dispel his suspicions. Mission reward, 200. 000 allure points. Special skill breath simulation, capable of perfectly mimicking any target's aura for 10 minutes. Mission failure. The system will forcibly sever, and the host's soul will be assimilated by the world's laws, resulting in total annihilation. Lin Mo inhaled sharply. The penalty for failure was immediate obliteration? No. This cursed system, does it possess no humanity at all? He glanced again at the reward, breath simulation. Indeed, a divine skill. By all that is sacred. He would give it his all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo raised his head to meet the gaze of the Shao ancestor. He ceased his pretense of tears and weakness. His eyes became clear and resolute. "Ancestor," he declared in his natural voice, neither servile nor arrogant. "The notion of divine retribution was a fabrication of my own design to deceive them." At this revelation, the assembly erupted in astonishment. Shaolin Yue and Shao Zhantian gazed at Lin Mo in disbelief, while Feng Meiji and the others exchanged knowing smirks. Only the Shao ancestor maintained a stoic expression, silently urging him to continue. For the truth was far more bewildering than divine punishment. Lin Mo's voice rang out with conviction. "If I were to disclose it, they would not believe me. They would merely regard us as madmen or devious conspirators. And now you intend to share this with this old man?" The Shao ancestor queried with keen interest. "Indeed," Lin Mo affirmed with a nod, "for I believe you are unlike them." "Oh, in what manner are you different? Your vision and abilities far surpass theirs. What may seem like fanciful nonsense to them is perhaps merely commonplace to you." Lin Mo commenced his performance, slowly articulating a carefully crafted narrative. The essence of this narrative was an upgraded version of the fabricated tale he had previously concocted with the Dean regarding a fateful strike. "I am not an ordinary F-rank spirit. My bloodline originates from an ancient race long obliterated in the annals of history. This race, though lacking in formidable spiritual power, possesses a forbidden talent that enables communication with fate. This talent is known as Fate's Judgment. Each activation demands the sacrifice of vast amounts of fortune, invoking a sliver of the laws of destiny to render judgment upon enemies. In the depths of the abyss, when my master faced peril, I, in a moment of desperation, sacrificed all the fortune I had accumulated throughout my life, as well as a portion of my Master S and the entire Shao family's future fortune, to unleash Fate's judgment. Thus, the SS rank monstrosity known as Hejia did not perish due to divine retribution, but rather from the backlash of fate. The fox spirit, too, fled in panic upon sensing the terror of Fate's judgment. This narrative was a blend of truth and fabrication, a tapestry woven with the ethereal threads of fate and fortune. Such concepts are unverifiable. They exist if one believes, and are non-existent if one does not. Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, everyone was left in stunned silence. Fate, fortune. This sounded even more arcane than divine punishment. Utter nonsense. Wang Lai bellowed again. Boy, your storytelling prowess is quite remarkable. However, the elder of the Shao family raised a hand, immediately silencing Wang Lai, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. The elder's murky gaze fixated on Lin Mo, as if attempting to pierce his very soul. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke, posing a question that none had anticipated. Can the fortune you sacrificed be restored? Lin Mo's heart soared with elation. There was hope. The old man had taken the bait. He promptly donned an expression of sorrow and frailty, shaking his head. No. Once fortune is sacrificed, it is like spilled water. I have become a shell of my former self, and my master and the Shao family will likely endure a prolonged period of misfortune. His words not only elucidated why he still appeared as an F-rank spirit, but also provided an explanation for the recent misfortunes plaguing the Shao family. Upon hearing this, Shao Zhantian and Shao Linyue trembled, their understanding deepening. So it was thus? In an instant, their gazes towards Lin Mo transformed, filled with a complex amalgamation of gratitude, guilt, and an ineffable sorrow. The elder of the Shao family fell silent. Having lived for centuries and witnessed countless extraordinary events, he understood the existence of fate and fortune better than anyone. Though Lin Mo's claims seemed fantastical, they were the only plausible explanation for all the enigmas at hand. How could an F-rank spirit unleash power rivaling that of an SS rank? Because he had invoked the laws of fate, paying a grievous price in the process. The Shao family, too, had suffered dire consequences. Everything appeared to align harmoniously. Ah, what a splendid fate's judgment. The venerable ancestor of the Shao family suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "What a loyal spirit, devoted to protecting its master. In the face of peril, it willingly sacrifices itself, even shouldering the misfortunes of the entire clan. Such loyalty and righteousness I, Shao Xian, truly admire." He cast a frosty glance at Feng Meiji. Do you still harbor doubts? Will you continue to search his soul? Feng Meiji's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, ultimately bowing her head. The younger generation dares not. Thus, the crisis was averted. Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief in his heart, his back drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, performing before that ancient monster is truly exhilarating. Ding. S-grade hidden task, the ancestor's trial, completed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 200,000 charm points and a special skill, Aura Simulation. Chapter 84. The Expeditionary Force with the return of Shao Xian, the venerable ancestor of the Shao family, and Lin Mo's intricate discourse on fate. The previously tense atmosphere began to ease. Although Feng Meiji still harbored reservations, she dared not act recklessly in the presence of the peak SS grade Shao Xian. After all, strength is the sole currency that commands respect in this world. Now that matters were clarified, I, on behalf of the Imperial Capital United Legion, extend an apology to the Shao family for our unfounded suspicions. Feng Meiji, with forthrightness, bowed her head in acknowledgement of her error. She was an exceedingly pragmatic individual. Since the plan to suppress the Shao family had collapsed with the appearance of Shao Xian, there was no need to linger on the past. The most pressing concern now was to address the looming threat of the Black Tide. Shao Zhantian let out a cold snort, remaining silent, though his expression had softened considerably. Shao Xian waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The ignorant shall not be punished. Let us now discuss matters of substance. He fixed his gaze upon Feng Meiji and inquired, what are your intentions for this visit to the imperial capital, aside from investigation? Feng Meiji promptly adopted a serious tone. In response to the highest directive from the imperial capital, we must eradicate the source of the Black Tide and eliminate all potential threats in the shortest time possible. Now that we have confirmed the existence of the SS-grade Demoness, the Fox Princess, this matter has become even more urgent. She paused, presenting her suggestion. I propose that you and I, along with all the present S-grade allies, form an elite expeditionary force to delve once more into the heart of the Black Tide, capturing the Fox Princess and all her demonic minions in one fell swoop. This proposal garnered immediate support from all the S-grade powerhouses present. Their purpose for coming was indeed to earn military merit and honor. Participating in a demon-slaying campaign led by 2 SS-grade experts was an unparalleled opportunity. Shao Xian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Having lived for so many years, he had long since become indifferent to fame and fortune, but the protection of humanity's territories was a duty etched into his very being. With an SS-grade demon causing havoc, he could not remain idle. Excellent. Feng Meiji's eyes sparkled with determination. As for the members of the expeditionary force, Besides us old-timers, Xiao Xian's gaze suddenly fell upon Xiao Lingyue and Lin Mo. These two youngsters must accompany us. What? Both Xiao Zhantian and Xiao Lingyue were taken aback. Ancestor, that is unwise. Xiao Zhantian hastily intervened, urging caution as Lingyue had just emerged from a fierce battle. Her mind still unsettled. Moreover, the source of the black tide was exceedingly perilous. Her status as an A-class only heightened the dangers she would face. Xiao Xian interrupted him, asserting that a greenhouse could not nurture towering trees. The prodigy of the Xiao family could not be one to cower in fear. Furthermore, his gaze shifted to Lin Mo, a flicker of profound understanding gleaming in his murky eyes. They were the only ones who had engaged with that fox maiden, possessing insight into her formidable abilities. Their presence would undoubtedly bolster their chances of success. With Xiao Xian having spoken, Xiao Zhantian dared not voice further objections. Xiao Lingyue bit her lip and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Yes, ancestor, Lingyue will obey. She cast a glance at Lin Mo, concern etched across her features. Lin Mo, however, remained unfazed. He had intended to seek an opportunity to return and deal with the fleeing fox maiden. With so many elite fighters accompanying him, he saw no reason to decline. His current task was to continue playing the part of the weakling whose fortune had waned. At that moment, a dissonant voice broke through. I want to go too. Lu Mingli stepped forward from behind her uncle, Lu Chuanji, her expression resolute. Lu Chuanji's face darkened instantly. Nonsense. Mingli, have you forgotten what I told you? This is not an outing. I don't care. Lu Mingli's stubbornness flared. Lin Mo saved my life. And now he is heading to such a dangerous place. I cannot just stand by and watch. I must go protect him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingyue's expression turned icy. Protect him? Lin Mo is mine. Who are you to offer protection? Lin Mo was equally speechless. Sister, are you truly going to protect me, an SS-class individual? With your A-class abilities? Are you sure you're not just offering yourself as a sacrifice? Uncle. Lu Mingli began to cling to Lu Chuanji's arm, pouting. Please take me with you. I promise to be obedient and not wander off. Besides, my 9 tails have a strong restraining effect against spirit-type and illusion-type creatures. I might be of assistance. Lu Chuanji, worn down by her persistence, found himself with no option. He knew his niece all too well. If he refused today, she would undoubtedly sneak off on her own. With a sigh, he turned to Xiao Xian and Feng Meiji for help. Feng Meiji frowned, clearly reluctant to take on such a burden. However, Xiao Xian chuckled. Ah, the young girl's sincerity is commendable. In that case, Chuanji, take her along. An additional pair of hands could be beneficial. He actually agreed. Lu Chuanji, resigned, nodded. Very well, Senior Xiao. Lu Mingli burst into joy, casting a triumphant glance at Xiao Lingyue before rushing to Lin Mo's side, linking her arm with his affectionately. Lin Mo, fear not. With your sister here, those villains won't dare to bully you. Lin Mo replied, I appreciate your concern. Xiao Lingyue's fists tightened. Before she could voice her frustrations, another troublesome figure approached. Since Miss Lingyue is going, I, Li Yuanyuan, shall also vow to accompany her. Li Yuanyuan tossed his beautiful hair and declared, Rest assured, Miss Xiaoya, I shall protect you. Any malevolent creature that dares to harm you must first tread over my lifeless body. With that, he provocatively shot a glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo merely rolled his eyes, disinterested in engaging with him. Thus, this ostensibly extravagant expedition force was hastily organized, led by 2 SS-ranked powerhouses, supported by 9 S-ranked warriors, and accompanied by 3 young prodigies. Feng Meiji observed the chaotic scene before her, her temples throbbing with unease. She had a premonition that this expedition would not unfold as smoothly as she had envisioned. Well, since the personnel are set, we must not delay. Feng Meiji forcibly steered the conversation back on track. Everyone, take a moment to rest. We shall regroup outside the city in 1 hour and set forth. With the command issued, the crowd dispersed, each person preparing for the journey ahead. Xiao Lingyue grasped Lin Mo's hand and led him back to their assigned quarters. Upon entering, she could no longer contain herself, abruptly pinning Lin Mo against the wall with a firm wall slam. Speak, she demanded, her gaze piercing into his eyes. Is what you said earlier truly the case? Is there really such a thing as fate's judgment and sacrificial fortune? Lin Mo blinked his innocent eyes and replied, Master, I must not lie. Xiao Lingyue intensified her tone. Look into my eyes and tell me the truth. She was so close that Lin Mo could detect her faint fragrance and feel her hurried breath. He sighed inwardly, realizing this girl was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. After a moment of silence, he spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Master, the truth itself is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I will always protect you. As Xiao Lingyue gazed into his clear eyes and listened to his heartfelt promise, she felt a stirring in the softest corners of her heart. The chill and skepticism in her expression gradually melted away, replaced by an indescribable pang of emotion. She released her grip, took a step back, and turned her head, unable to meet Lin Mo's gaze any longer. I understand, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. You should rest well. With that, she fled the room in haste. Lin Mo watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. Women are truly troublesome, he mused. Nevertheless, he had managed to navigate that moment. He turned to check his equipment, preparing for the upcoming hunt. However, just as he pivoted, a dangerous thought suddenly surged from the depths of his mind. Did that ancestor of the Shao family truly believe my fabricated tales? Or was he merely seeking to lead me to the source of the black tide, probing my true nature along the way? The more he pondered, the stronger the likelihood seemed. It appeared that this expedition would not only require vigilance against malevolent creatures, but also against his own comrades. Chapter 85, Sister. Let me massage your legs as the human side assembled an expeditionary force of remarkable caliber. They prepared to delve into the source of the black tide to redeem their honor. At the heart of the black tide, within a palace constructed from countless colossal skeletons exuding an ominous aura, a clandestine conspiracy that would determine the fate of the entire continent was unfolding in silence. Beelzebub reclined upon a throne sculpted from the still-beating heart of a gargantuan dragon. Unlike the traditional depiction of demons with green skin and fearsome fangs, he possessed an exceedingly handsome human visage, with silver hair cascading casually and purple eyes as profound as the cosmos, seemingly capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. Clad in an exquisite black tailcoat, every gesture he made radiated an air of elegance and composure befitting a sovereign, were it not for the 12 colossal wings behind him, glistening like obsidian with a metallic sheen and the pervasive terror that could shatter the minds of even S-rank warriors. No one would dare associate him with the legendary Demon King who governed the sin of gluttony. At that moment, he was intently toying with an oddly shaped communication device in his hand. The device was entirely black, with bizarre dark red patterns flowing across its surface, resembling both a high-tech artifact and a magical instrument. Beneath his throne lay the gravely injured Fox Princess, along with 2 other SS-rank beast leaders, the Lord of the Beasts, Doghead, and the Lord of Birds, Eagleclaw, prostrated on the ground, too fearful to even breathe. Doghead, a towering figure exceeding 4 meters in height, bore a fearsome wolf's head and was enveloped in a mane as impenetrable as steel. Eagleclaw, though comparatively slender, possessed a pair of enormous wings that overshadowed the sun, each feather gleaming with the cold glint of a blade. They were monarchs of their respective races, terrifying beings capable of shaking an entire continent with a mere stomp. Yet, before Beelzebub, they were as docile as 3 little kittens. Finally, Beelzebub spoke, his voice rich with magnetism yet laced with a chilling amusement. Hecat, that fool whose mind was filled with insect larvae, was instantaneously vaporized by a seemingly harmless silver-haired girl wielding a weapon beyond our comprehension? Why, yes, my lord. The Fox Princess stammered, her soul trembling at the mere recollection of that scene. That power is undeniably not of this world. It is imbued with an essence of destruction and purification, sacred light, a purity and terror 1,000 times greater than what the so-called holy knights of the church wield. Sacred light. A curious smirk curled upon Beelzebub's lips. How many years has it been since the true sacred light has graced this world? He turned to Doghead and Eagleclaw. What are your thoughts? Doghead replied in a deep, resonant voice, My lord, the Fox Princess speaks too wildly. I am more inclined to believe that humanity has employed some forbidden magical artifact unknown to us, or that an ancient hidden monster has made its move. Eagleclaw, more cautious, added, My lord, regardless of its nature, the ability to eliminate Hecat in an instant far exceeds our comprehension. I recommend we immediately withdraw our defenses, temporarily avoid confrontation, and ascertain the enemy's true capabilities. We cannot afford to suffer further losses of elite combatants. Withdraw? Beelzebub smiled, a grin that sent shivers down the spines of the 3 demon leaders. Why retreat? He rose slowly, making his way to the edge of the palace. Below him lay an unfathomable abyss, filled with countless demons howling and roaring, creating a chaotic sea. The death of Hajia was indeed an accident, but merely that, an accident. Beelzebub spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. My plan has reached its most crucial phase. That door is about to open. When it does, the whole world shall bask in the glory of my master, transforming into a new paradise. How could a mere human wielding a holy weapon stand against the tide of the ages? His voice brimmed with fervor and confidence. The 3 fox spirits dared not speak. They understood that the master referred to by the Demon King was a being far greater than the king himself. However, Beelzebub's tone shifted, a glint of cunning flashing in his violet eyes. That little girl is indeed an intriguing variable. Since she enjoys playing so much, let us indulge her. He turned around, resuming his seat on the throne, picking up the peculiar communicator. The prey has willingly entered the hunting ground. It is time for my little princess to commence her performance. His long fingers lightly tapped the communicator, dialing a number. Soon, a sweet yet youthful voice, laced with a hint of laziness and impatience, came through the device. Hello? Beelzebub. You better have something important. I'm in the middle of performing surgery on my latest toy, and you're interrupting me. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the expedition army, the united forces of the imperial capital officially set forth. The composition of the team was nothing short of extravagant. At the forefront walked two SS-class powerhouses. The old ancestor of the Shao family, Shao Xian, still donned the guise of a rustic elder, leaning on a wooden staff, his gait unsteady, yet none dared underestimate him. Feng Meiji, clad in a sleek black combat suit that accentuated her fiery figure, wore an icy demeanor that warned others to keep their distance, exuding an undeniable aura. Behind these two titans were Lu Chuanji and Wang Lai, along with 9 other S-class elites. Each exuded an imposing presence, akin to dormant volcanoes, ready to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. Following them were Lin Mo and the younger generation. This formidable team would not only be capable of purging the Black Tide, but could easily venture into the very lair of the demons. However, the atmosphere within the ranks was far from harmonious. Miss Lin Yue, you seem weary. Would you like me to carry you? Li Yuanyuan buzzed around Xiao Lin Yue. His extraordinary looks were incessantly directed at her, inquiring if she was thirsty or tired, nearly offering to massage her legs himself. Xiao Lin Yue found his attention tiresome. Yet given that he was the pride of the Li family in the imperial capital, she refrained from losing her temper, responding with a cold demeanor to repeatedly decline. No, thank you. I am not thirsty. Please keep your distance. Nevertheless, Li Yuanyuan remained unfazed by her rejections. Oh, come now, Lin Yue. Don't be so distant. We're practically friends. From now on, we shall be comrades in arms, so let us draw closer, he said, attempting to grasp Xiao Lin Yue's hand. Lin Mo, observing from the side, felt a surge of anger. How dare he court my woman in my presence? An idea sparked in his mind. He pretended to slip, careening toward Li Yuanyuan. Oh no. Li Yuanyuan instinctively reached out to steady him, resulting in Lin Mo tumbling into his embrace, inadvertently spilling a cup of water all over his pristine white robe. I'm so sorry, Brother Yuanyuan, it was unintentional. Lin Mo lifted his delicate, tear-streaked face, apologizing pitifully. Li Yuanyuan stared at the large wet patch on his chest, his face paling. He was fastidious about cleanliness and detested anyone touching his clothing. He was about to explode in anger, but upon seeing Lin Mo's exquisite visage, glistening with tears, he swallowed his ire. After all, it seemed unnecessary to quarrel with such a beautiful young man. It's nothing. He forced the words through clenched teeth. I truly apologize. Lin Mo continued to express regret while awkwardly rubbing his sleeve against Li Yuanyuan's chest, only managing to make it dirtier. Indeed, he is like a washboard. Just as I suspected, a true pretty boy, Lin Mo thought to himself, while Li Yuanyuan's expression transformed from pale to a darker hue. Enough. He finally could no longer contain himself and roared. Lin Mo, nearly on the verge of tears from the ferocity of his outburst, sought refuge behind Xiao Lin Yue. Master, he is so fierce. Xiao Lin Yue, observing Li Yuanyuan's disheveled state, felt a sense of satisfaction. She patted Lin Mo's back, offering comfort. It's all right. I don't blame you. Then, she cast a cold glance at Li Yuanyuan. Young Master Li, since your clothes are wet, you should change into something dry. Li Yuanyuan, nearly choking on his indignation, shot Lin Mo a fierce glare before slinking away to change at the back of the line. Ding. Received an angry emotion from Li Yuanyuan. Charm value 888. Lin Mo mentally celebrated. Huh, who dares to compete with me? Meanwhile, Lu Mingli remained close at Lin Mo's side, practically glued to him. Lin Mo, are you thirsty? I have special juice. Lin Mo, are you hungry? I brought plenty of delicious snacks. Lin Mo, are you tired from walking? Would you like me to carry you for a while? Her attentiveness was meticulous, causing Xiao Lin Yue to twitch her eyelids in annoyance. No need, Sister Mengli. I'm not tired. Lin Mo replied, deftly managing Lu Mengli while keeping a wary distance. How could he not be tired? You're in such frail health. Lu Mengli, unconvinced, gazed at Lin Mo's slender legs clad in black stockings and said with concern, after walking for so long, your legs must be sore. Come, sit down. Let me massage them. With that, she genuinely pulled Lin Mo to sit on a stone, squatting down to remove his shoes for a massage. Don't. Lin Mo was taken aback, hastily retracting his foot. The sight of a stunning beauty publicly massaging his leg was too overwhelming for him to bear. Do not move, insisted Lu Mengli, firmly grasping Lin Mo's ankle to prevent any resistance. Be obedient. My techniques are exquisite, and I assure you, you will find it most pleasurable. Her hands, warm and delicate, caressed Lin Mo's calf through the sheer black stockings. Lin Mo's body stiffened, an unfamiliar sensation coursing through his leg. Damn it, this woman. Ding. Received a surge of intense jealousy from Xiao Lingyue. Charm value, 2,500. Ding. Received a wave of admiration from Lu Mengli. Charm value, 2,000. Ding. Received envious sentiments from surrounding male compatriots. Charm value, 6888. Lin Mo thought, while this feels delightful, it is also mortifying. Xiao Lingyue could no longer endure the scene. She approached and firmly yanked Lin Mo up from the stone, casting a cold glare at Lu Mengli. Miss Lu, please conduct yourself with decorum. He is my spirit, and there is no need for your interference. He is your spirit, but he is also my savior. Lu Mengli stood her ground defiantly. I am merely expressing concern for my benefactor. Is there a problem with that? What you call concern, I label as harassment. You. The two women once more found themselves at odds in front of Lin Mo. The S-class powerhouses around them wore expressions of amusement. Even Fang Meiji and Xiao Xian, who walked at the front, glanced back with interest. A flicker of amusement crossed Xiao Xian's murky eyes. Ah, the youth truly possesses vigor. Fang Meiji frowned, regarding the antics of these younger generations as sheer folly. Yet, she refrained from intervening, her curiosity piqued by the F-class spirit, Lin Mo, who seemed to ignite such rivalry between the illustrious daughters of the Xiao and Lu families. Caught in the middle, Lin Mo felt overwhelmed, wishing for a crevice to disappear into. Just then, he sensed a chilling gaze upon him. He looked up to find Li Yuan, now dressed, returning with a piercing look in her enchanting eyes. Her exquisite face bore a slight frown, making Lin Mo's heart race. This is troublesome. Quite troublesome indeed, he sighed inwardly. He longed to swiftly bring this farce to an end and quietly engage in monster slaying to level up. Suddenly, he feigned a pained expression, clutching his abdomen, his complexion turning pale. Sister, my stomach hurts terribly, he exclaimed weakly, swaying as if on the verge of fainting. Lin Mo, Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli immediately ceased their quarrel, rushing to support him, one on each side. What is the matter? Where do you feel unwell? Did you eat something bad earlier? Lin Mo weakly shook his head, whispering, I don't know. Perhaps it is a side effect of the earlier sacrifice of luck. His ploy to divert attention proved effective. At the mention of the sacrifice of luck, the expressions of everyone changed dramatically. Xiao Xian and Fang Meiji swiftly moved to Lin Mo's side. Xiao Xian extended his withered fingers, resting them upon Lin Mo's wrist, a gentle energy infiltrating his being. Moments later, he furrowed his brow. Lin Mo's body was indeed devoid of vitality. His spiritual energy was utterly depleted, and his life force was significantly weaker than that of an ordinary person, resembling the aftermath of severe exhaustion and foundational damage. This aligned with the symptoms he had described as the aftermath of a sacrificial act. Of course, this was merely a facade crafted by Lin Mo through the simulation of his breath. The signs of severe depletion of his essence were unmistakable. Xiao Xian withdrew his hand with a sigh, realizing that the backlash from the decree of fate was far more severe than he had anticipated. Fang Meiji conducted her examination as well, discovering no flaws in her observations. As she gazed upon Lin Mo's pale countenance, her skepticism dissipated significantly, replaced by a flicker of sympathy and admiration. Regardless of the methods employed by this youth, he had indeed single-handedly salvaged the entire Western Front, potentially altering the course of the entire battle. For this, he had paid a price beyond what ordinary individuals could fathom. Let him rest, Fang Meiji suggested. Wang Lai, carry him. Understood. The fiery-tempered S-rank powerhouse of the Wang family, Wang Lai, regarded Lin Mo with newfound respect. He stepped forward, prepared to hoist Lin Mo onto his back. No need. Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli almost simultaneously rejected the idea. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Xiao Lingyue bent down and effortlessly swept Lin Mo into her arms in a classic princess carry. Lin Mo, what the? Xiao Lingyue, are you serious? He's light. I can manage. Xiao Lingyue stated expressionlessly while a faint blush crept to her ears. Observing this, Lu Mengli stomped her feet in frustration, yet felt powerless to intervene. Thus, an exceedingly peculiar scene unfolded within the expedition's ranks. A tall, icy beauty cradling a girl even more exquisite than herself, maintaining her composure as they traversed the perilous jungle. Following closely behind was a stunning girl with an expression of displeasure, along with an irate seductress. The tableau was undeniably strange. Chapter 86. The weight of pressure descends. The team continued their march. Miss Lingyue, are you fatigued? Your forehead is glistening with sweat. Allow me to wipe it for you. Li Yuanyuan buzzed around Xiao Lingyue like a persistent fly, his exquisitely delicate face, more beautiful than that of many women, bore a self-satisfied grin as he inquired about her thirst and fatigue, all the while brandishing a handkerchief as if to press it against her face. Xiao Lingyue found herself increasingly vexed. Her emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, Lin Mo was right beside her, albeit in her embrace, and she could catch a glimpse of his face with a mere glance downward, bestowing upon her an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Yet, on the other hand, the effeminate Li Yuanyuan and the watchful Lu Mengli made her feel as though she were sitting on needles. No, thank you, Xiao Lingyue replied, her tone growing increasingly frigid, as if each word were forced through clenched teeth. Yet, Li Yuanyuan seemed oblivious to the biting chill in the air, cheerfully inching closer. Oh, Cold Moon, do not be so distant. Look how weary you must be holding Lin Mo. Shall I take my turn? As he spoke, he genuinely reached out to take Lin Mo into his arms. Xiao Lingyue's gaze turned icy, her grip on Lin Mo tightening as she coldly replied, he is quite light. No need for your assistance. Brother Yuanyuan, as a man, it is your duty to forge ahead, vanquishing those grotesque fiends, thus showcasing your prowess before our esteemed host. Nestled in Xiao Lingyue's embrace, Lin Mo blinked his large, glistening eyes, coaxing Li Yuanyuan with a voice so sweet it could melt stone. He truly had no desire to move. Being carried by the stunning Ice Queen was a royal privilege, a decadent indulgence. Enveloped in her warm, fragrant presence, he occasionally savored the softness of her bosom. Goodness, how decadent! Yet, how utterly delightful. Thus, anyone wishing to disrupt this blissful state was deemed an adversary. Li Yuanyuan found himself momentarily speechless, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He could not possibly admit, I simply wish to linger beside a beauty rather than contend with repulsive monsters. Lin Mo was right. Lu Mengli seized the opportunity, stepping beside Lin Mo with a playful smile. Young Master Li, a true man should lead the charge, protecting us delicate ladies. Our little Lin Mo has voiced this. Why not hasten to fulfill that role? As she spoke, she affectionately tidied Lin Mo's tousled silver hair, causing Xiao Lingyue's eyelids to twitch with irritation, pressured by the two women's teasing. Li Yuanyuan shot Lin Mo a resentful glare and reluctantly trotted to the front of the group. Ding! Received a surge of anger from Li Yuanyuan. Charm value 999. How amusing to challenge me. You are yet inexperienced. Having dealt with the troublesome Li Yuanyuan, Lin Mo anticipated returning to his serene haven, only to find Lu Mengli more formidable than her counterpart. Little Lin Mo, are you thirsty? I have a special juice here, excellent for beauty. Are you hungry? I've brought a plethora of delectable snacks, all to your liking. Your master has carried you for so long. Perhaps you would prefer my embrace for a while? Mine is far softer. Lu Mengli transformed into a devoted caretaker, her every word dripping with concern, much to Xiao Lingyue's growing vexation. Lu Mengli. Xiao Lingyue could no longer restrain herself. She halted and glared coldly at Lu Mengli. Unfazed, Lu Mengli retorted, I am merely expressing gratitude to my savior. What is wrong with that? Meanwhile, you, who have yet to fully restore your spiritual energy, insist on carrying him. Are you not worried about hindering our journey? My affairs are not your concern. I am concerned for you, as well as for little Lin Mo. Two women once again confronted each other publicly, the air crackling with tension. Lin Mo found himself caught in the middle, feeling overwhelmed. What a predicament. All he wished for was to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. With a quick glance, he resorted to an old trick, suddenly exclaiming in pain, clutching his abdomen, his complexion turning ghastly pale. Mistress, I feel quite unwell. He feigned weakness, swaying as if about to faint. Lin Mo, Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli immediately ceased their quarrel, each rushing to support him, one on either side. What is the matter? Where do you feel unwell? Observing the unmasked concern on their faces, Lin Mo felt a twinge of guilt. Alas, deceiving the fairer sex is not an act befitting a gentleman. Yet, for the sake of tranquility, he felt he had no choice. However, just as he prepared to gracefully excuse himself, requesting a moment of solitude, he noticed a genuine change in his demeanor. It was not feigned. He keenly sensed an unsettling quietude. They had been in the abyss of black tides for an hour, and logically, as they ventured deeper, the level and density of the magical creatures should have increased. Yet, the opposite was true. Initially, they encountered sporadic C and B-ranked monsters, effortlessly dispatched by the S-rank warriors leading the way. But since delving into this area, they had not encountered a single living creature. The entire forest was eerily silent. Moreover, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and occasionally, the ground bore the remains of some magical beasts. These corpses lay in a tragic state, each one struck down in a single blow, their wounds smooth, as if severed by an extraordinarily sharp weapon. This did not resemble a battle among magical creatures. Rather, it seemed as though the area had been meticulously cleared. It was as if someone had swept the path ahead of them. This was exceedingly abnormal. Lin Mo's instincts, honed as a top-tier special forces operative, were screaming at him. An ambush awaits. Master, Lin Mo tugged at Xiao Lingyue's sleeve, whispering, I need to relieve myself. Huh. Xiao Lingyue paused, her cheeks flushing slightly as she awkwardly replied, all right, I'll accompany you. I'll join too. Lu Mengli immediately chimed in. Little Lin Mo is in such fragile health. It's too perilous for him to be alone in the wild. More company means more safety. Lin Mo thought to himself. Damn it. I'm a grown man, and I need 2 beautiful women to accompany me to the restroom? Yet, he had no time to dwell on that. He needed to separate from the group quickly and find a vantage point to assess the situation. Well, all right then, Lin Mo feigned shyness, nodding in agreement. He called out to the elder Fong Meiji and Xiao Xian. Elder, Senior Fong, I'm feeling unwell. I'll be back shortly. Fong Meiji frowned slightly, but upon seeing Lin Mo's pale visage, she impatiently waved her hand. Hurry back. Don't delay our journey. Xiao Xian merely glanced back, a flicker of inexplicable light passing through his murky eyes, yet he said nothing. After obtaining permission, Xiao Lingyue cradled Lin Mo and, alongside Lu Mengli, swiftly departed from the main team, heading towards a nearby dense thicket. Almost simultaneously, as Lin Mo and the others distanced themselves from the main force, a ripple suddenly emanated from the front of the expeditionary army. A terrifying pressure, potent enough to alter the very fabric of reality, descended like a cataclysmic flood. Chapter 87. The Trap Standguard. Fong Meiji's voice reverberated in the ears of all present. There was no need for her reminder. The S-rank powerhouses reacted almost instantaneously as the oppressive force descended upon them. 9 distinct yet equally formidable auras surged skyward, unleashing an explosive wave of spiritual energy that formed an indomitable barrier around the troop. Wang Lai, the head of the Wang family, known for his fiery temper, roared as a magnificent lion spirit, engulfed in raging flames, manifested beside him, scorching the air around with its ferocity. Lu Chuanji, representing the military, bore a grave expression. Behind him loomed the spectral figure of a golden war god wielding a colossal shield and battle axe, its mountain-like aura enveloping all in protective embrace. The other S-rank warriors summoned their own spirits in unison, filling the forest with a dazzling array of elemental roars and intertwining light, illuminating the area as bright as day. All stood on high alert, casting uncertain glances towards the front. Before them, the previously empty space began to ripple like the surface of water. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures emerged from the distorted void. On the left stood a towering giant, exceeding 4 meters in height, with a fearsome wolf's head and a body cloaked in steel-like black fur. His robust limbs exuded explosive power, and his mere presence emanated a savage, primal ferocity that sent chills down one's spine. He was the Beast Clan Lord, an SS-level monstrosity known as Dogface. On the right stood a relatively diminutive figure, appearing as an unremarkable, sinister middle-aged man. Yet, behind him unfurled a pair of colossal eagle wings that blotted out the sun, each feather glinting with a metallic sheen like a blade. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, resembled those of the keenest hawk, cold and merciless, as if surveying a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. He was the Avian Clan Lord, an SS-level monstrosity known as Eagle Claw. The appearance of these 2 SS-level monstrosity leaders caused the hearts of all S-rank powerhouses to plummet. How could 2 SS-level monstrosity leaders simultaneously emerge from the abyssal tide? Why were they here? It was as if they had anticipated their arrival, lying in wait. Such a grand display. Indeed, Fong Meiji stepped forward, coldly regarding the adversaries. Her own SS-level aura unleashed without reservation, standing defiantly against them. Though equally astonished, as one of the supreme commanders of the expeditionary force, she had to maintain her composure. GGG. Dogface emitted a shrill, mocking laugh, his copper-like wolf eyes filled with derision and cruelty. A woman? I can smell that repugnant scent of yours. The last time, the SS-level human was also a woman. What was her name again? Jean something. Her flesh and blood possess a truly exquisite flavor. Seeking death. Wang Lai, standing behind Fong Meiji, erupted with fury. His most esteemed mentor was none other than the previous president of the Demon Hunter Association, Qin Yurua. It was President Qin who, 30 years ago during the Black Tide, sacrificed her life battling against 3 SS-level demon leaders to ensure the safe evacuation of the imperial capital. To hear such humiliating words from this beast today was utterly unfathomable. Roar. The flame lion beside Wang Lai let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a massive pillar of fire towards the dog-faced creature. However, The dog-faced demon did not even flinch. The eagle claw beside him merely waved his hand dismissively. A wall of azure wind materialized out of thin air, effortlessly blocking the ferocious pillar of flame, not even causing a ripple. An SS-level lower rank? With such meager abilities, how dare he boast before me? Eagle Claw cast a disdainful glance at Wang Lai, his expression akin to that of a predator observing a hapless ant. Wang Lai's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, a tumult of shock and anger surging within him. His full-force strike had been so effortlessly neutralized. Was this the might of an SS-level powerhouse? Calm down. Fang Meiji's low voice halted Wang Lai, who was still eager to retaliate. Her gaze fixed intently on the dog-faced creature and Eagle Claw, her mind racing with calculations. Something felt amiss. Very amiss. Though the adversaries were two SS-level beings, they had a true SS-level ally on their side, the venerable Xiao Xian, along with her own SS-level prowess and 9 other S-level strong warriors. The outcome of a fierce confrontation remained uncertain. Yet, the demeanor of their foes was far too relaxed. They toyed with them like cats with mice. Filled with mockery, but devoid of genuine intent to kill. What were they waiting for? Or rather, what were they stalling for? Old Xiao. Fang Meiji communicated discreetly with Xiao Xian. The situation has changed. This appears to be a trap. I will take the lead in the attack. You look for an opportunity to severely injure one of them. However, Xiao Xian seemed oblivious, leaning on his wooden staff, half closing his eyes as if in a stupor, appearing entirely indifferent to the unfolding events. Fang Meiji's heart sank. What was this old man scheming? Did he intend to conserve his strength? Watching the tiger fight from the mountain? Just as her mind was clouded with uncertainty, the dog-faced creature and Eagle Claw made their move. Rather than launching a thunderous assault, they transformed into 2 fleeting shadows, harassing the human formation from opposing directions. The dog-faced creature swiped with a massive claw. A colossal wolf claw's phantom slicing through the air with a deafening roar. Eagle Claw flapped his wings, unleashing hundreds of razor-like azure wind blades that swept across the battlefield. Though their attacks were grand in scale, their power was meticulously controlled, enough to exert tremendous pressure on the S-level warriors, yet insufficient to inflict mortal harm. Damn it! Let us fight back. These beasts are toying with us. The S-level warriors seethed with fury, their blood boiling as they roared and retaliated against the insidious onslaught. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with flashes of spiritual energy, accompanied by a continuous cacophony of thunderous sounds. Fang Meiji was compelled to intervene, with a swift motion. She engaged the creature known as Inumyun, and they were soon locked in a fierce battle. However, it quickly became evident to her that Inumyun was not inclined to confront her head-on. Instead, it deftly utilized its speed and strength to evade her attacks, persistently harrying her and leaving her exhausted, unable to provide support to her comrades. The entire situation had devolved into a peculiar stalemate. The human side resembled a beast ensnared in a cage, possessing formidable power, yet rendered impotent, subjected to the whims of their adversaries, their spiritual energy persistently waning. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the main battlefield, atop a hill, Lin Mo and his 2 companions lay concealed within the underbrush, gazing intently at the vibrant battlefield enveloped in various spiritual lights. What is happening? Why has the conflict erupted? Lu Mengli inquired anxiously. Have we encountered a horde of monsters? No, something is amiss. Lin Mo's expression grew uncharacteristically grave. He maximized his eagle-eyed vision, rendering the battlefield's details vividly clear. Upon witnessing the 2 SS-level monsters leisurely toying with the human warriors, a chill gripped his heart. It's a trap, he exclaimed almost instinctively. A trap? Both Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli were taken aback. Indeed, Lin Mo's gaze was fixed firmly on the distance, his mind racing. This is not a chance encounter. It is a meticulously orchestrated ambush. Their target is our entire expeditionary force. We must return to provide support, Xiao Lingyue declared, preparing to rise. Stay put. Lin Mo grasped her arm, his voice a fierce hiss. Returning now would be tantamount to signing your own death warrant. Can't you see? They are not exerting their full strength. They are stalling for time. They are waiting for something decisive to materialize. Following his gaze, Xiao Lingyue noticed the unsettling truth. Although the S-level warriors on the battlefield appeared to engage their foes in a back-and-forth struggle, they were clearly at a disadvantage, each one exhibiting a passive demeanor. Most crucially, their ancestor, Xiao Xian, had not intervened at all. He stood like a statue at the edge of the battlefield, observing the chaos with a cold detachment. Why hasn't he, the ancestor, made a move? Xiao Lingyue's voice quivered with confusion and concern. Lin Mo remained silent, as a chilling hypothesis took root in his mind, growing ever more frantic. He recalled the words of the guide, Su Linger, the student council, the Feng family. These factions are conspiring to execute a god-slaying scheme. He remembered the eerie altar he had seen in the underground cavern, inscribed with the emblems of the Demon Hunting Academy and the Feng family of the imperial capital. The Black Tide is a man-made disaster. From the very beginning, this has all been a setup, a lethal trap targeting the elite forces of the imperial capital. And what role does Xiao Xian, the supposed strongest guardian of humanity, play in this deadly scheme? As tumultuous thoughts surged within Lin Mo, a sudden change erupted on the main battlefield. The two SS-class monstrous beings, Canine Man and Eagle Claw, which had been toying with the formidable humans, suddenly ceased their assault, retreating in unison and respectfully kneeling on one knee, as if to welcome the arrival of a sovereign. The battlefield fell instantaneously into a profound silence, with all eyes fixed in astonishment upon the unfolding scene. Soon after, a voice filled with magnetic allure, yet imbued with an overwhelming authority resonated through the heavens and the earth. An excellent appetizer. Now, shall we commence the main course? As the words faded, a figure appeared silently before Canine Man and Eagle Claw. Chapter 88. The arrival of the Demon King. He was an exceedingly handsome man, with silver hair cascading casually, and violet eyes as deep as the cosmos. Clad in a meticulously tailored black tailcoat, every gesture exuded an innate elegance, as if he were attending a grand court banquet amidst the bloody chaos of the battlefield, were it not for the 12 enormous wings behind him. Glistening like obsidian with a metallic sheen, no one would dare associate him with the legendary demon King Beelzebub, master of the 7 deadly sins and gluttony. It was him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Feng Meiji's complexion turned ashen. She could face the 2 SS-class monstrous leaders without fear, but before this legendary demon king, she was rendered incapable of even a fleeting thought of resistance. It was an absolute suppression emanating from the very essence of life. Like a sheep confronted by a true tiger, Beelzebub, murmured Lu Chuanji, his voice dry and filled with despair. The golden war god phantom behind him began to shatter under the weight of the terrifying pressure. The other S-class powerhouses were equally rendered speechless, their faces paling, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to grasp their weapons. It was over. In everyone's heart, only these 2 words remained. They could not fathom why even the demon King Beelzebub had personally descended. This was not a purge, it was a one-sided massacre. Their so-called luxurious expeditionary force was but a mere joke before the true demon king. Old Xiao, Feng Meiji cried out in a piercing voice, expending all her strength. Hurry, do something. The only one present capable of contending with Beelzebub was the peak SS class, Xiao Xian. He was their last hope. Desperate gazes converged upon the silent, hunched elder. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Xian made a move that nearly caused their eyes to bulge in disbelief. He did not strike, rather, he leaned upon his cane and slowly advanced towards Beelzebub, step by deliberate step. He walked slowly, but each stride seemed to resonate upon the hearts of the onlookers. Old Xiao was preparing to fight with all his might. A flicker of hope ignited within them. However, the very next moment, that glimmer of hope was extinguished. Beelzebub. My old friend, it has been a long time. Xiao Xian approached Beelzebub, halting before him. On that wrinkled visage, an unexpected warmth surfaced. His tone as familiar as that of greeting an old friend not seen in years. The minds of all present felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, plunging into an abyss of bewilderment. An old friend? The revered ancestor of the Xiao family, the guardian of humanity, dares to address the demon king Beelzebub as an old companion? How could this be? Indeed, Xiao Xian, it has been quite some time. A smirk of amusement danced across Beelzebub's face. You seem to be on the cusp of something significant, are you not? Just a little more. Xiao Xian's murky eyes flickered with avarice and yearning. He was merely a step away from the sustenance he sought. However, after today, it should suffice. He turned to regard the S-ranked powerhouses behind him, now utterly petrified, their faces etched with horror, confusion, and disbelief, resembling a herd of livestock awaiting slaughter. A collective gasp echoed through the air. If they had clung to a shred of hope moments ago, convinced they had misheard or that it was an illusion conjured by the demon king, now, upon seeing Xiao Xian's gaze, an icy dread surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Betrayal. This was the most blatant form of treachery. The ancestor of the Xiao family had conspired with the demon king. This truth struck their hearts with a despair more profound than facing death itself. Why, ancestor? Why would you do this? Wang Lai's agonizing question pierced the silence, unable to accept this grim reality. Why? Xiao Xian appeared to find amusement in a rather absurd jest. He turned to Wang Lai, his eyes brimming with pity and mockery. You fools will never grasp the true essence of power. The so-called races, the so-called guardianship, are but shackles that the weak impose upon the strong. When I stand at the pinnacle of this world, I am the law. I am the divine. In pursuit of eternal life and greater strength, sacrificing you is trivial. Even the entire Xiao family, the entire world, holds no weight in my quest. Xiao Xian's voice resonated with madness and obsession. In that moment, his hunched form seemed to swell with an imposing grandeur, a more malevolent and chaotic aura emanating from him than that of Beelzebub. You madman! You lunatic! Feng Meiji trembled with rage, pointing at Xiao Xian as she scolded, "You will not succeed. The Empire will never let you go." The Empire? Xiao Xian scoffed. "Once I devour you and ascend to that legendary realm, who in this world could stand against me?" Just then, a sweet and youthful voice abruptly pierced the atmosphere. "Hee. Grandpa Xiao, Beelzebub, have you finished your conversation? I can hardly wait." Accompanied by a tinkling laugh, a petite figure clad in a gothic Lolita dress materialized beside Beelzebub. It was Su Ling. Upon her arrival, she affectionately linked her arm with Beelzebub's, her innocent large eyes sparkling with excitement, akin to a child encountering a new toy. "Oh, such a multitude of formidable souls, all of which could become my most exquisite collection." She licked her lips, speaking with an expression of rapture. If Xiao Xian's betrayal had plunged everyone into an icy abyss, then the appearance of Su Linger, along with her intimate demeanor with Beelzebub and Xiao Xian, cast all into an interminable chasm. It turned out that this was all a meticulously orchestrated scheme. From the eruption of the Dark Tide to the establishment of the expeditionary force and their incursion into this place, everything was a carefully laid trap. Xiao Xian, having met the young lady, what shattered the onlookers' astonishment even further was the sight of the formidable Xiao Xian, bowing respectfully to this seemingly adolescent girl, his tone imbued with a hint of humility. "Young lady, what manner of identity does Su Linger possess that commands such reverence from the esteemed ancestors of the Xiao family and the Demon King?" In the distance, atop the hillside, Lin Mo, Xiao Lingyue, and Lu Mingli witnessed this all unfold with clarity. Lu Mingli's complexion turned ashen, while Xiao Lingyue trembled violently. Her faith shattered in that moment. The tales she had heard since childhood about the legendary ancestor of the Xiao family, renowned for his invincibility and his guardianship of humanity, transformed into a colossal jest. The family she took pride in, the humanity she vowed to protect, was merely seen as expendable fodder in the eyes of her most revered ancestor. "No, it cannot be true," she murmured in a daze. Her eyes filled with confusion and anguish. "Wake up." A cold hand suddenly seized her wrist. Lin Mo's voice rang in her ears like the chill of ice. "This is not the time for reverie. If you wish to survive, follow me." Lin Mo's gaze was terrifyingly frigid. The fury and murderous intent within him threatened to boil over, yet he understood that now was not the time for impulsiveness. With Beelzebub, Xiao Xian, Su Linger, and a hidden fox maiden poised to strike at any moment, this celestial assembly was formidable beyond measure. Even if he summoned his entire Delta Force from his past life, it would scarcely suffice to challenge them. "Run. We must flee immediately." He yanked the still dazed Xiao Lingyue and grasped Lu Mingli with his other hand, bellowing, "Let us go." With that, he dashed away, heedless of what lay behind him, fleeing in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Chapter 89. Ancestor, what is your intention? Why? Xiao Lingyue, pulled along by Lin Mo, stumbled through the woods, still lost in a daze, murmuring incoherently. Her mind was a tumultuous mess. The worldview she had built over the years was shattered within those brief minutes. She could neither comprehend nor accept it. Why had the legendary ancestor, venerated as the guardian of the Xiao family and humanity, devolved into this? Why had he betrayed humanity? Why did he consort with demons? What did he mean by referring to them as nourishment, as gods? Countless questions inundated her, drowning her in a tide of despair, almost suffocating her. "There is no why?" Lin Mo's cold voice, like a bucket of icy water, jolted her from her chaotic thoughts. The only reason was that he had gone mad, a lunatic willing to sacrifice everything in pursuit of power. Did she still expect to receive a logical answer from the lips of a madman? Lin Mo turned away, devoid of any emotion in his voice. He had neither the time nor the inclination to comfort this shattered young lady. His entire focus lay on how to escape this cursed place. His keen eyesight had reached its limits, perceiving every movement within hundreds of meters around him. His brain operated like the fastest computer, frantically analyzing the terrain and plotting the quickest escape route. He was acutely aware that Beelzebub and Xiao Xian could close in on him at any moment. If caught, it would spell certain death. But he is the ancestor. Xiao Lingyue's voice carried a hint of sobbing, embodying the helplessness and confusion that followed the collapse of faith. From the moment he chose to ally with the monstrous beings, he was no longer that. Lin Mo abruptly halted, turned, and fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Lingyue's eyes. enunciating each word with gravitas. He is now our enemy, a foe who desires our lives, who wishes to turn you, me, and your father into his sustenance. Remember this clearly. If you still yearn for vengeance for your father, for those comrades he betrayed, if you wish to survive, then cast aside all your naive thoughts. From this moment on, the only ones we can trust are ourselves. Lin Mo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing Xiao Lingyue's heart with pangs of pain. She looked at the petite silver-haired boy before her, observing his eyes, so at odds with his delicate appearance, brimming with a chilling aura of lethal determination, and felt her heart tremble. Indeed, now was not the time to dwell on the whys. Surviving was of paramount importance. She inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing all her anguish, confusion, and resentment, her gaze resolutely regaining its icy composure. I understand, she nodded. Good, Lin Mo said, relieved to see her regain her calm. What he needed now was a comrade to fight alongside, not someone who would distract him with their vulnerabilities. Stay close to me. He said no more and turned to sprint forward. Beside them, Lu Mengli remained silent throughout. She followed quietly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure stirred tumultuous waves within her. This boy, his composure and decisiveness had far surpassed her understanding of a heroic spirit. In the face of such despairing upheaval, he was the first to react, the only one maintaining absolute rationality. What other secrets lay hidden within him? Was that so-called fate's decree merely a simple bloodline talent? Lu Mengli felt as if she was drawing closer to the truth, yet simultaneously, an unprecedented fear enveloped her. She faintly sensed that she and Lin Mo seemed to be engulfed in a terrifying storm beyond imagination. The main battlefield was set. The slaughter had commenced. No, stop. Xiao Xian, you beast. I will not spare you even as a ghost. Ah. The sounds of wretched screams, furious curses, and despairing wails rose and fell in a cacophony. Under the massacre wrought by the two SS-class monsters, the dog-faced beast and the eagle-clawed fiend, the 9 once mighty S-class warriors now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. Their attacks fell upon their foes like mere tickles, while the enemy's casual strikes effortlessly tore through their defenses, claiming vibrant lives with ease. Wang Lai was the first to fall. In a frenzy, he ignited his own spiritual core, attempting to take the dog-faced beast down with him. Yet, his desperate self-detonation merely left a faint scorch mark upon the beast's iron-like chest. Foolhardy. The dog-faced beast disdainfully licked the blood from its claws before lunging towards the next target. Lu Chuanji still fought valiantly. The golden phantom of the war god behind him had vanished, and he was drenched in blood, yet he remained resolutely guarding Feng Meiji. Feng, you must flee. Return to the imperial capital and relay the news. He roared, expending his last strength. Flee. Feng Meiji managed a sorrowful smile as she beheld the hellish scene before her. Witnessing her once jovial colleagues perish at the hands of the monsters, her eyes brimming with endless desolation and regret. It was she who had proposed the formation of this expeditionary force. It was she who had led these individuals into this death trap. What face did she have left to escape alone? Lu, I am so sorry, she murmured, her resolve to die set in her gaze. None shall escape. The eagle-clawed fiend cackled, its wings flaring as countless azure wind blades instantly engulfed Lu Chuanji and Feng Meiji. Thud, thud, both coughed up blood, propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, their survival looking bleak. Beelzebub and Xiao Xian had merely observed throughout, as if savoring an exquisite performance. Almost there, Beelzebub remarked. Glancing at the scattered corpses, don't kill them yet. Xiao Xian still requires fresh sustenance. Indeed, at Beelzebub's words, the dog-faced beast and the eagle-clawed fiend halted their assault, licking the blood from their lips, reluctantly withdrawing to the side. Xiao Xian gazed at the lifeless bodies, a glint of greed flickering in his murky eyes. He extended his withered hand, poised to commence his feast. Wait, Su Ling'er suddenly interjected, pouting slightly, her displeasure evident. Where are my little toys? Where did those 3 amusing little creatures run off to? Upon hearing this, Beelzebub furrowed his brow and turned to the dog-faced beast. The beast promptly bowed, my lord, miss. Those 3 little mice haven't gone far. I have memorized their scent. I shall retrieve them at once, to present them as toys for the miss. Very well, go. Beelzebub waved his hand. Remember, do not kill them. The silver-haired girl is of use to Xiao Xian. Yes, the canine-faced creature received its command. And a cruel smile crept across its fierce wolf-like visage. It sniffed the air intently and suddenly lifted its head, gazing in the direction where Lin Mo and his companions had fled. Found you. With a powerful surge, its limbs propelled its body like a black cannonball, vanishing into the depths of the forest in an instant. Grandfather Xiao, Beelzebub, Shall we not take a look? Su Ling'er inquired with curiosity, her eyes sparkling at the thought of the intriguing silver-haired sister. Hee, there is no need for the young lady to be impatient, Xiao Xian chuckled dryly. 3 mere ants cannot stir any waves before the canine face. Let us first attend to the matter at hand. With that, he hesitated no longer, thrusting his withered hand into the chest of an S-rank powerhouse who was not yet fully expired. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. The body of the S-rank powerhouse visibly shriveled before their eyes, as Xiao Xian relentlessly absorbed his life force and spiritual energy through his arm. The withered visage of Xiao Xian glowed with an eerie crimson light, rendering him even more sinister and terrifying. The surviving injured powerhouses beheld this scene with eyes filled with endless terror and despair. The so-called nourishment was none other than these formidable masters. Hell could hardly be worse. Chapter 90. Canine Face vs. Lin Mo. In the jungle, 3 figures were fleeing for their lives. Lin Mo led the charge, his speed reaching its zenith, leaving behind a blur of indistinct shadows as he pushed the Phantom Steps technique to its ultimate limit. Following closely were Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli. Xiao Lingyue fared better. Being a peak A-rank master, she had managed to recover a significant portion of her stamina after consuming a restorative potion and a night's rest, barely keeping up with Lin Mo's pace. Lu Mengli, however, struggled considerably. After being purified and modified by hunters, her spiritual energy had been depleted, while her physical prowess remained. It paled in comparison to Xiao Lingyue's. She was now drenched in sweat, her breaths growing increasingly labored. I can't run anymore, Lu Mengli gasped, feeling as if her lungs were about to burst. Hearing her words, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. He glanced back at Lu Mengli's pale face, realizing that they could not continue this way. He grasped her arm firmly and said to Xiao Lingyue, Master, take hold of my other hand. I will lead you both to safety. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lingyue seized Lin Mo's other hand. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, channeling his energy with unprecedented speed. Let's go, he commanded, his speed surging once more. This time, he did not merely run. He integrated various tactical evasion maneuvers learned from the system into his movements. Slipping, rolling, zigzagging. Each action was infused with the combat wisdom of a special forces operative, maximizing the use of the terrain for cover while maintaining an exceptionally high velocity. Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli were being dragged along, feeling the wind howling past their ears while the scenery around them rapidly receded. As if they were being pulled by a high-speed train, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They could hardly fathom how such formidable explosive power could reside within Lin Mo's petite frame. However, just as they had not ventured far, a foul and rancid wind suddenly surged from behind. Following that, a voice filled with mockery and cruelty echoed behind them. Little mice, where do you think you're scurrying off to? A chill seized Lin Mo's heart. It had arrived. He didn't need to turn around to know who was pursuing them. That ferocious and violent SS-level aura could belong to no one else but the dog face. There was no escaping now. Without hesitation, Lin Mo forcefully pushed Xiao Lingyue and Lu Mengli aside, growling, You too, find somewhere to hide. Quickly, what about you? Xiao Lingyue implored urgently. I will hold him off. Lin Mo's gaze turned icily resolute as he drew the fearsome M134 Vulcan cannon from his system space. Since there was no escape, it was time to fight. No. We leave together. Xiao Lingyue grasped his arm, her resolve unwavering. Don't be foolish. Lin Mo shouted in anger. He is SS level. Staying behind would be nothing but a death sentence for you. Only I can hold him off. You must survive to have hope. But there is no but. Lin Mo interrupted her decisively. This is an order. Have you forgotten that I am your spirit? Now, I command you to live. With that, he paid no heed to Xiao Lingyue, turning to face the increasingly menacing aura approaching from behind. As Xiao Lingyue gazed at Lin Mo's small yet fiercely determined back, her eyes instantly reddened. She knew he was right. With her and Lu Mengli's strength, remaining would only burden Lin Mo. Let's go? Gritting her teeth, she pulled the still hesitant Lu Mengli and dashed into the depths of the forest. Xiao Lingyue glanced back at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with concern. Don't worry, he will be fine, she said, her voice cold yet resolute. Almost in the instant they vanished into the dense woods, a tremendous roar erupted. A massive black figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground in front of Lin Mo, creating a deep crater. It was Dogface. His wolf-like eyes, as large as bronze bells, glimmered with a cruel smile as he extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, fixated on Lin Mo. An interesting little fellow. Attempting to emulate a human hero's self-sacrifice? Your 2 companions won't escape. Once I've had my fun with you, I'll go after them. I shall tear their bodies apart before your very eyes, and that scene will undoubtedly be exquisite. He let out a shrill, piercing laugh. As if already envisioning the blood-soaked spectacle, Lin Mo remained silent, his expression impassive as he aimed the heavy cannon at Dogface. The 6 dark gun barrels began to rotate slowly, emitting a low, resonant hum, reminiscent of a colossal steel beast awakening. The dog-faced creature gazed at the peculiar iron object in Lin Mo's hand, momentarily taken aback before emitting a derisive snicker. "What's this, little one? Do you intend to use this toy against me? Surely, you do not believe such a trinket could harm even a single hair on my body." To him, the item in Lin Mo's grasp was merely a human-crafted alchemical weapon, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. What power could it possibly possess? Why not give it a try and see for yourself? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the forest. A blazing dragon of fire, composed of countless metal projectiles and stretching dozens of meters, erupted wildly from the 6 gun barrels. Countless bullets traced dazzling trails in the air, akin to the scythe of death, hurtling directly toward the dog-faced creature. The smile on its face instantly froze. From the onslaught of those flying projectiles, it sensed a penetrating force and a devastating aura that sent shivers through its being. What in the world is this? It had no time to ponder further. Its SS-class battle instincts kicked in, compelling it to instinctively cross its arms in front of its body for protection. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid succession of metallic impacts erupted, reminiscent of rain striking broad leaves. A multitude of bullets struck with ferocity against the dog-faced creature's arms, comparable to refined gold, igniting brilliant bursts of sparks. A howl of painful rage escaped its lips. It felt an excruciating throb radiating through its arms. The defense it believed to be impenetrable, one that could withstand the full force of an S-class warrior, was breached by these minuscule iron pellets. Blood spattered from its arm, though merely a superficial wound, for it. This was an unspeakable humiliation. "You seek death." The dog-faced creature was utterly enraged. It forcefully stomped the ground, launching itself like a cannonball, disregarding the hail of bullets, and charged madly toward Lin Mo. It aimed to shred this audacious interloper who dared to harm it into pieces. Lin Mo's gaze remained icy. As he unleashed a torrent of ammunition to suppress the creature's charge, he simultaneously retreated rapidly, discreetly dropping several dark objects in his wake. C4 explosives. The speed of the dog-faced creature was astonishing. Even with the suppressive firepower of the god of fire cannon, the distance between them was closing at an alarming rate. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Just as the creature's sharp claws were about to seize him, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He abruptly hurled the god of fire cannon to the ground and, without hesitation, pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted behind him. The terrifying flames and shock waves instantaneously engulfed the area. Chapter 91. The desperate counterattack of the foe made in the fearsome shockwave from the explosion hurled Lin Mo into the air. He tumbled several times before crashing heavily to the ground, a coppery taste flooding his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the power of C4 is immense, being too close to the explosion also affected him. However, he disregarded his injuries, struggling to leap up from the ground, fixating intently on the epicenter of the explosion. Smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky. A violent coughing fit emerged from the haze. Shortly thereafter, a charred figure, exuding wisps of smoke, staggered out from the inferno. It was none other than the canine face. His appearance was utterly tragic. His once black fur was nearly incinerated, revealing flesh that was gory and raw beneath. His left arm was grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, evidently severed by the blast. Yet he was not dead. The vitality of an SS-grade monster is terrifyingly resilient. "You little bastard." The canine face glared at Lin Mo, his wolfish eyes brimming with boundless resentment and murderous intent. "I will make you pay with your life," he roared, dragging his wounded body step by step closer to Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression turned grave to the utmost. He never anticipated that this creature could still stand after the barrage of the fire god cannon and the close-range explosion of C4. What should I do? What should I do? Lin Mo's mind raced. He glanced at the canine face's mutilated body, and a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. Eureka! He abruptly turned and fled into the jungle behind him, not daring to look back. Trying to escape? The canine face bellowed in fury, immediately giving chase. To him, Lin Mo seemed to be at the end of his rope, seeking to flee. He could never allow the perpetrator who had brought him such disarray to escape. The two engaged in a relentless game of pursuit deep into the jungle. Lin Mo skillfully maneuvered through the complex terrain and dense foliage, utilizing his extraordinary agility and keen judgment of the environment to maintain distance from the canine face. Despite his grievous injuries and diminished speed, the canine face, as an SS-grade powerhouse, relentlessly clung to Lin Mo's trail. "You little bastard. Don't run. Have the guts to stop and face me in a duel," he roared madly from behind. Lin Mo paid no heed, running for his life instead. He was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity for a decisive strike. At long last, after traversing a swampy area, Lin Mo burst into a steep canyon. Towering cliffs, hundreds of meters high, flanked the narrow passageway. This was an impeccable ambush site. A glint of resolve flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He ceased his flight, pivoted sharply, and retrieved a massive metallic tube from his system space. The FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missile. This device had been specifically exchanged in anticipation of potential encounters with S-grade monsters or above. Its most notable feature is its fire and forget mode. Once its infrared guidance system locks onto a target, evasion becomes nearly impossible. The canine face, having chased into the canyon, noticed Lin Mo had halted and was wielding an even larger contraption than before, causing him to pause, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes. Having suffered a setback, he no longer dares to underestimate Lin Mo and his peculiar assortment of toys. "What is this? Not running away?" The dog-faced man gasped, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Finally realizing he could not escape and preparing to surrender. "Surrender?" Lin Mo chuckled, slowly aiming the spear on his shoulder at the dog-faced man, calmly declaring, "No. I intend to send you on your way." Locking in the target, Lin Mo silently affirmed within himself. A soft beep resonated as the guidance system of the spear missile successfully locked onto the powerful heat signature emanating from the dog-faced man. In an instant, he felt as though a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him, a wave of lethal dread causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Panic surged within him. He had no time to ponder further. He turned to flee the unsettling canyon. Yet it was too late. "Farewell, Mutt." Lin Mo pressed the launch button. Whoosh! A missile, trailing a long plume of fire, shot forth from the launch tube. Rather than flying directly at the dog-faced man, it traced a bizarre arc in the air, soaring upwards before plummeting downwards at a near-vertical angle towards his head. In attack mode, the dog-faced man beheld the descending harbinger of death, terror and despair flooding his eyes. He wished to evade it, but his body was firmly locked in place, leaving him with no avenue of escape. He yearned to defend himself, yet his strongest arms had already been shattered. "No!" He emitted a defiant roar, channeling every last ounce of demon power within him to conjure a black shield above his head. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The missile struck the black shield with pinpoint accuracy. It held for less than a tenth of a second. The shield, forged with the utmost effort of an SS-level powerhouse, shattered as if made of paper. The cataclysmic blast engulfed the dog-faced man entirely. This time, he could not even let out a scream. When the dust settled, a deep, bottomless crater remained, alongside a charred and unrecognizable corpse. Gasping for breath, Lin Mo collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. His complexion was as pale as parchment. To achieve this decisive counterattack, he had nearly exhausted all his mental and physical strength. The danger and pressure of grappling with an SS-level adversary and ultimately vanquishing him were unspeakable. Gazing at the smoking body, he felt no joy, only a profound sense of relief at having survived. He had emerged victorious, but at a grave cost. After resting for a moment, he mustered the strength to rise and approach the corpse, excavating a fist-sized magic crystal that shimmered with an eerie black light. An SS-level magic crystal. This was a treasure beyond price. Just as he prepared to secure the crystal, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed two presences, even more terrifying and powerful than the dog-faced man, racing towards him at an astonishing speed. It was Beelzebub and Xiao Xian. They were coming. Lin Mo's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Having escaped the wolf's den, he was now entering the tiger's lair. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately turned and fled frantically towards the other end of the canyon. However, he had scarcely covered any distance when two figures appeared before him as if they had teleported, blocking his path. One was the elegantly sinister demon king, Beelzebub, clad in a tailcoat. The other was Xiao Xian, leaning on a wooden staff, his wrinkled face betraying a glimmer of greed and madness in his eyes. Behind them trailed a gothic lowly, Su Linger, who resembled a specter, her face adorned with an innocent smile. "Why have you stopped running?" Su Linger tilted her head, observing Lin Mo with curiosity, her expression cheerful. Lin Mo gazed at the insurmountable mountains before him, his heart sinking. It was over. This time, there was truly no escape. Chapter 92. Let's journey together, goodness. I never anticipated that the fool with the dog face would perish at the hands of such a small creature, Beelzebub mused. His violet eyes filled with intrigue as he scrutinized Lin Mo. He cast a glance at the enormous crater nearby and the pitiful corpse of the dog-faced figure, feeling a flicker of surprise even within himself. To slay a formidable enemy in a heartbeat might suggest a powerful single-target attack. Yet to execute a counterattack while being pursued required more than mere weaponry. It necessitated a calm mind, meticulous planning, and extraordinary combat wisdom and courage. The seemingly harmless, even somewhat delicate silver-haired girl before him possessed all these qualities. "You are quite intriguing," Beelzebub remarked, a graceful smile curving his lips. "I find myself rather interested in you. Perhaps making you my collectible would be a splendid choice." "He is mine first." Su Linger immediately pouted, clinging to Beelzebub's arm and playfully protesting. "You can't take him from me. He is my perfect toy." "Ah, my dear lady, I would never dare to compete with you," Beelzebub replied with a gentle smile. "I merely believe it would be a pity to eliminate him outright." Xiao Xian, who had remained silent throughout, fixated his murky, greedy gaze on Lin Mo, resembling a venomous serpent eyeing its prey. He sensed that Lin Mo harbored a profound secret within. The so-called destiny judgment was undoubtedly far more complex than a mere bloodline talent. There must be some key within him that could unlock higher realms of power. If he could obtain this key, perhaps he could truly break free from the shackles and attain the legendary state. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Xian's avarice burgeoned like wild weeds. His gaze toward Lin Mo grew increasingly fervent. Lin Mo felt a prickling unease under the 3 pairs of eyes scrutinizing him. One sought to make him a collectible, another desired him as a plaything, and the last aimed to dissect him for research. What the hell? Had he stumbled into a den of perverts? Outwardly composed, his mind raced at an alarming speed, contemplating an escape strategy. Fighting was undoubtedly futile. Do not speak of 3. Even if there were but one, he would stand no chance. Escape? That is utterly impossible. Surrounded by 2 pinnacle SS-level adversaries, he finds himself bereft of even the opportunity to teleport. Is he truly destined to perish here? A surge of intense unwillingness welled up within Lin Mo. He recalled the days of his past life, where he fought valiantly amidst a hail of bullets. He thought of Xiao Lingyue, the icy beauty who, despite her frigid exterior, repeatedly stood up for him, uttering words of disdain while harboring warmth within.